In the aftermath of a decade-long struggle against the apocalypse, the formidable Han Qingxia finds herself betrayed by the very base she sought refuge in, only to awaken, eyes wide open, back in the world she left behind, a mere fortnight before the calamity struck. At this juncture, her negligent father, inconsiderate grandmother, and stepmother are pressuring her to vacate her home for her brother's impending nuptials. Resolute and unyielding, Han Qingxia decides to sell her property to them at an astonishingly low price. While they revel in their perceived good fortune, she seizes the opportunity to amass supplies with fervent determination, aided by the formidable capabilities of the super base system. Consequently, she erects an impregnable sanctuary. As the rest of humanity languishes in the throes of the zombie crisis, Han Qingxia enjoys a serene retreat within her refuge. While others face starvation, her canine companion dines on a lavish buffet daily. In a time when the masses struggle to infiltrate survivor enclaves, her base stands as the most formidable fortress in existence. Chapter 1. 15 days before the catastrophe. Recent influenza outbreaks have been reported. We urge everyone to exercise personal precautions, minimize public outings, avoid gatherings unless absolutely necessary, and keep warm. Han Qingxia, are you even listening to me? Startled from her reverie, Han Qingxia gazes incredulously at her surroundings. The dilapidated, 30-square-meter living room is cluttered with a throng of middle-aged individuals. At the center sits a rotund, silver-haired matron in her 60s or 70s, glaring at Han Qingxia with palpable ire, her sagging facial muscles quivering with indignation. What unfolds before her is a scene reminiscent of the moment, merely 2 weeks prior to the apocalypse, when her so-called loving grandmother, devoted father, and caring stepmother demanded she vacate her home. Just moments ago, she had been embroiled in the chaos of a zombie siege at the eastern base. Han Qingxia, since your mother's departure, your stepmother has treated you as her own. Everyone praises her. Your brother is about to marry. Surely, you can relinquish your house for him without being so miserly. You're nothing but an ungrateful, pampered wretch. Mom, Qingxia is not ungrateful. She will surely be appreciative, the plump woman beside her interjects, feigning diplomacy. Humph. The elderly matron huffs. Hurry and vacate the premises. Your brother has stated that your house has been rented for far too long. It's in disrepair. Without some new furniture, he cannot marry. As your sister, you should contribute something for his wedding. As she stands amidst the crowd, Han Qingxia suddenly bursts into laughter. They demand her home and expect her to foot the bill for new furnishings? The absurdity is almost comical. Even more ludicrous is the fact that she had actually acquiesced to their demands in her previous life. Her mother had perished in a car accident when she was merely 14, after which her stepmother, accompanied by a son of her own, moved in. Initially, her stepmother seemed to fulfill her role with utmost diligence, showering Han Qingxia with an abundance of care, which had led her to mistakenly regard her as a true maternal figure. In her rebellious teenage years, she had exuded defiance at every turn, yet deep down, she craved familial warmth. Li Lin's gentle understanding had captivated her, granting her unwavering support, and for a time, she genuinely accepted Li Lin as her mother. She was willing to offer them everything she possessed. Eventually, even the sole property her mother bequeathed her was relinquished with little hesitation. However, when the apocalypse descended, she was not only abandoned but also violently thrust aside in a desperate bid for survival as they fought for a place on the rescue vehicle. It was then that Han Qingxia truly comprehended the meaning of insincerity and the nature of familial bonds. She had always been but a source of sustenance for them, a mere vessel to be drained of value and discarded. Not one of them regarded her as a true kin. The thought of her former foolishness incensed her, and she longed to deliver a resounding slap to her past self. Bang! With a swift motion, Han Qingxia hurled several bags of cheap fruit from the old coffee table into the trash, resolutely taking a seat before them. Han Qingxia, what are you doing? Those apples were specifically purchased for you by my mother. She said you adored them. How could you discard them? A young man, engrossed in his phone, immediately chastises her. With a derisive smile, she responds, adore apples? How curious that I was unaware of this. Casting a cold glance at her so-called beloved brother, she retorts, do you truly think you are in a position to dictate terms regarding my property? At that moment, Han Qingxia's icy stare sent a shiver down Han Ying's spine, rendering him unable to meet her gaze. Those were eyes imbued with the ferocity of a survivor, honed through 10 years of solitary struggle in the apocalypse. Han faltered. Li Lin, her stepmother, hurriedly attempted to mediate. Qingxia, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? If so, we can postpone our visit. I understand your grievances, but do remember, Han is your brother. The bride's family demands a residence in the city center, and currently, properties are scarce and highly sought after. Please, consider this a plea from your mother. Assist your only brother. We will find a way to secure a place for you when the time comes for your own marriage. Secure what? The previously silent Han Qingxia's father suddenly interjected, glaring at her with contempt. Do you truly believe this house belongs to you? As a young woman, what need do you have for a property? This house is for your brother. When you marry, your husband will provide for you. Do not contest with your brother. Han Qingxia, upon hearing her father's words, felt a wave of apathy wash over her. In her previous life, she had questioned why her father treated her, his own daughter, with such disdain while showering his stepson with affection. This was because Han was, in fact, his biological son, his flesh and blood. Prior to marrying her mother, he had wed Li Lin and fathered A.S.O. him. She was but a mere inconvenience. And in the aftermath of the apocalypse, his true nature had become even more grotesque. She extended 2 fingers, 2 million. The crowd fell silent, bewildered by her declaration. Han Qingxia, what nonsense are you spouting? This house is my mother's premarital asset, legally bequeathed to me, and the title deed is in my name. If you desire it, you must pay, and I shall part with it for a mere 2 million. You intend to sell us the house. Are you jesting? We lack the means. Han Qingxia raised her electronic watch. You have 5 seconds to consider. Should you refuse, I shall sell to another. 5. Han Qingxia, we are your elders. How dare you negotiate finances with us? Han Ying's grandmother seethed. 4. You ungrateful wretch. I'll make you pay for this. Casting a frigid glance at the elderly matron, Han Qingxia quickened her count. 3. 2. I dare you. Han Ying's father stood up, preparing to strike her. With a swift kick, she sent the chair beneath him flying, watching him passively as he fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Coldly, she uttered 1. Han Qingxia, you have grown audacious. You dare lay hands on your own father. Facing their fury, Han Qingxia dismissed them entirely, pulling out her phone to dial. Manager Li, I wish to sell the house for 2 million. This property had long been entrusted to an agency for rental, and she would not receive the keys until she turned 18. This was why the house had remained in her possession for so long, should you wish to acquire it. Han Qingxia smiled as she glanced at the group. Then it is settled. Stop. We agree. Li Lin, witnessing Han Qingxia's intent to sell, quickly interjected, Qingxia, sell it to us. What a farce. This property was valued at 3 million. 2 million would be a breeze to sell. Moreover, the restrictions on new homes in the urban area are exceedingly stringent, requiring both residency permits and a lottery system. Han Qingxia's property is in high demand. Although the reasons for the unforeseen turn of events elude them, the paramount concern is that such a bargain should not fall into the hands of outsiders. The 2 million she invested could yield an additional profit of 1 million even if she merely resold it. Hurry and make the purchase. With a slight smile gracing her lips, Han Qingxia hung up the phone after Li Lin affirmed her agreement. Yes, she would sell it to them. Though Han Qingxia would incur a slight loss at the 2 million price point, she understood the urgency of the situation. A quick sale was not feasible in the short term. Time equates to money, and she finds herself in dire need of both. Most crucially, once the property is sold to them, they will be devoid of funds. She calculated that they possessed a mere 2 million. It is worth noting that just 3 days prior to the impending apocalypse, the government issued warnings to stockpile supplies. She is curious to see what they choose to hoard. Ding! 2 million has been credited to your bank account. Half an hour later, at the bank counter, Han Qingxia saw her account swell by 2 million. Though Li Lin and her companions wore reluctant expressions, they complied. On Han Qingxia's side, Manager Li's calls were incessant. She was disinclined to respond, fearing that Han Qingxia might sell directly to another agency. The housing authority is on holiday for the next few days. Let's handle the transfer once they resume work, Han Qingxia suggested to them. Not to worry, Qingxia. We trust you. Li Lin replied, her fox-like eyes narrowing in a charming smile. There's no rush for the transfer. We will notify you later. She feigned generosity, but Han Qingxia discerned that her true concern lay with her prospective daughter-in-law, fearing that her name might appear on the title deed. Currently, the title deed bore Han Qingxia's name, granting her room to maneuver. At this, a broader smile spread across Han Qingxia's face. This was splendid indeed. At that moment, Hanning interjected, Han Qingxia, since our family has purchased the house, you should promptly vacate. Dispose of your trash and clutter at once. I have no use for any of it. I need to bring my wife over to buy new furniture. Having seen their families spend money, he immediately adopted a new demeanor. Qingxia, where do you expect your sister to move in such a short time? Let her keep her things a little longer. She's quite understanding and will surely offer you some storage fees. Plus, she might help you purchase new furniture. As her brother, you should show some leniency, Mom. Why do you still care for her? With her greedy disposition, she deserves nothing. Just get out. And take that wretched dog of yours with you. If I see it again, I swear I'll slaughter it. Wretched dog. Han Qingxia felt a surge of adrenaline at the thought of dealing with these people, the dog. Her summer was still alive. Not wishing to engage with them for another second, she dashed back to her home. Upon opening her bedroom door, a German shepherd, pacing silently in the room, leaped into her arms. Woof woof, Summer. As Han Qingxia embraced Summer, tears of joy welled up in her eyes. Her Summer was alive. Summer was a retired military dog, a gift from her mother on her 10th birthday. It possessed remarkable intelligence and had been her companion during the most trying times following her mother's passing. Her stepmother's family disdained the dog and had attempted to abandon it several times, but Summer always found its way back home. Later, they even intended to give it away, but Han Qingxia fiercely vowed to protect it, having quarreled with her family over the matter. Li Lin, for her stepmother's reputation, allowed it to remain, but it was confined to Han Qingxia's room. Only after moving back into her mother's house did Summer gain more freedom of movement. However, with Han Ying's family arrival, it had once again been locked away. In her previous life, shortly after the apocalypse began, Han Ying's family had taken advantage of her absence to devour Summer, believing it to be old and useless. Han Qingxia had always blamed herself for failing to protect her. Summer licked Han Qingxia's hand. Fear not, Summer, I shall never allow you to suffer again in this lifetime. Woof woof woof. Summer barked in response, displaying an understanding that warmed Han Qingxia's heart. After ensuring Summer was settled, Han Qingxia began to prepare for the move. This apartment had been rented out for many years, resulting in its dilapidated state. However, the furniture was all that her mother had procured during her lifetime, and it had once been quite expensive. They had shared many cherished moments here. The items, though seemingly useless, were imbued with memories, causing Han Qingxia to feel a pang of nostalgia as she returned. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind, ding. Super Lord system activated. In the next hour, for every item valued over 1,000 yuan that you carry, you will receive 1 cubic meter of space as a reward. Han Qingxia was momentarily taken aback. Her golden opportunity had arrived. Countdown. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. In disbelief, she absorbed the information flooding her mind, casually grabbing her phone from the table to test the system.
Ding.
Mobile phone detected, valued at 4,999. Reward, 4 cubic meters. Indeed, a space of 4 cubic meters materialized in her mind. In the blink of an eye, the phone vanished from her hand, appearing within that empty space in her consciousness. Space. It had finally arrived. Chapter 2. The Reward Space. She attempted to silently summon her phone, and instantly, it reappeared in her grasp. Han Qingxia was overjoyed at this moment. Indeed, it was just as she had envisioned. Having indulged in novels in the past, she recognized this as the legendary system. Han Qingxia swiftly embraced this newfound ability, eagerly absorbing items around her. Simultaneously, she discerned the pricing standards within this realm. The system identified items based on their original purchase price. Even if they were worn or removed, it mattered not. She immediately plunged into the frenzy of moving and dismantling. Beep. Detected gold jewelry valued at 58,000 yuan. Reward, 58 cubic meters.
Beep.
Detected a water cup valued at 39 yuan.
Beep.
Detected a calendar valued at 10 yuan.
Beep.
Detected a small desk valued at 369 yuan. Reward, 4 cubic meters.
Beep.
Detected a 4-piece rosewood table and chair set valued at 25,000 yuan. Reward, 25 cubic meters.
Beep.
Detected a trash can valued at 15 yuan. In roughly 10 minutes, she had collected everything from her family as shoes, hats and clothes, pots, pans and bowls, paper, pens, cups, trash cans, storage jars, collectible albums, nail clippers, to larger items like tables, chairs, and cabinets. Anything that could be moved was taken by Han Qingxia. Even the rotten apples that Han Ying and the others had brought today were scooped up and discarded. Beep. Detected 5 kilograms of rotten apples valued at 25 yuan. Upon hearing the price, Han Qingxia spat in disdain. How unfortunate. They offered her 5 dimes per kilogram for rotten apples, claiming they were imported. What kind of family was that? Yet she did not disdain them. Even the smallest morsel was still sustenance. Before long, her home was stripped bare of all movable items, and her focus shifted to the immovable ones. Beep. Detected a toilet valued at 1,999 yuan. With a great effort, Han Qingxia dismantled the toilet. She had always possessed considerable strength. But compared to her previous life of struggling for 5 years in an apocalyptic world, this body felt considerably weaker. It seemed she would need to engage in some physical training in the near future. After removing the toilet, beep. Detected a wash basin valued at 699 yuan. Beep. Detected a range hood valued at 2,599 yuan. Beep. Detected a stove valued at 489 yuan. Beep. Detected a security door valued at 1,589 yuan. Damn it, she would dismantle everything. Not a single screw would be left for those bastards. Beep. Detected a glass window valued at 400 yuan. Beep. Detected flooring valued at 150 yuan. In the span of an hour.
Qingxia completely stripped her home bare.
Except for the walls, everything movable was dismantled. All the flooring was uprooted, windows and doors were removed. And even the tiles that could not be taken away were smashed to be carried off. Beep. Countdown. 3 seconds remaining. As the countdown echoed in her ears, she suddenly had an idea, rushing to the doorway to grasp a small light bulb hanging in the corridor. Beep. Detected a 10-watt light bulb valued at 5 yuan. Time us up. Total reward, 289 cubic meters. Han Qingxia, satisfied, called out to Summer, "Let us go." Shortly after her departure, Han Ying's family brought his pregnant bride to their new home. "Dear, this is our new house in the city center, a school district over 100 square meters. 1 lift, 2 households, nobody lives next door, and we have the entire corridor to ourselves. The lighting is excellent. It's the best layout in this community. Only 100 meters from your workplace. If you want to move in directly, you can do so now. The furniture and appliances are all here." A group of people ascended to the 3rd floor in high spirits. However, upon reaching the eastern unit, they were left dumbfounded. This entire home was not only bare but lacked even a door and windows. What was even more infuriating was that they had left the corridor light bulb behind. Han Ying's new wife turned on her heel and walked away, huffing, "You think I'd let my family handle the renovations for such a shabby house? I'll tell you, this house won't be renovated properly, and there will be no wedding. Plus, my name must be added." Han Ying's grandmother was so furious, she nearly vomited blood. She wanted to call Han Qingxia to inquire what on earth she had done. Although they had no interest in the items left behind and intended to buy new furniture for renovations, it was unacceptable to leave the house in such a state. They could simply buy some new furniture. After all, the flooring laid by Han Qingxia's mother was quite good. How could it have ended up like this? Yet they could no longer reach Han Qingxia. At that moment, Han Qingxia was standing before an air raid shelter in the suburbs of Qingxia. This shelter was constructed within a tunnel. It had originally been intended for a mountain crossing highway, but due to insufficient funding and government replanning, the tunnel became abandoned. However, after the project ceased, the government repurposed it as an air raid shelter. "What do you intend to do with the air raid shelter?" the agent who brought her here asked, performing his routine duty. "Starting a business, growing mushrooms," Han Qingxia replied casually. She had learned from her previous life that air raid shelters fell into 3 categories. The first category included ordinary shelters located beneath malls, residential buildings, and underground hospitals. These locations were convenient and well-equipped for quick evacuations, but in a zombie apocalypse, they were utterly useless. In fact, they were the first places to succumb due to the crowding of people. The second category included tunnel-type shelters and specialized national defense works. Specialized national defense works played a significant role in the later stages of the apocalypse, serving as stable bases. However, Han Qingxia could not rent those. Tunnel-type shelters were perfectly suited for her. They were secluded, far from crowds, spacious, and equipped with a comprehensive ventilation system and a large iron door, precisely what Han Qingxia needed. Moreover, these shelters were easy to lease and quite affordable. The one Han Qingxia rented cost only 2,000 for a year, starting from 20 years. With a one-time payment of 6,000, she secured a shelter the size of 5 basketball courts. Upon hearing Han Qingxia's intention to start a business, the agent looked at her as if she were an unparalleled fool, nearly bursting with laughter. It was evident that there were far too many simpletons. They only saw the low price and didn't consider the remote location. Transportation would be exceedingly inconvenient. Truly, 9.5 out of 10 entrepreneurs were fools. However, he had no intention of warning Han Qingxia. Having someone take over was beneficial for him. He accepted the payment, signed the contract, collected a 500 service fee, and left promptly. Han Qingxia, watching the agent leave with a beaming smile, said not a word. She coldly observed him depart. There was not a chance she would reveal her true intentions to such a foolish individual. After 10 years of struggling in the apocalypse, the first lesson she learned was never to disclose impending disasters to the foolish, for the foolish themselves were a disaster. Once the agent was gone, Han Qingxia led Summer into the shelter. She inspected the interior and exterior and was pleasantly surprised to discover that, aside from an entire original ventilation system, the shelter contained a well left behind by a previous tenant and a power line. Testing the water from the well, Han Qingxia found it to be spring water, unconnected to the city's plumbing system. After the water treatment plant was contaminated, tap water had become utterly unusable. This well could provide her with a usable water source. Additionally, the presence of the power line indicated that electrical wiring had previously been laid here. As long as she acquires the power generation equipment, she can set this place into operation. Chapter 3. Stockpiling supplies. At this moment, she couldn't help but recall that a significant portion of the tunnel's exterior was surrounded by barbed wire, much of which had fallen into disrepair and collapse. It seemed entirely feasible to repair that barbed wire and reconnect it to electricity. This would considerably enhance the defensive capabilities of her air raid shelter. This task was certainly doable. At this juncture, she was reminded of the voice in her mind. The Superlord system has been activated. Please reinforce the original base. The system will reward you based on the level of reinforcement. Countdown: 15 days. Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled. As she momentarily paused to absorb the new task, she heard the system notification.
Beep.
A battle dog has been detected at the base. Reward: battle dog's combat power increased by 100-fold. Physical attributes enhanced 100-fold. Han Qingxia gazed in astonishment as she watched Summer's physique begin to transform. His build doubled in strength, his claws elongated and sharpened to an extraordinary degree, and the signs of aging that had previously marred him vanished, replaced by the fierce aura of a formidable beast. Woof, woof, woof.
Han Qingxia exclaimed.
At the construction materials market, she had a small car left by her mother, ensuring reliable transportation. She was determined to reinforce her base with fervor. She located a barbed wire factory and ordered 2,000 square meters of razor wire and circular barbed wire. This steel barbed wire could be wrapped around the existing barbed wire, requiring minimal effort while yielding excellent results. The price was 7 yuan per meter, and Han Qingxia spent a total of 14,000. It was quite a large quantity, prompting the owner to send a truck to accompany Han Qingxia for delivery. She guided them to a vacant plot on the outskirts, where they unloaded the materials. I'll call a car to pick it up later.
All right.
She wished to keep the location of her base concealed, and thankfully, darkness had fallen. After unloading the materials in the secluded area, Han Qingxia asked Summer to stand guard while she discreetly stored everything in her space, taking advantage of the absence of people in the remote outskirts. Today, her space had gained 289 cubic meters, and her furniture only occupied a few cubic meters, leaving ample room to accommodate the barbed wire. There was more than enough space. Once the items were stored, she drove back to the base with Summer. On the way, she contemplated the necessity of renting another warehouse. Half an hour later, Han Qingxia returned to the air raid shelter. Upon her return, she began reinforcing a section of the dilapidated barbed wire. She painstakingly wrapped and reinforced it meter by meter, with Summer occasionally bringing her tools. They worked tirelessly from dusk until dawn. Finally, they had reinforced the entire 2,000 meters of barbed wire. She could hardly contain her excitement to hear the rewards for her reinforcement efforts. Just as she completed the last strand of reinforcement, a voice echoed in her mind. Reinforcement of barbed wire detected. Reward. Defensive effectiveness increased by 100-fold. As the reward was granted, Qingxia marveled at how the entire line of barbed wire she had just reinforced visibly thickened, became denser, and sharpened. Each blade of the razor wire glinted ominously, and the tiny barbs had grown significantly longer. What had once been a rather flimsy barbed wire gate now transformed into a formidable steel rolling gate. She approached the wire and pushed with all her might, but it remained utterly immovable. It was important to note that when she initially reinforced it, she discovered that while these barbed wires could effectively deter intruders, they would still prove inadequate against a vehicle's forceful breach or a massive onslaught of zombies. However, now, even a horde of thousands of zombies would be unable to break through her barbed wire. Qingxia was immensely satisfied. She eagerly anticipated purchasing additional materials for further reinforcement. Yet at that moment, a more pressing matter reminded her. Grumble, grumble.
Woof.
She realized she was hungry, and summer was circling around her, clearly in need of sustenance. You're hungry too, aren't you?
Woof.
Summer whimpered in agreement. They had only eaten a little the day before, had worked tirelessly throughout the day, and had yet to commence their official procurement of supplies. Qingxia then remembered that there were still some food items in her space. Recalling the steamed buns she had cleared from her house yesterday, she focused her thoughts, and a pack of steaming soup dumplings materialized in her hand. Still warm? Qingxia couldn't help but summon her refrigerator. Upon opening it, she was astonished to find it remarkably cold, even without electricity. Despite the lack of power, the contents remained unchanged. This meant that the space granted to her by the system was a sealed environment where no heat could escape. Whatever was placed inside remained in its original state when retrieved. Qingxia was overjoyed. This also indicated that she could stockpile supplies without worrying about expiration. When the time came to stock food, she could do so with confidence and abandon. This rental was 300 for a month, requiring an upfront payment. In an idle vacant house on the outskirts, Qingxia stood with Summer before a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Along the suburban roads, numerous vacant houses stood, remnants of former farms, as most people had moved to the city, leaving vast stretches of empty farmland. Those with favorable locations had rental notices posted. Qingxia sought a relatively larger, conveniently located farmhouse on the main road outside her air raid shelter. She intended to use it as a transit station, stockpiling supplies there, which she would then transfer to her system space, keeping a low profile while facilitating her procurement efforts. Avoiding attention like the previous day, when unloading materials by the roadside had attracted notice. 400 no deposit. I'll just rent it for a month as a warehouse. Qingxia negotiated with the landlord. That's not acceptable. If not, I'll go elsewhere. The landlord quickly halted her. All right, for 100 it is. But you mustn't damage the property and you must leave on time. No problem. Qingxia happily paid 400 and received the keys. She would definitely vacate by the deadline, as she wouldn't even need to wait that long. Likewise, if she had paid a deposit, it might never be returned. Spending this additional 100 was still a savings of 200. The air raid shelter was difficult to negotiate, but this one was worth saving. After successfully renting the warehouse, she began her procurement of supplies. The first item on her list was food. She planned to divide her purchases among 10 stores, buying 400 bags of 50-kilogram rice from each. She aimed to stockpile 100 tons of rice. 100 tons of rice, in reality, is not an overwhelming amount. A dedicated grain wholesale station could easily provide it. Moreover, 100 tons of rice would only occupy a space of 5 meters in length, width, and height. Her storage space could easily accommodate it. The total cost for this rice was over 400,000 yuan, enough to sustain her for several lifetimes. Additionally, she planned to stockpile 1,000 boxes of instant noodles in various flavors, everything from Japanese tonkatsu, braised beef, seafood, spicy beef, to dry noodles. She intended to cover all the popular flavors available on the market. Since the onset of the apocalypse, instant noodles had become a luxury item. They were convenient to prepare, tasted delightful, and provided rich oil and salt supplements without the need to hunt for seasonings, making them the ideal food for survival. The price of instant noodles ranged from 50 to over 100 yuan per box. The most common box of 24 packets of braised beef noodles cost about 54 yuan, while the pricier Japanese tonkatsu noodles were nearly 100 yuan for 30 packets, averaging around 70 yuan per box. 1,000 boxes of instant noodles would total 70,000 yuan. And of course, one couldn't forget to buy some hot dogs. Han Qingxia purchased 200 boxes of her favorite spicy crispy corn sausages and placed an additional order for 100 boxes of Wujiang pickled vegetables. These two items cost her less than 30,000. After ordering these fundamental foodstuffs, her gaze shifted to self-heating meals and pre-packaged dishes. These conveniences allowed her to simply heat them up whenever she desired. She visited various brand stores, buying a box of every dish available. 1 box of Taiwanese braised pork, 1 box of homemade tofu, 1 box of Brazilian barbecue, 1 box of sweet and sour pork tenderloin, 1 box of mushroom chicken, 1 box of minced eggplant, 1 box of kung pao chicken, and 1 box of curry chicken. The average price of the meal packages was around 7 to 8 yuan per bag. And Han Qingxia purchased over 20,000 bags from a dozen stores, totaling approximately 150,000. This quantity would suffice for her to enjoy 1 bag per meal for a lifetime. With these essential provisions stocked up, Han Qingxia finally felt a semblance of security, knowing she would never face food scarcity again. A well-stocked pantry allowed her to prepare for other necessities. By the end of the day, she had unknowingly spent nearly 700,000. Previously, she had over 300,000 in savings, half of which was accumulated from years of rent. After selling her house for 2 million, she now had 1,700,000 remaining. And this was before she even began preparing for other items. Money seemed to vanish quickly, almost effortlessly. At that moment, Han Qingxia's gaze deepened as she spread her hand, revealing a bright red property deed. Calmly, she searched online for a local private lending company and made a call. "Hello, I would like to mortgage my property for a loan." "Sure. Come to my office tomorrow at 10 for a face-to-face discussion." After hanging up, Han Qingxia intended to mortgage her property once more. There's a score to settle. And it must be repaid double. Prepare for my grand gift. Chapter 4. A Ruthless Harvest. That afternoon, Han Qingxia emerged from an old office building in the city. Upon exiting, her account had increased by 1,500,000. This lending company was even more parasitic than a vampire. She sold her house to the Han family for 2 million but could only retrieve 1,500,000 from the predatory lending company. Moreover, the interest was exorbitantly high. Han Qingxia signed a loan agreement requiring repayment of 2 million within 7 days, or else they would seize her house. It was a bottomless pit, a trap designed to ensnare her property. However, it mattered little, for she had no intention of repaying the loan. She had no house left. The 12-day loan period was perfectly timed, allowing the lending company to approach the Han family just before the impending apocalypse. At that point, it would be a fierce dogfight between the two parties. Neither side was to be trifled with, but it remained uncertain who would emerge victorious. Regardless of who won, this house would soon become nothing but a pile of bubbles. With 1,500,000 now in her possession, Han Qingxia observed the funds deposited by the lending company. With a flicker of thought, she borrowed from every lending platform available in the market. Harvest. Ruthlessly harvest. She drained them all dry. After a series of transactions, she added another 500,000 to her wealth. Purely a plot device. Please avoid online loans. Stay away from online loans for a happy life. Now Han Qingxia had 370,000 at her disposal. She was ready to stock up on supplies once again. With her coffers full, she first visited a building materials factory to reinforce her fortress. She purchased 40 to 50 surveillance cameras before seeking out a seller of generators. She needed a power generation device. Generators came in wind, hydro, thermal, and diesel varieties. The first 3 were impractical, requiring complex installations and significant time, and there was little stock available. One would need to order from specialized manufacturers. Diesel, however, was quite suitable. "What wattage do you require for your generator?" the seller inquired. "What options do you have?" 30, 50, 200 to 800. The 1,000-watt ones are more expensive. Han Qingxia gathered information about the attributes of diesel generators. The smallest, 30-kilowatt model, ranged from 10 to 20,000. Mid-range, a 200-kilowatt generator, cost between 50 and 100,000. A 300 kilowatt generator would exceed 100,000, with prices doubling thereafter. Generators exceeding 1,000 kilowatts started at $1 million. Furthermore, imported generators were 20 to 30% more expensive than domestic ones. Just get a domestic one. Our domestic products are no less reliable than imports, and they're more durable and practical. Besides, imports have picky requirements for diesel. What do you plan to use it for? A restaurant? The seller continued.
Yes.
I need power for daily lighting in the air raid shelter. A restaurant-grade generator should suffice. Nevertheless, she opted for the most expensive and powerful model. After all, her system rewards would increase with the level. If I'm going to do it, I want the best.
No compromises.
Han Qingxia presented herself as a wealthy patron, purchasing the best value generator at 120,000. The seller beamed with delight at her extravagance. Han Qingxia insisted on receiving additional items, gathering all sorts of small tools and soundproofing materials, considering them bonuses. The seller, without hesitation, even gifted her the remaining 10 liters of diesel in stock. Seeing the oil, Han Qingxia's eyes lit up. Do you know anyone who can sell oil at a discount? Diesel was difficult to procure. One had to register with an ID at gas stations, purchasing only a few liters at a time, and many stations didn't sell loose oil, only allowing refueling for vehicles. However, those who sold generators likely had connections. Oil is often traded in the black market, with illicit oil workshops stealing from major oil fields and processing unclaimed oil from the sea for clandestine sales. As expected, upon hearing her inquiry, the seller wore a mysterious expression. He pulled Han Qingxia aside and handed her a business card. If you need oil, call this number and mention my name. You'll receive a discount, about 20% cheaper than market price. Thank you, Han Qingxia replied, taking the card. It was evident that those in related industries had their own networks. As she prepared to leave, the seller muttered, the recent flu outbreak has really affected the market.
Indeed.
Han Qingxia casually agreed before striding out without further comment. Unbeknownst to them, this flu outbreak was merely a precursor to the apocalypse. Within half a month after the flu virus outbreak, those infected began to succumb, and before anyone could recover from the grief of losing loved ones, they discovered that the deceased had all returned. However, this return transformed them into something else entirely: zombies. In her past life, during this very period, Han Qingxia was preoccupied with Han Ying's wedding. Han Ying's new bride had recently discovered her pregnancy, and Han Qingxia busied herself not only with financing their new furniture and renovations, but also accompanying her to medical appointments. On the day the apocalypse struck, she happened to be in the hospital with her sister-in-law, waiting for test results when she heard horrific screams erupting throughout the facility. She witnessed firsthand as a patient, previously declared dead, suddenly sat up and began to bite at their relatives. A commotion ensued as a crowd rushed to intervene, and Han Qingxia saw the first family member bitten begin to mutate within mere minutes. He convulsed as he rose from the ground, and when he finally stood upright, his body was devoid of any color, his eyes transformed into a leaden gray reminiscent of a zombie from a horror film. Lacking pupils and vitality, they emanated a terrifying, bloodthirsty glint. He opened his gaping maw and lunged at those around him who were attempting to restrain him. The entire hospital erupted into chaos. Such occurrences transpired in every corner of the medical facility. Anyone bitten would undergo transformation within 5 minutes, joining the fray to devour others. At that moment, Han Qingxia was frightened, yet in her determination to safeguard her pregnant sister-in-law, she remained remarkably composed. With unwavering courage, she seized a weapon and fought back against the encroaching zombies, leading her sister-in-law through the pandemonium to safety. It was precisely because she displayed such exceptional prowess from the outset that the Han family came to regard her as exceedingly capable, assigning her all future responsibilities. Searching for supplies, protecting everyone. These were tasks that Han Qingxia undertook with valor. In her previous life, she had always felt a sense of fulfillment in being needed by them, in providing protection for her entire family. However, this time, she would not be a fool again. Han Qingxia instructed the boss to deliver the supplies to the warehouse while she made inquiries about diesel over the phone. Not only could they deliver, but they could also bring it to her the very next day. Han Qingxia requested as much as they could spare, purchasing all available stock worth 1 million. The supplier offered her a 25% discount, and by the end of the day, Han Qingxia had spent nearly 2 million on this outing. Chapter 5. upgrading the bunker. After unloading the supplies from the warehouse, Han Qingxia placed the large generator into her space. The space was ample. Before long, Han Qingxia returned to her base. She first installed the generator in the innermost storage room of the bunker.
Beep.
A 1,000-kilowatt generator detected. Reward: a permanently unbreakable low-energy generator.
Han Qingxia.
She gazed in astonishment at her generator, its exterior shimmering as if coated in silver, the strength and quality vastly improved. Most importantly, it was permanently unbreakable. It is well known that generators require maintenance in the later stages, and Han Qingxia could only hope to prolong its lifespan. She never expected the system to enhance it to be permanently unbreakable. Remarkable. Continuing her efforts, Han Qingxia proceeded to install cameras on the barbed wire she had set up the previous day. The location of her tunnel bunker was exceptionally strategic. Surrounded by a vast circle of trees, the main road lay a kilometer away, with the side road disappearing into the forest after 500 meters. Outsiders would hardly notice the presence of a tunnel shrouded by barbed wire. It was utterly inconspicuous. The internal cameras provided comprehensive surveillance of her area. Once the cameras were installed and connected to the power supply from the generator, they began operating immediately. Her computer displayed a myriad of surveillance feeds, all meticulously arranged. Simultaneously,
Beep.
surveillance system and electric grid system detected. Reward: surveillance system upgrade. Monitoring range amplified tenfold. Automatic detection of all living and non-living entities. Electric grid system upgrade. Maximum electric grid attack voltage: 10,000 volts.
Han Qingxia.
She observed the clearer surveillance images on her computer screen, adjusting one to view. The pixelation exceeded 10 times that of before. Han Qingxia had purchased the best 100-meter monitoring range, and now she could extend it to 1,000 meters. She could see the distant road through the gaps in the trees. At that moment, a bird attempted to land on Han Qingxia's barbed wire. It circled for a while, found a perch, and in an instant, a spark erupted with a beep. The bird fell straight to the ground. Han Qingxia's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. The improvement in defense was splendid. She was eager to see who would dare invade her base in the future. Death awaited those who dared to touch it. In the summertime, Han Qingxia advised Xia Tian to steer clear of the barbed wire. Understood?
Woof.
After the upgrade, Xia Tian's physique and intelligence enhanced, becoming more perceptive than before. Han Qingxia affectionately ruffled his head, retrieving food from her space that she had previously stored in the refrigerator, sharing a meal with Xia Tian. After dining, she resumed organizing her base. She discovered that tidying the bunker also yielded rewards, such as cleaning the well and clearing weeds.
Beep.
Well detected. Upgrade. Reward: independent mountain spring clean water source.
Beep.
Weed area reduced. Reward: quality soil. Crop yield increased 100-fold. Crop growth speed increased 10-fold. Han Qingxia felt invigorated upon seeing these results. Clean water source, quality soil. Her base was becoming increasingly robust. This fundamental resource assurance would enable her to cultivate fresh fruits and vegetables, allowing for self-sufficiency in the future. She would soon purchase a variety of seeds. 10 days swiftly passed. Now, with the apocalypse less than 3 days away, Han Qingxia had spent the previous 7 days running around the bunker, covering 10,000 meters each morning, significantly enhancing her physical endurance while familiarizing herself with the terrain. She had become intimately acquainted with the surrounding landscape. Her tunnel bunker was situated within a mountain, with the bunker at its core and a ring of barbed wire protection extending from the mountainside halfway up. The area where the barbed wire connected to the mountain was a sheer cliff, making it exceedingly difficult to circumvent. Approaching from the opposite mountain was even more challenging. The rear terrain was significantly steeper than the front, filled with thickets and trees. Even professional climbers would struggle to infiltrate. The only potential hazard was wildfires. Forest fire prevention was always a critical issue and notoriously difficult to manage, unless Han Qingxia preemptively cleared a substantial area of trees to create a firebreak. However, doing so would expose her location to prying eyes. After careful consideration, she knelt to clear away the surrounding dead branches and leaves. The trees were certainly not to be cut down. Once felled, they could easily betray her presence. In a world of chaos, humans posed the greatest threat. Preventing their arrival was far more reliable than attempting to mitigate the disasters they might bring. One must not lose sight of the primary objective. Moreover, forest fires are not easily ignited. Forests are damp, and clearing the ground of leaves and dead branches effectively reduces the risk of conflagration. Centering on her base's protective perimeter, Han Qingxia established a clean zone. Just then, a voice echoed in her mind.
Beep.
Fire hazard reduction detected. Reward: permanent non-combustibility within the cleared zone.
Han Qingxia.
At this critical juncture, her golden finger proved invaluable. The safety of her bunker was set to increase, once more. With her greatest concern alleviated, Han Qingxia immediately redirected her energy to other matters. For every inch she cleared, she was rewarded. For every fortification she made, her base's defense strengthened. Her fortress was rapidly becoming more formidable. Over the past few days, her deliveries had gradually arrived. After completing her tasks in the bunker during the day, Han Qingxia would head to the warehouse at night to collect her items. She instructed the delivery personnel to place the goods in her warehouse, where she also installed an oversized surveillance camera at the entrance, with Xia Tian inside keeping watch. In this era of peace and prosperity, even in the absence of oversight, individuals refrain from malevolent actions, especially with the presence of an exceptionally fierce dog. The courier routinely unloads cargo in bulk, departing once the task is complete. Han Qingxia visits in the evening to collect her items, utilizing her spatial abilities to transport them back to her base.
Beep.
The system indicates that the warehouse is now fully stocked. The 100 tons of rice, 1,000 boxes of instant noodles, 200 boxes of ham sausages, 100 boxes of pickled vegetables, and over 20,000 meal kits that Han Qingxia ordered have all arrived, neatly arranged in the innermost large warehouse of her air raid shelter. Reward: a super warehouse. Food storage is permanently preserved. The entrance to the grand warehouse before Han Qingxia instantaneously transformed into the sort of vault door she had seen in television dramas. The sturdy metallic door is impervious even to professional breaching tools, accessible only through her own iris recognition. Upon opening the door, she finds the items meticulously categorized and stored, with the most significant feature being its functionality: permanent freshness. No worries about spoilage. Chapter 6: Stocking fruit trees and fish. Furthermore, a batch of seeds that Han Qingxia had ordered has also arrived. She had purchased common crop seeds and saplings. Almost all vegetable seeds are ready for planting, while sweet potatoes require specific seedlings. All the seeds are remarkably inexpensive, particularly the sweet potato seedlings. After placing a substantial order from the largest seed store, the owner generously gifted her several seedlings. As for fruit trees, it is advisable to buy mature saplings that are older. The cultivation of fruit trees is time-consuming and labor-intensive, yielding slow results. Thus, purchasing a 10-year-old sapling proves to be very affordable. A top-quality 10-year-old sugar heart Fuji apple sapling costs merely 70 to 80 yuan. Han Qingxia purchased a large number of 10-year saplings in one go: apple saplings, fig saplings, jujube saplings, pear saplings, mulberry saplings, cherry saplings, orange saplings, plum saplings, may saplings, walnut trees, chestnut trees, hazelnut trees, peach saplings, pear saplings, pomegranate saplings, and persimmon saplings, 3 of each type. This ensures a continuous yield of fruits throughout the year while guaranteeing their survival. She bought over 100 saplings for just over 6,000 yuan, occupying nearly half an acre of land, specifically the vacant area to the right of her air raid shelter. To the left, she constructed a top-notch plastic greenhouse and shelving, into which she sowed a variety of vegetable seeds: greens, cucumbers, eggplants, carrots, tomatoes, cabbages, scallions, and green beans. While many types of vegetables can be conveniently cultivated using seedlings, Han Qingxia opted to start from seeds to ensure successive harvests in the coming years. Potatoes, being tubers, can simply be planted, as is. Fortunately, her land is of superior quality, guaranteeing robust growth once the seeds are sown, requiring minimal effort on her part. In just 10 days, Han Qingxia's air raid shelter underwent a remarkable transformation, appearing entirely revitalized. As time progressed, only 3 days remained before the impending apocalypse. After planting the last tree, she pondered what else she might require for a self-sufficient, secluded life. Even with an abundance of meal kits, nothing compares to fresh food. After days of consuming meal kits, she felt something was amiss. Thus, Han Qingxia resolved to purchase chickens, ducks, and fish to cultivate, ensuring she could enjoy fresh meat at any time. With this thought in mind, she promptly drove to the farmer's market. As usual, she left Summer in the warehouse to facilitate the delivery of supplies later. Having not ventured into the city for several days, Han Qingxia immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere upon her return. Everyone wore masks, their faces betraying anxiety. "Young lady, please hurry if you need something. I must close up and head home soon," she heard at a stand selling live chickens and ducks. Han Qingxia glanced at the dozen or so chickens and ducks, which appeared to be well cared for, both males and females. "Could you lower the price a bit? I'll take them all." Upon hearing this, the vendor's eyes brightened. "You want all of them? Very well. I'll sell them to you for 10 yuan per gene. Normally, my chickens are 15 per gene, and ducks are 11. The total came to 26 live birds, averaging 6 to 7 gene each, costing Han Qingxia over 1,900 yuan. She arranged for the vendor to deliver the chickens and ducks to her warehouse before continuing her shopping. As she wandered through the farmer's market, she spotted an array of fresh fish. Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled. Her air-raid shelter had a water source, allowing her to dig a small pond. She bought over 30 fish in one go, including carp, crucian carp, and grass carp, as well as over 40 gene of fresh shrimp.
Han Qingxia adorerat shrimp.
Relishing dishes like stir-fried shrimp, sweet and sour shrimp balls, and shrimp scrambled eggs. She added a bit more money to have them deliver a large plastic tank and oxygenator to her warehouse. The total expenditure for the fish and shrimp amounted to over 3,000 yuan. Continuing her shopping spree, she discovered that live pigs and cattle were unavailable. However, Han Qingxia had her fresh-keeping warehouse and spatial abilities. She placed an order for 1,000 gene of pork and 500 gene of beef at a stall, urging the vendor to expedite the order. The shopkeeper agreed to contact the slaughterhouse for immediate delivery to her warehouse. The meat was pricier, costing her over 40,000 yuan, yet she still had over 160,000 yuan remaining. After perusing the market for a while, hoping to acquire more fresh goods, she noticed many stalls closing down. Just as she was about to leave, she spotted a corner stall that was still open, surprisingly selling live goats. Han Qingxia seized the opportunity and purchased 2 young goats for 1,500 yuan. The seller explained that these goats had been bred for milk production but were now being sold due to poor market conditions, with only a few kids remaining. Fortuitously, Han Qingxia acquired the last 2. "Miss, you should head home quickly after your purchases," the vendor advised as he took her payment, cautioning her about the flu outbreak and the importance of staying indoors.
Han Qingxia nodded in acknowledgement.
She was well aware of the situation, donning a professional-grade medical mask whenever she ventured out. However, the flu was not the root of the zombie virus. Rather, it merely weakened human resistance, allowing the zombie virus to infect those with diminished immunity, leading to the misconception that the flu was the true culprit. Han Qingxia had gained this knowledge after 10 years of survival in the post-apocalyptic world, yet the origin of the zombie virus remained a mystery to her. Some speculated that the virus was a divine hunting game, as it had also brought about unique changes in humanity. After arranging for the vendor to deliver the goats to her warehouse, Han Qingxia did not linger in the market any longer. With less than 3 days remaining before the outbreak of the apocalyptic virus, she intended to remain indoors during this period. Before returning, however, she was determined to spend every last bit of her money. It was unacceptable to leave any funds unspent. Han Qingxia found a secluded spot devoid of surveillance, storing the 2 young goats in her spatial realm before driving away from the farmer's market. On her way, she encountered a farm supply store and purchased a complete set of commonly used farming tools, including 20 shovels. Many remain unaware that the shovel, among agricultural tools and cold weapons, possesses formidable combat capabilities. In times of war, households bereft of conventional weaponry would readily seize their own shovels. In rural brawls, the mere act of brandishing a shovel signifies a serious confrontation. Today, the powerful military shovels in use are direct upgrades from the original shovel design. Especially in apocalyptic scenarios, cold weapons often prove more effective than firearms. Han Qingxia hoarded a multitude of shovels, sufficient for her current arsenal. Additionally, baseball bats, with their considerable striking power, were also included. Chapter 7. Raiding the Department Store. Han Qingxia entered a sporting goods store. After procuring several of the sturdiest and finest baseball bats, she also gathered a stockpile of adventure gear, flashlights, helmets, armor, protective gear, tents, protective clothing, and tactical jackets, ensuring she was well equipped for outdoor endeavors. This shopping spree cost her over 20,000. Furthermore, the store offered emergency kit accessories, such as tweezers, pliers, bandages, thermometers, which reminded Han Qingxia that a visit to the pharmacy was also in order. After exiting the outdoor equipment store, she made her way to the pharmacy to replenish her stock of common medications, including cold medicine, hemostatic agents, antipyretics, vitamins, bandages, alcohol, and iodine. She had no interest in prescription drugs, as they were entirely unnecessary for her. After a decade of surviving in the apocalypse, daily reliance on various medications was a luxury she had long outgrown. A modest supply of emergency medications sufficed, for in a world ravaged by chaos, poor health is a cardinal sin. By the time she left the pharmacy, it was already around 5 or 6 in the evening. The city was aglow with dazzling neon lights. At this juncture, Han Qingxia had secured everything she could possibly need. Food, drink, shelter, and the essentials of life were all guaranteed. What remained was to replenish her stock of daily necessities. She still had 1.57 million remaining. Time for a leisurely stroll, a chance to indulge, to acquire whatever caught her eye. Before the apocalypse, she resolved to savor a sumptuous feast in this once thriving world. Han Qingxia first treated herself to a meal at a Michelin-starred hotel she had previously deemed too extravagant. She ordered an opulent banquet featuring mushroom soup, garlic ribs, pan-seared silver cod, crispy chicken, and garlic shrimp, indulgences she could not afford before. After relishing the delightful garlic shrimp and filet mignon, she requested the kitchen to prepare 10 portions for her to take away, ensuring to bring some back for summer. After securing a suite at the hotel, she descended to the mall to continue her shopping. The mall was a veritable treasure trove, with an array of tempting food options. Accustomed to hardship, Han Qingxia instinctively gravitated towards the food court. The fragrant offerings included egg waffles, takoyaki, Hong Kong-style cakes, meat floss pastries, fried skewers, fried chicken, fried pork chops, oden, ice cream, milk tea, and an assortment of Cantonese desserts. Here, Han Qingxia realized the overwhelming number of items she desired. However, time constraints and limited funds prevented these delectable treats from making it onto her essential shopping list. Such indulgences were mere embellishments in times of peace, rendered trivial in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Yet, at this moment, she could indulge herself to her heart's content. Han Qingxia systematically cleared out each shop, approaching the staff discreetly and requesting all the snacks available, paying in full, and instructing them to deliver everything to her hotel room upstairs. Each shop attendant's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing her request, hastily preparing her order. At the first bakery, every fresh bread, cheesecake, ice cream puff, cream square, mochi, cream rolls, durian millefeuille, egg yolk pastries, waffles, and butterfly cookies were packaged for her. At the subsequent Korean fried chicken establishment, she ordered every flavor: sweet chili, amber sauce, garlic soy, honey mustard, requesting all forms of fried chicken from boneless pieces to whole birds. At the milk tea shop, she sampled every flavor, requesting milk tea, fruit tea, ice cream tea, milk cap tea, and slushies. After settling her bill and leaving her address, she departed without drawing attention from others. After this shopping spree, she had spent over 200,000 on snacks alone. Each shop stock was approximately worth over 10,000, while for places like the Liangpi and egg waffle shops, where she deemed it unnecessary to hoard, she merely requested one of each flavor, spending only a few hundred to 1,000 at those locations. In total, she had swept through the small food outlets on the second and third floors of the mall. After finishing with the snacks, she proceeded to the supermarket on the ground floor. A trip to the supermarket was a must. She pushed 2 large shopping carts and navigated the vast warehouse-style supermarket. At checkout, her carts were filled with an assortment of items, each only one of its kind. For instance, various snacks and chips were represented by a single bag each, cookies and candies by a single piece, and an assortment of beverages, including juices and sodas, were represented by a single bottle. Prepared foods like roasted sausages, roasted chickens, grilled fish, sushi, and boxed meals were also essential. Semi-prepared items like marinated chicken, pork chops, and fish fillets for a hot pot were necessary as well. As for daily necessities, she included personal care items, face cream, and the essential items she almost forgot: sanitary pads, disposable towels, and wet wipes. Naturally, since her spending was centered around enhancing her living situation, she also ordered essential appliances like a washing machine, a robotic vacuum, and a refrigerator. Previously, she would not have considered such luxuries, but now that she had the means, it was only reasonable to indulge. After pushing 2 full carts to check out, Han Qingxia approached the manager. She instructed him to provide her with the entire inventory of the items in her carts, excluding the appliances. However, Han Qingxia had underestimated both the stock and the prices of these items. Before she could claim everything in her 2 shopping carts, her wallet was empty. 130,000, and she had only acquired a third of her desired items. How embarrassing! Previously, when hoarding basic food supplies, prices were low, but these processed goods were exorbitantly priced. Staring at the depleted balance in her account, she ultimately decided to settle for what she had. It would suffice, and she could always prepare her own culinary delights from raw ingredients later. She left her address with the manager and inquired if the delivery could be made today. The manager assured her it was entirely feasible. Feeling slightly regretful as she gazed at the supermarket, brimming with ample supplies, she wished she could have acquired more. After exiting the supermarket, she wandered upstairs. Thus far, she had only explored the food sections on B1 and B2, having not ventured into the clothing areas due to her dwindling funds. She estimated she had around $70 left. $70 could still allow for some browsing. Even without much money, she could enjoy shopping. She began at a convenience store, purchasing an iced cocoa for 14 yuan, and then meandered through each clothing shop. By the time she finished exploring the 3 floors of clothing stores, her iced cocoa was gone. Along the way, she had spotted a few garments that piqued her interest. "How much is this baseball jacket?" she inquired. "Miss, it's currently on sale for half price, totaling 2,000 yuan. Upon hearing this price, Han Qingxia fell silent. 2,000 yuan, even at half price, was exorbitantly high. This was the finest mall in the area, where only high-end brands were sold. It was truly beyond her means. Leaving empty-handed, she caught a glimpse of the sales associate who had quoted her the price, and the manager nudged her, dismissing her. Why bother with someone who clearly could not afford their products? She had wandered through several floors empty-handed. It was evident she was not a potential buyer. In the future, one must be more astute and learn to read people. The chastened sales assistant merely pursed her lips, remaining silent. Han Qingxia, having overheard their conversation, chose to ignore them and continued her stroll. After enduring the struggles of the apocalypse for so long, she was far from being a mindless fool, rushing into arguments or impulsively spending money at the slightest provocation. In this world, there was no need for face-slapping. What was required was the elimination of threats. Chapter 8. A severe beating for Haning. As Han Qingxia continued her perambulation, she suddenly caught sight of 2 familiar figures. A young man accompanied a pregnant woman. Walking ahead of her, wasn't he that Haning and his wife, the very couple she had previously outsmarted? "Darling, calm down. Today, buy whatever you wish. Just forgive me and don't get upset. It might harm the baby."
Han Ying.
"You have been deceiving me all along. Your family does not possess that house. You intentionally misled me. That house truly belongs to us. My mother paid 2 million to purchase it from Han Qingxia. We can transfer ownership as soon as we find her. But wait. Didn't your mother say that house still belongs to Han Qingxia? She gifted it to you. Hence it cannot be registered in my name. How can it now be yours to sell?" My dear, in any case, that house will soon be ours. I am the only son. What is mine is yours.
Just trust me. Haning.
How can I trust you? You previously claimed it was furnished and ready to move in, and now it's just a shell. You said it was your family's property. Yet now debt collectors are at your door. I see through your family's deceit. I absolutely cannot keep this child. I'm calling it off right now. Darling. Darling. Han Qingxia stood at a corner, her lips curling into a smile as she listened to their exchange. How delightful. In just 10 days, the Han family had descended into such chaos, and her grandmother had even been hospitalized. However, the drama could become even more entertaining. She watched as Haning, desperately trying to catch up with his wife, was oblivious to her mischievous whistle directed at him. Upon hearing the whistle, a flustered Haning turned to see a girl leisurely leaning against the glass railing, observing them with an amused expression. It was none other than Han Qingxia. Instantly, he froze, yearning to pursue her, but his wife had already descended to the next level. Darling, darling, torn between his wife, who was intent on terminating her pregnancy, and Han Qingxia, Haning wished he could split himself in two. After weighing his options, he ultimately decided to chase after Han Qingxia. Damn it! If he could capture this wretched girl and present her to his wife for an explanation, everything would be resolved. He turned and sprinted up the descending escalator in pursuit of Han Qingxia. She ambled along at a leisurely pace, and by the time he reached her, she had already circled around to the opposite escalator, leading him on a wild chase through the entire mall. Their pursuit culminated in the underground parking lot. Damn it! You think you can escape, you wretched girl? Haning, panting heavily, cornered Han Qingxia against the wall of the parking garage. You think you can deceive me behind my back? Let us see if I can't make you pay today. At that moment, Han Qingxia, grinning mischievously, casually closed the trunk of her car. I share that sentiment. She emerged wielding a baseball bat. Upon seeing the bat, an alarm bell rang in Han Ying's mind. You dare to strike me? Before he could finish his sentence, with a swift motion, Han Qingxia swung the bat and struck him. She swiftly overpowered him, dislocating his jaw and leaving him speechless, dragging him into a corner of the parking lot for a thorough beating. Having survived the apocalypse for a decade, she had mastered various combat techniques. A grown man would meet his end in just 3 strikes at her hands. However, she showed remarkable restraint with Haning. She pounded him for half an hour, breaking his arms and legs, targeting only the most painful areas without taking his life. After 30 minutes, Haning lay on the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. Leaning against the car door, Han Qingxia kicked his limp body, bending down to retrieve his phone from his pocket, then stepping on his head to dial 120. Look how generous I am, calling for help on your behalf. You should be grateful. Hearing this, Han Ying nearly choked on his own blood. Damn it! If only you would move your foot from my head, I could accept your kindness. You ungrateful wretch. You'll end up just like your grandmother, recovering in the hospital. With a heavier footfall, she rendered him unconscious for 7 days. Han Qingxia then tidied up the scene, erasing all traces of Han Ying's identity to ensure that, in case of an emergency, the hospital would be unable to identify him. Additionally, she transferred all his money from WeChat and Alipay to her own phone, utilizing his fingerprint to authorize the transactions. After completing these tasks, she dragged him to the bar street outside the parking lot. The location from which she called for help was also on the bar street. It wasn't too long before the ambulance arrived, and she blended into the crowd, observing as they carried him away. Calmly, she stood under a streetlight, sending a message to his parents from Haning's phone, informing them of his assault and instructing them to visit the hospital. Afterward, she sold his phone to a nearby mobile shop. Even if they reported the incident, it would take 3 days for them to trace it back to Han Qingxia. And by the time they investigated Han Ying's whereabouts, the world would have already ended. After teaching Han Ying a lesson, Han Qingxia found her account enriched by 30,000 yuan. With this newfound wealth, she stocked up on supplies, emptying several shelves in a convenience store outside the mall and loading her purchases into her cart. Just as she was about to leave, a man collapsed onto her car. Han Qingxia's gaze darkened as several stylishly dressed individuals approached, helping the man to his feet. My apologies, miss. My friend has had a bit too much to drink. One burly tattooed man waved an explanation to her. Once they had hoisted the unconscious man upright, the group departed, laughing and joking amongst themselves. Damn it. He went down after just 2 drinks. He used to boast about his tolerance. Perhaps marriage has weakened him. The laughter echoed all around. Han Qingxia leaned against her car window, watching the group as they faded into the distance, her gaze fixating on the young man who had been propped up. His head hung low, his body stiff, and the hands hanging limply at his side appeared an unnatural shade of pale. But soon, the young man stirred awake. What just happened? What is going on? I got drunk? You're useless. How much did you even drink? Work stress, I need to head back. Head back? No way. We're drinking until we drop. Tonight, we don't leave until we're plastered. The group laughed and continued on their way, while Han Qingxia's expression grew even more somber. She glanced at her phone to check the time. Today was the 9th. The outbreak of the zombie virus in her past life occurred on the 11th. The end of the world. Chapter 9. The apocalypse descends. She returned to the hotel where she was staying, only to find her room overflowing with items. After greeting the front desk and requesting a delivery, she opened the door to allow the staff to bring in her belongings. At that moment, the table, floor, and bed were all cluttered with various things, including a sizable amount of freshly cooked fried chicken. With a flick of her hand, Qingxia swiftly gathered everything into her spatial storage. She intended to spend the night there and leave the following day. After all, she couldn't let her expenditure go to waste. Before succumbing to sleep, Qingxia engaged in 3 hours of intense physical training until she reached the limits of her endurance. Only then did she take a shower and check the surveillance feeds from her bomb shelter and warehouse to prepare for sleep. Both locations appeared secure. She exchanged a few words with her robotic assistant, Xia, instructing it to keep watch over her possessions, promising to return first thing in the morning. Xia responded with a human-like understanding, obediently settling into its dog bed within the warehouse. Qingxia slept soundly until the next day, at 6 o'clock, roused by the blaring sirens of police cars and ambulances. Although she was in a centrally located hotel known for its excellent soundproofing, her sensitivity to disturbances meant that even the slightest noise could awaken her. Upon hearing the sirens, she rushed to the window. Drawing back the curtains, she peered down to see a multitude of police cars and ambulances converging near her hotel, which was situated close to a bustling array of bars and entertainment venues. She spotted an ambulance parked in front of the bar she had seen the previous evening, where several bloodied individuals were being carried out. A troubling thought gripped her mind just as hurried footsteps and urgent knocking echoed from outside her room. Grasping a shovel, Qingxia approached the door and peered through the peephole to find a hotel staff member standing outside. Although her expression was tense, she bore no injuries or blood, and her complexion appeared normal. "Is everything all right, miss? We've received reports of several guests fainting and in need of assistance. Are you okay?" The staff member inquired through the door. "I'm fine," Qingxia replied, her voice steady. "Please remain in your room for a moment. The hotel will extend your stay free of charge. Apologies for the disturbance," the staff member said before moving on to the next room. At that moment,
Qingxia's nervasualta.
the apocalypse had seemingly arrived ahead of schedule. She had to leave immediately. Grabbing her car keys, she exited the hotel, ensuring to take with her the complimentary water, beverages, and toiletries from her room. As she opened the door, she noticed the staff member heading towards the furthest room. After knocking several times, the staff member produced a key card and unlocked the door. Qingxia watched as she entered. Before long, a frantic voice rang out. Sir, what's wrong? Room 809. We have a guest who has fainted. Hurry." The attendant called for assistance over her earpiece. Qingxia strode purposefully toward the elevator. As she entered an empty lift descending, the adjacent lift opened simultaneously. A group of staff members emerged, rushing towards the innermost rooms. Just as the elevator doors closed behind her, Qingxia heard a piercing scream.
Ah!
The voice was all too familiar. The zombie virus had broken out ahead of schedule. Qingxia decisively pressed the button for the 5th floor, bypassing the reception lobby on the 1st floor. This hotel was connected to a shopping mall. The lower 2 floors and all the way up to the 5th floor housed a sprawling commercial complex, the very one she had explored the previous day. At 6 o'clock, the mall was closed and the earliest employees wouldn't arrive until 8. Thus, the shopping area was truly deserted. In an apocalypse, the most perilous place is among crowds. She had to escape the throngs. Qingxia stepped off at the 5th floor. As anticipated, the mall was shrouded in darkness, with no lights on. However, upon entering the 5th floor atrium, she could distinctly hear screams from outside. Stealing a glance out the window, she witnessed chaos unfolding in the streets. A bloodied man burst from a bar, lunging at a woman out for a morning jog, targeting her abdomen. He tackled her to the ground, viciously tearing into her stomach. The woman screamed in agony, unable to fend off his brutal assault as he sunk his teeth into her insides. Blood splattering across his face as he devoured her heart and entrails. As the clock struck 7, the city was mostly deserted, save for the police and ambulances responding to the mayhem. One police vehicle halted upon witnessing the scene, rushing to restrain the man. The woman lay in a pool of blood, unnoticed, as her limbs began to twitch uncontrollably. After a few rapid spasms, she suddenly became still. "Miss, are you?" Suddenly, her lifeless eyes snapped open, devoid of clarity, as she lunged for her would-be saviors. The scene erupted into chaos. Han Qingxia observed this from the fifth-floor window. This was the apocalypse, the very apocalypse she was most familiar with. Indeed, it had come a full day earlier than expected. Welcome to the era of the end times. With determination, Han Qingxia turned and dashed toward the fifth floor's escalators, intent on descending to the B2 parking garage while avoiding all elevators. As she sprinted through the empty mall, the array of enticing goods caught her eye. Supplies. How could she leave without taking advantage of this treasure trove? She resolved to gather as much as she could. At that moment, a voice resonated in her mind.
Ding.
Super Lord system activated. Limited time, 2 hours. For every 10,000 yuan worth of goods collected, receive 1 cubic meter of personal storage space. With a baseball bat in hand, Han Qingxia exclaimed, "Yes. This is the divine assistance I needed." With a crash, the glass before her shattered. Han Qingxia charged in, arms outstretched, as anything she touched vanished into thin air, directly entering her spatial storage. She was unfazed by the thought of being recorded by surveillance cameras. After all, it was the apocalypse. Who would be monitoring anything?
Ding.
Detected 279 pieces of fashionable women's clothing, valued at 650,000 yuan. Reward, 65 cubic meters.
Ding.
Detected 144 pieces of fashionable men's clothing, valued at 580,000 yuan. Reward, 58 cubic meters.
Ding.
Detected 489 designer wedding dresses, valued at 1,890,000 yuan. Reward, 189 cubic meters. Whether it was men's or women's attire, children's clothing, undergarments, shoes, bags, or bridal gowns, Han Qingxia wanted it all. This scavenging mission was far more exhilarating than her previous move, even if she had emptied her home. It paled in comparison to the bounty awaiting her now, with each store containing tens or even hundreds of thousands worth of goods. In just about an hour, Han Qingxia had completely ransacked the luxury stores across multiple floors, leaving no item untouched. In various branded boutiques, one can find an array of women's, men's, and children's apparel, athletic wear, footwear, bags, watches, and cosmetics, including exquisite jewelry featuring diamonds and gold. The latest Pineapple smartphones and Pineapple computers are fervently sought after. While America boasts Apple, China revels in Pineapple. Once unattainable luxury items like SK2, the Little Light, and La Mer are now in high demand. Those coveted designer handbags, previously only admired from a distance, alongside other luxury goods that require purchase quotas, are now highly sought after. The display windows sparkle with magnificent diamond rings, vibrant gemstones, and golden treasures, capturing attention. Her personal space has expanded to over 10,000 cubic meters in the blink of an eye. Although high-end boutiques are exorbitantly priced, with a single handbag costing tens of thousands, their inventory is limited. Many luxury stores only display a superficial selection of items, necessitating special orders for customers, as the unit prices are so high that actual stock is scarce. To add to the intrigue, this mall surprisingly lacks ultra-premium luxury items priced over $1 million. Otherwise, Han Qingxia's space would have skyrocketed. Luxury goods truly hold immense value. Han Qingxia arrives at the underground food court. Yesterday, she thoroughly scoured this area. Although spending money felt somewhat wasteful, it ultimately saved her precious time. Time is of the essence now. With the zombie virus just having erupted, everyone is in a state of confusion. She must conclude her scavenging within these 2 hours, taking advantage of the still-functioning transport to make her escape. Had she not spent money yesterday, she would now be hastily passing by these scattered, inexpensive shops. Nevertheless, as she dashed through the food court, she managed to collect several items: an oven, an ice cream machine, and a coffee maker, enabling her to create culinary delights at home. She swiftly navigates through these areas and soon reaches the massive supermarket she visited yesterday. She had spent over $1 million there, acquiring merely a fraction of the available goods. The resources within are abundant. Han Qingxia climbs over the barrier and leaps into the supermarket, her scavenging pace accelerating. She directly rummages through the shelves, absorbing one after another. One shelf of chocolates, another of cookies, yet another of potato chips, and one filled with roasted sausages. She charges into the raw and cooked food sections, diving straight into their kitchens. An entire freezer of frozen ham, another filled with freshly roasted chicken. Everything she had missed yesterday is now at her fingertips. In less than half an hour, Qingxia has completely emptied the enormous warehouse supermarket. As she glides past, she notices employees on roller skates, speeding along in the aisles. After clearing the supermarket, she discovers she still has 20 minutes left. At this moment, she spots the internal elevators. These large supermarkets have their own storage facilities. Qingxia steps into the employee elevator. As the doors slowly open before her, she is greeted by rows upon rows of box supplies. Hundreds of boxes of premium rice, countless boxes of imported snacks, and an abundance of beverages and condiments, along with daily necessities like sanitary pads. This is the supermarket's warehouse area. Qingxia finally comprehends that the million-worth goods she collected yesterday were merely a drop in the ocean. Indeed, there is still so much more. Gliding on her skates through the aisles of box supplies, she clears one row after another. As the system's countdown reaches the 2-hour mark, Qingxia, drenched in sweat, pops open a bottle of ice-cold cola and takes a refreshing sip. The warehouse before her is now fully emptied. In this venture, she has amassed over 14,800 cubic meters of space. While it may seem modest, 14,800 cubic meters equates to a volume of approximately 25 meters by 25 meters by 25 meters high, akin to a 10-story building. The amassed resources occupy merely 1%, insufficient to fill even a single floor. The largest shopping mall in the city has been thoroughly cleared out by her. All the supplies are now within her possession. Qingxia beams with satisfaction. She changes into her running shoes, discards the empty cola bottle in the desolate warehouse, and takes the internal elevator back to the supermarket, ascending via the employee staircase. Work is done. Time to head home. She opts not to use the elevator, but instead sends it to her floor before pressing the button for the B2 parking lot. She descends in sync with her own rhythm. Given the elevator's audible signals, should any danger arise in the parking lot, zombies would be attracted by the sounds. Safety first. Qingxia descends the employee's stairs with light, swift steps. Upon reaching B2, just as her arranged elevator arrives with a ding, she notices a woman who initially intended to rush into the employee elevator turn and sprint towards it, crying out for help. Help! Help! The woman is followed by 2 blood-soaked individuals clad in employee uniforms. Don't come near. Don't come near. There's someone inside. You can eat her. In a moment of desperation, the woman spots the open elevator doors and attempts to rush in, hoping to push the occupant out and confront the pursuing monsters. Yet, as the doors part, she finds it utterly empty. In her moment of shock, she is tackled by the very creatures chasing her. Don't bite me. Don't bite me. Recognize me. I am Manager Wang. Don't bite me. The woman screams in panic. At that instant, she catches sight of the employee's stairway door swinging open. A young girl in simple athletic attire emerges. The woman pauses, recognizing her from the previous day as the one she had disparaged as a poor girl. Save me. Save me. She implores, waving her hands frantically. Please help. I'll give you our store's gold card. No. I'll give you 1 piece of clothing. 10 pieces. 100 pieces. Help me. Qingxia, gripping her baseball bat, contemplates her only course of action amidst such chaos, expressing gratitude. She strides away, her footsteps resolute, as the woman's cries grow louder. Thank you for being of some use before your demise. With a powerful push on the accelerator, Qingxia speeds out of the garage. It is now past 8 o'clock, and the city begins to awaken. The zombie virus outbreak early this morning has plunged everyone into confusion and terror. The first victims are the breakfast establishments, sanitation workers, public transport systems, and all-night venues. In places bustling with crowds, a single case of mutation can lead to utter chaos. This morning, emergency lines 110 and 120 are overwhelmed. Those attempting to report incidents cannot get through. The city's operational departments have ground to a halt. Following that, the office workers, including those at Qingxia's mall, are now subjected to the unfolding chaos. Fortunately, those who rely on public transport are mostly stranded on the roads, with no vehicles available. Unfortunately, for those who have boarded, the nightmare has just begun. Chapter 11. Escape from the city center. For those who have boarded, hell has just begun. Numerous buses witness elderly passengers collapsing. Once they regain consciousness, the entire bus becomes a trap with no escape. A portion of the fortunate ones manage to reach their workplaces, like Manager Wang, who arrived on her own vehicle or electric scooter, only to discover that the doors of their workplace remain shut today. As the crowd gathered in small clusters, their bewilderment was soon eclipsed by the sight of an individual, bloodied and staggering, rushing towards them. This was the early onset of the apocalypse. Those who witnessed this scene could only surmise a brawl or imminent danger. Eager bystanders attempted to offer assistance, only to promptly receive a ticket to the realm of the undead. Such occurrences were rampant throughout the city. It was a descent into chaos. Han Qingxia understood that this was merely the beginning. Countless individuals remained ensconced in their homes, yet to emerge. Now was the opportune moment to flee, while the masses remained unaware. Soon, there would be a surge of panicked exodus, and the transportation system would be utterly paralyzed. "Help me!" At that moment, a young woman with outstretched arms appeared before Han Qingxia. Beside her, her boyfriend was aiding an elderly man who had fallen.
Stop the car.
"Someone has fainted. Please, take her to the hospital." The woman stood resolutely in the middle of the street, attempting to halt Han Qingxia's vehicle. It was a peculiar sight, for her car was the sole one on the road. The reasons for the emptiness were unfathomable, and calls to emergency services went unanswered. Finally spotting another vehicle, she felt compelled to intervene. In the face of the woman, Han Qingxia's gaze turned icy, her foot pressing down firmly on the accelerator. Whoosh! The obstructing woman was caught off guard as Han Qingxia barreled forward, her car not veering an inch. Fortunately, the woman managed to dodge just in time. Otherwise, she would have met her end beneath the wheels. "Who do you think you are? If you won't help, at least slow down. Are you trying to kill me?" Madwoman. Cold-hearted.
Selfish.
Lacking compassion. A monster. The woman shouted, visibly shaken. "Are you okay, my love?" The boyfriend exclaimed. "I've never encountered someone like her before. To not assist, and yet not decelerate, she almost ran me over. Be careful while flagging down cars. There are selfish people everywhere. Few possess our kindness. Let's capture her on camera and expose her online." As he spoke, the man suddenly screamed. His neck had been viciously bitten by the very elderly woman he had been assisting, who had awakened from her stupor and sunk her teeth into him. Blood spurted forth in torrents. "Honey!" The woman instinctively recoiled 2 steps before lunging forward, wielding her bag to strike the elderly woman. "Let go of my husband! Let go of my husband!" She kicked and pounded the undead grandmother, seizing the moment to pull her husband away. "Quickly, to the hospital. Are you alright?" With one arm supporting her husband, she continued to fend off the rising zombie. However, no matter how fiercely she fought, her blows seemed futile. More horrifying was the sight of the old woman's limbs twisting unnaturally. Her ashen face bore no hint of color, her lifeless eyes fixated on them, and her gaping mouth, filled with blood, resembled a grotesque caricature of the undead from television. Terror gripped the woman as she realized this was indeed a zombie. Just then, she was tackled to the ground by her own undead husband, who bit into her neck.
"Ah, darling."
"It's me." In a horrifying turn, the previous elderly zombie lunged at her, tearing open her abdomen, ravenously feasting upon her insides. In that dreadful moment, as her intestines were violently extracted, the last image she beheld was that of a fleeing car's exhaust, the very vehicle that had failed to halt. Han Qingxia, glancing in the rear-view mirror, caught a fleeting glimpse of the woman being overwhelmed and devoured, before swiftly averting her gaze. Kindness? Compassion? Apologies, but such virtues exist only in paradise. Here it was hell. Han Qingxia pressed the accelerator to the floor.
Whoosh. Boom.
Bang, bang, bang. As she sped forward, Han Qingxia realized the road ahead was deteriorating rapidly. Vehicles and panicked crowds surged against her direction. At the intersection ahead, several cars lay overturned, obstructing a significant portion of the roadway. As she maneuvered around the wreckage, she glimpsed hordes of zombies clinging to the sides of vehicles, voraciously tearing into the drivers and passengers within. Screams echoed incessantly, blood gushing forth. Sensing Han Qingxia's presence, the zombies, like predators catching the scent of fresh prey, pursued her vehicle relentlessly. All living beings became their targets. The chaos at the intersection intensified. Han Qingxia furrowed her brow in concern. This route was fraught with danger. How could there be so many zombies? Suddenly, a massive red cross loomed ahead. Damn it! The hospital. She had been contemplating why the outbreak was so severe along this road. It turned out there was a hospital.
Bam, bam, bam.
Han Qingxia plowed through the horde of zombies that lunged at her, speeding past the intersection. The hospital was a disaster zone, but once she broke free from its confines, safety awaited. As she approached the intersection, a surge of zombies poured forth from the left side, rushing towards her vehicle. A blood-soaked female zombie in a nurse's uniform dashed forward, bursting through the barricade, and lunged at Han Qingxia's car. Thud! A blood-smeared handprint splattered against her windshield as the female zombie slammed into it, gnashing her teeth. In that harrowing proximity, Han Qingxia could clearly see the ghastly visage of the creature. Her nose had been devoured, leaving a gaping, bloody cavity, her right eyeball dangling precariously from its socket. Her mouth torn open to the point of revealing bone, yet remnants of glossy lipstick lingered on the half that remained intact.
Ah, ah, ah.
The nurse zombie, frustrated after several futile attempts to break through, widened her gaping maw, tearing her own face further apart in a grotesque display reminiscent of a horror anime character. As she aimed to smash through Han Qingxia's windshield, with a screech of tires, Han Qingxia executed a graceful 360-degree turn, flinging the zombie aside and narrowly escaping the swarm that threatened to engulf her. Zombies? There was nothing to fear. She had dispatched far too many. Her foot pressed down once more on the accelerator, roaring forward, breaking free from the hospital's vicinity. Just as Han Qingxia maneuvered through another intersection, with safety almost within reach, a thunderous crash resounded. An enormous 22-wheeled truck careened out of control, colliding with a nearby sedan, blocking her path. There was no way to evade.
Boom.
Crash. The cacophony of overturned vehicles reverberated through the air. Han Qingxia's had jolted violently from the impact of the airbag. At that moment, the intersection was a chaotic tableau, with a massive truck crushing several smaller cars, solidly blocking the thoroughfare. Miraculously, Han Qingxia's vehicle was nestled securely beneath the raised tires, mere inches away. After narrowly avoiding disaster, her head buzzing from the airbag's force, Han Qingxia struck the airbag in frustration, attempting to regain control of her vehicle. Damn it! The car was broken. Before Han Qingxia had thought about acquiring a vehicle, several factors deterred her. The scarcity of time, limited finances, and the realization that in the post-apocalyptic world, cars were seldom necessary. While she had access to a vehicle, the lack of fuel rendered it virtually useless. Fuel had become an incredibly rare resource, demanded for myriad purposes. To allocate it for transportation seemed extravagantly impractical. Han Qingxia had adapted to a lifestyle of proximity, preferring to walk for short distances and utilize modified bicycles for medium-range travel. For long distances, she simply refrained from venturing forth. Who would dare to traverse such perilous expanses? In this unforgiving world, running around recklessly was tantamount to courting death. Thus, she did not regard a fuel-consuming vehicle as a vital investment. Alas, now that her car had failed her, it had presented her with an unexpected predicament. Suddenly, she was jolted from her thoughts by the increasingly close sounds of rustling outside. After rubbing her temples to clear her mind, Han Qingxia calmly surveyed her surroundings within the vehicle, unfastened her seatbelt, and pushed open the door. As the door swung wide, a shovel appeared firmly grasped in her palm. When confronting zombies, a knife proved inadequate. Its thin blade and narrow surface made it difficult to extract once embedded in flesh. However, a shovel, now that was a different matter. With a decisive thud, Han Qingxia brought the shovel down upon the nearest approaching elderly zombie, crushing its skull. Following this, she delivered a swift kick, and with a sharp sound, the shovel's head embedded itself into the creature's brain, severing its spinal cord. Thus, this zombie was thoroughly dispatched. She twirled the shovel in her hand, slightly disappointed as she withdrew it. At this early stage, the zombies lacked crystal cores within their brains. With this in mind, her approach to killing became even more brutal and straightforward. Thud, thud, thud. Han Qingxia identified a less populated direction teeming with zombies. Armed with her shovel, she charged forth. clearing a path through the wreckage of the accident. The majority of the undead congregated at the front of the accident scene, where the stench of blood was most pungent. Qingxia moved swiftly and efficiently, her movements quiet and fluid, taking advantage of the sparse number of zombies to escape the wreckage. As she neared the intersection, a piercing scream pierced the air from a vehicle that had also been struck, yet its occupants remained fortuitously alive. It was a valuable sports car. She's killing people. A terrified girl in the passenger seat grasped her boyfriend's hand, her voice trembling as she watched Qingxia dispatch the undead with ruthless precision. Qingxia cast a cold glance at them, noticing the deployed airbags in their vehicle. She quickly averted her gaze, deeming the car useless, much like its occupants. Continuing her retreat, Qingxia resolved to find another vehicle to escape, or, if that failed, to run out of the city on foot. Just then, the door of the vehicle behind her swung open. "Can you take us with you?" A young man in the driver's seat implored, desperation etched on his face. "Take us to safety, and I'll pay you. My father is the chairman of Dongping Group. We have money. Whatever you need, I'll give it to you." Qingxia dismissed him with indifference, her focus unwavering as she pressed forward. "What are you saying to her? She's a murderer. We need to call the police and have her arrested," the woman exclaimed. "Shut up," the man retorted, hastening to follow Qingxia, who had already darted down a narrow path. Thud, thud, thud. After dispatching 5 zombies, Qingxia finally exited the hospital grounds and found herself in a residential area. Fortunately, due to the majority of residents being trapped indoors, a large-scale outbreak had not erupted. As she traversed the quiet green spaces of the neighborhood, she occasionally encountered a few zombie sanitation workers or joggers, each easily dealt with by a single swing of her shovel. She continued her search for a vehicle, yet luck seemed to evade her. Not a single car was in sight. Meanwhile, her 2 unwelcome companions trailed closely behind her. "Honey, this path is too difficult to navigate in high heels," the woman complained. "If you can't walk, then just go," the man snapped, his patience wearing thin. The woman's face fell, and she attempted to employ her usual charm to elicit sympathy from her boyfriend. "Darling," but instead, she was met with, "How did I end up with such a useless and brainless woman? You can't do anything, and just hold me back. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Get lost." Hearing his scathing words, her once radiant face turned pale. Biting her lip, she cast her gaze toward Qingxia, who was gracefully navigating ahead with her shovel, and her boyfriend, who had abandoned her to catch up. She fell silent, limping along in her high heels to keep pace. As Qingxia continued her path through the greenery, she spotted an open delivery truck parked in front of a convenience store. A vehicle. If she failed to secure one soon, she might have to resort to stealing one. Without hesitation, she sprinted toward the truck, her 2 pursuers hastening after her. Upon reaching the vehicle, she was elated to discover the keys still in the ignition, the door ajar, and the previous occupants nowhere to be found. A quick glance toward the convenience store revealed it too was deserted, save for the blood-soaked floor behind the counter. It seemed this place had not escaped the chaos. Someone must have transformed into a zombie, frightening away the rest. Resolute in her principle of never leaving empty-handed, Qingxia seized the keys and dashed inside to scavenge supplies. She understood that spending an additional half-minute clearing the store now would save her 100-fold in time and effort when attempting to gather similar resources in the future. In the world of the undead, time was not just measured in the present but stretched infinitely into the future, where conditions would only worsen. No one ever complained about having too many supplies. With a quick decision made, Qingxia rolled up her sleeves and began to gather. By the time her 2 followers entered the convenience store, she had nearly emptied it of all but the items behind the counter. Qingxia had no need for shelves. The store was small, and she swiftly made 2 laps, collecting every last resource. Snacks, candies, daily necessities, and her personal favorites, handheld rice balls, sushi, box meals, breads, cakes, and ice cream, were all swept into her haul. The beverages were nearly all gone as well. "Is this a new convenience store?" the woman gasped as she rushed in, only to find it nearly barren. Qingxia was aware of her 2 followers trailing behind her. As she prepared to leave, she pretended to carry 2 buckets of water, showcasing her haul to them as she exited to the waiting vehicle. "Hey, you didn't pay for that. And you took everything. What will we eat?" The woman protested loudly. Her complaints earned her a sharp retort from the man beside her. Are you out of your mind? After chastising her, he attempted to catch up with Han Qingxia. Miss, can you take me with you? Please take me to the Wanjia mansion in the west of the city. I'll pay you $1 million. As Han Qingxia climbed into the truck, slamming the door shut, she felt a flicker of interest and replied, Do you really think money is useful at a time like this? His expression shifted dramatically, realization dawning upon him. Money was worthless now, utterly devoid of value. He watched helplessly as Han Qingxia drove away in the delivery truck, leaving him behind. Husband, look at her. She shows you no gratitude. No matter what you say, she ignores you. We should call the police, exclaimed the foolish man. Do you truly believe the police and money hold any value now? He bellowed in anger. 40 minutes later, Han Qingxia successfully broke free from the city, driving onto the suburban roads. As she distanced herself from the bustling metropolis, the number of zombies and anomalies on the roads diminished significantly. The outskirts appeared to remain unscathed for the moment. With a screech, Han Qingxia parked her car in front of her warehouse.
Woof.
Woof. Xia Tian immediately sensed her arrival and joyfully barked at her. Han Qingxia affectionately patted its head, acknowledging its loyalty. She retrieved Xia Tian and loaded a substantial amount of supplies from the warehouse. These were the provisions she had procured from the farmer's market and supermarket the previous day. With a sweeping gesture, all the densely packed goods vanished into her spatial realm. Her space could accommodate the chickens, ducks, and lambs she had acquired yesterday. Contemplating this, she attempted to include Xia Tian within, but woof.
Woof.
It was futile. She surmised that the system could only store low-intelligence living beings possessing food attributes, thus excluding dogs. Naturally, it also meant that humans were not viable candidates either. Han Qingxia felt no significant disappointment. Having this capability was a bonus, but lacking it posed no issue. She firmly believed that her own strength was her true power. Relying excessively on such a robust system was unwise. Instead, she sought to enhance herself through its aid, transforming that power into her own. Otherwise, should the system vanish or unforeseen circumstances arise, she would find herself in dire straits. After clearing the warehouse of its supplies, Han Qingxia locked the door and departed with Xia Tian, heading straight for her air raid shelter, the sanctuary she had meticulously crafted for the impending apocalypse. An hour later, Han Qingxia collapsed onto the ultra-soft cloud-like sofa she had acquired during her shopping spree, cracking open a bottle of cola. She heated up the exquisite steak and prawns from the Michelin-starred restaurant she had taken home yesterday and settled in front of the enormous television with Xia Tian, both engrossed in the news. Emergency broadcast, emergency broadcast. The news anchor announced. This morning, numerous incidents of severe injuries have been reported. Let us now join our correspondent on the scene for further details. During the live news coverage, a reporter approached a cordoned-off area. In his frame, the vicinity of the hotel from which Han Qingxia had fled earlier was clearly visible. A bustling bar street lay behind a prominent barricade. Inside the cordon, police struggled valiantly to disperse the growing crowd using smoke grenades and other crowd control measures, but their efforts yielded little result. Amidst the thick smoke, the sight of frantic heads bobbed and anguished screams pierced the air. Vehicles lay overturned, while emergency service vehicles were trapped in the chaos, their personnel seemingly lost amidst the turmoil. It was evident that, following the outbreak, a throng of people had attempted to escape, but were ultimately unsuccessful.
Leave.
Quickly depart, shouted a police officer at the perimeter, urging those who dared approach. The scene was undeniably gruesome, and the reporter, filled with urgency, surveyed the chaos, uncertain of the cause. Suddenly, he spotted an injured individual emerging from the smoke and rushed toward him, camera in tow. Sir, can you tell us? A chilling scream interrupted him, and the camera wildly shook, spinning as if the cameraman had also come under attack. As the camera crashed to the ground, all onlookers witnessed the reporter being knocked down by the fleeing figure, blood gushing forth and splattering the lens. With a beep, the broadcast abruptly cut off, leaving viewers at home in horror. Han Qingxia observed the frozen screen, a slight arch of her brow revealing her relief at having evacuated so promptly. Had she lingered even a moment longer, her fortune would surely have turned for the worse. She switched the channel with the remote, landing on the provincial television station. At that moment, The provincial station was airing pre-prepared news segments, revealing the lagging nature of their updates. While the city station provided live coverage, the provincial station had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. After concluding an economic report, the anchor continued with a cheerful warning about the flu epidemic, advising viewers to minimize outings and avoid cross-contamination. Suddenly, a blood-soaked staff member burst onto the set, collapsing upon the anchor's desk, motionless. The anchor's initially composed demeanor rapidly shifted to one of fear and confusion as he glanced toward the director. In an instant, sheer terror filled his eyes, as if he had witnessed something unimaginable. "Director, cut," he shouted into his earpiece, but before he could finish, the man who had just collapsed lunged at him. With a scream, the broadcast cut to static. Such incidents unfolded across numerous television stations. Some succumbed earlier, while others held on longer. Those that fell first lost their signals entirely, leaving behind only a flurry of static, while later ones were witnessed live by their audience. On this fateful day, all institutions were succumbing one after another. Qingxia cycled through several channels, discovering that besides a handful of channels airing pre-scheduled animations and dramas, all others had succumbed to darkness. Soon, the interrupted signals were supplanted by the national broadcast. A stark black screen displayed an urgent message: emergency notification. Widespread attacks are occurring nationwide. All citizens are advised to remain indoors. All schools are suspended, and all commercial establishments are closed. Secure your doors and windows. Await rescue. Await rescue. Await rescue. The national station severed all signals to uniformly broadcast this alarming notice, repeating the call for aid thrice. Qingxia was all too familiar with this scene. During the outbreak in her past life, the television stations issued similar announcements. Initially, the populace believed the content wholeheartedly, convinced that the crisis would be swiftly resolved. Little did they know it was a cataclysmic blow. The zombie virus was insurmountable. Unless all infected individuals, even those with the most minor wounds, were eliminated immediately, there was no hope. By the time the authorities recognized the severity, the zombie virus had fully erupted. Ultimately, they abandoned comprehensive rescue efforts, leaving local populations to fend for themselves. In the later stages, no announcements were made at all. People were left to survive on their own. By the time the general public realized the gravity of their situation, their food supplies had nearly been depleted. No one would willingly deliver provisions to them. It was then that everyone comprehended that the true apocalypse had begun, and they must gather resources by any means necessary. In her previous life, Qingxia had been remarkably fortunate, as she had witnessed the mutations unfold in the field hospital at the onset of the outbreak. She recognized the horror of the zombie virus. Upon returning home with her sister-in-law, she immediately instructed her family to seal their doors and windows, avoiding any outside contact. This stroke of luck allowed them to evade the initial wave of zombie chaos. For 3 consecutive days and nights, the community she belonged to echoed with screams. Every household that dared to open their doors was utterly annihilated. Gradually, the residents discerned a pattern. By remaining silent and keeping their doors and windows tightly shut, they could temporarily evade the zombies. While everyone huddled in fear, Qingxia decisively ventured out to procure supplies. At this juncture, the zombies exhibited relatively low attacking power, and the vast majority of people had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, remaining cowered in their homes. Fully armed and meticulously covered from head to toe, Qingxia cautiously made her way to the community supermarket to seize provisions. Her journey was fraught with tension but ultimately successful. However, upon her return, the Han family was initially reluctant to let her in, fearing that she might have been infected. It was only when the increasingly desperate cries of Summer from within the house began to attract more zombies that they finally allowed Qingxia entry. Once it was confirmed that she had sustained no injuries and had brought back a substantial haul of supplies, their expressions transformed, and they surrounded her with eager deference. At that moment, Qingxia regarded them as true family, indulging in a few sweet words and some self-reproach. She distributed the supplies to them along with numerous strategies for dealing with zombies, seizing the opportunity before others dared to act. She led Han and her father on several excursions to gather supplies. Other families, having long exhausted their resources, began to emulate Qingxia's actions, propelling the apocalypse into its second phase, the scramble for provisions. Soon, the supplies in the community stores were completely depleted. During this process, A significant number of residents perished. Throughout, Han Qingxia remained vigilant and even fiercely repelled several groups of neighbors who sought to seize their supplies, steadfastly protecting her family until the rescue vehicles arrived. This marked the third phase of the apocalypse: salvation. Han Qingxia learned from the radio that rescue vehicles were on their way, and without hesitation, she urged her family to head to the designated rescue point. However, the Han family was initially reluctant to leave, believing that as long as Han Qingxia was present, they were safe at home. The radio had announced that the rescue convoy would not come directly to their location. Rather, there was only one designated rescue route. They had broadcast a few relatively safe areas for residents to gather, and the rescue vehicles would pick them up as they passed. This posed significant danger, particularly when the Han family realized how far the rescue point was from them. They were filled with trepidation. What if something went awry on the way? Especially with the elderly and pregnant among them? Yet, Han Qingxia calmly persuaded them, appealing to their emotions, they should not cling to temporary comfort. Reaching the rescue point was their pathway to true safety, where they would undoubtedly find state-provided food, and the elderly, like Grandma Han, would have a secure place to live. Most crucially, Han Qingxia surmised that this wave of rescue would not last indefinitely. They had to seize this opportunity, otherwise, they would find themselves unwanted when they later sought to leave. After much deliberation, the Han family ultimately decided to heed Han Qingxia's advice and departed with all their supplies. In truth, all of Han Qingxia's predictions proved accurate. They had caught the last and only wave of rescue. Subsequently, the city's rescue efforts were entirely abandoned. There were simply too many zombies and the area was unmanageable. They could only rescue one group of people and designate a safe zone as a base. The establishment of bases as human gathering points to combat zombies became the inevitable trend of the later stages of the apocalypse, marking the fourth stage: base civilization. Their timely entry into the base was a stroke of extraordinary fortune, as they initially enjoyed free supplies and accommodations, while later entrants were required to relinquish all their belongings and find their own shelter. The later one entered, the more dire the circumstances became. It could be said that Han Qingxia consistently walked the righteous path. However, the one misstep she made was treating the Han family as true kin, selflessly planning for their welfare, only to be unceremoniously cast aside to fend off the zombies. It was only when she was unceremoniously pushed away that Han Qingxia fully awakened to the truth. One must learn to truly love oneself and mature. She should never have yearned for that which did not belong to her. The so-called family had always been a figment of her imagination.
Subsequently, Han Qingxia,
having narrowly escaped the carnage, found herself in another base, her mentality entirely transformed. She no longer sought love or affection, embodying a cold-hearted resolve and inherent rebellion. In the fifth stage of the apocalypse, the era of supernatural abilities arose. She became the only self-defense team captain without any powers. Yet she firmly established her footing amongst a throng of superhumans, even leading her squad to perennial victory. Everyone knew that had Han Qingxia possessed even a modicum of supernatural ability, she would have undoubtedly dominated the entire base, not just the self-defense team. Her strength lay solely within herself. However, as the situation deteriorated, the conflict between humans and zombies escalated, and the disparate bases became chaotic, rife with intrigue. Ultimately, Han Qingxia perished amidst the siege of zombies surrounding her base. I want to go. I could never belong in another's base.
Han Qingxia røpt her temples.
Recovering from the memories of her past life, the fragmented bases were far from havens for humanity. In the early days, there were no rules, and everything thrived in a barbaric manner. It was not a paradise for ordinary people, but rather a realm of survival of the fittest. Few bases genuinely fostered a peaceful existence for their inhabitants. Han Qingxia had initially gained notoriety in the base for her ruthlessness, gradually rising to a level that made her unassailable. Survival there demanded a certain harshness. This is my base. She gazed at the air raid shelter she had constructed, her eyes shining with determination. She was intent on fortifying her base, transforming it into her true bastion of steel. After quickly scanning other channels and confirming that all signals were disrupted, yielding no useful information, she rose to reinforce her base. She recalled that her base reinforcement reward period was still ongoing. Having satisfied her hunger and thirst, Han Qingxia led Summer to the edge of her vegetable garden. She delineated a section and constructed a rudimentary enclosure for chickens and ducks using the branches and deadwood she had collected earlier. Once the enclosure was complete, she waved her hand, allowing the 20 or so chickens and ducks she had previously purchased to enter. She also set aside an area for a sheepfold, placing 2 young lambs inside.
Ding.
Detection of agricultural livestock, chickens, ducks, and sheep. Reward: agricultural breeding vitality and health elevated to maximum. Eternal immunity to disease.
Qingxia.
She watched as a hen clucked past her and laid a warm egg right before her eyes. What a reliable golden thigh. Let us keep going. Qingxia ventured to a clearing near the fruit orchard, primarily considering the proximity of the water source to her well and the low-lying terrain, and began excavating a pond. Digging a pond was labor-intensive, and she worked tirelessly throughout the day, finally creating a pond of moderate size. Once the excavation was complete, she carved a waterway from her well, and as the channel opened, water surged forth. When the pond was filled, she waved her hand and introduced fish and shrimp into it. To prevent the fish from preying on her shrimp, she partitioned the center of the pond. The fish and shrimp are raised separately.
Ding.
Detection of fish and shrimp ponds initiated. Reward: the reproductive health of fish and shrimp has reached its zenith. Never to suffer from illness. Initially, Qingxia harbored concerns. Cultivating fish and shrimp requires a certain level of expertise. She feared she would not excel in the endeavor. To her surprise, the system had arranged everything seamlessly for her. Having a robust system is indeed advantageous. She could simply forge ahead while the system managed the rest. Once Qingxia had organized her chickens, sheep, fish, and shrimp, she seized the opportunity to reinforce her base. In her previous life, she had served as a squad leader in the self-defense forces, possessing considerable knowledge in infrastructure and security. She had already established the most fundamental defensive structures, including high-voltage barbed wire, razor blades, a massive iron gate, and basic air defense measures, but now she required some offensive facilities as well. While she could not acquire larger offensive installations, creating simple traps posed no challenge. She instructed Xia Tian to keep watch over the house, while she began setting traps 500 meters into the forest beyond the barbed wire. Should anyone approach, falling into a trap would serve as a forewarning. It would urge them to leave promptly. Qingxia spent an entire day digging 10 trap pits, considering nearly every path through which outsiders could enter, placing them strategically along their likely routes. As she completed the traps, a notification echoed in her mind.
Ding.
Detection of 10 traps confirmed. Reward: trap attack power enhanced 100-fold. Before she could revel in her success, another notification followed.
Ding.
Base foundational defense completed. Commencing evaluation. Chapter 14. The importance of raising dogs. Basic security completed. Basic storage completed. Basic energy completed. Basic sustainable agricultural and livestock productivity achieved. Basic combat configuration. 1 base war dog. Completion rate 50%. Reward: A-level gift pack. Congratulations on achieving a 100% increase in overall base safety. 1 precision crossbow arrow tower. 100 short arrows. 1 state-of-the-art high-performance armored vehicle. 1,000 tons of fuel. As the system rewards descended, Qingxia's base underwent a remarkable transformation. The electrified barbed wire and gate were significantly enhanced, doubling in height and thickness, imparting an overwhelming sense of security. Above her air raid shelter, a tower-like arrow tower sprouted. She now possessed 1,000 tons of fuel supplies and a strikingly luxurious armored vehicle.
Qingxia promptly deployed her armored vehicle.
The camouflage-patterned behemoth shimmered with a steely, formidable aura beneath the sun. Without hesitation, she climbed inside to familiarize herself with its controls. In her past life, she had driven military vehicles extensively, and she was adept at operating armored vehicles, but never had she encountered one of such superior quality. With extraordinary off-road capabilities and protection, coupled with firepower support, equipped with a small-caliber flamethrower turret, this armored vehicle utilized fuel for both the engine and turret. The system-enhanced tires were sturdier than standard tracks. Additionally, it boasted agility and impressive speed. The vehicle's structural integrity exceeded that of ordinary armored vehicles by 100-fold. Concealed panels adorned the exterior, and with a single button in the driver's cabin, the entire vehicle was enveloped in armor. Han Qingxia could effortlessly navigate through hordes of zombies in this vehicle.
Indeed.
It was the most advanced and powerful armored vehicle available, unmatched in the market. What a treasure. After taking a spin and becoming acquainted with all its features, Han Qingxia reluctantly exited her war machine. Upon stepping out, she hurried to her newly constructed tower. Inside her air raid shelter, she had already expanded to include a 2-story staircase. Ascending the stairs, she entered the newly acquired precision crossbow arrow tower. 8 elongated windows provided perfect sniper viewpoints, covering a radius of 1,000 meters around her air raid shelter. A 360-degree rotating precision crossbow occupied the center of the tower, with 10 neatly arranged barrels of short arrows, each containing 100 steel-headed barbed wooden arrows. Han Qingxia selected an arrow and placed it on the crossbow, aiming at a bird within her territory.
Whoosh.
The short arrow sliced through the air.
Thud.
A bird perched at the edge of her air raid shelter plummeted to the ground. Han Qingxia immediately raced with Xia Tian to the site of the fallen bird. It lay motionless, its breath extinguished, the short arrow having pierced through its body. The weapon proved nearly soundless, boasting exceptional penetration, perfectly suited for a post-apocalyptic world. Han Qingxia exerted some effort to retrieve the barbed arrow, recognizing it as a sustainable resource to be conserved. Satisfied, she and Xia Tian began their return. Observing her increasingly fortified base, she couldn't help but reflect on the system's rewards. She had merely received an A-level reward thus far. If she could achieve a higher completion rate, would the rewards not be even more bountiful? This led her to contemplate the aspect she was lacking. The base combat configuration stood at only 50. After all, she possessed only one dog, Xia Tian. Did this imply that her canine companions were insufficient? It seemed prudent to seek opportunities to adopt a few more dogs in the future. Let us go, Xia Tian. It's time to return for dinner. Woof woof. Han Qingxia led Xia Tian back into her thoroughly upgraded air raid shelter. After indulging in a hearty meal, she began to browse the internet. It was now the 3rd day since the apocalypse had begun, and the network was still operational. Following the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the city's water supply swiftly deteriorated. Countless corpses floated atop the purification pools of the water treatment plant, and the water source became contaminated almost immediately. Electricity, however, proved more durable. In smaller cities, where the power systems were inadequate, electricity vanished almost instantly post-outbreak, while well-established systems could endure for 1 to 6 months. Han Qingxia recalled that in her previous life, City A had maintained power for 3 months. Once the electricity ceased, the internet followed suit. Of course, as time progressed, fewer individuals remained online. Initially, survivors possessing some supplies, water and food, remained sheltered in their homes, unaware of what else to do apart from surfing the web. A week later, as water and food supplies dwindled, concerns about internet access became trivial. Help! I am trapped in my bedroom, and my parents are frantically banging on my door. I haven't eaten in 3 days. I've finished the last bottle of soda. Someone please save me. Does anyone know the owner of apartment A101 in the Qingxia Garden community? My girlfriend has been missing for 3 days. I am desperate to know how she is.
Wah.
I've run out of water. I still have some snacks, but no water. What do I do without water? Didn't they say there would be rescue? Why have I been waiting for 3 days without any help? Recording the 3rd day of the apocalypse, the hallways echoed with wails. The refrigerator's food supplies nearly depleted. My father insisted I venture out to find food for my younger siblings, threatening to throw me out if I refused. At my age, I needed to contribute to the family. The elderly are aging, and the young are vulnerable. Everyone wished me luck. Let us go, Qingxing. Han Qingxia perused the overwhelming array of posts and noticed one by a girl named Desiring Eternal Sunshine. She clicked to open the record posted by her. Before the apocalypse, she had been sharing her life experiences, and Han Qingxia noticed that she, too, had lost her mother at a young age. Her father remarried, and before long, her stepmother bore her a younger brother and sister. Consequently, she became invisible within her own home. Fortunately, their family managed to evade the initial chaos of the apocalypse by staying indoors, but it wasn't long before their food supplies dwindled. At such a juncture, what else could they do but push her out? Remarkably, despite being sold off, she remained optimistic and naively set out. Han Qingxia observed that the girl had just posted an update 5 minutes ago, typing a line on the screen. First, she armed her body by donning the thickest and sturdiest clothes available, wrapping tape around her hands and feet thrice, donning a helmet, and carrying a backpack. She meticulously charted a route to the nearest convenience store and resolutely instructed herself not to venture elsewhere. With a baseball bat and a shovel as her chosen weapons, eschewing a bedboard and a kitchen knife. As the latter would be ineffective against zombies, she reminded herself to aim for the head, their weak point, and to conquer her fear. It was still the early phase. Overcoming fear was the key to defeating them. Having penned her final thought, she clicked the send button. Chapter 15. Enhancing Physical Abilities. In this young girl, Han Qingxia discerned a flicker of her own past self. Generously, she imparted a set of experiences to her. However, whether the girl would heed her advice or even read it was a matter of fate. After sending the message, she commenced her own physical training at the base. Over the next few days, she aimed to elevate her physical prowess to its former peak. Upon beginning her regimen, a voice resonated in her mind, announcing the activation of the Super Lord system. Time limited for 10 days. Host S combat power enhancement will yield rewards. Final rewards will be rated based on completion. Han Qingxia was taken aback. The motivation to train surged within her. This time, she was determined to achieve a 100% completion rate for her rewards. Roaring with enthusiasm, Han Qingxia embarked on an intense militarized physical training session within her bunker. 354, 355, 356, 360. Upon concluding her 360 sets of strength training, she felt utterly exhausted, as if her body might fall apart. She had drained every ounce of energy. Yet, in that exhaustion, she could distinctly sense her limits being shattered repeatedly. She was evolving, growing stronger. This regimen was taught to her by her most loyal subordinate, Su Xiaoyang. Back at the base, he had once been a soldier, who, after the apocalypse erupted, came to a city for rescue efforts, but was abandoned during the operation. His companions perished, leaving him to seek refuge at the Dadi base, where Han Qingxia had rescued him. He was often taciturn, preferring action over words, proving to be Han Qingxia's most vital ally. Numerous teams sought to recruit him, yet he remained steadfastly loyal, as those who had served in the military often exhibited unparalleled loyalty. Once he pledged allegiance to Han Qingxia, betrayal was not an option. Tragically, he later sacrificed himself in the face of a zombie siege before her. After completing her physical training, Han Qingxia reflected on her past life. However, her trajectory had already shifted, and the people and events from her previous existence were now beyond her reach. One must learn to be content. In this life, she had the summer to cherish. Dragging her weary body, she took a shower, during which she steamed a pot of rice in her rice cooker, heated 10 self-heating meals in the microwave, and fried 5 fragrant eggs. After her shower, she layered all the dishes atop the rice, opened a bottle of cola, and sat in front of her computer to eat. With her immense caloric expenditure, she needed to consume copiously. She had ample supplies, including sustainably produced eggs, chicken, and fish. She could indulge as she pleased. As she prepared to watch a movie on her computer, she noticed several messages had arrived in response to her earlier post. I took your advice and traversed through the least populated backyard of our community, and indeed, I encountered no zombies. I've successfully reached the convenience store. I even filmed 3 people. It terrified me. Thankfully, it was all uneventful. The store was deserted. I've filled a bag with supplies. Now I'm heading back. Thank you, Brother Qingxia. Han Qingxia chuckled softly at the title Brother Qingxia. It appeared she was perceived as a man. After pondering for a moment, she found her private message portal and replied succinctly, "Don't return home. Block the convenience store door and stay in the employee storage area. There's water and food. And the store is generally in a good location." The zombie virus outbreak occurred in the morning. The zombies on the street may seem numerous, but they are few. In the apocalypse, one must avoid crowds of people rather than hordes of zombies. Barricade the store's entrance and hide in the narrow storage area. There's plenty to eat and drink. When rescue vehicles arrive, you'll be among the first to evacuate. Residential areas populated with people are the real danger. Numerous lurking zombies inhabit every corner of such neighborhoods, and when someone emerges to scavenge for supplies, the community will face a massive zombie crisis. To escape, One must steer clear of crowds, for safety lies elsewhere. However, there was no further response from Han Qingxia's warning. Perhaps she had returned home, fortunate enough to arrive safely, or, regrettably, face demise on her journey. She chose not to dwell on it. Instead, she found a relaxing film to watch while enjoying her meal, downloading every available movie, TV series, and novel to savor later. These would serve as delightful accompaniments to her meals. After finishing her dinner, Han Qingxia took a leisurely stroll with her summer companion to inspect her surroundings, checking on her chickens, ducks, vegetables, and sheep. Upon returning, she continued her training until the late hours, utterly exhausted by the time she finally rested. The following morning, as she embarked on her physical training, she felt a tangible increase in her strength and endurance. Every muscle in her body ached. Yet she gritted her teeth and completed her training before heading off to shower and prepare breakfast. Today's meal consisted of a large bowl of rice, accompanied by roasted chicken and military-style hot pot, food she had scavenged from the large supermarket. Stored in her space, it remained fresh. Adding water and electricity, she prepared a steaming pot filled with an array of ingredients: beef slices, shrimp, various meatballs, mushrooms, and a colorful assortment of vegetables. This was a feast intended for four. Yet Han Qingxia devoured it all, complemented by several fragrant fried eggs from her newly laid chickens. She had checked her coop that morning, and now her chickens were producing around 20 eggs daily. Unable to consume all the eggs, she planned to leave some in the coop for hatching and store the surplus in her warehouse once supplies increased. After a hearty meal, she leisurely sipped on some carbonated yogurt to aid digestion, knowing she would need to train again soon. At that moment, who could rival Han Qingxia's delight? While others struggled to fill their bellies, she not only had enough, but also had to exercise to burn it off. She turned off the half-watched movie, finding it rather dull, and wandered back to the forum, where she discovered her comments from yesterday had gone viral. Within a single day, her likes had exceeded 10,000, and a throng of users hailed her as a master, urging her to share more insights. Some speculated whether she had insider knowledge, given her detailed understanding. Han Qingxia paid no heed to these remarks. Instead, she noticed a response from the original poster, a girl named Qingxia. "Brother Qingxia, I have safely returned home. Thank you." Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow upon reading this. It seemed this person had indeed made it back. She chose not to reply, only to see that Qingxia had just posted a fresh update. Today marks the 4th day of the apocalypse. Chapter 16. Family Annihilation. At 6:55 a.m., thanks to Brother Qingxia's advice yesterday, I successfully retrieved food from outside. I managed to bring back 20 packs of instant noodles, a 45L bucket of water, 10 bags of bread, 5 packs of ham sausages, and 7 chocolate bars. My dad and stepmother praised my efforts, while my brother insisted that if he had gone out, he would have fared even better bringing back cheaper goods. At 7:30 a.m., oh no. My brother is insisting on going out now, and my dad wants me to accompany him. I really don't know what to say. It's incredibly dangerous outside, and I don't want to go again. At 7:42 a.m., I have to set out again. My dad says to take advantage of the currently low number of people and gather more supplies. I'm taking my brother along. Wish me luck, everyone. Han Qingxia read through her 3 posts, noticing the comments section was flooded with praise for her and criticism for her brother, with many seeking her advice. She casually glanced at her private messages, where the young girl had sent her numerous messages, but she opted not to reply, simply saving the post, as if it were a live broadcast. After finishing reviewing, she resumed her physical training. With 10 days of intensive training ahead, every minute was to be seized. She commenced with a long run around the perimeter of the base, warming up while surveying her territory, checking for any irregularities, and ensuring her traps remained undisturbed. Confirming there were no anomalies, she returned to the base to continue her physical conditioning. Each exercise was performed with the intent of pushing her limits. Within 3 minutes, she was drenched in sweat. After 5 minutes, her body was soaked, and the aching muscles reminded her she was constantly on the brink of her limits. Breakthrough, breakthrough, breakthrough. Han Qingxia strived to hold on for just 1 more second during each set of training. Fortunately, her regimen was scientifically sound and effective, with appropriately timed breaks between sets to prevent overexertion. It was through this nearly ascetic approach to training that her physical capacity grew most effectively. After 5 hours of training, she concluded her session, took a hot shower, and savored a meal of 10 bags of prepared food cooked in a rice cooker. With energy expended and calories consumed, she was in the throes of a vigorous metabolic transformation. All of this would become part of her robust physique. When Qingxia opened her computer this time, she found a new update on the post she had saved, posted just a minute ago. "I'm going insane. I endured so much to bring my brother back. And he nearly got us killed several times along the way. Thankfully, there weren't many zombies on that route. We made it back, but upon our return, I discovered he had sustained injuries. He refused to admit it until I noticed his finger was blackened. And he finally confessed it was an accident involving a zombie's claw. What should I do now?" Accompanying this post was an image of her brother's finger, which was broken and showing signs of dark bruising. The commenters quickly advised her to expel him. Qingxia left a comment, "Kill him, quickly." After sending her message, she soon received a reply. "Brother Qingxia, you finally responded. I just showed my dad and stepmother the suggestions from the commenters, and they chopped off his finger. They said the wound was small, and that it would be fine." Qingxia felt an urge to scream at the foolishness of it all. Get away from him.
Now.
After sending this message, she received no further replies. Qingxia stared at the screen, holding her spoon for a good 15 minutes until her rice had gone cold. Receiving no further updates. The time frame for zombie mutation is between 1 to 10 minutes. Those with weaker bodies can mutate in about a minute, while the stronger and more resolute might last up to 10 minutes. The idea of merely amputating the bitten area was absurd. The zombie virus would infiltrate the bloodstream immediately, contaminating the entire body without affording a chance for survival. Qingxia could almost foresee the girl's tragic fate. Her brother would likely first experience rapid breathing, followed by his body turning black, feeling cold, and becoming stiff within seconds. If they killed him at that moment, they might still survive. However, her biased father and doting stepmother would undoubtedly prevent her from taking such action. Those agonizing seconds of hesitation could lead them all to their doom. Shaking her head, Qingxia closed the forum entirely and sought out a light-hearted family film to watch while eating. She had offered that girl assistance before. Had she only heeded her advice to hide in the convenience store and sever ties with those around her, or had she forcefully eliminated her brother? She wouldn't have found herself in such a predicament. Yet 99% of people in this world are like that. They cannot break free from the web of oppression. And even when feeling a strong reluctance, they still leap headfirst into their own infernos, as foolish as they were in their past lives. Fortunately, in this life, she would never repeat those mistakes. Anyone who dared to oppress her would meet their end. Indulging in her desires, she would live authentically amidst the apocalypse. No longer viewing the posts, she finished her meal and resumed her training. She began with some digestion exercises, and once her stomach settled, she transitioned into high-intensity physical conditioning. 7 days passed in a blur. Qingxia's days revolved around training, bathing, eating, and training again. Out of the 24 hours, she dedicated 18 to training. Her regimen was exceptionally scientific. Under professional guidance, she found that the more she exercised, the more invigorated she became. Her physical capabilities improved dramatically. Where she once gasped for breath after running 10 kilometers, she now completed the distance without breaking a sweat. Her strength had doubled. She could lift 100 pounds of rice with ease, now able to do so with just one hand. In terms of combat skills, she could now take down 5 burly men simultaneously in unarmed combat. With weapons, she could achieve a one-strike kill. After concluding her training for the day, Qingxia began to feast on braised beef. She used the 500 pounds of fresh beef she had stockpiled before the apocalypse, seasoning it with various spices, cooking it in a pressure cooker until tender, and then slicing it to enjoy with dipping sauces. The flavor of the braised beef was simply exquisite. During this period, her appetite had become quite discerning. She had no desire to eat the prepackaged meals or instant noodles she had previously purchased. After all, who would prefer to eat makeshift provisions when fresh, delectable food was available? Fortunately, Qingxia had more than enough supplies to sustain herself. She savored the braised beef alone, having also prepared a large pot filled to the brim with succulent meat, seasoned only with a pinch of salt and ample bones for summer's delight. Whatever she consumed,
Summer did too.
together, she and Summer, one human and one dog, reveled in the abundance of food and drink within the confines of their base.
Meanwhile,
The world outside had undergone a radical transformation. Chapter 17. The City's Cataclysm. It was now the 10th day since the onset of the apocalypse, a stark contrast to the initial days of chaos. The radio's rescue announcements had ceased, state proclamations were suspended, and the populace's anxiety, coupled with their dwindling food supplies, had plunged to a new nadir. In recent days, residents had begun to venture out in search of sustenance. Those who did not perish from starvation met their fate at the hands of the undead. Driven to desperation, the zombies no longer seemed so terrifying. However, with this surge, the city's zombie population began to swell exponentially. Very few could return unscathed from the throngs of the undead. Out of every 10 who ventured forth in search of food, 9 would meet their demise. This was no jest. The early fear and inexperience regarding the zombies rendered people unable to confront them directly. The undead lurked in every direction, capable of striking unexpectedly. Those unfortunate enough to encounter a horde while foraging found themselves as the main course. The increase in zombies was alarming, as both the living and the undead had endured prolonged hunger. In this state of starvation, the zombies commenced a frenzied invasion of human habitats. For instance, oh no, my door can hardly hold up any longer. The incessant cries of the zombies outside had grown increasingly loud, battering against her door. She had barricaded it with everything she could find. Locked in the innermost room, she wondered how the zombies still managed to locate her. She still had a considerable amount of food. Was there no one to come to her aid? She would gladly exchange her supplies for help. Han Qingxia witnessed a rather appealing young man in a live rescue video. His profession as a food blogger explained the abundance of food supplied by advertisers, along with his personal stockpiles from prior purchases. His reserves were indeed substantial. Furthermore, his reclusive nature meant he seldom ventured outside, placing him among the fortunate few amid the zombie crisis. The only misfortune was that he resided in a youth apartment. Almost everyone on his floor had transformed. Zombies roamed perpetually outside his apartment, and after several days of panic, the blogger, following the advice of netizens, reinforced his front door, retreating to the innermost suite to minimize his scent. Yet now, he could only hear the door rattling with increasing intensity. It felt as though the entire building's zombies had encircled his doorway. After sending a distress signal, the blogger promptly received a reply from a fitness instructor residing in the same building. I can come to rescue you, but you must share half of your food with me. No problem, the blogger quickly responded. How will you get here? I live directly above you. I will lower a rope from the window. Hold on to it, and I'll pull you up.
all right.
The blogger immediately began to gather his belongings, attaching his camera to his head to broadcast live. Instant noodles, jerky, a self-heating pot, water. He laid everything out, while the person above urged him to hoist the food first for easier climbing later. The blogger, addressing the camera, scoffed, I'm not foolish. If I lift all the food first without being taken up myself, how will that work? He secured all he could carry to himself. Just then, he heard the sound of his door being broken down. Hurry up.
Coming.
The blogger glanced back, and indeed, his door had been breached, with countless zombies surging inside. All the zombies were cloaked in a grimy, ashen hue, many with their abdomens grotesquely gaping, festooned with rotting entrails that dangled like blackened ropes. Their dark, leathery skin clung tightly to their faces, some devoid of features, leaving only bloodied, gaping holes revealing bone. These zombies, starved for days, lunged at him with clawing hands. Who could witness such a scene without feeling weak at the knees? He pulled the frail door of his bedroom shut and leaped onto the balcony. You must save me. He grasped the rope that hung down from above. Yet, upon holding it, he realized he had indeed overburdened himself. You're too heavy. The fitness instructor above nearly lost his grip due to the weight. We don't have time. Lower the food separately. First, get the food up.
No.
Together, the blogger resolutely refused. In such perilous times, if he relinquished the food, surely the instructor would abandon him, then toss some food down. Upon hearing this, the blogger immediately threw his water out of the window. Not enough. I haven't eaten in days. I lack strength. Throw down more. The blogger, hearing this, grumbled into the camera, and you claim to be a fitness instructor. If I toss everything, what will I eat afterward? He flung several more items out. And just as he felt his weight finally being secured by the person above, the door to his room was shattered.
Ah!
Hurry, pull me up.
Pull me up quickly.
He found himself suspended in midair. Hang the food in the nearby frame. I will pull you up separately from the food.
No. No.
The food must come with me. God only knew if he would release him once the food was inside. In this day and age, food equated to life. You must trust me. Otherwise, you won't make it up. The blogger hesitated for a moment, but before he could decide, a skeletal hand seized his ankle. He struggled violently, kicking and pulling, pain and terror urging him to climb higher. I can't pull you up. I will give you food. I will give you food. At that moment, he finally resolved to relinquish the food, but it was already too late. The zombies, having caught the scent of human flesh, clamored towards the window, frantically reaching out. Some fell, while others managed to grasp the ledge. The throngs of undead behind them trampled over their fallen comrades, surging toward the suspended blogger. Sharp claws broke through his skin, and a powerful zombie seized his leg. With a mighty pull, it tore his entire leg off.
Ah!
After one leg was ripped away, the other was quickly caught, wrenched off with brutal force, leaving him with only two bloodied, bare bones. The piercing sounds and the torrent of blood incited the frenzied zombies below, who rushed to this direction, all attempting to climb up. We want to eat. We want to eat. The fitness instructor above, witnessing the scene, abandoned all thoughts of food. He lost his grip, directly casting the suspended blogger down. As the blogger fell, the zombies clinging to the walls and windowsill pursued him like ravenous hounds, leaping after him. The moment he hit the ground, he was engulfed in a tide of ravenous zombies, swiftly torn apart and devoured. Chapter 18. The warehouse had been demolished. After watching this live broadcast, Qingxia's computer screen emitted a beep and lost signal. Of course, this was not due to any content deemed too bloody for airing. Rather, it was because the website server had crashed. The city's power remained intact, the internet still functioned, yet the servers scattered across the nation did not cease simultaneously. Some small servers, directly placed in the homes or offices of managers, had already ceased functioning in the days leading up to the apocalypse. Larger companies, lacking oversight, managed to endure for a while longer. However, it was evident that this major video platform had succumbed. This also signified the gradual demise of the online revelry. For the foreseeable future, no one would be venturing online to vent their emotions. They would be compelled to confront the harsh realities of the apocalyptic age. After Qingxia shut down the website, she opened her downloaded film library. Fortunately, she had managed to download all the resources she could find, so living alone and watching her stockpile of films posed no issue. Once she finished her meal and intended to pause the movie halfway through, her monitor emitted a series of alarming beeps. Qingxia immediately dashed to her surveillance control panel. All her monitoring devices were connected to this large computer. On the multitude of screens, a small, inconspicuous monitor in the corner lit up. Qingxia was momentarily taken aback by the footage displayed. It was from the surveillance of the warehouse she had previously rented. On the day the apocalypse struck, she had taken both the summer supplies and her belongings from the warehouse, forgetting to dismantle the surveillance system. At this moment, the monitor was showing the scene of her warehouse's entrance being breached. Thanks to the high-quality surveillance cameras equipped with audio, the conversations outside were audible. This woman rented a warehouse for me over half a month ago, and I noticed a delivery truck coming and going frequently. She must have supplies, exclaimed a voice. But you rented it to her. Breaking in would be illegal, wouldn't it? Protested another. What does legality matter at this point? Hurry up and loot it, shouted someone else. Exactly. If she has supplies, she should share them with us. With a loud crash, the entrance to Qingxia's former warehouse was forced open. The old landlord, accompanied by a throng of people, charged in with fierce intent. Yet, upon entering, they were left dumbfounded. What the hell? Why is it so empty? One exclaimed. Is this what you called a warehouse full of supplies? The old landlord gazed at the desolate space, devoid of even a scrap of cardboard, repeatedly insisting, "This is impossible." I distinctly saw trucks coming and going during that time, and she visited multiple times a day. How could she have moved everything out? You must have misseen. Just because a truck came in doesn't mean everything was for her. A a few packages and boxes, and she took it all away. The group left, grumbling and cursing their wasted trip. Before departing, the irate landlord glanced up and noticed the surveillance camera left behind by Han Qingxia, and he smashed it with a swing of his arm. With a satisfying thud, one of Han Qingxia's cameras was destroyed. Watching this unfold, she leaned back in her chair, feeling elated. She had anticipated that the influx of people would target her. She had prepared by renting the warehouse. Otherwise, in this era of apocalypse, with the ugliness of human nature fully awakened, if too many people were aware of her base, it was inevitable that individuals would come seeking her out. Preparedness is key. Observing the defeated expressions of those who had come to intrude, she felt a sense of relief and amusement. However, she was inherently petty. She made a mental note of the old man who had destroyed her camera. Chapter 19. The tide of escape. The next day, Han Qingxia was on her elbows, her legs together, toes pressing against the ground, abdomen tightened, her entire body tense, with beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. She had maintained this plank position for nearly an hour. Her body was drenched in sweat, as if she had been submerged. In just 10 short days, despite consuming 3 bowls of rice daily, Han Qingxia had noticeably slimmed down, not in weight, but in physique. Her entire form had become leaner, with well-defined muscle lines, a significant reduction in body fat, and the emergence of abdominal muscles, replacing the once soft and flabby flesh with a palpable sense of explosive strength. Simultaneously, her mental state underwent a dramatic transformation. Regular exercise kept her spirits high. Han Qingxia, with her inherent rebellious nature, boasted bright, piercing eyes that starkly contrasted with the fearful, listless expressions of ordinary people outside. Just her gaze alone could overpower a crowd. Gritting her teeth, she persevered in her final moments on the mat. Every muscle felt as though it were encumbered by an immense weight, the aching discomfort causing sweat to pour down her forehead like rain. The pain was excruciating, causing her muscles to tremble. But she could not give in. She must endure. Each additional second of perseverance represented a breakthrough in her physical endurance, and more importantly, the reward time was about to conclude. As she bit down hard, her jaw becoming numb and her body nearing its limits, a familiar voice echoed in her mind.
Ding.
Time to enhance physical abilities has concluded. With a thud, Han Qingxia collapsed onto her yoga mat, gasping for breath. It was over. Finally, she could rest. At that moment, not a single finger on her body could move. The agony she had endured had yielded its rewards. Beginning evaluation. Host's physical abilities enhanced, 100 completion. Speed enhancement, 100 completion. Endurance enhancement, 100 completion. Strength enhancement, 100 completion. Congratulations on obtaining an S-grade reward. Congratulations on doubling physical abilities. Doubling speed. Doubling endurance. Doubling healing speed after injury.
Revoir. Super era combat Qingxia.
Live a long life free from major injuries.
Han Qingxia.
After the rewards were dispensed, she felt an intense transformation coursing through her body. The fatigue that had drained her was instantaneously replenished. She was now filled with an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Han Qingxia leaped to her feet, noticing her agility had significantly increased. Approaching her beloved armored vehicle outside the base, an overwhelming urge to lift it surged within her. In fact, she did just that. Grasping one side of the vehicle's frame, she planted her feet firmly, exerting force. To her astonishment, Han Qingxia managed to lift one corner of the state-of-the-art Type 88 armored vehicle off the ground by an entire centimeter. Do not underestimate that centimeter. This armored vehicle weighs over 20 tons. Han Qingxia tested her speed next, sprinting at full throttle in an explosive state, effortlessly achieving the level of a world champion. The limits of physical endurance were such that each incremental improvement represented a monumental barrier to overcome. The system's reward had effectively doubled her capabilities. Her strength and speed now reached the absolute pinnacle of human potential. Han Qingxia even felt that with the rise of supernatural abilities in the future, her current state could rival that of ordinary speed and strength wielders. This reward was genuinely commendable. After testing her physical abilities, Han Qingxia entered her personal space. At that moment, a book on combat techniques lay within. She immediately opened it. As Han Qingxia perused a few moves, her eyes brightened. Each technique was precise and ferocious. specifically designed to target the human body and zombies alike, filled with surprising and decisive strikes. No wonder it was said to possess combat techniques far exceeding the current era. Each move encapsulated decades of wisdom from seasoned martial artists. Qingxia felt as if she had stumbled upon a treasure and promptly began her studies. 5 days swiftly passed. In recent days, Qingxia has devoted herself to relentless training at the base, engaged in an unceasing routine of practice. Each morning, she embarks on a customary jog around the mountains, warming up before delving into martial arts training. Meanwhile, a rice cooker busily prepares meals as she and Xia Tian enjoy their repasts, after which they tend to the chickens, ducks, and sheep, ensuring they receive ample nourishment and monitoring the state of their fruits and vegetables. The eggs from her hens and ducks have become abundant, yielding approximately 20 each day. Qingxia only takes a few for her own consumption, reserving the remainder for her mother hens to incubate. Her garden flourishes remarkably well, and she anticipates that within 10 days, the short-maturing crops like chives and bok choy will be ready for harvest. The base is thriving, progressing splendidly. However, in the past few days, the cities beyond have undergone tumultuous transformations. Just yesterday evening, Qingxia stood atop her tower, surveying the surroundings and gazing towards City A. At just past 8, the scattered lights within the city flickered and extinguished, snuffing out in vast swathes. The power had been cut prematurely. Unlike her previous life, where electricity persisted for an extended duration, this time it lasted merely around 2 weeks. The outbreak of the zombie virus had occurred earlier than anticipated, and all uncontrollable factors were shifting, likely spelling the end for the power plants. It seems that the challenges in this life are far more formidable than those in the last. Electricity serves as a fundamental resource. In her previous life, Qingxia relied on it for cooking and sustenance, especially after the natural gas supply was interrupted. Moreover, she had utilized voice-activated lights and surveillance outside her gate to monitor the zombie situation at night. Now, with the absence of power, the difficulty of survival in the city has significantly escalated. Standing atop the tower, Qingxia could almost hear the piercing screams and the blaring of horns from the city below.
Boom, boom, boom.
From the farthest reach of her infrared cameras, she observed numerous vehicles racing down the road at the end of the pathway outside her shelter. They were fleeing the city in a frenzy, pursued by a long trail of relentless zombies. In the darkness, many of the escaping vehicles collided, the sounds of crashes echoing vividly in the night. 2 weeks had sufficed for everyone to confront the grim reality, particularly the fact that no rescue was forthcoming. The citywide blackout today would be the last straw for many, compelling them to abandon everything and flee the city at all costs. Qingxia recognized that a new wave of mass exodus was about to commence. Early the following morning, she returned to her tower to observe the chaos. The roadway outside was strewn with the wreckage of numerous accidents, while the number of wandering zombies began to swell. Some were gathered around the wrecks, feasting on corpses, while others aimlessly roamed nearby, with many encroaching upon her territory. Grasping her crossbow, Qingxia hesitated at the thought of eliminating a wandering zombie. Why slay them? Zombies are hardly a threat. Moreover, their presence around her territory serves as natural sentinels, deterring anyone from daring to approach. With this realization, she abandoned her intent to shoot the zombies and peered through her binoculars, regretting that there weren't more zombies at her entrance. If only there were a few more to effectively block her road. Inspired by this thought, Qingxia devised a plan. Half an hour later, she drove her armored vehicle to the perimeter of her territory, parking it among the trees. Accompanied by Xia Tian, she disembarked and ventured towards the road. The further they walked, the stronger the scent of blood became. Standing atop a ridge, she gazed down at the road below. Observing the scene up close was far more exhilarating than through her binoculars, particularly the stretch of road just outside the city. Countless vehicles were fleeing the city, each one trailed by a dense horde of zombies who appeared oblivious to exhaustion, clawing and sprinting towards the moving cars. Those that encountered misfortune, their speed faltering even slightly, were swiftly engulfed by the ravenous crowd. The zombies swarmed the vehicles like leeches, violently battering the windows. Drivers found their vision obscured, colliding with one another amidst the pandemonium. Once a vehicle toppled, the zombies grew even more frenzied, voraciously devouring whatever they could. Yet, some fortunate vehicles, sturdy enough, managed to navigate through the wreckage, darting and screeching as they escaped the city. The stretch of road beneath Qingxia was comparatively clear of accidents and zombies. A quick glance revealed only a few scattered wrecks and about a dozen wandering zombies moving along the sides of the road. Whenever a vehicle passed, they would chase after it. Once the road had calmed sufficiently, with 3 cars speeding by and luring most of the zombies away, she and Xia Tian descended from their elevated perch. They landed at a crash site where a middle-aged female zombie was trapped inside an overturned vehicle. Upon seeing Qingxia, she thrashed violently, trying to escape. The zombie appeared disheveled, her hair unwashed for ages, her face gaunt and devoid of any muscle, yet her features remained relatively intact. Her chest was torn open, and a skeletal hand adorned with a diamond ring reached out from the car, attempting to grasp Qingxia. However, hindered by her seatbelt, the zombie was powerless to act. Qingxia glanced around the empty car, realizing that this unfortunate soul had been abandoned by her husband during the calamity, left behind without even unfastening her seatbelt before being bitten. Let us ensure you possess some dignity in the afterlife, Qingxia mused, delivering a swift blow. With that, she resolved the danger within the vehicle and moved to the rear, seizing the tow bar. With a forceful tug, she managed to drag the abandoned car to the entrance of a road. As she made her way, a few zombies wandered toward her. There was no need for Qingxia to intervene. Xia Tian lunged with a fierce bark, swiftly dispatching one of the approaching threats. One silver lining of this zombie crisis was that it only infected humans, sparing animals. The calamity was a human tragedy. As a German shepherd with exceptional combat prowess, bolstered by enhancements, Xia Tian effortlessly dispatched the zombies with a single paw. Don't kill them, Tian go. Just maim them, Qingxia instructed. Hearing her command, Xia Tian obediently spared the zombie, leaving only its upper half to writhe and crawl helplessly. Qingxia observed the remaining torso clawing forward with a guttural moan, pleased with Xia Tian's remarkable execution of her orders. Together, they worked in harmony. Xia Tian handled the zombies while Qingxia towed the vehicles, systematically dragging all the wrecked cars to the entrance of their little road, effectively barricading it. Gazing at this colossal crash site, anyone with eyes could easily discern the futility of attempting to breach it. Moreover, she directed Xia Tian to herd the remaining zombies toward her, employing them as sentinels to guard her territory. As she engaged in these tasks, several vehicles passed by, but none dared to stop and inquire. After all, this was an apocalyptic escape. Everyone was focused solely on fleeing as rapidly as possible, with little energy left to concern themselves with others. Qingxia regarded the vehicles that passed by with indifference, perceiving them as mere transient spectators. For the vast majority, 99, the road they traversed represented an eternal one-way street, a path from which there was no possibility of return. Even as she showcased her extraordinary strength before them, they merely observed, their curiosity stifled by the pressing concerns of their own precarious lives. After ensuring the safety of her small path and allocating the remaining half-corpses of the zombies, Qingxia departed from the scene. Upon her return to the base with Xia Tian, and after sharing a refreshing bath, she was startled by the sound of an alarm emanating from the surveillance system of her base. Without delay, she ascended to the tower above, where her monitoring computer had been relocated for convenient observation of defenses. At that moment, within dozens of small surveillance grids, one monitoring the distant highway blared ominously. Qingxia magnified the screen, revealing a pickup truck laden with goods hurtling towards her from the city, abruptly stopping at the recently obstructed small road. The occupants of the vehicle appeared bewildered by the cluster of cars blocking their path. They lingered for about 10 seconds, attracting the attention of the dismembered zombies, before reversing slightly to evade the encroaching undead and then revving the engine anew, preparing to force their way through. Upon witnessing this, Qingxia's gaze turned icy. How audacious! They were clearly coming for her. She seized the crossbow at her side and aimed the crosshairs at the truck's tires as it entered her attack zone. Whoosh! The sound of a projectile slicing through the air resonated as one of the tires exploded. The occupants, having felt the jolt of the blow, instinctively lurched forward before halting their vehicle. Moments later, 4 or 5 burly men emerged from the truck. Among them, Qingxia recognized a familiar figure, the very agent who had rented her the air raid shelter. Are you sure it's safe inside? Absolutely. It's an air raid shelter, with no one for miles. Hardly anyone knows about this place. A month ago, I rented it to a girl for mushroom cultivation. We might even find some mushrooms to eat. Brothers, let's get to work. Clear the zombies, change the tire, and we'll charge in. Chapter 21, The Invasion. In Han Qingxia's view, the group of men promptly divided into two teams, one to clear the surrounding zombies while the other prepared to lift the vehicle for a tire change. Huge brother. Why do the zombies around here seem to have been tidied up? Indeed. Why are they all in halves? Just then, one of the men crouched down to change the tire exclaimed, Huge brother.
Wait.
Our tire was shot out. As soon as he spoke, whoosh.
Boom.
Another tire exploded. At this point, anyone with a semblance of common sense would realize something was amiss. They had trespassed into someone else's territory. Huge brother, there's a powerful presence nearby. This is their domain. What should we do now? The heavily tattooed man, referred to as Huge Brother, seized the agent by the collar. What have you done? Didn't you say no one was here? I swear, I only remember one woman renting it. Stop with the nonsense. Do you think a single woman could have done all this? I don't know. Perhaps someone else has taken it over. The agent trembled in fear, glancing at Huge Brother. Get lost. Huge Brother tossed him forward. Whoosh. A short arrow flew out again, and in his panic, the agent stumbled backward, only to have another arrow shoot towards him. He scrambled toward Huge Brother for cover. The group, witnessing the precision and speed of the arrows, felt a chill run down their spines. The shots were swift, accurate, and silent. They had no idea from where they were being fired. If the intent were to kill them, evasion would be impossible. Yet, simultaneously, they deduced an important fact. I see. Her range is limited. Exactly. She can only hit the front tires. The realization dawned upon them. Otherwise, she wouldn't have only shot out their two front tires. Nor would she have fired only when the agent was pushed forward. It was because that was her maximum range. Huge brother, what now? Should we retreat? Wang Hu's fierce eyes gleamed with bloodlust. Retreat? How could that be possible? Not only is our vehicle damaged and immobile, but where could we possibly go now? If we don't seize this place and eliminate those inside, we'll have no foothold. He swung open the rear door and pulled out two disheveled women with unkempt hair. You two, move to the front. Go. In Han Qingxia's crosshairs appeared two young women, both injured and terrified, resembling frightened lambs being herded by those behind them, oblivious to their fate. Having navigated the post-apocalyptic landscape, Han Qingxia was no stranger to such scenes. Women, due to their physical and psychological disparities, quickly fell into subservience to men after the onset of the apocalypse. The malevolence of humanity would be starkly laid bare in such dire circumstances. The depths of depravity seemed boundless. As she never imagined that merely half a month into the apocalypse, individuals could so readily transgress moral boundaries and dehumanize women. TSK. The justice-driven Han Qingxia could no longer bear to witness this. She prided herself on being the very floor of humanity's moral foundation, yet these individuals were even worse. They were no longer human. For those who were devoid of humanity, Han Qingxia shifted her finger away from the crossbow. She removed a short arrow and affixed a small explosive to it, preparing to send them a gift. If you don't leave, I'll leave you here for the zombies. Wang Hu urged the two girls forward, and upon seeing them enter the shooting range, without being fired upon, his eyes lit up. Stop. Stay where you are. He now realized that those inside adhered to some semblance of ethics, refraining from harming innocent women. In that case, they could exploit this to their advantage. Huge brother, what is the plan? Drag the vehicle out, change the tire, and let them pave the way. He ordered his men to swiftly pull the vehicle to a safe zone, retrieve two spare tires from the supplies, and then bind the two women to the front of the vehicle. The message was clear. If she dared to make a move, those two women would be the first to perish. If she truly cared little for the lives of those women, they could still escape the vehicle first. However, should they succeed, they would ensure her demise. In the apocalypse, there was no room for morality. Once the tires were replaced and the hostages secured atop the vehicle, they hastily climbed in. As they gazed at the road blocked by Han Qingxia's vehicle, they revved the engine and charged forward. This time, their advance was surprisingly smooth. The other party did not fire a shot. As they reveled in their success, whoosh, a fresh arrow, tipped with a bag of chicken blood, struck the door of their pickup with a resounding thud. The arrow penetrated at an angle, embedding itself halfway into the vehicle, effectively locking the door shut. The occupants within were left in stunned silence. Amidst their astonishment, both doors of the vehicle were simultaneously struck by a volley of short arrows.
Bang!
Their tires were once again punctured, causing the vehicle to spin wildly before coming to a sudden halt. Vivid crimson blood splattered across the entirety of their vehicle, and the pungent scent of blood instantly transformed their car into a prime target for the surrounding hordes of zombies. All the remaining survivors among the undead converged towards them, trapping them within the confines of their vehicle like sardines in a can. Damn it! What the hell? That inside is a traitor. She deliberately deceived us. Is there any possibility of escape? The doors are jammed. Wang Hu, observing the approaching zombies outside, made a swift decision to roll down the window and crawl out of the car. He did not crawl foolishly. He seized a woman as a human shield, maneuvering behind her as he made his way out. Just then, a half-eaten zombie on the ground grasped his leg, prompting Wang Hu to deftly push the woman aside and evade the grasp. Whoosh! A short arrow immediately whizzed toward his back. Relying solely on instinct, he narrowly dodged it. Realizing that he could not release his hostage, he clung to her tightly and pressed forward towards the interior of a nearby bomb shelter. After running approximately 1,000 meters along a narrow path, he indeed spotted a remarkably concealed bomb shelter nestled within the woods. The entrance was fortified with towering barbed wire, a plethora of surveillance cameras, and an exceedingly robust iron gate. Leaping over the barbed wire, he caught a glimpse of cultivated vegetables and domesticated chickens within. He was utterly astonished by the formidable defenses and the comprehensive facilities inside. Clearly, this place had been claimed by a significant figure. Someone had anticipated the impending zombie apocalypse and secured the site, transforming it into a bastion. Could it be that someone had foreseen the disaster? This was inconceivable. But just as he was musing over this, the woman he had been clutching suddenly bit down on his hand. Chapter 22. She is the so-called formidable figure.
Qingxia,
Peering through the crosshairs of her scope, nearly burst into laughter at the unfolding scene. She had long anticipated that the woman would be bitten, which is why she had allowed Wang Hu to charge up to her base's entrance. Watching as the woman mutated before his eyes and bit him, she reveled in the poetic justice of the situation. It was truly delightful to witness someone bring ruin upon themselves. It seemed that karma had a way of balancing the scales. No one could escape their fate. With glee, she observed through her scope, ready to assist any fleeing zombies with an arrow should they attempt to escape. In this context, they referred to the zombies. Qingxia was not a benevolent soul. She was vengeful and ruthless, ready to repay any transgressions 100-fold. From her tower, she maintained a firm grip on the situation, her gaze settling on one particular individual still cowering within the vehicle. How composed he was! While others fled, he remained paralyzed with fear, hiding desperately inside the car. Observing this, Qingxia calmly nocked an arrow, aiming it at his window. Whoosh!
bang!
The windshield of their pickup truck shattered under the impact of her arrow. The zombies, having just finished feasting on others, were drawn back to the sound, including the now-turned Wang Hu and his companions. They surged towards the pickup, clawing through the broken glass in a desperate attempt to seize the last remaining human inside. At that moment, the occupant truly experienced the suffocating weight of regret. Why had he brought them here? Perhaps it was because he was the weakest link in this small team, and he felt compelled to provide them with the most valuable resources, lest he be cast aside. His first instinct was to recall the bomb shelter he had rented out a month prior. He remembered the young girl who had rented it from him, an impulsive entrepreneur with dreams of cultivating mushrooms. He even contemplated that by the time they stormed in, the shelter would be filled with mushrooms and that beautiful girl. If fortune favored him, she might not have turned into a zombie, and they would have gained an additional woman in their ranks whom he could take advantage of. She was foolish, but undeniably attractive. He never imagined that their venture would end in utter catastrophe. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of her yet. Just then, amidst the throng of advancing zombies, he caught sight of a girl standing with her arms crossed, coldly observing him. In that instant, realization dawned upon him.
Damn!
He was the fool. That stunning girl was precisely the formidable figure they had spoken of. She had always been here. This territory belonged to her. But alas, It was too late for him to lament, as he was soon torn apart by the encroaching horde of zombies.
Woof, woof, woof.
Summer drove the zombies away from the vicinity. Qingxia, retrieving her previously shot arrows, made her way to the back of the pickup truck. With a wave of her hand, she gathered the supplies and returned home, her day filled with fruitful plunder. She considered it a fitting recompense from these oblivious fools. Qingxia also dragged the truck aside, reinforcing the blockade. This time, no one would be able to breach her stronghold. Upon returning to her base, she began to assess the spoils of her conquest. Chapter 23, New Member. Inside the back of the pickup truck, there were a total of 20 large cardboard boxes. Among them were 10 boxes filled to the brim with instant noodles, 5 boxes of rice, 2 boxes of drinking water, 1 box containing assorted meats and vegetables, and 1 box overflowing with gold. The price tags were still affixed. It was evident that they had specifically looted a jewelry store along their route. Qingxia gazed at the substantial haul of gold, weighing in at 30 to 40 pounds, and marveled at humanity's innate obsession with the precious metal. It was wise of them to bring gold. Even in the apocalypse, it retained its value. She meticulously categorized the supplies and stored them in her warehouse.
Additionally,
she confiscated a police-issued handgun, indicating that this band of marauders had certainly ventured where they ought not to have. Qingxia felt a surge of righteous pride, considering herself a liberator of the oppressed. After all, individuals like her, brimming with a sense of justice, were becoming increasingly rare. Most people would hastily flee from such a rabble, doing everything in their power to avoid confrontation, yet she had boldly retaliated, driving the enemies back and even generously providing them with a zombie meal package, ensuring they would not terrorize others. After all, she could have simply frightened them away from her territory without going to such lengths to ensure their demise. A person as wicked, as virtuous, as she was indeed a rarity. She deemed this bounty a well-deserved reward for her bravery. Without it, she would have found it increasingly difficult to bear. Just then, a notification chimed in her mind.
beep.
Detection of base defense battle 1. Successfully defeated 6 enemies, confiscated 20 boxes of supplies. Congratulations on earning 26 points. The system shop is now open. Qingxia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she discovered the points mall. To her astonishment, a shopping interface materialized in her mind, revealing a plethora of resources. It was brimming with food, medicine, firearms, and materials for base construction. Each item was accompanied by its attributes. For instance, the energy bar could replenish stamina rapidly, allowing one to endure hunger for 10 hours, priced at 5 points. The bread, on the other hand, also swiftly replenished stamina but extended hunger endurance to 20 hours, costing 8 points. Yunnan Baiyao, renowned hemostatic and analgesic, promised instant relief with just 1 application, priced at 20 points. As she perused the weapon section, she found an array of firearms, each boasting additional damage and accuracy bonuses. Each item was a treasure. Yet, the prices were exorbitant. She currently possessed a mere 26 points. Qingxia gazed longingly at the items, even beginning to anticipate an invasion of her territory. Just then, her monitor emitted an alarm. Approaching the computer, she noticed the dimming sky outside. Several large vehicles had parked just beyond her surveillance. The infrared camera captured a group disembarking from the vehicles. They surveyed the surroundings and began to eliminate nearby zombies. Qingxia felt a surge of joy. Could it be that they were delivering her some unsuspecting prey? Carefully observing the group's actions through the camera, she intended to strike as soon as they breached her territory, only to witness them dispatching zombies. They attracted all the nearby undead to the roadside, eliminated them, and then opened the rear doors, releasing a pack of dogs. At that moment, she could not discern their appearances or attire, relying solely on the heat signatures detected by the infrared sensor. One thing was certain, they had indeed unleashed a pack of dogs. After releasing the dogs, a dispute seemed to arise among the group. But soon they all returned to their vehicles, leaving the dogs behind. The pack, watching the vehicles depart, surged forward in pursuit. In the infrared camera's view, both the vehicle and the running dogs headed toward the city, leaving her perplexed. What were they up to? The following morning, Qingxia rose early for her warm-up routine. Even without system rewards, her exercises must continue. Just as she prepared to jog around the perimeter of her territory, her surveillance camera triggered another alarm. This time, she connected her phone to the computer, allowing her to view all the footage on her mobile device. To her surprise, a group of dogs appeared on the road outside the shelter, approximately 14 or 15 in number, each clad in uniforms. The dogs ran to the very spot where Han Qingxia had witnessed the peculiar scene the previous day, coming to a halt. They circled in place, seemingly awaiting the return of their owners. At that moment, her phone buzzed with a public announcement. Ding! The Ace City rescue operation has commenced. Rescue vehicles are entering a city. Survivors are urged to gather at the designated meeting points promptly. Upon hearing this, Han Qingxia understood. The rescue team had passed by her doorstep the day before, accompanied by their dogs. Driving to the outskirts of her base, she found that the main road was devoid of zombies, creating a rare safe zone. A pack of dogs stood at the entrance to her territory, gazing toward the city. Their spirits appeared low. Many bore injuries. Some had been clawed or bitten, with common abdominal scratches and nipped ears and tails. One dog, gravely injured, had both hind legs mangled, exposing bloodied bones, struggling to walk, relying solely on its front limbs while dragging its rear legs behind. Han Qingxia disembarked her vehicle and, upon seeing the condition of these 15 dogs, deduced they had ventured into the city in pursuit of their owners, only to encounter swarms of zombies. It was evident they had not found their masters and, trapped in peril, had returned here after a harrowing struggle. It seemed they still yearned for their owner's return. In this apocalyptic world, everyone was ensnared in their fates. Encountering her, they would now follow her. After tending to the dog's wounds, Han Qingxia made a resolute decision to use her points to acquire Yunnan Baiyao for the most severely injured dog. You must remember the kindness of your new master. This medicine cost me 20 points, she declared. From now on, you will faithfully follow me, for I shall never abandon you. As she bandaged the ailing dog, it seemed to comprehend her words, gazing at her with soulful, human-like eyes. Chapter 24. The Second Abandonment. Once she had finished bandaging the dogs, Han Qingxia presented them with fresh raw beef, a true delicacy. The dogs, upon seeing the food, excitedly pawed at the ground but hesitated to approach.
Go on.
It's all for you, she encouraged. Finally, they rushed forward, devouring the meat with fervor, revealing their prolonged hunger. However, they did not consume everything. Each dog left a portion untouched, grabbing the remaining meat and turning toward the gate. Han Qingxia was taken aback.
Woof.
Summer, her canine companion, charged forward, barking fiercely at the departing dogs. With her enhanced physique, Summer was nearly twice the size of these ordinary dogs, her claws razor-sharp, exuding an aura of ferocity akin to that of a king of beasts. The military dogs huddled together, standing their ground against Summer's imposing presence. Shaking her head at the scene, Han Qingxia approached Summer and urged her to let them go. Woof, woof, woof. Summer protested loudly, as if to say, "Those ungrateful must devoured your food. They are not worth keeping." Gently stroking Summer's head, Han Qingxia opened the door, allowing the departing dogs to escape. As the door swung open, the pack glanced back at her with gratitude before dashing outside. Even the dog she had saved with her points carried a whole piece of beef, joining its companions. Before leaving, it circled around Han Qingxia, limping along as it followed. Han Qingxia retrieved an electric scooter from her space, bringing Summer along to follow the dogs. The pack returned to the spot where they had been abandoned. Upon arrival, they placed the meat on the ground and howled toward the city, pacing in circles as they continued their search for their owners. After receiving food, their first instinct was to think of their previous masters. Even when not fully satiated, they left a portion for them. Witnessing this scene, Han Qingxia's typically cold heart was unexpectedly tugged. Indeed, dogs are often more loyal than humans, especially military dogs. Once they have recognized their master, they would never abandon or betray them. Holding Summer's head close, Han Qingxia whispered, "I'm sorry for what happened in our past life."
Woof.
In the embrace of Han Qingxia, the Summer pup responded with a crisp bark, nuzzling affectionately against her. This remarkably sentient creature sought to comfort its master, oblivious to the depths of her sorrow. Han Qingxia lingered for a while, observing the pack of dogs before leading them back to her base. As night fell, she delivered a generous supply of food to the canines, tending to their wounds with care. Summer, witnessing this, grew increasingly displeased with the dogs. barking fiercely at them as if to scold, ungrateful mutts, feasting on my master's bounty. The military dogs cowered before Summer, yet they displayed an extraordinary fondness for Han Qingxia. Whenever she arrived, they would gather around her, lingering a moment longer. 2 days swiftly passed. Each day, the dogs vigilantly stationed themselves outside the path leading to Han Qingxia's base, eagerly awaiting her return. Whenever a vehicle approached, they would trot alongside, only to return disheartened upon realizing it was not their master. Moreover, they patrolled the vicinity, eliminating any zombies that dared encroach upon Han Qingxia's territory, ensuring that not a single one entered her domain. Observing the unwavering resolve of these dogs, Han Qingxia could do little more than deliver food daily and check their injuries before returning to her base. On the evening of the 3rd day, after concluding her tasks at the base, she ventured to check on the dogs. From a distance, she spotted them sprinting excitedly ahead. Han Qingxia had never seen them like this, their exuberance infectious. She led Summer to her usual vantage point, gazing towards the horizon, where a line of green military vehicles emerged from the city. In that instant, understanding dawned upon her. They had finally awaited the return of their master. The military dogs dashed towards the approaching vehicles, their excitement catching the occupants off guard. One of the trailing vehicles came to a halt, and a young man emerged from the driver's seat, embracing one of the dogs. The others joyfully encircled them, barking with delight. One enthusiastic military dog raced back to their former base, returning with a piece of meat. Though surprised by the fresh beef, the young man quickly released the dogs, returning to his vehicle, as they had received orders from the base to make room for survivors and abandon the dogs. It was a command they had no choice but to follow. As the military dogs lunged toward the green vehicle, Han Qingxia could still hear distant screams.
Ah!
There are dogs. Get away. Get away. They carry the virus. Terrifying dogs.
Ah!
Run. The soldiers hastily reboarded their vehicles, and the dog that had just been embraced lunged forward with the meat, only to be met with the cold door of the vehicle. The engines roared to life, hastily departing. The pack of military dogs, seeing the vehicle retreat, chased after it frantically, but the distance only widened until they could pursue no longer. Upon returning with their injuries from the road's end, the once hopeful dogs now wandered aimlessly, devoid of their master. This was the stark cruelty of the apocalypse. No one had the luxury of choice. If there was a hint of potential, no one wished to discard them. In this world, where survival was paramount, if forced to choose between humans and dogs, the base had chosen humans. "You must come with me now," Han Qingxia proclaimed as she appeared before them. "I promise. I will never abandon any of you. Grant me your trust." Han Qingxia was no grand savior. She sought not humans, but dogs. The defeated pack gazed at the human before them, a momentary silence enveloping them, soon broken by the appearance of a dog, bandaged at great expense by Han Qingxia, who stepped forward. It circled around her before lying at her feet with a whimper. Once it joined, the other dogs rushed forward, surrounding Han Qingxia. As she led the military dogs back to her base, a familiar system's sound echoed in her mind.
Ding!
Detected 15 base war dogs. Loyalty at 100. Reward: base dog health restored to maximum. Base defense doubled. 150 points. Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing the notification. Upon her return, she noticed the gates of her base reinforced anew. The barbed wire doubled in height, each spike glinting sharply. The air raid shelter had likewise been upgraded, with all entrances renewed and the walls fortified 100-fold. From an exterior perspective, her base resembled a fortress. Chapter 25. Expanding Territory. What filled Han Qingxia with further delight was the acquisition of this pack of military dogs, which had also granted her 150 points. This venture had certainly yielded a profitable return. She promptly accessed the shop interface, scrutinizing the items available for exchange. The food section displayed 10 options, ranging from energy bars to a super energy liquid priced at 100 points, each item designed for rapid replenishment of stamina, sustaining hunger from several hours to days. Han Qingxia had no pressing need for food, but the medicinal section revealed 2 new additions. In addition to the 20-point rapid hemostatic Yunnan Baiyao, there was a 50-point super adhesive bandage and a 100-point emergency pill. Intrigued, she examined the details of these 2 items. Super adhesive bandage adheres to any wound, rapidly repairing injuries, including arteries.
Qingxia. Go.
This means that even if someone's neck is cut, it can still heal. The emergency pill brought her further astonishment. Emergency pill can revive an individual as long as there is a breath remaining.
Qingxia.
These two pills are incredibly potent. As she perused further, she stumbled upon something even more astonishing. Zombie virus inhibitor. 100,000,000 points. An inhibitor for the zombie virus? Could it truly be cured? After the initial thrill, she quickly noted the exorbitant price. Countless zeros. Forget it. With her meager 156 points, she was nowhere near worthy of such a thought. However, Qingxia's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Her system shop possessed such extraordinary treasures. If these were revealed, they would undoubtedly astonish the entire world. She rubbed her hands together in delight. 100 million points. She would find a way to amass that amount to exchange for one. She simply had to prepare for it. After exploring the medicinal items, she shifted her focus to weapons. The weaponry section was equally tantalizing. An ordinary P5 cost 500 points, while a superior Glock was priced at 1,000. Submachine guns and shotguns were even pricier, starting at 5,000 points. Qingxia had her sights set on an AK, priced at 8,000. The attributes of weapons produced by the system surpassed those available in the outside world by an entire tier, with power and lethality vastly superior. Although the price was steep, it undeniably captured Qingxia's heart. Silently, she added another AK to her shopping cart, knowing she needed to save more in order to purchase a quality weapon. Additionally, there was a locked interface in the shop, indicating that she needed to accumulate 5,000 points to unlock it. Qingxia was unaware of what treasures lay beyond. This system shop was perfectly tailored to her preferences. She desired everything but lacked the necessary points. It was quite vexing. Qingxia attempted to click on the channels for earning points, and before her appeared a line of prompts. 1. Complete system tasks to earn points. 2. Expand territory to earn points. 3. Increase territory members to earn points. As she contemplated these three options, Qingxia recalled that she had gained points previously by defeating invaders as part of her mission to protect the base. Today, having accepted 15 dogs, she had increased her territory members, which was indeed one method. And the second option, expanding her territory. She understood. Starting tomorrow, she would begin to extend her domain. The following morning, Qingxia did not run along the perimeter of her territory as before. Instead, she sprinted towards the rear mountain. While running, she instructed her subordinates to hold ropes for enclosing the area. There was an ancient practice of racing horses to stake claims, and now there was the modern equivalent of racing dogs to establish territory. Qingxia had Xia Tian lead the charge with slogans of good fortune, wealth, red envelopes, and longevity, while she herself took charge with the four winds and the red and white tiles. The names she gave to her newly acquired dogs were good fortune, wealth, red envelopes, longevity, and the four winds. The group split into two, enclosing the rear mountain from both sides. By afternoon, Qingxia successfully met up with Xia Tian in the middle of the rear mountain. She tied the ends of the ropes together and sequentially secured all the ropes. By nightfall, after diligently working with her pack, she had enclosed a portion of the rear mountain. The ends of the ropes were fastened to her wire fence. Thus, she had managed to claim the entire mountain with an approximate circumference of 3 kilometers.
Ding.
Territory area expanded, doubling in size. Reward: 1,000 points. Initial territory expansion reward: Heart of the territory. Qingxia felt exhilarated. This was truly feasible. By proactively staking her claim and occupying uninhabited areas, the system acknowledged them as her territory. Moreover, having merely enclosed her mountain, she had already earned 1,000 points. If she were to conquer several nearby peaks, how many points would she amass? If she were to take down City A, that 1,000,000 points would no longer seem unattainable. At that moment, she experienced another reward from the system: Heart of the territory. Upon closing her eyes, she envisioned the land she had claimed today and the nearby air defense shelter, as if a terrain map was being drawn in her mind. Whenever foreign beings entered, she would instinctively sense their presence.
Xia Tian.
500 meters to the west.
Woof.
Hearing the command, Xia Tian dashed out. Within half a minute, the sound of a struggle reached her ears. When she arrived, Xia Tian had already dispatched a zombie that had stealthily entered Han Qingxia's territory. Witnessing this scene, Han Qingxia understood its utility. Within her perceptual range, she noted a few more gray dots. She led her dogs to eliminate them. Good fortune and longevity, head south. Wealth and red envelopes, go west. For wins, proceed east. The rest follow me. Han Qingxia swiftly neutralized the zombies within her territory with her dogs. Throughout this process, she grew increasingly adept at utilizing the heart of the territory. Indeed, the appearance of grades indicated the presence of zombies, and even in remote areas, Han Qingxia could locate them with precision. This meant she did not require surveillance alarms to be aware of any disturbances within her territory. This feature was exceptionally advantageous, especially as she began to expand her territory. With cameras unable to keep up, she could intuitively sense whether anyone intruded into her domain. Han Qingxia worked tirelessly until the early hours of the morning, feeling accomplished as she returned with her dogs. Tomorrow, she would expand her new territory. Chapter 26, A Promising Future. The next morning, Han Qingxia commenced clearing an area in front of the air defense shelter's wire fence. This time, she decided to adopt a different approach. She meticulously eliminated all the zombies along the stretch of land leading to the road and directed a sign that read, "Private Territory. Beware of the fierce dogs." This sign served as her boundary marker. Given the current circumstances, very few could walk away alive, and none would dare contest her claim to the land. With that, she planted her sign firmly in the ground.
Ding.
Territory area increased by 5 acres. Reward, 500 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Han Qingxia felt a surge of joy. Indeed, her thoughts were not misguided. These uninhabited zones, even those previously claimed, were within her reach for expansion. However, there was a prerequisite. The land must have been cleared and measured by her or her dogs. Today, Han Qingxia and her dogs journeyed from the base to the sign, covering approximately 5 acres. Marking the areas they had explored together resembled an exploration game where the protagonist must traverse certain areas to illuminate the map. Fortunately, her dogs, acting as her team, significantly expanded her exploration range. She planted her sign into the ground, clapped her hands, and the territory map in her mind expanded to include this new area. Standing still, Han Qingxia contemplated her next expansion direction. Thus far, she had successfully conquered the entire hill of the air defense shelter. To her left lay the road, and to her right, a sparsely populated mountainous region containing an abandoned quarry and a few scattered villas. The road to the north led to City A, characterized by flat terrain, making it easy to conquer, whereas the right mountainous area would be more challenging. After a brief contemplation, she resolved to start on the right side. Of course, she favored the right. She preferred stability over haste. Though the terrain was complex, it was more certain to capture what she could, rather than rush to the left road. With the potential for few individuals or a horde of zombies to appear, she needed to be thorough in her cleansing efforts. Indeed, her territory had safety requirements. All zombies must be eradicated. If left unattended for an extended period, the system would automatically remove that section. This was easily understandable. A territory riddled with zombies or aberrant creatures could hardly be deemed hers. However, this also extinguished her desire to keep a few zombies as sentinels. Thankfully, she now had ample helpers. The 15 military dogs known as Good Fortune and Wealth possessed high intelligence and strong agility, making them excellent guardians for eliminating any unwelcome zombies. She truly needed more dogs. Especially as her territory expanded, these would be far from sufficient. Han Qingxia dismissed her other thoughts and resolutely set off towards the mountainous terrain on the right. When she returned in the evening, she had successfully expanded her territory to encompass another hill. Her points had surged by 1,000, bringing her total to an impressive 2,656. Well done, everyone. Time to eat, Han Qingxia declared, waving her hand to release a bounty of fresh beef from her space for the dogs to enjoy. She had never been stingy with her companions. If she feasted on meat, her comrades would undoubtedly partake as well. Han Qingxia herself retrieved a steaming hot Korean fried chicken meal, a treasure hoarded from her previous shopping spree. With an abundance of supplies, she relished in a variety of flavors at every meal. Today it was Korean fried chicken. Tomorrow, perhaps army hot pot, and afterward, glistening crispy roast meats. While exploring her territory, she would often snack on ready-made treats like handheld pancakes, cold noodles, and grilled cold noodles to stave off hunger. All the food retained the freshness and warmth from when it was stored. At this moment, clad in gloves, Han Qingxia tore into the fried chicken, feeling the crispy, fish scale-like coating that had just emerged from the fryer. With a single tear, succulent juices burst forth from the tender chicken leg, mingling with the fragrant garlic soy sauce that tantalized all her senses. A sip of ice-cold cola complemented the feast perfectly. What sheer satisfaction, especially in this apocalyptic world. Indulging in the lavish cuisine reminiscent of the pre-apocalypse brought her immense joy. All her weariness melted away at this moment. She devoured the fried chicken voraciously, consuming a portion sufficient for 3 people. Her dogs, sensing the delectable aroma, eagerly approached, and Han Qingxia tossed them the remaining half. The dogs surrounded her, joyfully feasting. Once the meal was finished and her belly content, Han Qingxia stood to stretch and check on her chickens, ducks, fish, vegetable garden, and fruit trees. The eggs she had left in the coop had accumulated significantly, and recently, some chicks had begun to hatch. The poultry, enhanced by the system, were thriving and reproducing at an astonishing rate. The incubation period for ducks was longer than for chicks, approximately 40 days for ducklings compared to around 20 days for chicks. At this time, the duck coop had yet to yield any ducklings, but Han Qingxia had noticed several mother ducks diligently sitting on their nests. Her 2 little goats were a delightful surprise, growing rapidly and developing well. Han Qingxia recalled the owner mentioning that these goats were originally bred for milk production. It seemed she would soon have goat's milk to enjoy. As for her vegetable garden, the rapid-growing and high-yielding crops like Chinese cabbage and leeks had already begun to yield abundant harvests. Han Qingxia made it a point to collect a bounty each day. Even after harvesting, the next day would still present more, yet she couldn't bear to let any go to waste. No matter how tiring or busy she was, she always found time to gather the vegetables. She dedicated one room in her underground storage solely for fresh produce. Additionally, her radishes, spinach, lettuce, and asparagus were nearing harvest time, and soon her tomatoes and potatoes would also be in full bloom. As for the fish pond, the number of fish had doubled, with a plethora of fry appearing. Han Qingxia had not actively managed the fish pond, as she lacked the skills, but with the system's support, it thrived without her intervention. The little fish were lively and growing plump by the day. Everything in her base was progressing favorably, and her territory was expanding. The future looked bright. The next day unfolded in a similar fashion, with Han Qingxia setting out to expand her territory once more, this time driving her armored vehicle. She left her 7 dogs, led by Xia Tian, to guard the base, instructing them to patrol the mountains and eliminate any zombies that appeared while she took the remaining 8 to conquer the next hill. Her target for the day was a villa district. The mountain villas had once been a renowned development, catering exclusively to the affluent. With only 10 villas in total, it was said that less than half had sold, and very few people had ever moved in. As Han Qingxia arrived at the mountainous villa area, her eyes fell upon the tiered, artfully designed villas nestled halfway up the slope. The spacious distance between each villa ensured privacy, overlooking the entire city in splendid view. Only the wealthiest of the elite could inhabit such luxurious abodes. She dispatched her dogs to scout for any signs of life nearby. East and south winds, search the left side. West and north winds, check the south. Red and white, you search above. Air Chiao, stay in place. If anyone appears, alert me. With a chorus of barks, the 8 dogs promptly dispersed to carry out Han Qingxia's commands. Unperturbed, she produced a sign and hammered it into the ground, inscribing, "Private territory, trespassers will be shot." She opted against warning of vicious dogs, as this area would serve as her radiation territory, where she would not frequent regularly. Due to a shortage of dogs, she could not allocate them here, so the sign served as a boundary marker. If anyone approached, they would be dealt with. Once the sign was firmly in place, the dogs returned, but a prompt alert did not sound in their minds. Han Qingxia surveyed the 10 villas, realizing she needed to thoroughly inspect each one. Leaving 4 dogs outside, she took the remaining ones to begin her sweep of the villas. The first villa was clearly unsold, as its entrance remained locked with the original key. Han Qingxia retrieved a piece of wire from her space and deftly manipulated the lock until it clicked open. Having spent considerable time in the apocalypse, she had acquired quite a few skills. Upon entering, she found the interior still in its raw state. After inspecting the premises, she left a mark denoting her name at the mailbox by the front door, and in her mind, a map materialized.
Ding.
Territory expanded by 500 square meters. Reward, 100 points.
Han Qingxia smiled slightly.
This was more like it. She continued to sweep through the remaining villas. Upon reaching the 9th villa, she noticed a car parked in the small garden out front. Dust on the window indicated it had not been there long. Observing the windows of the villa, she noted that all the curtains were tightly drawn. She knocked on the door and rang the bell, but the sound echoed through the vacant villa district. Met with silence from within, Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow, once again using her wire to carefully manipulate the door lock. This time, she felt the door was locked from the inside. Han Qingxia was certain there was definitely someone inside, either alive or transformed into a zombie. At that moment, she felt a vibration from the wire. Someone was twisting the door lock from within. Han Qingxia realized there was indeed a living person inside. She hesitated for a moment. In places that were abandoned or where the owner was absent, she could occupy without hesitation. However, knowing there was someone alive within changed everything. She lowered her hand from the door, contemplating her next move. In the apocalyptic world, all laws have crumbled, and the darkest facets of humanity can run rampant. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, it becomes permissible to oppress the weak and seize what one desires. However, Han Qingxia is incapable of such brutality. She prides herself on being the moral bedrock of mankind. While she kills without remorse, she is not a sadistic monster. Her malice and ruthlessness are only provoked when her interests are infringed upon. For instance, at this moment, should anyone dare to encroach upon her already claimed territory, she would undoubtedly eliminate them. Yet, she cannot bring herself to invade others' domains, forcefully expelling or killing their inhabitants to usurp their homes. She hesitates, allowing the survivors within a temporary reprieve. Just then, a small crack in the door behind her opens. A middle-aged man, his face adorned with stubble, wearing spectacles, and appearing gaunt from prolonged starvation, cautiously peers at her, accompanied by a similarly frail, middle-aged woman. At this moment, a curious little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, peeks out from behind them. Sensing their daughter's emergence, the couple swiftly shields her, hiding her behind their backs.
Woof. Woof.
The dogs begin barking furiously at the intruders behind the door. Silence. Han Qingxia commands her dogs, scrutinizing the middle-aged man. She leaves him with a warning. Except for this place, the rest is my territory. You are prohibited from entering, otherwise I shall kill you. After delivering her ultimatum, she strides away towards the distant number 10 villa. At this juncture, the man calls out to her loudly, "There are man-eating zombies inside. Don't go."
Han Qingxia halts.
Turning to face him. "How do you know?" "I have seen them." The man's expression turns grave as he nods. On the day of the party at Villa number 10, a group of young men and women were celebrating, playing until dawn, when suddenly, screams erupted. Many young people, bloodied, fled from within. But they didn't get far before being tackled and devoured. "What were you doing at that time?" "We were terrified, locking the doors tightly and staying in our rooms, only later realizing they had turned into zombies." Han Qingxia's gaze shifts from the man's face to the door, then to the interior of the house, and finally to the blood-stained ground outside. Have they managed to hold on to supplies until now? The man, suddenly cautious, clenches his parched lips and remains silent. In such times, no one would casually discuss resources with another. Han Qingxia is wary of him, and he is equally cautious of her. Seeing their silence, she leads her dogs towards the number 10 villa. Observing her departure, the man contemplates warning her but ultimately refrains. "Husband, who is that person?" His wife inquires anxiously. Uncertain, but she likely possesses resources, the man asserts, recalling Han Qingxia's rosy complexion and healthy demeanor. Even her dogs are well-groomed. At this point, how could one maintain such a state without sufficient supplies? "Can we ask her for food later?" His wife asks nervously.
Daddy, I am hungry.
Their daughter clings to his leg. The man's eyes darken as he extends his hand, a green glow appearing in his palm. Nearby, A branch of a potted plant seems to come alive, flying towards his hand. Gripping the vine, he solemnly states, "Let us observe first. Do not rush." Han Qingxia arrives at Villa number 10. As expected, the villa is in disarray. The main door is tightly shut, with blood splattered across the ground, the door, and the garden. Han Qingxia circles the villa, surveying the terrain and the general situation inside. Chapter 28. Slaying the Mutant Zombie. Han Qingxia now possesses extraordinary strength. With a powerful kick, she shatters the iron security door before her. With a resounding crash, the door opens. In that instant, she and her 4 dogs disperse to either side. With a fierce roar, 3 famished zombies charge out. Among them, a female zombie, once a stunning beauty, has retained a semblance of her former allure. Her face is mostly intact, though one leg has been gnawed, revealing a portion of ominous white bone. The other female zombie fares worse. Much of her face has been devoured, exposing a prosthetic nose that dangles grotesquely, while one eyeball bulges outward. Maggots writhing in the exposed flesh. The male zombie, donned in an elegant suit, has a gaping wound in his chest, and he lunges forward, frantically clawing as he catches the scent of fresh human flesh. As the 3 zombies burst forth, Han Qingxia swiftly dispatches one with a shovel. The remaining 2 are swiftly overwhelmed by her 4 dogs, who efficiently eliminate them. They are the finest military dogs, alleviating a great deal of her troubles. With 3 resounding thuds, the zombies fall lifeless. Quick and graceful, dispatching zombies is a trivial task for Han Qingxia. Standing by the door, she taps on the door frame, producing sounds to lure any remaining zombies inside. Yet, all remain silent. It appears these 3 are the only ones. Cautiously, Han Qingxia and her dogs venture further inside. Even in the absence of zombies, her movements remain exceptionally deliberate and cautious. The villa spans 3 floors, 1 basement level and 2 above. Lavishly decorated, the interior exudes opulence. Yet it is in utter disarray. Bottles and food containers litter the floor, while a mound of exquisitely wrapped gifts awaits at the entrance. Han Qingxia casually picks one up, reading the inscription, "Happy 20th birthday, Lu Mengyue." So, it was a birthday celebration. Unfortunately for this unfortunate soul, her birthday coincided with the outbreak of the zombie crisis. In a matter of moments, Han Qingxia dismantles the gift box, discovering a brand-name diamond bracelet within. Adhering to her principle of never leaving empty-handed, she gathers all the gifts. She will unwrap them later. After collecting the gifts, she heads to the kitchen, hoping to take all the food. To her dismay, there is hardly anything to be found. It seems the inhabitants here were pampered aristocrats, untouched by labor. The kitchen lacks any substantial provisions, though the refrigerator does contain a variety of snacks. Han Qingxia unceremoniously takes them all, imported bird's nest, beverages, and packaged snacks, along with premium Japanese beef and Australian lobster from the freezer. Additionally, she loads up on pristine silk and down comforters from the bedrooms, swiftly clearing the upper 2 floors of the villa. Leaving 2 dogs at the entrance, she descends into the basement with the other 2. Upon entering, she senses something amiss. Whimper, whimper. The dogs emit low, mournful sounds, their instincts alerting them to an impending threat, as if they had encountered a terrifying creature. Yet, all Han Qingxia feels is a chilling silence. She taps the railing beside her, attempting to lure any lurking zombies with noise. Still, only silence answers her. As she carefully descends the stairs, upon reaching the final step, a sudden rush of rancid air assaults her. It is alarmingly swift, a speed unmatched by any of the previous zombies. However, this zombie misses its target. Followed by a loud crash. A shovel plummeted from the heavens, its immense force propelling it several meters away. Han Qingxia, having battled through a decade of apocalypse, possessed combat experience that was not acquired through repeated losses and deceptions. After being struck by Han Qingxia, the zombie contorted into a grotesque, unnatural position. With its forelimbs twisted a full 180 degrees, its back pressed to the ground, hands braced against the earth, while its legs remained in a lateral stance. She crouched low, resembling a large, 4-legged centipede rising anew, her long hair obscuring much of her face, from which a pale gray eyeball fixated intently on Han Qingxia. The flickering lights of the basement cast an eerie glow as this aberrant creature charged toward her in an exceedingly bizarre and terrifying manner, moving with such speed that it left afterimages in its wake. Han Qingxia's expression hardened, a single phrase echoing in her mind: speed-type mutated zombie. In the blink of an eye, the quadrupedal zombie was upon her. The female zombie, her face shrouded by her long hair, opened a cavernous maw that revealed the absence of a tongue, her entire lip bitten away. Beneath the bloodied, gaping abyss, rows of jagged teeth lunged toward Han Qingxia. Thud! It clamped down on something, merely a shovel. The shovel pierced through her mouth, pinning her head to the wall. The zombie momentarily froze, its limbs thrashing violently. Han Qingxia gripped the shovel tightly. With a decisive crack, she silenced it for good. The zombie was swift, but Han Qingxia was even swifter. Not only that, her strength was astonishing. The shovel embedded itself an inch into the reinforced concrete wall, a feat that would be impossible for an ordinary person to extract. Han Qingxia withdrew the shovel and stirred it within the zombie's skull, and as she pulled it out, a yellowish-white crystalline object came into view before her. Han Qingxia retrieved a bottle of water from her space, rinsed the surface, and instantly, the crystal began to shimmer. This was the zombie core, a coveted prize possessed by higher-level zombies. In later stages of the apocalypse, many bases began to use these cores as currency, with larger bases continuously offering high prices for their acquisition. In her previous life, Han Qingxia had only managed to ascend to the rank of squad leader, as her lack of supernatural abilities limited her access to many opportunities. However, she recognized the utility of this familiar object. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Beep. Zombie core detected. 1. Unlocking a brand new points exchange. A standard level 1 zombie core is worth 100 points. Would you like to exchange it?
Han Qingxia.
The core can be exchanged for points. An exchange panel appeared in her mind, displaying a message: first-time exchange reward, a large gift pack. For every subsequent 100 cores exchanged, receive an additional gift pack. Without hesitation, Han Qingxia opted for the exchange. The core in her grasp vanished, and a notification resounded in her mind. Beep. Reward: Yunnan Baiyao, a traditional Chinese medicine. Reward: 1 emergency pill. Beep. Reward: 1 set of combat gear. Beep. Reward: 1 pair of combat gloves. Beep. Reward: 1 set of combat boots. Beep. Reward: 1 revolver.
Han Qingxia.
What a windfall. The Yunnan Baiyao and the emergency pill alone were worth 120 points. She was uncertain of the price of the combat gear set, but she had seen the revolver listed at over 5,000 points in the weapons catalog. What a tremendous profit. Han Qingxia secured the revolver at her waist, stowed the combat gear in her space for later examination, and then scoured the basement once more. She managed to salvage a considerable haul, including a cabinet filled with expensive red wine, gold bars and jewels locked away in a safe, as well as a motorcycle and 2 sports cars, all with their keys conveniently in place. Han Qingxia returned triumphantly. As she departed, she inscribed a large character for summer at the entrance. Consequently, the area map in her mind expanded to encompass the size of this villa. Meanwhile, all the villas in the vicinity, except for Villa Number 9, had been conquered and merged into her territory map, leaving only the dark, unilluminated void of Villa Number 9. Upon exiting the villa, the occupants of Villa No. 9 immediately averted their gaze. They stared in disbelief at Han Qingxia, who had returned unscathed, their eyes filled with contemplation. Dear, that woman has emerged from Villa Number 10. Did you not say it was exceedingly dangerous there? She is far more formidable than we anticipated, the man asserted. At that moment, he felt a mix of dread and relief, grateful that he had initially displayed goodwill, for otherwise his abilities might not have sufficed against this woman. He realized he had to adjust his strategy. As Han Qingxia left Villa Number 10 and reached the main road, she encountered a family of 3 from Villa Number 9. Miss, may I propose a transaction? The man adjusted his black-framed glasses. I am a botanist capable of cultivating new crops, and we would like to exchange some food with you. He gestured for his daughter to present a large box of vegetables and bean sprouts. Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow at the sight. Are you not afraid I might seize all of this? The man shook his head. Cultivating these is not complicated for me. He lifted his hand, and within the box, a pot of bean sprouts began to grow rapidly skyward. Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled at this sight. A wood-type supernatural being. No wonder this man had managed to protect his family at home during the zombie crisis for over a month. He was a man of considerable skill. Simultaneously, Han Qingxia understood the implications of his actions. Firstly, he was signaling that he was a valuable asset, capable of providing her with resources. Secondly, he was attempting to intimidate her, conveying that any rash actions could endanger his family and that he possessed the means to protect them. However, neither of these tactics held any weight with Han Qingxia, for she had no need for them. "You may keep it for yourselves," she declared, not even casting a lingering glance at the pot of vegetables. Her own supply was more than abundant. There was no necessity for trade. With that, she nonchalantly departed with her dog. The man, witnessing this, immediately fell into a state of panic, his expression filled with confusion.
Could it be?
He was an astute individual, having deduced from various news reports in the early days of the apocalypse that things were not as simple as they seemed. When the zombie outbreak occurred next door, he had promptly sealed his doors, huddled with his family in silence, and successfully evaded the crisis. Later, he had fortuitously awakened his wood-type abilities, securing a basic level of sustenance for his family. Yet, merely surviving on vegetables was insufficient. The adults could manage, but the child had long since suffered from malnutrition. Nevertheless, he was confident that the fresh vegetables he cultivated would hold significant market value outside. How many survivors out there could access fresh produce? This was undoubtedly a commodity ripe for trade. Yet, he never anticipated that his offer would be entirely disregarded. Just as Han Qingxia was about to walk away, the man called out to her, "Miss, what do you require? Money? We have that too. Whatever you desire, we can trade if we possess it." Upon hearing this, Han Qingxia halted, a hint of interest finally gracing her expression as she regarded Villa Number 9. "I want your house." The other party. What a travesty. In this apocalyptic world, why would she desire a house? It is nothing but an extravagant luxury. "I could offer you 500 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of meat, 100 eggs, and 10 cartons of milk in exchange for your home." The price is quite appealing. Even if it would not have fetched 5,000 in the pre-apocalyptic era, barely enough to purchase a square meter of this property. Yet in these dire times, such a substantial supply for their dwelling is an exceedingly fair trade. However, the two individuals across from me displayed hesitation. They could part with their house. But where would they reside thereafter? "Miss, if we sell you our home, will we still have a place to live?" The man adjusted his glasses, a thought striking him as he fixed his determined gaze upon Han Qingxia. "Our family could work for you, and we would gladly contribute half of our daily vegetable yield." In essence, they were offering their services as laborers. His mind raced with possibilities. This proposal, though reminiscent of becoming a peasant in a feudal lord's estate, was indeed the optimal choice. Firstly, they would not need to relocate, still residing in their current home, merely required to surrender half of their vegetable produce. More importantly, they would gain Han Qingxia's protection. This girl was evidently no ordinary individual. Aligning themselves with her was undoubtedly the wisest decision. Simultaneously, it was mutually beneficial for Han Qingxia. She initially sought to acquire their property to expand her territory without the need for actual residence. With her manpower insufficient and many areas left unguarded, this family could oversee her domain while providing a daily contribution of food. Moreover, the man possessed wood-based abilities, making this arrangement quite advantageous. At that moment, a notification resonated in Han Qingxia's mind.
Ding.
Detection of territory residents pledging allegiance. Accepting territory residents will yield 300 points and a special attribute.
Han Qingxia.
A special attribute. I accept. Upon her agreement to their allegiance, an invisible force connected her with the three individuals before her. Wang Yumin and his wife suddenly regarded Han Qingxia with a reverent awe, akin to venerating a deity, instinctively desiring to submit to her. Simultaneously, Han Qingxia felt an extraordinary energy surging within her. She reached for Wang Yumin's basket of vegetables, and instantly, the contents began to swell at a pace surpassing his control. The couple comprehended at once why Han Qingxia had looked down upon their produce. She, too, was a wood-based ability user, and far more powerful than themselves. A unique blend of gratitude and trepidation blossomed within them. How benevolent of her to accept them. Chapter 30. The Lord. Han Qingxia proceeded to purchase Wang Yumin's household. A large character for Xia was inscribed upon the mailbox at the entrance. With this acquisition, her map was finally complete. From this day forth, I am your lord. Han Qingxia instructed Wang Yumin and his wife to oversee the area, permitting no one to enter her territory. They were to diligently tend to the land, and in return, she would guarantee their safety and provide rewards based on their contributions. Upon hearing this, the couple responded with fervent enthusiasm. This was precisely what they desired. Whether in the pre-apocalyptic era or now, ordinary people simply sought a secure place where they could be sheltered. Previously, they had relied on the machinery of the state for protection. Now, with that machinery dismantled, Han Qingxia stood as their tangible guardian. Han Qingxia requested Wang Yumin's daughter, Wang Yunduo, to accompany her to collect supplies, taking into account the girl's tender age and the likelihood that her father could not preserve much. She did not allow her to take too much. For the first time, she provided her with a bag of rice, a carton of milk, a tray of fresh eggs, and 10 pounds of pork. The items were loaded onto the cart, which was drawn by Hong Zhong and by Ban, who would also escort her home. Moving forward, all of their produce would be delivered to her daily. Han Qingxia's assimilation of residents resembled a base in this post-apocalyptic world, though distinctly different in structure. She would not permit the newcomers to enter her shelter. That was her private domain. These residents under her protection could only inhabit the area within her territory, where they would look up to her as their sovereign. The following day, Wang Yunduo arrived to deliver the daily yield, a box of vegetables, half of which were bean sprouts and the other half cabbage.
Ding.
Detection of production from a household within the territory. Reward, 3 points. Upon receiving the box of vegetables, Han Qingxia was greeted by a system prompt. Each day she accepted the contributions from her territory residents would accrue points. Beyond the initial acceptance reward, their ongoing production would also grant her points. The reward quantity seemed to correlate with the population. With 3 members in Wang Yumin's family, they contributed 3 points daily. Han Qingxia was overjoyed on her return journey when she handed over the rice, milk, eggs, and pork. She also included a bag of seeds and a lollipop as a reward. Go home and have your parents plant something different. Yes, my lord, Wang Yunduo replied sweetly. Accompanied by Hong Zhong and Bai Ban, she returned home with her haul. After she departed, Han Qingxia unfurled her map, beginning to strategize her next conquest. Advancing towards the villa district seemed prudent. The rear of the villa district bordered another city, with complex terrain and a significant population, complicating management. If there were zombies there, the journey would take considerable time. To the right lay the highway. She took her binoculars to survey the road. Since the rescue team evacuated a group of civilians that day, the highway had experienced a resurgence. Survivors, emboldened by the presence of rescue vehicles, were driving out in droves, following them to the rescue base. If her memory served her right, that base was the one where Han Ning and her family had initially sought refuge, situated in the plains at the junction of City B and City A. It had evolved into one of the 3 major bases in the east, Base K1, with formidable military strength. However, based on her previous knowledge, K1 was consistently short on provisions, dispatching numerous personnel daily to scavenge for supplies. Considering the expansion of her territory to the north, she might encounter individuals from Base K1. After some deliberation, she resolved to head south, towards City A. Without further ado, she spent the day clearing approximately 20 acres of uninhabited land along the highway, exterminating the zombies that roamed within her territory and seizing a modest amount of supplies, mainly from vehicles involved in accidents along the road. In total, she collected 4.5 bags of rice, half a bag of flour, and 5 boxes of instant noodles, while discarding spoiled meat, vegetables, and bread. The yield was somewhat meager. However, the points earned were substantial, 2,000 points. The exchange rate appeared to be 1,000 points for every 10 acres. If it were a high-rise residential area, the points would be calculated differently. For instance, clearing the entire villa district yesterday had ultimately rewarded her with over 3,000 points. That villa area was not nearly as expansive as the uninhabited land she had conquered today. In just a few days, Han Qingxia's territory had expanded 4 to 5 times, and her points had reached nearly 7,000. She was not far from acquiring her AK. Just as she intended to seize her AK with fervor, a cluster of red suddenly appeared in her mind. Red dots? Zombies are represented by gray dots. After a moment of stunned silence, Qingxia swiftly came to her senses. Living invaders. They were audaciously encroaching upon the area outside her bunker, and now they were advancing toward her shelter. Without hesitation, Qingxia gathered her dogs and drove back with determination. Captain, hold on a bit longer. According to the map, there should be a bunker ahead. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss here. A group of 7 or 8 men clad in combat uniforms traversed the wooded area outside the bunker, increasingly aware of the peculiarities surrounding them. Indeed, there wasn't a single zombie in sight. It appeared as though the area had been deliberately cleared. Look, there are tire tracks from vehicles coming in and out, still fresh. It seems there are people inside. If there are people, that is excellent news. The men, most of whom bore injuries, continued forward, only to halt abruptly. Before them stood a massive sign. Private property, beware of dog. Look over there. One sharp-eyed individual caught a fleeting glimmer of silver. He hurried a few steps forward, parted the bushes, and maneuvered through dense trees, revealing a well-concealed base. Upon seeing this fortified structure, he and his companions were left utterly astonished. A towering wall of barbed wire rose over 3 meters high, its summit adorned with razor-sharp Okinawan blades, glinting ominously. At the center loomed a massive steel door, standing 3.5 meters tall, its thickness suggesting that even a tank would struggle to breach it. Inside the barbed wire enclosure, a lush array of vegetables, chickens, ducks, sheep, and sprawling orchards, along with fish ponds, could be discerned. Was this paradise? A breathtaking defensive installation, an abundance of supplies. It resembled a mythical utopia from a book. There must be someone inside. I'll go seek assistance. The man who spoke took off at a brisk pace. Just then, a voice called out from behind. Be careful. Unfortunately, it was too late. Thud. The Special Forces soldier fell directly into a trap before their eyes, and by the time everyone reacted, he had plunged into a pit filled with treachery. Chapter 31. Su Xiaoyang appears.
Daping. Qingxia.
The other Special Forces members rushed to the edge of the pit, where they discovered an expertly hidden trap containing steel spikes and large animal traps. The sight sent shivers down their spines.
Damn.
This is no ordinary civilian trap. This is a professional-grade military installation. An average person would meet their demise upon triggering it. Fortunately, their companion was a trained soldier who, upon sensing danger, instinctively defended himself, sustaining injuries only to his legs, while his hands were pierced. They carefully pulled him from the trap. Just as they managed to rescue him, a pack of dogs surged out from a small entrance of the base.
Woof. Woof. Woof.
Led by an exceptionally fierce German shepherd, 8 or 9 formidable dogs surrounded them, their eyes filled with hostility, exposing long fangs and sharp claws. At that moment, they finally understood the meaning of beware of dog. Then, a voice echoed from the loudspeaker. This is your only warning. Get lost within a minute. Otherwise, the dogs will not be held responsible for any injuries. The entire group. Upon hearing Qingxia's chilling warning, they all furrowed their brows, their gazes converging on the gravely injured man in the center. He frowned deeply, his camouflaged face obscured, but his piercing eyes shone brightly as he looked toward the base, speaking in a low, melodious tone. We are the guards of K1 base. We are in trouble and could really use your help. 59 seconds. The only response he received was Qingxia's icy countdown.
Hey.
Please help us. We are genuinely in a bind. 58 seconds. How can you be like this? We are in peril because we came to your aid. A youthful Special Forces member exclaimed angrily, his frustration palpable. 30 seconds. Qingxia abruptly have the time. The young soldier nearly burst into tears at this point. Captain. She enough, their captain replied, his tone now tempered. Helping is a courtesy. Not helping is a right. We shouldn't impose moral obligations on her. Let us retreat. But you're gravely injured, and we have no means of escape. Leave. At that moment, the Special Forces members carrying their captain fell to their knees before the gate. Inside, comrades, I, Su Xiaoyang, beseech you. We will not enter your base. Just save our captain. Whatever you desire. I will procure it for you. Meanwhile, Han Qingxia, driving, was taken aback by the sight on her live surveillance feed.
Su Shuang.
It truly was Su Xiaoyang.
Thud.
Thud. Thud. The others followed suit, pleading with Han Qingxia. The young man, bearing his injured comrade, felt as if his heart was being crushed by an unseen hand. The weight of his comrade's desperation hurt more than his own wounds. He wanted to tell them to rise, but before he could, darkness enveloped him as he succumbed to blood loss. At that moment, a screech pierced the air. With a sudden halt that stirred a flurry of fallen leaves, an advanced armored vehicle, unlike anything they had ever seen, skidded to a stop before them. As leaves and dust settled, the door swung open. A girl clad in combat attire leapt from the vehicle. Her long, jet-black hair was tied into a high, stylish ponytail, and her fair, rosy face was stunningly beautiful, especially in her crisp uniform, accentuating her tall and striking figure. Both beautiful and fierce, she was captivating beyond measure. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, she strode directly to the center of the group, knelt on one knee, and grasped the chin of the man before her. In shock, Su Xiaoyang found himself unable to move as she scrutinized his face earnestly. The more Han Qingxia examined him, the brighter her eyes sparkled with excitement.
Su Shuang. Yes. It's me.
Su Xiaoyang, caught in her grip, suddenly found it difficult to meet her gaze, perhaps due to the intensity of her smile. The surrounding comrades were left agape at this unexpected scene. Is this really happening?
All right, come in.
Han Qingxia waved her hand, opening the door behind her and inviting them inside. In that moment, it felt as though they were floating in the clouds. All eyes turned to Su Xiaoyang, their expressions filled with intrigue. Having a good-looking comrade at a critical moment was truly advantageous. Su Xiaoyang's typically stoic demeanor faltered under their scrutiny as he pressed himself closer to his captain, feigning composure. Why aren't you all rushing inside? As the crowd finally emerged from their stupor, they entered the base, supporting one another while also lifting the unfortunate Jingping, who had fallen into the trap. Following Han Qingxia, they stepped into her stronghold. Once they truly ventured inside, they were further astounded by the sights before them. Outside, chaos reigned with corpses strewn about, societal order dismantled, and food scarce beyond measure. Yet within her sanctuary, chicks and ducklings thrived in abundance. A mere glance revealed nests overflowing with eggs. The crops in the ground flourished spectacularly, appearing as though they would soon outgrow their harvest time. Not to mention the pond they passed, teeming with fish and shrimp. As if the universe itself was proclaiming prosperity. Congratulations and wealth. Bring forth the red envelopes. May fortune be with you. Live long and prosper. Dinner is served. Everyone gasped in disbelief as they watched Han Qingxia emerge from the air raid shelter with a large basin of fresh, bone-in beef, ready to feed her dogs. Astonished, they thought how extravagant. They had been enduring intermittent hunger outside, while this woman's dogs feasted like royalty. Su Xiaoyang, have you eaten yet?
Han Qingxia inquired.
Glancing at him after feeding her dogs, Su Xiaoyang, blushing deeply, stammered, "We still have a bit of food left, but we haven't eaten yet. I'll go cook." As she turned to head back into the shelter, Su Xiaoyang hastily called out, "Miss, do you have any medicine? Our leader is on the brink of death." "Yes. Can you save our captain?" Han Qingxia lazily surveyed the man Su Xiaoyang was carrying, a smirk playing on her lips as she queried, "What's in it for me, if I save him?"
"Miss,
if you can save our captain, I promise to do anything you ask." Su Xiaoyang's earnest expression revealed his desperation. Han Qingxia's smile widened. "Well then, it's simple. I want you." Su Xiaoyang was taken aback, his icy demeanor melting into a deep crimson as he found himself at a loss for words. The expressions of his comrades mirrored a mixture of sympathy and envy. After all, Su Xiaoyang was undeniably handsome, and it seemed this fierce woman had set her sights on him, intending to keep him as her personal consort. "Miss, I am but one man." He took a deep breath, looking at Han Qingxia. "What do you want me to do?" "I want you to stay here and serve me alone." "That's not possible. I must return to my unit with everyone." Han Qingxia rose languidly. "Then take your time to consider. If you wish to save him, you must stay." Watching her indifferent retreat, Su Xiaoyang clenched his fists. "Miss, can you truly save our captain?" "Of course. As long as he has breath, I guarantee he will not die."
Han Qingxia replied confidently.
bolstered by the presence of a healing potion system. Su Xiaoyang fell silent for 3 seconds before solemnly responding, "All right. If you can save our captain, then my life will belong to you from now on." Xiaoyang, his teammates exclaimed, panic setting in as they realized his agreement. "You can't do this. I, Qi Mingdang, will sacrifice myself for Su Xiaoyang. Let him go. I, Wang Heng, agree as well. Use me to save our captain. I, Tang Jian, will surrender to you. You all step aside. My family is gone. My life means nothing."
I'll go,
shouted He Zongping, the unfortunate soul who had stumbled into Han Qingxia's trap. Han Qingxia surveyed the group of men clamoring to offer themselves, bemused by their eagerness to sacrifice for Su Xiaoyang. They were treating the situation as if they were eager to devour him, fighting to take his place in death. How amusing it was that they referred to her as a female demon when she had displayed such kindness in her efforts to recruit her precious Su Xiaoyang. Maintaining her composure. "You lot have no right," Han Qingxia retorted, casting a glance at Su Xiaoyang. "Carry him in and follow me." With that, she strode confidently into her air raid shelter. Su Xiaoyang inhaled deeply, securing the man on his back, and hurried after her. Inside the shelter, Su Xiaoyang was greeted by an even more astonishing sight. The interior was brightly lit, with the hum of a generator resonating in the distance. He marveled at the soundproofing or the exceptional quality of the generator. Its noise was remarkably subdued. Diesel generators typically produce a thunderous roar, especially in such a confined space. Unbeknownst to him, this was a generator upgraded by a system. The interior of the shelter was meticulously organized, furnished with sofas, woolen cushions, a large bed, and a bathroom. The back rooms were sealed tight, secured by professional-grade vault doors. The second floor appeared to host a tower, where a row of computers and a crossbow were faintly visible. Coupled with the crops outside, electrified fences, traps, and packs of hunting dogs, it resembled a well-equipped, impregnable fortress. Living here alone would provide enough protection against any danger. Unless a professional army were to launch an assault, but which army would intentionally attack such a remote personal stronghold? Indeed, the base was exceptionally concealed. No one would suspect that such a formidable personal defense structure existed in these deep, secluded mountains. Su Xiaoyang, having comprehended the implications of Han Qingxia's base, was left in awe. Who was this girl? How could she have quietly constructed such a stronghold in such an isolated location? More importantly, where did she acquire all these resources? Just the traps at the entrance, and the vehicle she drove were of craftsmanship that surpassed modern standards. Had she forged them herself?
"Hey,
What are you lost in thought about?" Han Qingxia's voice snapped him back to reality. He quickly returned to his senses, gazing at the beautiful girl before him, and, taking in his surroundings, promptly laid the man on her bed. "Wait, put him on the floor." Su Xiaoyang was taken aback. Did she disdain his captain? After all, their captain, Lu Qian, was recognized as the most handsome man in the Eastern Military District before the apocalypse. With a background that was undeniably impressive, his grandfather was a high-ranking general. This was the first time he had encountered someone who looked down on their captain. Han Qingxia's shelter was extensive, lined with warehouses secured by closed doors, leading Su Xiaoyang to drop the man near the entrance. "My captain has been shot in the abdomen, but the bullet did not remain in his body. He also bears numerous lacerations from sharp blades. Do you truly have a solution?" Han Qingxia swiftly seized a pair of scissors and, with a few deft cuts, she tore open Lu Qian's clothing. Having fought and struggled for survival in the apocalypse for a decade, she had long mastered the art of minor surgical rescue. However, in her previous life, she lacked miraculous medicines. Typically, she merely administered hemostatic and anti-inflammatory medications, thereafter relying on the patient's own resilience, leaving their survival to fate. Now, she deftly flipped her hand, feigning to draw from her pocket, while in reality, she retrieved a small vial from her spatial storage. Emergency pills. With this miraculous potion in her possession, even the Grim Reaper could not claim his due. Han Qingxia glanced at the substantial reward package she had received from the last transaction involving crystal cores. Each emergency pill cost 100 points. Were it not for the necessity of subduing Su Xiaoyang, she would have hesitated to part with such a precious remedy. As Su Xiaoyang caught sight of the medicine Han Qingxia produced, he instinctively opened his mouth to inquire, but ultimately refrained from uttering a single word. His gaze remained fixed intently on Han Qingxia. At this juncture, he had no alternative but to place his trust in her. Chapter 33. The Marvelous Yunnan Baiyao. Su Xiaoyang stood anxiously to the side, observing as Han Qingxia administered the white pills to his captain and proceeded to cleanse his wounds. She meticulously removed dirt and necrotic tissue from the injuries before swiftly applying a vial of powder that appeared to be a hemostatic agent. Once the powder was applied, she wrapped the wounds with bandages. As Han Qingxia completed the treatment of his injuries, he noticed his captain's eyelashes flutter, followed by a cough, and to his astonishment, he truly awoke.
Captain, so schwein Edgalim.
Allow him to rest for a moment. Han Qingxia gestured for him to keep his distance. Immediately, Su Xiaoyang halted in his tracks, nodding earnestly. Once he regained consciousness, he should be fine. Han Qingxia rose to her feet. Su Xiaoyang gazed at the girl before him and, with a thud, knelt at her feet. Miss, from now on, my life belongs to you. Excellent, Han Qingxia responded with satisfaction, eyeing the man before her. Su Xiaoyang had been her most loyal subordinate in her past life. Although she understood that fate had altered, and he could not be precisely the same as before, the essence of a person remains unchangeable. She was intimately familiar with his character. His words were a lifelong vow. I am Han Qingxia. From now on, you may call me boss. Su Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment before resolutely replying, yes, boss. As his words fell, Han Qingxia received a notification in her mind.
Ding.
Base guard detected. Reward, 1,000 points. A complete set of combat gear. Overall enhancement of base security by 10%. Special attribute replication of base guard.
Han Qingxia exclaimed in dialect.
She could feel her base fortifying in ways imperceptible to the naked eye. Moreover, she sensed a ripple of water within her body. She recalled that Su Xiaoyang was a water-type ability user. She had acquired a new power. Han Qingxia was utterly elated. She was now 100% certain that as long as she accepted ability users into her territory, she would inherit their abilities.
Han Qingxia gazed at Su Xiaoyang,
growing increasingly fond of him. Her Xiaoyang was indeed a fine young man, a true treasure. With a fiery gaze, she commanded, take off your clothes.
Su Xiaoyang,
caught off guard by her intense stare, felt a rush of heat flood his face, turning crimson all the way to his neck. For a moment, he felt like a helpless little girl at the mercy of another's whims. Must we be so hasty? He stammered, slowly unbuttoning his shirt. Hurry up. We don't have all day. Han Qingxia turned to retrieve gauze, alcohol, along with the combat gear and a portion of Yunnan Baiyao. When she turned back, she found Su Xiaoyang still struggling with the second button, fidgeting awkwardly. Upon noticing the items in her hands, he stammered, Boss, you mean to? I'm going to apply the medicine to you, now hurry. At that moment, Su Xiaoyang realized he had misinterpreted her intentions. His ears flushed a deep red, and he promptly quickened his pace, swiftly shedding his outer garment. He considered offering to treat himself, but Han Qingxia had already pinned him down, tending to his injuries. They had all encountered a perilous ambush, narrowly escaping a horde of zombies, and each bore wounds. Su Xiaoyang remained silent throughout the ordeal, even as she peeled away the fabric clinging to his bloodied flesh and excised the necrotic tissue. He made no sound. It was impossible not to feel pain. The agony of torn flesh and fascia was enough to render anyone numb. Yet, he remained stoic, suppressing his cries of discomfort. However, when Han Qingxia finished cleansing his wounds and sprinkled the white powder over them, an unprecedented coolness surged through his pain-ridden nerves. He gazed in disbelief at the powder she applied. With just a touch, his wounds ceased to throb. A wave of incomparable warmth enveloped his injuries. And once Han Qingxia had bandaged him completely, he felt as though his wounds were on the mend. Astonished, he stared at Han Qingxia. Enough of staring at me like a fool. Go to the restroom and grab a wet towel to clean yourself up, avoiding the wounds, then change into fresh clothes. Han Qingxia instructed, tossing him a clean set of combat gear. Su Xiaoyang accepted the towel and clothing, momentarily at a loss for words. He clutched the items in silence for a second before solemnly expressing, Thank you, boss. Off you go. Han Qingxia waved him toward the restroom. When Su Xiaoyang emerged in his new attire, he found Han Qingxia in the kitchen preparing a meal. He caught sight of the half-full bottle of Yunnan Baiyao she had placed on the table. Hesitating for a moment, he approached her and asked, "Boss, could I have the remainder of that medicine?" Han Qingxia glanced over her shoulder while cooking, nodding nonchalantly, "Take it." Su Xiaoyang was filled with gratitude. After checking on his former captain in the room to ensure he was recovering well, he turned and took the Yunnan Baiyao outside. Outside, Pingzi urged, "Hang in there. Don't waste the medicine. We don't have much left." Hizong lay pale against the wall outside the bomb shelter, his companions tending to the wounds on his legs. He had been severely injured by Han Qingxia's trap, exacerbating his already battered body. He understood that, without rescue, relying solely on their meager medical supplies was a futile endeavor. "Save it for yourselves. This medicine won't save me. Stop talking nonsense. We will not let you die." Just then, a voice rang out behind them. "Use this medicine." Dressed in fresh combat gear, Su Xiaoyang emerged from the bomb shelter holding the Yunnan Baiyao he had requested from Han Qingxia. Everyone turned to him. "Xiaoyang, how is the captain? Where is he?" Resting inside, he was no longer in danger of losing his life. Upon hearing this, the pervasive gloom that had overshadowed everyone for days began to dissipate significantly. Su Xiaoyang stepped forward, producing a vial of Yunnan Baiyao, a remedy that both he and the captain had previously used with remarkable results. He Zhanping glanced at the bottle. "Is that the witch's medicine?" "Humph. I refuse it. That's my leader. You shall not defame her any further." Su Xiaoyang firmly pressed down on He Zhanping's leg, exposing his wounds entirely. Seeing his comrade defend Han Qingxia so vehemently, He Zhanping felt an overwhelming indignation rising within him, ready to retort. However, an unprecedented wave of coolness swept through his body, leaving him utterly astonished. Chapter 34. This is what I usually eat. He Zhanping's wounds were deep, having just received some hemostatic powder. The pain intensified with every passing moment. At that moment, as Su Xiaoyang applied the medicine to his injuries, an indescribable sensation of coolness washed away all his pain. As the bandaging commenced, warmth began to emanate from the wound, comforting yet not burning, akin to being enveloped in a hot spring. His taut nerves gradually relaxed, and the pallor that had plagued his face began to fade. What sort of medicine does that witch possess? It feels so soothing. And yet, he still referred to her as a witch. Su Xiaoyang tightened the bandage with a firm grip. "Hiss." He Zhanping immediately complied. "I was wrong. I will call her sister instead." Su Xiaoyang, maintaining his composure, released him and finished dressing his wounds. Observing the remaining powder, he addressed his fellow comrades. "There is still some left. You all should use it." Su Xiaoyang applied the remaining powder to the most grievous injuries of his comrades. After applying the medicine from Han Qingxia, their eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. Qi Mingtang exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, this medicine is truly marvelous." Wang Heng's eyes shone brightly. "It doesn't hurt at all now." Li Lin wholeheartedly agreed. "I've never encountered such an effective remedy." Tang Jian smirked. "It seems that, aside from being a bit wicked, that witch has some remarkable products."
Dang Zian.
Su Xiaoyang's icy demeanor darkened instantly. "It's true. Just moments ago, we all pleaded for her help, and she turned a blind eye. How can she not be called a cold-blooded witch?" Tang Jian had nearly been brought to tears by Han Qingxia's earlier behavior. "My leader saved the captain. Yet she feigned ignorance, allowing you all to benefit from her medicine. Humph, that was a trade-off of your own making." "No, I willingly follow my leader," Su Xiaoyang declared solemnly to his comrades. Hearing this from the doorway of the air raid shelter, Han Qingxia couldn't help but smile slightly. Su Xiaoyang was still the same person she had known in her previous life. "Xiaoyang,
Don't say that.
didn't you just praise our leader? Once she recovers, we can escape together." "Yes, we'll sneak away. She won't notice. Even if she does, we're not afraid of her. There are so many of us. How can we be intimidated by a mere girl? Indeed, we fear her not." Just then, Han Qingxia emerged carrying a large basin of food. "Who are you all not afraid of?" The excited chatter of the group immediately quieted, with everyone averting their gazes, not daring to meet her eyes. Han Qingxia glanced at the group, who were all too eager to engage in idle banter. "Xiaoyang, come eat." Upon hearing her command, Su Xiaoyang obediently stepped forward. The other four, witnessing this, hurriedly attempted to dissuade him from approaching her, but none dared to speak up in her presence. As they watched Su Xiaoyang comply, they could only sigh in resignation, lamenting the sacrifices their good comrade had made. Xiaoyang, you've worked hard for everyone. At that moment, a rich aroma of braised ribs wafted through the air. Han Qingxia unveiled her large basin, revealing it filled to the brim with succulent red braised ribs. Having been fried and then stewed, the ribs had a golden red hue, exuding an enticing fragrance. The thick, flavorful sauce made each bite tender and savory, practically falling off the bone, a taste so delightful it could make one devour 10 bowls of rice. Above the ribs, Han Qingxia had also fried 5 eggs and prepared a generous portion of stir-fried greens. The appetizing aroma of the eggs and the vibrant green of the fresh vegetables paired perfectly with the ribs, igniting cravings in anyone who laid eyes on it, especially for the veterans who hadn't had a hearty meal in over a week. Wow, such a feast. Su Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the lavish spread before him, accompanied by 2 pots of fragrant rice in the electric cooker. His heart swelled with gratitude. Leader, there's no need to prepare such a lavish meal for me. I'm content with our usual rations. He understood the dire scarcity of supplies. Many were struggling to get even a single decent meal. The lavish feast Han Qingxia prepared for him felt more like a welcome banquet than anything else. This was far too extravagant. Han Qingxia took a rice cooker. Settling down beneath the grapevine, this is what I usually eat.
Su Shuang.
The others behind him. From now on, whatever I eat, you shall eat too. Following me, your standards will start at this level every day.
Han Qingxia declared loudly.
The 5 onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. No way. Starting at this level, this is the apocalypse. They can't even get meat and veggies at the base. Han Qingxia intended for Su Xiaoyang to eat at this standard. This was decidedly different from their previous assumptions of Su Xiaoyang's dismal existence as a servant. Following Han Qingxia seemed not to be a sacrifice at all. His life was far better than theirs at the base. Let us eat our own food, Tang Jian huffed. We have our own meals. We'll stick to our own. He pulled out some compressed biscuits from his bag, mixed in a bit of water, and began to eat. The others, too, turned their attention away, pitifully retrieving their meager rations of biscuits. As they chewed on the tasteless, dry biscuits, the enticing aroma of the braised ribs wafted over, making the biscuits feel increasingly bland. Those biscuits are becoming less and less appealing. The smell over there is so incredibly delicious. I wish I could have a taste. Eat more. Why are you eating so slowly? Han Qingxia feasted on the ribs, hardly gnawing at the bones, as Xia Tian sat by her side. She left the bones for them to chew on. Su Xiaoyang, however, took his time, savoring each piece thoroughly, as the flavors of Han Qingxia's cooking melded beautifully into the meat, allowing him to finish every morsel. Leave the bones for Xia Tian to chew. You eat more meat. There's no waste here. Su Xiaoyang shook his head resolutely, continuing to enjoy the bones.
Han Qingxia,
observing him, understood his intentions and continued to eat, allowing him to do as he wished. Once she had her fill, she finished off a bottle of cola, leaving plenty of ribs in the basin. Wiping her hands, she stood up, and Su Xiaoyang asked, Leader, are you going to eat the leftovers?
They're all yours now.
Han Qingxia, knowing the unspoken truth, turned back to the air raid shelter, adding, But you must wash the dishes well, and make sure to put away the leftovers. Su Xiaoyang responded immediately, yes. After Han Qingxia departed, He Zhanping and the others, having already chewed through their flavorless biscuits, decided they could eat no more. Yet, unwilling to waste, they licked their crumbs clean. Just at that moment, a bowl of leftover braised ribs was offered to them. Chapter 35, Swift and Efficient. Eat up. It's left for you. Su Xiaoyang had saved some food from between his teeth to share with them. If you give us the food, would the Lady Demon Queen agree? Tang Jian's tone shifted. I consulted the boss. She said I could have it all. How generous. Xiaoyang, you've worked hard. Good brothers. Thank you, because of you. Warmth fills the air. Stop talking and eat quickly. Tang Jian, He Zhanping, Wang Heng, and the others immediately began to feast. During the meal, Su Xiaoyang, concerned they might choke, provided them with some water, filling each of their canteens. This was a recent discovery of his physical mutation. He could produce water. Everyone in their small team had undergone certain changes. Tang Jian had increased speed. He Zhanping had augmented strength. Wang Heng could manipulate fire. Qi Mingtang had a reaction to metal, and Li Lin was able to alter terrain. Although they were still unaware of the reasons behind these transformations, and were even in the process of exploring their applications, they were fortunate that their bodies had mutated. Otherwise, escaping the horde of zombies would have been impossible. Watching his former comrades eat, Su Xiaoyang rose to tend to work, starting with gathering vegetables. Xiaoyang, Tang Jian called, gnawing on a bone. Are you really planning to work for her? Su Xiaoyang had bowed as he cut chives, replied, I promised, so I must fulfill it. Are you really not coming back to the unit with us? I am to be the boss's person from now on. Will the captain allow you to leave if he finds out? Su Xiaoyang fell silent, concentrating on his task. After cutting half the chives, his brothers, having finished their ribs, joined him in work. We have meat to share and work to do together. We can't let you sacrifice alone. Some gathered vegetables, others hoed weeds, and a few washed dishes, tidying up until the entire yard was spotless. Inside, Han Qingxia observed the diligent workers and raised her eyebrows slightly. She knew that Su Xiaoyang had left those ribs for his comrades. She saw through it, but chose not to say anything, fully aware of the bonds formed through life and death. Otherwise, she would never have gone to such lengths to bring Su Xiaoyang into her fold. The brotherhood forged through countless trials over several years could not be easily severed. Now, with the timeline altered, when she first encountered Su Xiaoyang, she saw only him, and he never mentioned his past. Reflecting on it now, it seemed that his comrades, including their captain, must have perished, leaving him alone for her to rescue. With no attachments, he followed her wholeheartedly. In this lifetime, his companions were still alive, and he radiated more positivity than before. Han Qingxia did not intentionally disrupt his relationships with his comrades, nor did she wish for him to sever ties with them. She tacitly approved of many of his actions, such as taking the Yunnan Baiyao and the ribs. These were all acts of kindness towards Su Xiaoyang. Otherwise, it would have been counterproductive. Humans are emotional beings. The fact that his teammates were alive would inevitably weigh on his heart. Otherwise, would he have been able to return to the nest? Han Qingxia looked at the energetic young men working skillfully, and her eyes brightened. Keeping these individuals around to assist her seemed quite advantageous. As dusk settled, Han Qingxia lazily strolled outside the bomb shelter, surveying her territory. Her domain had undergone a transformation. The vegetable patch had been meticulously organized. All the freshly harvested greens were neatly arranged in the shade, sorted by type. Weeds had been removed from the garden, the chicken and duck pens cleaned, and minor repairs made to any damaged areas. The cleanliness of both the interior and exterior was commendable. Han Qingxia was very satisfied. The soldiers work quite well.
Boss.
Where should we store these vegetables? No rush, let us wash some first. Tonight, we're having hot pot. Upon hearing hot pot, the nearby comrades lounging around perked up. Before long, Han Qingxia set up a pot in the open space. Fragrant beef bones and chicken drumsticks were added to make broth, followed by the hot pot ingredients. Half spicy, half tomato. An array of meats, fish, fresh vegetables, and frozen tofu was laid out, causing He Zongping and the others to salivate.
Boss.
This is too much food. What do you mean? I told you, following me means eating is fundamental. This is daily life. Get used to it. The ears of He Zongping and the others perked up, casting envious glances at Su Xiaoyang. Daily life. After leaving the unit, they carried only a few compressed biscuits and a tiny bit of canned beef. Food scarcity within the base meant they faced immediate supply reductions. Their meals were reduced to one dish, a bowl of rice, and a soup that barely contained a hint of egg flour, far inferior to even bathwater. Yet, many envied even that meager fare. Within the base, countless individuals couldn't even access steamed buns. In stark contrast, Han Qingxia's meals were like heaven and hell apart. Han Qingxia dropped substantial rolls of beef, slices of pork, shrimp paste, and fish into the hot pot. The rich aroma made everyone's mouths water uncontrollably. We should eat too. I can't eat. Tang Jian turned his head away, unable to stomach the sight of such a feast while faced with his own compressed biscuits. If you can't eat, just drink some water. Pretend you're eating. They sipped water to suppress their hunger, hoping that after Han Qingxia finished, Su Xiaoyang might bring them a little back. But once Han Qingxia finished her hot pot, wiping her mouth, she spoke before Su Xiaoyang could say anything. Xiaoyang, put away the vegetables. I see you didn't eat much. I'll prepare less next time. Everyone. Su Xiaoyang was caught off guard by Han Qingxia's remark. He had only eaten until he was about 6/10 full and wanted to leave some leftovers.
Boss.
I'm still hungry. Oh, still hungry? Then continue eating. I'll go inside to digest. All right, boss, I'll clean up here. Su Xiaoyang watched as Han Qingxia departed. Once she entered the door, he immediately called the others over. Come. Eat quickly. Tang Jian, He Zhongping. And the others wasted no time diving into the leftovers Han Qingxia had left, even the vegetable leaves that had accompanied the meat. Everyone rubbed their hands together in excitement, waiting eagerly for the steaming food to be served, their faces lighting up with childlike joy, when suddenly a meaningful female voice broke the moment.
Well.
Who allowed you lot to steal my food? Chapter 36. Crying from the crowd. Han Qingxia's voice echoed, freezing the nearly 1,000-pound men in place. They stared at the seemingly delicate woman, each resembling a mouse caught in the presence of a cat, wishing for any means to hide away. What? Hungry? Han Qingxia approached her hot pot, surveying the group of quails. We didn't eat. Tang Jian was the first to stand, his youthful face looking up at Han Qingxia. He was the youngest among them, only 20 years old, but had served for several years, enlisting at 16 and performing exceptionally well, smoothly becoming a Special Forces member in Lu Qian's team. Although he possesses considerable personal strength, his youth and lack of experience render him ill-equipped to contend with a woman as cold-blooded and ruthless as Han Qingxia. Otherwise, he would not have nearly been brought to tears by her provocations. What are you doing if you haven't eaten? We are merely sitting here, savoring the aroma. Surely, that is permissible. Of course it is not.
Han Qingxia retorted languidly.
The fragrances of these dishes belong solely to me. Who authorized you to indulge in the scent of my belongings?
Tang Jian et Galim.
You do realize that during the boiling of hot pot, a considerable amount of oil vapor is released, and these vapors contain energy, which is inherently part of my food. To furtively inhale the aroma of my hot pot is tantamount to stealing my sustenance. What defense do you have? Can I not just leave?
Too late.
You must compensate. Tang Jian gazed in shock at the woman before him, who could rival Huang Shiren. No. Huang Shiren was not nearly as miserly and malicious as she was, on the verge of tears once more. What can I possibly offer her in compensation? At this moment, Su Xiaoyang stood up. This matter is my doing. If anyone should be penalized, it should be me. Silence and sit down. Han Qingxia shot him a glance, then continued. I am not entirely unreasonable. You are all soldiers and surely more adept at reasoning than I. So, what do you propose we do about this situation? Tang Jian and the others exchanged glances. At most, we can compensate you with a pot of ingredients. The eldest among them, Qi Mingtang, suggested. Yes, we will make amends. With what shall we compensate? We can go out and procure food for you. Absolutely identical dishes.
Ha!
Does anything in this world exist in perfect imitation? Moreover, I need it immediately. You must return my items. You are being unreasonable. Indeed, you are bullying us. How impressive you all are, brazenly stealing from me while maintaining such indignation. Is this not blatant bullying? The group of burly men fell silent under Han Qingxia's retorts. They exchanged glances. And Qi Mingtang finally said, Sister, how about this? You tell us how you wish for us to compensate, and we shall comply. Han Qingxia successfully seized the upper hand, leisurely settling herself before the hot pot. As you have taken my belongings, you shall repay with your own efforts. I shall graciously accept you as my subordinates.
Oh.
So you wish to claim us all? Tang Jian was the first to catch on. Let me make this clear. That is impossible. Indeed, we must return to the military. Sister, we truly cannot remain here. Then consider your options. If you do not agree, return my items. If you refuse to compensate, you shall all await your doom. Han Qingxia ceased her discourse and turned to leave. As she walked away, the entire group became restless. My goodness, I have never encountered someone like her. She demands we compensate her. This is the apocalypse. Food is scarce. We are not related. Why should she provide us with sustenance? Did we consume her hot pot? You ate her ribs and used her medicine, Su Xiaoyang interjected. He withdrew his gaze from Han Qingxia, his eyes deep with contemplation. This outing had made it clear that she was well aware of his actions. However, she had never reproached him, indicating that she was not overly miserly or calculative, or else she would not have tolerated him on so many occasions. This was a favor, as Han Qingxia extended her goodwill through him to them. Yet, these individuals remained oblivious. Sister, she is quite amiable, a genuinely good person. You are all gravely mistaken about her. Xiaoyang, do not speak on her behalf. No matter what, we cannot align ourselves with her. You may associate with her, but once the captain awakens, we must return. My mother is still at K1 base. I must go back. So must I. It is imperative that I return. Han Qingxia observed the scene outside the base's camera feed. She grabbed her headset and transmitted through the loudspeaker. I care not how you feel or whether you wish to comply. As long as you stay under my roof for a day, you must contribute. Tonight, all of you shall keep watch. Otherwise, you may leave. At that moment, those outside were taken aback. Han Qingxia finished issuing her orders and returned to her quarters to rest. Step by step, she proceeded without haste. However, the critical point was that having consumed her food, they were obliged to work for her. She descended to her bunk and, on her way back, spotted Lu Qian still lying on the ground. After administering an emergency medicine and applying Yunnan Baiyao, his life was undoubtedly secured. He was now steadily recovering. Han Qingxia took a glance and then stepped over him, climbing into her bed to sleep. The following morning, when she awoke, the air raid shelter was once again orderly. Although those irritating fellows had not submitted to her authority, they had nonetheless completed all necessary tasks. Her vegetables were being harvested, and the chickens, ducks, and sheep were well fed. When she ventured out today, she discovered they had even expanded her fish pond. Seeing this, Han Qingxia mused that indeed, having more helpers was beneficial. It was time for someone else to take on these burdens. Boss, where should I place these vegetables? Follow me. Han Qingxia led Su Xiaoyang into the air raid shelter and instructed him to stack the vegetables at the entrance of the large iron door. As she would handle the rest herself, power and obligation must align. Since she had not yet assigned Su Xiaoyang a crucial task, he was not entitled to unrestricted access to her warehouse. This was beneficial for both Su Xiaoyang and Han Qingxia. Managing people requires gradual control, allowing authority to expand only once complete mastery is achieved. Han Qingxia recorded Su Xiaoyang's fingerprint information for entry and exit from the air raid shelter, instructing him to place the vegetables at the warehouse door as she would manage the subsequent details. Su Xiaoyang expressed no dissent, only absolute obedience. After attending to these routine vegetables, she heard a voice from outside. I have come to deliver vegetables to the Lord. A soft, melodious voice echoed at the door as Wang Yunduo arrived with today's supplies. However, upon her arrival, she noticed several unfamiliar faces. You've come, my lord. Chapter 37. The Long-Term Workers of the Landlord. Wang Yunduo felt an innate sense of closeness to Han Qingxia. Anyone received within Han Qingxia's territory would feel similarly. This included Su Xiaoyang, who, since agreeing to serve as her subordinate, had placed unreserved trust in her. He viewed her through a lens of admiration, unable to comprehend the negative remarks made by his comrades regarding Han Qingxia. My lord, you asked me to give my father the seeds for cultivation yesterday, and he said they would be ready in a week. Please be patient. Very well. I trust your supplies have not been exhausted? Not yet. My father mentioned that the Lord need not provide us with supplies just yet, as we lack the capacity to store them. May we exchange them with you later? Han Qingxia nodded, turning to call for her dog, but then, glancing at the idle men, she commanded, You two, escort her back. The crowd fell silent. Two of them stepped forward to accompany Wang Yunduo back to her home. Once they departed, Han Qingxia turned to the remaining few. You all should not be idle.
Come and work for me.
Having caught a whiff of her hot pot aroma, they were now obligated to labor for her. Han Qingxia handed Su Xiaoyang a map and a stack of markers. Take them to expand the territory. Expand the territory? Tang Jian exclaimed in astonishment.
Starting autumn Qingxia.
Why would we expand the territory? In this apocalyptic era, what is there left to expand upon? Aren't all places merely vacant? Han Qingxia cast a disdainful glance at him, commanding, You all go, and do your tasks. By the end of today, ensure at least 10 acres have been cultivated. Mark all the vacant land with my sign. The crowd responded, yes. Su Xiaoyang declared with unwavering resolve. Han Qingxia's expression softened slightly. You may leave now. When your work is done, there will be food. Can we even afford your food? Tang Jian retorted cheekily. Han Qingxia swiftly kicked in his direction. Eat it or not. Regardless, you all still owe me. The group departed, heads hung low, to labor for Han Qingxia. Only He Zongping remained, severely wounded and still recuperating. His leg was injured quite badly, rendering him unable to move for the next couple of days. However, Han Qingxia could not bear to see him idle. You, come here and work. He Zongping thought to himself, had they entered some landlord's estate, only to be mercilessly exploited after catching a whiff of the delicious food?
Now.
They've become her laborers. More crucially, even he, as an invalid, was not spared. Little did he know, had there not been a comatose individual inside, Han Qingxia would not have allowed him a moment of leisure. Everyone was expected to contribute. He Zongping dared not voice his anger and obediently rose to prepare the meal. Han Qingxia exhibited a semblance of humanity, considering his limited mobility, assigning him relatively light tasks such as washing vegetables, chopping them, and cooking large pots of rice. For once, she liberated herself from labor, taking the opportunity to jog a few laps around her air raid shelter as a warm-up, simultaneously restoring the previously damaged traps. During this time, she heard the system's notification sound. Ding. Detected territory expansion of 100 square meters. Reward, 100 points. Upon hearing this, Han Qingxia realized her intuition was correct. Dispatching her people to expand the territory could indeed increase her domain. Suddenly, she pondered whether the land occupied by residents migrating from her territory would still count as hers. She was curious to test this theory. However, her territory currently housed only one household, and she was quite cautious regarding the acceptance of new residents. She held a general disdain for humanity. After her jog, she returned to her base, feeling somewhat disoriented by the sudden idleness. It was unnecessary to question why she didn't expand her territory further. She would not leave her air raid shelter while outsiders were present. After contemplating for a while and completing her warm-up, she began practicing her martial arts in the open space. He Zongping, feeling frustrated while cooking, turned to watch and was immediately struck by the explosive power of Han Qingxia's punches and kicks. In an instant he thought, wow, how formidable! This lady's combat skills are incredible. Her martial techniques left even a seasoned soldier like him in awe. Each strike was powerful, and merely watching made his eyes shine. What are you staring at? Want to steal some techniques? Hearing this, He Zongping was once again overtaken by the dread of her authority and promptly lowered his head to continue his work. Yet, as he worked, he couldn't help but steal glances. So powerful, truly astounding. She appears to be even stronger than our captain. By afternoon, those sent out returned. As promised by Han Qingxia, there was indeed food upon their return. He Zongping had spent the day preparing a large pot of food, cooking stir-fried scrambled eggs with the abundant chives from Han Qingxia's stock and a hearty stew from last night's hot pot leftovers. In this apocalyptic age, where resources were scarce, Han Qingxia had not discarded the food they had missed the night before, instructing He Zongping to reheat it for their continued consumption. Upon seeing the warm dishes and rice, the group was moved to the point of tears. Each one clutched their rice cooker, reveling in the joy of a hot meal. Pouring generous ladles of hot pot broth over their rice without a thought to the oiliness, it was their most pressing need in this dire time. They were unbothered by the richness, treating it as soup. However, Han Qingxia prepared a separate, aromatic serving of braised pork exclusively for herself and Su Xiaoyang. Braised pork is simply delightful. Don't you agree, Yangzi? Su Xiaoyang affirmed, indeed. I have plenty of braised pork. We could use a few more people to help eat it. Meanwhile, the others, still savoring their hot pot broth, felt their resolve nearly waver. Please, stop tempting us with food. After the meal, Han Qingxia assigned them additional tasks, instructing them to construct simple shelters outside the air raid shelter. She had all the necessary tools and materials. They had previously looted a few furniture stores from a large shopping mall, and there were ready-made steel beams and frames available. After erecting the framework, Han Qingxia furnished it with a bed and luxurious down blankets, not requiring much for herself. Yangzi, you can stay here for now. In the coming days, venture into the mountains to gather wood and fortify this place. Understood. The interior of the air raid shelter was Han Qingxia's private domain. Even her subordinates, including Su Xiaoyang, were relegated to sleeping outside. Chapter 38. Increased production. Constructing a few rooms outside would allow Su Xiaoyang to reside there and serve as a lookout, ensuring the safety of the entire base. After assigning tasks outside, she retreated into the base to sleep. At that moment, Qi Mingtang spoke up. Sister, how is our captain faring? Still asleep, Han Qingxia replied before leaving. Before she exited, she had checked on Lu Qian, who remained in a deep slumber. While she found it a bit odd that he had not awakened, she had inspected his injuries and breathing. His external wounds had largely healed, and his breathing was steady, indicating he was merely in a state of sleep. Could you let our captain stay outside? We could care for him.
No. Han Qingxia flatly refused.
Lu Qian was her hostage. With this group of individuals, who were not under her command, within her territory, she could not afford to place her full trust in them. Just as they had previously indicated, what if they attempted to flee and took Su Xiaoyang with them? Although their camaraderie appeared strong, with unwavering loyalty to Lu Qian, she could not risk the possibility of them whisking Su Xiaoyang away once Lu Qian regained consciousness. She had to remain vigilant. Han Qingxia did not view this as a test for Su Xiaoyang. Tests arise from unexpected circumstances, not from carelessness on her part that grants others an opportunity. Human nature does not require testing. Keeping Su Xiaoyang away from such peculiar choices was the mark of wisdom. Thus, allowing Lu Qian to be exposed to their scrutiny was absolutely out of the question. Then we have no way of knowing how our captain is doing. If you are concerned, ask Su Xiaoyang, Han Qingxia stated curtly, providing no further explanation as she departed. The others had grown accustomed to Han Qingxia's brusque demeanor. In my lifetime, I have never encountered a woman quite like her. Tang Jian complained behind her back. How many women have you actually met? The others laughed. Looking at him, she had never encountered anyone as cold-blooded and fierce as her, devoid of any semblance of femininity. When the captain awakens, I will.
How are you?
Su Xiaoyang gazed at him. I ran non-stop. I shall never see her again.
Ha ha ha.
Everyone around burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Am I not speaking the truth? Tang Jian pouted, his youthful face brimming with defiance. When the captain wakes, are you all not leaving? Let us go. Let us hurry and flee. You are right. After the laughter subsided, everyone turned to Su Xiaoyang. Yangzi, you must take good care of the captain. You can trust my boss. The captain's injuries have indeed healed. I witnessed it myself, but he ought to rest for a few more days. Then please keep an eye on him. Agreed. 2 days swiftly passed. Seizing the opportunity, while she had labor at her disposal, Han Qingxia set about renovating her air raid shelter base. First and foremost was the dwelling for Su Xiaoyang, which had been completely constructed, a simple structure of iron sheets and wood. This was not only convenient for managing the chickens, ducks, fish, and vegetables within the base, but also ensured the immediate defense of the shelter. Moreover, Han Qingxia expanded and renovated the chicken and duck pens. She directed those who were living off her hospitality to gather firewood from the mountains and craft woven structures from branches and vines, thoroughly refurbishing the rudimentary pens she had previously constructed. Soldiers indeed possess excellent manual skills. They can do anything. Additionally, the vegetable and fruit plots were reorganized, doubling the cultivated area. Previously, her planting was haphazard, merely scattering seeds without any planning, leading to inefficient use of the external area of the shelter. This time, everything was restructured, promising to enhance the yield of the base several-fold. The fish and shrimp ponds were also re-excavated. A 5-meter deep pit was dug first, and then water from the old ponds was redirected to expand them, enlarging the living environment for fish and shrimp and increasing their yield. Their productivity was remarkable, and Han Qingxia was thoroughly satisfied. Furthermore, she dispatched Su Xiaoyang with 3 others to expand their territory during the day, while the remaining individuals stayed behind to assist in the renovation of the base, with 2 meals provided for them. As a competent landlord, Han Qingxia considered 2 meals sufficient for these temporary workers. 3 meals were unnecessary. For her long-term workers, she would, in front of everyone, treat them to an extravagant breakfast. Her favoritism blatantly evident and unapologetic. Han Qingxia was known for her fierce protectiveness and maintained distinctly different standards for her own and those who were not. Tang Jian and the others gradually grew accustomed to this audaciously cold and tyrannical nature of their leader. Yet, it must be said that having such a person as their boss was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Undoubtedly, that evening, when Su Xiaoyang and his companions returned, each brought back a vehicle for Han Qingxia, massive delivery trucks. While expanding their territory, Su Xiaoyang stumbled upon a road ahead where several large trucks had collided. They cleared away the surrounding zombies, staked their claim with Han Qingxia as insignia, and discovered that many vehicles were still operational. More importantly, several of them were delivery trucks. They immediately repaired the vehicles and drove them back to Han Qingxia's base.
Boss.
We have gathered supplies. Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled at the sight of the vast haul. Well done. She praised Su Xiaoyang, her approval extending to the others as well. Tonight, everyone shall receive an extra serving of meat.
Wow.
I am deeply moved to witness the female miser display generosity in my lifetime. Get lost.
Han Qingxia kikietang yon.
Warning him not to eat later.
No.
You are not a miser. You are a goddess of mercy, aren't you? Han Qingxia scoffed, calling him an ancestor. Tang Jian hesitated, weighing the choice between pride and meat, ultimately opting for the latter. Ancestor it is. You are sensible. Unload the goods first, and only then can you eat. Tang Jian, greetings to your ancestors. Han Qingxia waved Su Xiaoyang over, instructing him to help her retrieve meat and vegetables.
Tonight,
she would prepare a dish of braised pork with potatoes for everyone. After securing the meat, Su Xiaoyang, as usual, checked on their unconscious captain. Lu Qian's wounds had healed completely, his complexion was rosy, and his breathing was strong and regular. Su Xiaoyang attempted to rouse him, but was unsuccessful. Given that his head and spine were uninjured, nerve damage should not be an issue. Han Qingxia remarked, however, that one could not entirely rule out the possibility of him being in a perpetual state of slumber. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang's expression darkened. I understand, boss. Chapter 39. Still wanting to dig her up. Su Xiaoyang recognized that Han Qingxia had done her utmost. She was not a professional doctor. She had promised to save his life, but had never guaranteed anything beyond that. Regardless of the outcome, they owed Han Qingxia their gratitude. He carried out 20 pounds of pork and 10 pounds of potatoes. Han Qingxia glanced at the figure on the ground and followed suit. As she turned to leave, the man lying on the ground moved his fingers slightly. Outside, Tang Jian and the others were as exhilarated as if it were New Year's. Together, they unloaded the cargo from the 4 trucks, totaling around 2,000 packages. They sorted the items by size and stacked them for Han Qingxia in the open space. Upon seeing Su Xiaoyang emerge with ingredients, they all surged forward. Some washed vegetables, others scrubbed pots, and some set up tables. Han Qingxia approached the pile of packages to unbox them. She beckoned Su Xiaoyang to assist her. By the time the meal was ready, they had nearly finished unpacking the deliveries. It was a delightful experience unboxing these mystery packages. A total of over 600 food items were revealed, primarily snacks, puffed foods, biscuits, cakes, drinks, and candies. The variety was astounding, encompassing everything Han Qingxia could think of. She generously distributed a bottle of soda to each person present, having unearthed over a dozen boxes just of cola and Sprite. Naturally, there were also many expired and spoiled short shelf-life foods, such as perishable items that had gone bad. These were casually discarded by Han Qingxia. Additionally, there were hygiene products, daily necessities, bedding items, and indescribable goods. Han Qingxia was never picky. As long as something had value and was not spoiled, she would take it. There was quite a bit of cat and dog food as well. But Han Qingxia had never fed her pets this dry food. They would eat whatever she had. Discovering these items was a pleasant surprise. She would keep them. There were also many clothes, shoes, and socks, as well as several of the latest model smartphones and computers, along with various household items. What she had unpacked were truly mystery boxes filled with surprises, and the joy of unboxing was indeed delightful. Han Qingxia was in high spirits today and sat down to join everyone for the meal. What is this? My food. I can't eat? I thought you were going to have a secret feast with Xiaoyang. I'll eat however I please. What is it to you? Han Qingxia declared, lifting her rice cooker. Everyone had their own rice cooker, thanks to Han Qingxia's earlier raid on the electronics store, proving these rice cookers to be remarkably effective. Dining together. Everyone utilized the rice cooker as their communal vessel. Han Qingxia was the first to wield her chopsticks, scooping a generous ladle of succulent pork belly and tender stewed potatoes drenched in savory sauce over her rice. The rich, fragrant broth melded with the pristine white grains, igniting an insatiable appetite at just a glance. Once she began to eat, a frenzy ensued as all around her clamored to snatch the meat. They descended upon the feast like famished souls, their eyes glinting with greed as they fixated on the large, succulent morsels. The perfectly braised meat emitted an irresistible aroma, and with each bite, the robust flavor exploded in their mouths. Complemented by a piece of potato soaked in the meaty essence, harvested fresh from the fields, they marveled at the extraordinary sweetness of the tubers. Unaware that these were cultivated from Han Qingxia's enriched soil, they simply believed that everything she provided was delectable. A morsel of meat, a bite of potato, and a spoonful of broth-laden rice combined to create a heavenly experience that seemed to elevate them to the heavens. Utterly satisfied. "Boss, are you not getting any?" Han Qingxia offered to share, having consumed nearly half a pot of rice and feeling content. Observing the frenzied competition for food, she felt disinclined to continue. She thought to herself that perhaps it would be better to eat alone in the future. At that moment, a large platter of braised pork and potatoes was pushed toward her. "This half hasn't been touched," Su Xiaoyang remarked. He was meticulous about his meals, even when hungry, portioning his food and savoring it slowly. Seeing the dish he offered, Han Qingxia declined. "No, you eat. I'm full." Upon hearing her declaration, the others turned to her. "Sister, are you really full? Don't be polite. This is how we eat. Everyone fights for the food, otherwise it'll all be yours." Qingxia presented the nearly empty bowl of potatoes and pork with earnestness. "Forget it," Han Qingxia replied, losing her appetite at the sight. "If you're not eating, can we help finish your leftover rice?" Tang Jian suggested cautiously, glancing at the half-pot of rice she had saved. Perhaps her dog looked at her in the same way when begging for leftovers.
Here, take it.
Han Qingxia relinquished her bowl to them. They poured her rice into the dish, mixing it with the remaining meat and broth, eagerly devouring every last bite. Watching them, Han Qingxia opened a beverage with a sigh. "Is this really necessary? Of course. We Haven Tea had such good food in nearly a month. Aren't you from the military? Isn't tea the food they're acceptable?" He Zhongping interjected, waving his hand dismissively. "Not anymore. We've established a base in the Eastern Military District, and all supplies are prioritized for that base. The rations for us soldiers are severely compromised. Each day, we can only have one dish, one soup and rice." Qingxia remarked, "Gauno base?" "Yes. You know about our base." Qingmingting's eyes brightened. "I've heard about it on the broadcast," Han Qingxia casually mentioned, aware they had no idea how their base was portrayed. "Our base is vast and has been rescuing residents of City A and City B. It's the most active in the eastern region." Wang Heng proclaimed. "Don't forget, our base is formidable too. The Eastern Military District troops are all stationed there. It's exceptionally secure." Li Lin, usually quiet, chimed in. At this moment, Tang Jian looked at Han Qingxia. "Sister, why not join us at our base?"
Uffed.
Han Qingxia scoffed. "I'm not joking. Although you seem a bit fierce and rough around the edges, your strength is undeniable." Tang Jian scrutinized her. "Our K1 base desperately needs someone of your caliber." "Absolutely." He Zhongping immediately added, "Sister, your skills are remarkable. I believe you surpass our captain. Join us, and we can all stay together, including Xiaoyang." All eyes turned to Han Qingxia. She pondered their intentions. While she sought to recruit them, they were intent on recruiting her. Chapter 40. One must be taken away. Han Qingxia observed the group and waved them closer. "If I join you, will there be meat every day?" The group solemnly considered this question and shook their heads. "If I join, can I go wherever I please?" Another round of head shaking followed. "If I join, can I kill anyone who displeases me?" They nodded vigorously in agreement. Han Qingxia smiled at them. "Then why should I join you?" The group fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. "For honor," Tang Jian proclaimed proudly, standing up. "Honor my foot." Han Qingxia kicked him away. "Honor is you all fighting like fools out there, ultimately receiving nothing in return for your efforts. Honor is you, like lost dogs, kneeling before me, begging for refuge. Honor is wanting everything you can't have, yet being the first to charge into battle? Let me tell you, your honor has long crumbled. Once order disintegrates, there's no returning to the past. The fragmentation of bases will only worsen, and your allegiance is merely to a K1 base that offers you nothing and guarantees even less. Han Qingxia coldly recounted the decade of upheaval she had experienced in her previous life. The apocalypse signified a new era. All order had collapsed. After the governmental machinery disintegrated, various factions attempted to restore some semblance of normalcy, but the tide of history was beyond their control. Bases emerged, and the rise of new base civilizations was inevitable. Any attempts to revive the old order were futile. Thus, the concept of an end to the apocalypse and a return to stability was a mere fantasy. At least until the zombie virus was thoroughly resolved, all of this was a dream. The future civilization would be one of base culture, and its glory would belong to the bases. Han Qingxia understood that upon returning to their base, these individuals would be inconsequential soldiers, unworthy of even a rescue mission. They did not merit sacrifices from K1 base. But you can work with me. By aligning with me, you will have meat to eat, free from any constraints or oppression. Anyone who crosses you can be eliminated. Every inch of my territory is your land of freedom. Han Qingxia encouraged them with a smile. Tang Jian and the others gazed at her with wide eyes. At that moment, the air raid shelter door swung open and a calm, melodious male voice resonated. Miss Han Qingxia, I appreciate your kind offer. Han Qingxia turned to see a young man, tattered and wrapped in bandages, emerging from her shelter. The sight of him sent the burly men rushing forward in excitement.
Captain! Captain! Captain!
Only Su Xiaoyang remained behind, watching in astonishment at Lu Qian, who had recovered. Brimming with joy yet ultimately staying put beside Han Qingxia. Thank you, Miss Han, Lu Qian said after reuniting with his subordinates. You took care of my men during my injury, and I am deeply grateful. Han Qingxia lazily stood up. Don't just spout empty words. Gratitude should come with tangible actions. Your men have been feasting here for 4 days and nights. Bring something to show for it. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Captain, do not heed her words. We have been laboring day and night for her these past few days. Our sustenance has been earned through our own toil. We have not feasted on her generosity, for free. Coughing heavily, Han Qingxia cast a disdainful glance at the group of ingrates. How dare you speak? What time is it now? If I had not taken you in, you would be toiling unto death without anyone to provide you with food. The crowd murmured. Even the most unscrupulous capitalists of your cannot compare to Han Qingxia's ruthlessness. Is this even a reasonable statement? Yet, one and all were too intimidated to voice their discontent. Faced with Han Qingxia's imperiousness, they could only cower behind their captain. Lu Qian gazed incredulously at his subdued team members and said to Han Qingxia, I shall provide you with material compensation as a token of gratitude for your rescue. When? She inquired. When we return. Cannot wait. Han Qingxia declared, spreading her hands wide. No credit. But we have barely any supplies left. Think it over. If you wish to leave my presence, you must pay the requisite fare. The crowd gasped in disbelief. The new era of Han the Skinflint. They were incensed, wishing to confront Han Qingxia, yet they knew that opposing her was futile. Lu Qian maintained a stoic expression throughout. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, Where's my backpack?
Here,
shouted Tang Jian, handing it over. Lu Qian opened the pack and retrieved a resealable bag filled with glimmering crystal cores. Will this suffice? Zombie crystal cores. Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled. Hand it over. Without hesitation, she snatched 3 or 4 dozen cores from him. Very well, this barely meets the requirement. You may go now. Lu Qian observed her swift and forceful action, his eyes brightening. Her speed and strength are extraordinary. This woman is indeed no ordinary individual. He refrained from further discussion, focusing on his team. It is time for us to return. Everyone, gather your belongings. We set off now. Yes. Tang Jian and the others promptly retrieved their backpacks. Lu Qian then turned to the still motionless Su Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, why aren't you moving? Captain, he cannot leave. Tang Jian interjected, having already shouldered his bag. He is now the Queen's man. He's recovered well. He Zhongping added with newfound vigor. Lu Qian's brow furrowed deeply. Captain, in order to save you, Xiaoyang sold himself to Sister Han, Qingxia explained. Had it not been for his being chosen by her, our lives may have been forfeit. Indeed, chimed in Wang Heng. The more Lu Qian listened, the more astonished he became, his frown deepening. At that moment, Su Xiaoyang produced his badge from his pocket. Captain, I cannot return with you. Special Operations Team Member, Su Xiaoyang. He stood resolutely, saluting sharply. Lu Qian regarded him sternly.
Return to the team.
Hey, my man, who are you commanding? Lu Qian shot a glance at Han Qingxia. Miss Han, I assure you I will repay my debt to you, but I must take all my people with me. Not a single one can be left behind. Not one of my people can be lost.
Crystal cores.
100. Lu Qian declared with icy resolve. Not for sale. 1,000. I want to trade for any amount. As tensions mounted on both sides, Su Xiaoyang interjected, Captain Lu, I am here of my own volition. His gaze unwavering. Su Xiaoyang met Lu Qian's eyes. The bonds among their Special Forces team ran deep. Before the apocalypse, they had been the elite squad of their battalion, undertaking the most challenging missions from border defense to overseas rescue operations. Lu Qian had led them through countless life and death situations, safeguarding their homeland and guiding them to the pinnacle of glory. Each member regarded Lu Qian as their most trusted pillar, offering him unconditional support, loyalty, and companionship. Likewise, he vowed never to abandon any of them, regardless of the circumstances. Have you truly made up your mind? Lu Qian finally asked after the standoff. Indeed, Captain Lu. Without uttering another word, Lu Qian took Su Xiaoyang's badge into his possession. I will safeguard it for you temporarily. Should you wish to return, the door is always open. Su Xiaoyang's eyes glistened briefly, but his resolve remained firm. Take care, Captain Lu. Han Qingxia watched the heartfelt farewells unfold. She smirked and lazily opened the door for their exit. As they departed, each one embraced Su Xiaoyang as if bidding farewell for a lifetime. In truth, such a possibility loomed large in this apocalyptic world, where tomorrow was uncertain and parting could easily become permanent. As Tang Jian reached the threshold, he turned to Han Qingxia. Sister, I'm leaving. Please do not bully Xiaoyang. I shall feast upon him daily from now on.
Tang Jian zested.
He Zhangping approached, Your Majesty. Should we not meet again? Quickly depart. Staying too long will have you conscripted as a labor. Qingxia, Wang Heng, and Li Lin exchanged few words with Han Qingxia, merely nodding in acknowledgement as they bid farewell to the dogs they had cared for during their stay, bathing, feeding, and cleaning up after them, forming an unexpected bond. Farewell, we are leaving.
Woof, woof, woof.
The dogs barked, curiously circling them, as if questioning their departure. Were they not new companions? Where could they possibly be going? Leading the pack, Xia Tian darted after them. Come back. Han Qingxia called out, and obediently, the dogs returned. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the group descended the mountain. Han Qingxia unhesitatingly closed the door behind her, returning to her meal. Each person has their own aspirations. There is no need to impose one's will upon others. The following day, Han Qingxia awoke. With the departure of the Special Forces team, her life had resumed its normal rhythm. With the addition of a new member, Su Xiaoyang, she now had a formidable ally. He arose 2 hours earlier than her each day to tidy up the garden outside the air raid shelter, relieving her of labor. Another piece of good news was that her goats had matured. After observing them for a few days, she noted that 2 had successfully paired, indicating that goat milk would soon be forthcoming. Each morning, Wang Yundu would come to deliver the daily produce from the residence. Han Qingxia's supplies were steadily increasing. In recognition of Su Xiaoyang's loyalty, she granted him access to a warehouse, allowing him to store the daily provisions. Han Qingxia now possessed 3 large warehouses and an extensive system space. Most of her food supplies were secured within her system space, while the air raid shelter primarily housed production materials and a small stockpile. My lord, here are the seeds you provided me last time. My father has cultivated strawberries. As Han Qingxia beheld the addition of a small box of succulent, vibrant strawberries among the provisions brought by Wang Yunduo today, her eyes sparkled with delight. The last time she had gifted Wang Yumin a packet of strawberry seeds, she had not anticipated that he would truly cultivate them. This outcome filled Han Qingxia with immense satisfaction. She then presented Wang Yunduo with a packet of wheat seeds and generously rewarded her with a packet of sugar, instructing her to take it back to her father, encouraging him to continue planting, promising rewards for a good harvest. This is the incentive. Yes. Thank you, my lord. Wang Yunduo, having enjoyed ample meat and milk recently, had noticeably improved in health and appearance compared to when she first arrived. The little girl had become quite the beauty. As she gathered the items Han Qingxia had given her and turned to leave, a thought crossed her mind. My lord, my father inquired whether you have any edible salt. We would like to exchange for some. Upon hearing this, Han Qingxia returned to procure a packet of salt along with a list. The list detailed various common goods, including oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, shampoo, soap, eggs, chicken, and more, each marked with an exchange price. The currency was points. With a 500g packet of edible salt priced at 1 point, a 5L jug of oil at 10 points, a bottle of shampoo at 10 points, and each egg at 1 point. Points could be earned through the exchange of food, encouraging Wang Yumin to cultivate and produce abundantly, 1 point for every pound of grain produced. Han Qingxia even noted that if any rare food or items were available, they could be exchanged at a higher rate. The point system she devised was incredibly motivating. Upon seeing this, Wang Yumin devoted himself fully to production, expanding the farmland alongside his wife to cultivate for Han Qingxia in order to exchange for supplies. Once she had ensured the well-being of her sole resident, Han Qingxia instructed Xia Tian to remain at the base with a few dogs.
Today,
She ventured out once more with Su Xiaoyang and several dogs to expand their territory and gather resources.
boss.
There are still plenty of supplies on the road we returned from yesterday. It seems there was a major car accident ahead, as all vehicles are completely blocked.
All right.
Let us head there and clear some space. Han Qingxia climbed into her armored vehicle, allowing Su Xiaoyang to drive as they sped towards the area they had explored the previous day. An hour and a half later, Han Qingxia laid eyes on a highway. Indeed, an abundance of supplies awaited them. Chapter 42. The Highway. Before Han Qingxia stood an 8-lane toll booth on an elevated highway, completely sealed off by a devastating car accident that had left vehicles jammed in both directions. Particularly on the elevated section of the highway, a long, straight stretch of road was lined with stalled vehicles, stretching out of sight, a truly breathtaking sight. A brief scan revealed a substantial line of delivery trucks trapped on the overpass, easily numbering 40 to 50. Red, green, and white delivery container trucks were all immobilized on the road. Refrigerated trucks, container vehicles, open freight trucks, and semi-trailers laden with sports cars were all evidently en route to a city to supply goods on the day of the incident. But they had become stuck before reaching their destination. Su Xiaoyang had only managed to retrieve 4 delivery trucks yesterday, which was merely a fraction of the total available resources here. Xiaoyang, you stay here to clear the accident while I go up to assess the situation. Understood. Han Qingxia leapt from the armored vehicle and assigned Su Xiaoyang his task. To retrieve the supplies above, they would need to clear a path. Meanwhile, she would head up first to absorb a wave of resources into her space. It would suffice to later drive back with just 1 additional vehicle. She released the dogs, leaving 2 to accompany Su Xiaoyang while the rest followed her upwards. There were few zombies near the accident site, likely due to Su Xiaoyang and his companions having cleared it the day before. Han Qingxia traversed on foot through the heart of the accident zone until she reached the toll booth. Within the toll booth, a lone zombie was trapped. Clad in a toll collector's uniform, her disheveled hair was held back by a net, and her head poked through a cracked glass window. Her perfectly made-up face was devoid of color, skin withered and clinging to her bones, her visage marred by dark, vein-like patterns. Her murky gray eyes fixated hungrily on Han Qingxia as she extended a hand, now reduced to a mere bone, to grasp at her. With a growl, Han Qingxia swiftly thrust a long shovel through the window's gap, executing a precise strike that dispatched the toll collector zombie in one clean motion. As she withdrew the shovel, a thumb-sized shining crystal was unearthed. Satisfied, Han Qingxia donned gloves to secure the crystal in a plastic bag, glancing back at the dangling skeletal arms still hanging from the toll booth. Don't say I never paid the toll, she remarked, tossing a 1 yuan gaming coin into her palm. Su Xiaoyang, observing from behind as he cleared the roadway, was momentarily awestruck by Han Qingxia's prowess. Her efficiency in dispatching zombies was nothing short of astonishing. It was as if she had already slain at least 10,000 of the undead, her movements devoid of any superfluous gestures, streamlined and ferocious, delivering fatal strikes with grace. The spectacle was so impressive that even the elite soldiers felt a pang of inadequacy in comparison. It was remarkable that Qingxia, a woman, exuded such an irresistible aura of fierce elegance, each encounter infused with an aesthetic of brutal beauty. After witnessing Qingxia's remarkable skill, Su Xiaoyang felt assured, allowing her to ascend the overpass while he diligently continued clearing the road.
Qingxia,
Wielding a shovel in one hand and flanked by a pack of energetic dogs, proceeded to search several vehicles. She discovered one with keys still in the ignition, sufficient fuel, and in excellent condition, marking it as the vehicle to drive away in shortly. She notified Su Xiaoyang and then moved on to absorb resources from other vehicles. Leaping onto the rear bar of a container truck, she effortlessly tore off the lock, her enhanced strength a reward from the system, having reached extraordinary levels. Upon opening the container doors, a trove of delivery boxes lay before her. Qingxia greedily absorbed every single one. The unboxing could wait. Acquiring resources was her priority. After draining one vehicle, she leapt onto the next delivery truck. The container-style trucks were easily breached, and the open-topped ones were even simpler. She sprang onto the roof, tore open the rain cover, and dove inside to absorb the contents. On average, each truck contributed around 10 cubic meters of resources. This collection of 40 to 50 trucks yielded Qingxia over 400 cubic meters of supplies, enough to fill a nearly 200 square meter house inside and out. The only disappointment was 3 refrigerated trucks. Upon opening their doors, a foul stench assaulted her senses. After more than a month since the apocalypse commenced, the perishables meant to be kept frozen had long spoiled. Regrettably, she had to abandon those vehicles. Once she had gathered a substantial amount of resources, Su Xiaoyang successfully cleared a path. "Boss, we can leave now." At this moment, Qingxia stood atop a vehicle, having just finished clearing the last car. Upon hearing Su Xiaoyang's voice in her earpiece, she understood it was time to return. However, her attention was drawn to 3 fuel tankers entangled in a mass of vehicles approximately 1,000 meters ahead. She cast her gaze in that direction. A gas station. Fuel. Yangtze. First, move the marked vehicle down, then maneuver the armored vehicle to clear the road. I need to create a passage on the overpass to evacuate the tankers. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang responded without hesitation. Understood. Qingxia, accompanied by her dogs, dashed towards the gas station 1,000 meters away. As she neared the gas station, she finally caught sight of the shadows of zombies. In the small gas station, clusters of zombies wandered aimlessly through the open space and the convenience store. The little supermarket within the gas station was in utter disarray. It was evident that when all the vehicles were stuck on the highway, a throng of people had fled here, attempting to seek refuge and gather supplies. Yet, those who made it here met the same fate, transforming into zombies themselves. Given that this location was the largest gathering point along the entire road, many zombies had chased after the fleeing individuals, resulting in a considerable number here. At this moment, as they roamed near the gas station, the sound of Qingxia, a living being, drew their attention, causing them to awaken from their previous sluggish, mechanical movements into a frenzy of madness. Roar. Roar. Woof woof.
woof.
Fa Kai charged ahead, pouncing upon a zombie and bringing it down. With a swift strike of its paw, it sent the creature's head flying. Following suit, Qingxia's other dogs leaped into action. Xia Tian, who had been left at the base to guard, was equally formidable. These were the finest military dogs from earlier times. They required no additional instruction from Qingxia to eliminate zombies, as they had already mastered the skill. Qingxia had equipped each dog with protective armor to shield their vulnerable underbellies, significantly enhancing their defense. The dogs quickly dispatched the oncoming horde of zombies with ease. Qingxia, too, moved with lethal speed, systematically clearing the remaining zombies in her path. Wherever she tread, the ground was littered with dismembered corpses. Each zombie's forehead bore a gaping wound. Some had crystal cores while others did not, with the latter being in the majority. Upon arriving at the gas station, Qingxia collected a dozen crystal cores, having effectively eradicated nearly all the zombies. She was too disinterested to enter the convenience store, prioritizing the acquisition of fuel instead. Casting a glance at Su Xiaoyang as he maneuvered the stock vehicle away, she swiftly stored 2 fully loaded tankers into her space, leaving one that was not as full for Su Xiaoyang to use later. Regarding the fuel in the gas station's pumps, Han Qingxia attempted to partition her space, as she lacked containers to store the oil. To her surprise, as this thought emerged, her mental energy controlled the space, and it indeed began to segment. Han Qingxia was elated. Remembering that her spatial reward had been in cubic increments, she realized it could be divided. Her intuition proved correct. The space was subdivided into several smaller cubes, allowing her to grasp the fuel nozzle and commence a fervent siphoning of oil. When Su Xiaoyang, driving the armored vehicle, forcefully pushed the roadblock aside to reach Han Qingxia, nearly all of the gas station's reserves had been drained by her efforts. The oil amounted to roughly 60 cubic meters, enough to fill approximately 1,000 vehicles, sufficient for Han Qingxia's prolonged use.
Boss.
I'm here to assist, Su Xiaoyang exclaimed as he disembarked from the vehicle. Just then, they felt the ground beneath them tremble. Several oil barrels near Han Qingxia shook ominously. The tremors felt as if a giant was traversing the earth, each step sending ripples through the pavement. Su Xiaoyang, perplexed by this force, wondered if it was an earthquake. Move quickly. Han Qingxia's tone turned grave. Everyone, get in the vehicle. She hefted 2 barrels of oil and sprinted towards the armored vehicle, her dogs following suit. As they barely escaped the gas station, a deafening crash resonated. The very spot where Han Qingxia had stood moments before was obliterated. A humanoid monster, weighing nearly 400 pounds, burst forth from the gas station, its limbs clawing at the ground, lunging at the spot where Han Qingxia had just stood. After missing its target, it raised a disproportionately small head from its mass of flabby flesh. Unlike other zombies, this one had an abundance of flesh, sagging in layers, concealing a pea-sized eye beneath its skin while the other eye, mutated, sank inward, resembling an oversized chocolate ball ensconced in a mound of fat. Its 3-layered chin melded seamlessly with its neck, and its body was structured like a pyramid of flesh, with layers of flabby skin cascading over one another. The most repugnant aspect was not merely the multitude of excess flesh, but the maggots crawling within the crevices and the protruding, tumor-like masses. After missing its target, the mutated zombie emitted a furious scream, a sound so piercing it felt as if countless needles were stabbing into one's mind. A formidable aura emanated from it, instilling terror in all who sensed it. Damn it, a level 2 mutated zombie. Retreat.
Han Qingxia skjutet to Su Xiaoyang.
Only then did he snap back to reality. Hearing her urgent call, he raced towards the fuel tanker. Forget the tanker. We need to pull back.
Han Qingxia.
Uncertain of her ability to contend with such a level 2 mutated zombie, recognized from her past life that they were formidable adversaries. For an ordinary person, the pinnacle of combat was typically against a level 2 mutated zombie. Anything higher would necessitate the intervention of an ability user, and it had to be one of significant power. Although Han Qingxia had recently acquired abilities in this life, she was still a novice, lacking sufficient control over her powers, and dared not engage recklessly.
Run.
We need to retreat. Su Xiaoyang, hearing her command, continued forward. Boss, you initiate. I'll hitch a ride. I can keep up. He was reluctant to return empty-handed, especially since this was the fuel Han Qingxia needed. Han Qingxia felt a surge of frustration but held her tongue, realizing this fool was unaware that she had already stored most of the oil. She depressed the clutch, her fingers dancing over the various buttons to start the armored vehicle. With a roar, dust billowed as the level 2 mutated zombie lunged towards Su Xiaoyang. In a swift motion, Su Xiaoyang executed a roll, drawing a firearm from his back mid-movement.
Bang, bang, bang.
Several shots rang out, each striking the mutated zombie, with one even hitting its forehead. Yet, unlike ordinary zombies, this creature remained unfazed.
Fool.
A level 2 zombie can only be destroyed by obliterating its brain. Hurry, get in the vehicle. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang ceased to hesitate and dashed forward in a few strides towards the armored vehicle, poised for action. Simultaneously, the mutated zombie seemed to possess a semblance of intelligence, predicting his location and charging at him at full speed. Dodge to the left.
Han Qingxia commanded.
Heeding her directive, Su Xiaoyang immediately veered left. At the moment of his leap, there was a metallic clang as the right side of the armored vehicle contorted, releasing a row of sharp spikes that impaled the mutated zombie. Seizing this opportunity, Su Xiaoyang rolled into the vehicle through the now-open door. After piercing the zombie, Han Qingxia swiftly retracted the spikes and slammed the accelerator, propelling herself, Su Xiaoyang, and the dogs in tow behind the fuel truck down a recently cleared path at breakneck speed. Her velocity was remarkable, yet the mutated zombie matched her pace. Infuriated by the injury it sustained from her attack, it collided repeatedly with the armored vehicle, failing to breach its formidable defenses. This was a battle vehicle rewarded by the system, its durability unmatched. Frustrated at its inability to capture Han Qingxia, the mutated zombie leaped onto the trailing fuel truck, causing it to sway violently and pulling the armored vehicle off course. Chapter 44. Eruption of Abilities.
Boom.
The armored vehicle, commanded by Han Qingxia, barreled through the middle lane, smashing into several cars as it surged towards the opposite guardrail. Multiple sedans were sent plummeting off the overpass. The front wheels of her armored vehicle soared over the guardrail, leaving half the vehicle suspended in mid-air over the overpass. Both Su Xiaoyang and Han Qingxia found themselves gazing down at the depths of the overpass, dozens of meters below. It was fortunate that Han Qingxia was an adept driver. They narrowly avoided plummeting. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, the armored vehicle beneath them trembled violently, as if the earth itself quaked. The colossal level 2 zombie, its decaying flesh quivering, charged relentlessly towards Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. From the vehicle's display panel, Han Qingxia spotted the behemoth and coolly grasped another steering wheel, deftly manipulating the intricate dashboard. With a crack, a serpentine stream of fire erupted towards the level 2 zombie. A small cannon emerged from the top of her armored vehicle, striking the zombie squarely. The recoil sent it staggering back several meters, the high-pressure flames piercing through its fleshy chest and scorching a blackened hole in its torso. The acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air.
Han Qingxia,
having made a direct hit, shifted gears to reverse the vehicle, but the front wheels spun futilely, unable to free themselves. Yangzi, can you operate the cannon?
Su Shuang,
having observed Han Qingxia's maneuvering, nodded solemnly. I can. You drive, I'll lift the vehicle.
Han Qingxia unfastnet her seatbelt.
And as Su Xiaoyang witnessed her intention to lift the armored vehicle, he exclaimed, Boss, I'm coming down. You can't lift this. Su Xiaoyang was stunned. How could she possibly lift it? Just then, the ground trembled again, and the monitor displayed the level 2 zombie once more. Without hesitation, Su Xiaoyang took over the controls, mimicking Han Qingxia's earlier actions. This advanced vehicle, with its formidable capabilities, was unlike anything he had ever encountered, but as a seasoned Special Forces soldier, he was well-versed in weaponry and machinery, quickly mastering her technique after a single demonstration.
Boom.
A fiery dragon erupted forth, striking the level 2 zombie again, engulfing it in flames and forcing it back. Their synchronization was impeccable, providing cover for Han Qingxia to land safely. However, Su Xiaoyang was filled with anxiety, pondering her reckless decision to try and lift the vehicle. As he contemplated her potential peril, he was taken aback when the armored vehicle surprisingly lifted off the ground. He watched in astonishment as a woman clad in combat gear hoisted one corner of the armored vehicle, exerting herself with a tremendous effort, causing it to crash down with a thunderous sound. Su Xiaoyang gasped in disbelief. Just then, the flaming level 2 zombie surged from the smoke.
Han Qingxia,
having lifted one side of the vehicle, jumped to the other side. She still needed more time. Su Xiaoyang unleashed a barrage of firepower to shield her, the flames pouring forth from the cannon, yet to his astonishment, the level 2 zombie no longer feared the flames. The fire merely slowed its advance, but it continued its furious charge towards them. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Han Qingxia. At that moment, she had just grasped the other tire, standing on the edge, and instead of retreating, she spread her arms wide as if welcoming the collision like a matador. Su Xiaoyang, witnessing this audacious act, was frozen in shock. He understood her intent. She aimed to lure it off the overpass. This plan could succeed, yet it simultaneously placed her in grave danger. His scalp prickled at the thought. One misstep, and she could plummet. Why would she put herself in such peril? She could have allowed him to take on this risk. She could have escaped instead of confronting such danger. She was sacrificing her safety for their survival.
No.
Su Xiaoyang opened the window. The moment he did, A wave of scorching smoke enveloped him. A massive fireball surged towards him, elevating the temperature to an unbearable heat. Su Xiaoyang's pupils dilated in shock as the inferno swept past, annihilating everything in its path. His heart sank. Despite their brief acquaintance and the negative opinions of others, he realized she would risk her life to protect him. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a lithe figure leaped from below the overpass, and he caught a glimpse of the woman shimmering in his vision. At that moment, it felt as though his heartbeat had returned. Roar! Behind Han Qingxia, another massive conflagration ignited.
Boom!
A torrent of unrestrained energy surged from Su Xiaoyang's palms, striking the level 2 zombie in the head and penetrating its brain. As Han Qingxia landed, the pursuing level 2 creature was sent crashing down once more. This time, it truly fell. Han Qingxia turned to witness the defeated zombie plummeting. Droplets of water still suspended in the air, splattering down like rain. She gazed in astonishment at Su Xiaoyang, who had harnessed his water abilities with such explosive power so soon after awakening. Impressive. Initially, she had intended to deliver a few more blows after landing, but Su Xiaoyang had already resolved the threat. Well done. Han Qingxia approached him and firmly patted his shoulder. Su Xiaoyang felt the weight of her hand and, looking at her safe return, a hint of a smile broke through her usually icy demeanor. He alighted from the vehicle and, alongside Han Qingxia, hoisted it upwards. Although it was primarily Han Qingxia exerting herself, he was astonished to discover that he was indeed no match for her strength. After this encounter, the bond between them deepened significantly. Trust is something that is fortified through repeated experiences. Han Qingxia had always placed her faith in Su Xiaoyang, but this newfound understanding necessitated a fresh journey of rediscovery. Following this episode, Su Xiaoyang evidently grew more affectionate towards Han Qingxia.
Boss.
I am uncertain as to how this occurred. 10 days ago, I first realized I could sense a small amount of water, which I usually provide to the special operations team. I have no idea how it manifested just now. Su Xiaoyang recounted his previous experiences, meticulously detailing his transformation to Han Qingxia. This is an extraordinary ability, Han Qingxia remarked, maneuvering the vehicle as they descended from the elevated highway, towing a fuel tanker behind them. Extraordinary ability. The term caused Su Xiaoyang to furrow his brow in contemplation. Chapter 45, The Evolution Liquid Extraction Machine. Extraordinary abilities are primarily categorized into the most common enhancement types, such as speed mutation and strength mutation, alongside elemental abilities encompassing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the exceedingly rare variant abilities. These variant abilities include lightning, ice, healing, psychic powers, and other obscure abilities that one can only discover through experience. Han Qingxia generously imparted her knowledge to Su Xiaoyang. What is there to hold back? He is one of us, not a stranger. By enlightening Su Xiaoyang, she aimed to facilitate his future ascension. Initially, all extraordinary abilities are at a novice level, and as one's comprehension and cultivation deepen, they become hierarchically classified. However, regardless of the classification, there exists an inherent suppression within the extraordinary abilities. Generally, variant abilities possess a higher ceiling than ordinary elemental types and enhancement abilities. In her previous life, Han Qingxia was merely an ordinary individual who never awakened an extraordinary ability. In the early stages, the effects of extraordinary abilities were not particularly pronounced, and with her tenacity and determination, she managed to carve out a niche despite her lack of powers. However, as time progressed, the disparity between extraordinary beings and ordinary individuals widened considerably. Consequently, Han Qingxia found herself relegated to the position of a mere team leader in a small base. Had she possessed even one extraordinary ability, she could have ascended to a higher echelon within the base. Thus, she was left unaware of many aspects related to extraordinary abilities. Extraordinary abilities can be enhanced, but her lack of knowledge about the enhancement process left her without resources. The only thing she knew was that it might be linked to crystal cores. In her previous life at the base, the universal currency was crystal cores, which were in demand everywhere. Han Qingxia had conducted her own research and sensed energy within the cores, but regrettably, as an ordinary person, she could only scratch the surface. With a soft thud, Han Qingxia brought the vehicle to a halt beneath the elevated highway. She located the corpse of a second-tier zombie, leaped down, and rummaged through its skull until she unearthed a crystal roughly the size of an egg. This is a crystal core. I am familiar with this.
Su Shuang interject.
During my time with the Special Operations Team, we were instructed to gather these. Han Qingxia's eyes sparkled at this revelation. So you were specifically tasked with collecting these?
Su Shuang note that affirmacy.
Their mission was not a standard rescue operation, but rather a zombie extermination endeavor, targeting the core areas to eradicate substantial numbers of zombies, while simultaneously assisting rescue teams. Even after the rescue teams departed, they continued to engage in combat, as their superiors had yet to authorize their withdrawal. The true intentions of their command remained ambiguous. Subsequently, they encountered peril and narrowly escaped, seeking refuge with Han Qingxia. Upon hearing Su Xiaoyang's account, Han Qingxia furrowed her brow in contemplation. Had the military discovered crystal cores this early? In her previous life, K1 base was renowned. Aside from a chronic food shortage, it excelled in various other areas, particularly in cultivating extraordinary beings who were the strongest among the eastern bases. Han Qingxia pondered whether this was related to their early research on crystal cores. Let's head back. All right. Su Xiaoyang climbed into a large truck that had been previously sent down, while Han Qingxia drove the armored vehicle with the fuel tanker back to their base. Their outing today had yielded significant rewards. Han Qingxia instructed Su Xiaoyang to procure some fresh chicken and fish for their meal. Without hesitation, he set off to complete the task, his steps noticeably brisker at the prospect of fresh meat. Meanwhile, Han Qingxia retreated to the air defense cave to meticulously analyze her points and crystal cores. She opened the system's marketplace panel and exchanged all the crystal cores she had collected today, totaling 16 cores, excluding the one from the second-tier extraordinary beast. Along with the 44 cores she had previously acquired from Lu Qian, she now possessed a total of 60 crystal cores. She needed just 40 more to unlock the next grand prize. After a moment's hesitation, she decided not to exchange her second-tier zombie crystal core. The exchange value would undoubtedly be higher, but the quantity would not contribute significantly. Thus, she opted to hold off for now. Glancing at her points, she noted that due to her recent territorial expansions and crystal core exchanges, her total had soared to 18,045 points. With a swift motion, she purchased the AK she had long coveted. As the weapon materialized before her, a profound sense of satisfaction welled up within her. What a treasure, dear sister. I have finally obtained you. At that moment, Han Qingxia recalled that there was a special interface that required 5,000 points to unlock. She accessed that exclusive marketplace. Once this interface was unveiled, she observed that the items within were accompanied by a countdown timer. The first item on her page was a golden object, the Evolution Liquid Extraction Machine, priced at 10,000 points. Limited to 180 seconds. Han Qingxia's heart raced. The Evolution Liquid Extraction Machine. She clicked on the details and found a comprehensive description. Evolution Liquid Extraction Machine extracts energy from crystal cores 100 harmlessly. The evolution liquid can be utilized to enhance extraordinary abilities. Han Qingxia gasped. Was this not the very path of evolution for extraordinary beings that she had been pondering all day? With 170 seconds remaining, she resolutely closed her eyes and confirmed the purchase. Even if it left her with only 45 points, she was willing to take the plunge. Upon completing the transaction, the previous purchase window transformed into a cooldown screen, indicating that the items here were not available for unlimited purchase and would refresh randomly. Besides the Evolution Liquid Extraction Machine, no other golden items were present, only various materials such as steel plates, reinforced boards, tiles, rebar, cement, and gates for base construction. These materials were quite affordable, typically priced at 1 point each, available for unlimited purchase within the time limit. Recalling the poor quality of materials in Su Xiaoyang's dwelling at her doorstep, she seized the opportunity to buy a batch of steel plates, tiles, and gates. To her surprise, she discovered that these items possessed attributes, all contributing to the base's sturdiness. Rated from 1 to 10. A spark of inspiration ignited within Han Qingxia. If she fortified her entire base with these materials, it could transform into a veritable fortress. She immediately conceived a new direction. With a flurry of excitement, she expended all 45 points. She gazed longingly at the many other desirable items she wished to purchase, but lacked the points for. Fear not, dear sister. I shall return to acquire you in due time. Resolutely, Han Qingxia exited the system and turned her attention to the evolution liquid extraction machine, eager to explore its potential. With a flash of brilliance, she retrieved the extractor from the spatial realm. It was a compact, desktop-sized device equipped with an opening above for placing the crystal core, while a liquid outlet was situated below. Han Qingxia took out her preserved second-tier zombie crystal core and inserted it into the machine, positioning a clean cup beneath the liquid outlet. Upon connecting the power, a blue light illuminated the device, and in less than 2 seconds, a colorless liquid flowed into the cup. Chapter 46, Evolution of Powers. Han Qingxia picked up the cup filled with the transparent liquid. She cautiously inhaled its aroma before dividing it into 2 halves, consuming the first portion. The evolutionary liquid had no discernible flavor, with a hint of an indescribable sweetness. After finishing it, she attempted to unleash her powers. With a sharp sound, a pot of roses in the air raid shelter swiftly sprouted, its thorny stems visibly thickening. The thorns becoming exceptionally sharp, and vibrant rose blossoms unfurling at their tips. In mere seconds, the small pot of roses, which had long surpassed its blooming period, transformed into a half-meter-tall potted rose bush. Han Qingxia's eyes widened in astonishment. Previously, her abilities allowed her to stimulate the growth of a single branch. But after employing her powers, she often felt an extended period of emptiness. She had tirelessly researched ways to enhance her abilities, yet discovered that continuous use or practice did not elevate her power limit. Instead, breakthroughs occurred through increased meat consumption or sudden bursts of energy, much like what she had witnessed with Su Xiaoyang today. Now, having consumed the evolutionary liquid, Han Qingxia could effortlessly accelerate the maturity of the rose bush with a mere gesture, all the vines exhibiting a combative nature, responding to her thoughts without any discomfort within her body. She then demonstrated her water manipulation in the bathroom, now wielding both water and wood-based powers. With a thunderous crash, a torrential downpour surged into the bathroom, the volume of water she controlled exceeding Su Xiaoyang's by more than double. The forceful impact created a substantial hole in the wall. Had the air raid shelter not been constructed within the mountainside, it could have easily breached a conventional building. The explosive power left Han Qingxia in awe. She gazed at her hands in delight. In her recollection, her current strength was akin to that of the evolved powers possessed by individuals after 5 or 6 years in the apocalypse. And this was merely from consuming half of the third-tier zombie evolutionary liquid. She understood now, with absolute certainty, the crystal cores were essential for the advancement of abilities. In her previous life, the early evolution of powers was sluggish, only accelerating once the large bases matured and an abundance of crystal cores circulated, allowing the powers to flourish rapidly. This was due to the gradual discovery of the crystal core secrets by the large bases at that time, which formulated evolutionary liquids for sale to the powers, facilitating their swift advancement. Yet, from her experiences, she knew many of the powers she had encountered suffered significant aftereffects. In later stages, the faster one evolved, the more severe the aftereffects became, ranging from irritable tempers to mental instability, and some even lost control of their powers, turning into violent beings that devoured those around them. Han Qingxia now surmised that the evolutionary liquids concocted by the large bases likely lacked purity. They promoted the enhancement of powers while simultaneously accumulating toxins within the users, which would eventually backfire when reaching a critical point. Gradually, Han Qingxia began to grasp the rules governing abilities. Emerging from the bathroom, she looked contentedly at her purification machine, storing it back in her spatial realm. It was indeed a remarkable treasure, capable of extracting crystal core energy with complete efficacy and without any side effects. If the large bases outside were to discover this, the entire world would be astonished. She consumed the remaining half of the evolutionary liquid, retaining a small portion to take with her.
Outside,
Su Xiaoyang had just finished preparing dinner, bringing out a large pot of pickled fish. The aroma of the fresh fish was irresistible, wafting through the air for miles. Yangzi, have some water. Han Qingxia offered Su Xiaoyang a cup of water. Without a glance, he drank it down. Upon tasting it, his eyes brightened, exclaiming, "This water is sweeter than usual." "Well, you should see who provided it," Han Qingxia replied dismissively, turning to sit at the dining table, eagerly awaiting the meal. Su Xiaoyang chuckled to himself, using a spatula to serve the fish onto the table. A large platter of roasted chicken accompanied the fragrant boiled fish. making for a nutritious and delicious spread. They each had a rice cooker, and the 16 dogs each had their own bowls. Everyone was joyfully devouring their meals. At that moment, Su Xiaoyang genuinely thought it would be wonderful if all his brothers were present. Han Qingxia was a person worth following, and being with her felt quite rewarding. After finishing their meal, without leaving a trace, Su Xiaoyang went to wash the dishes while Han Qingxia played with the dogs for a while, also taking stock of the supplies she had brought back today. Aside from what was in her spatial realm, there was a large delivery truck and an oil tanker that Su Xiaoyang had insisted on retrieving for her. She parked the oil tanker beside the base for future use, unloaded the delivery, and began opening blind boxes once more. The truck was filled with over 500 delivery boxes. This delivery was from a certain company's next-day service, and the quality of the contents was surprisingly high. As Han Qingxia opened numerous packages, she discerned some patterns. For instance, large delivery trucks often contained a plethora of useless knickknacks, yet had a higher proportion of food items, most of which were relatively inexpensive. On the other hand, delivery trucks with pricier items yielded higher value contents, including brand-name computers, phones, cosmetics, and superior food. Among the haul, Han Qingxia discovered imported chocolates, instant canned bird's nest, an entire smoked ham worth thousands pre-apocalypse, numerous large nut gift packages, and a fair share of instant noodles and snacks from reputable brands. Of course, she also disposed of 1/5 of expired short shelf-life food that had spoiled. Additionally, there were clothing and other items, with most garments being high-end brands. She passed the men's clothing to Su Xiaoyang and had him store the rest in her warehouse. To her surprise, among the blind box deliveries, she unearthed a tang knife, designed as a decorative piece with a blunt blade. As Han Qingxia drew the knife from its sheath, a chilling gleam caught her eye. She brandished the tang knife in the air, the fierce wind from its blade slicing through the atmosphere. The knife exhibited formidable attack power, capable of delivering powerful and precise strikes. What a fine blade! Su Xiaoyang emerged from the air raid shelter just as she was showcasing the knife's deadly presence. Upon seeing him, Han Qingxia asked, "Can you sharpen it?" "Let us find out." With purposeful strides, Su Xiaoyang approached her, responding seriously, "All right, I'll take care of it." Han Qingxia entrusted the tang knife to Su Xiaoyang for sharpening. As she finished opening her deliveries, noticing the evening still had some time left, Han Qingxia urged Su Xiaoyang to fortify his house. Using steel plates and building materials exchanged from the system, she reinforced Su Xiaoyang's small dwelling. With the surplus materials, she expanded it slightly. Consequently, the overall defensive capabilities of her base began to improve. Han Qingxia was exceedingly content. Her primary focus for the forthcoming period would be acquiring materials to construct her base. Chapter 47. The Integrated Reconnaissance and Strike Drone System. The following day, as dawn broke, Han Qingxia emerged from the air raid shelter to find Su Xiaoyang sharpening a blade outside. Swish, swish, swish. On a large whetstone, a tang knife was being meticulously honed. With each stroke, water cascaded over the blade, enhancing its sharpness with every pass. This water was a manifestation of Su Xiaoyang's unique ability, requiring no special preparation. As he completed the final stroke, a glimmer of water washed over the blade, instantly emanating a chilling aura of lethal intent. A fine blade is forged through diligent sharpening. Su Xiaoyang gripped the hilt of the tang knife and swung it powerfully through the air. Whoosh! A piece of scrap wood was effortlessly cleaved into several neat sections. Each cut was immaculate. Were it to strike a zombie, it would undoubtedly fell them with the same ease as slicing through a watermelon. Impressive speed. Su Xiaoyang sheathed the knife and presented it to Han Qingxia. "Boss, this knife is exceptional. Its material is remarkably sturdy and highly practical. Well done."
Han Qingxia praised Su Xiaoyang.
"Next time, I shall reserve a good knife for you." "No need. I have my own weapons," Su Xiaoyang politely declined. He still possessed his previous equipment, although his firearms were out of ammunition and thus rendered useless, leaving him with merely a triangular military knife. However, he still wielded his water-based powers. Whoosh! He effortlessly summoned a high-pressure water jet, its force considerably greater than the previous day. "Boss, I'm not quite sure why, but upon waking today, I sense my abilities have seemingly strengthened." Su Xiaoyang reported the changes he experienced to Han Qingxia. She nodded in satisfaction at his enhanced powers. This was to be expected. After all, she had administered an evolution serum to him. It appeared that moving forward, a portion of the zombie cores would need to be reserved for creating evolution serum to further augment both their powers. A daily supplement would undoubtedly accelerate their abilities. Let us go. It's time to slay some zombies, Han Qingxia declared with fervor, leading Su Xiaoyang out the door. 10 days swiftly passed. Throughout this period, Han Qingxia would venture out with Su Xiaoyang during the day to expand their territory and return at night to fortify the base using the territory points she earned as rewards. Each day, the zombie cores they collected were divided into two parts. One portion was returned to the system for reclamation, while the other was preserved to create evolution serum for both her and Su Xiaoyang's power enhancement. Over the past few days, they had encountered no advanced zombies, and the density of zombies in the outskirts was notably low. Those capable of yielding cores were even scarcer. Han Qingxia had decisively cleared all zombies from the outskirts, moving into the suburban area of the city, and had exterminated every zombie in the vicinity of her air raid shelter, ultimately acquiring over 30 zombie cores. Though the cores were few, the transformation into evolution serum visibly enhanced both her and Su Xiaoyang's abilities. Their powers were rapidly advancing. Furthermore, the air raid shelter had been fortified inside and out using system materials. At this point, the shelter had undergone a monumental transformation, with its overall defensive capability bolstered tenfold.
Now,
not even a tank or artillery could breach her base. Han Qingxia also discovered an array of base equipment in the system's special marketplace. Among them, she was thrilled to find protective gear for war dogs. Without hesitation, she generously purchased a set of system-produced protective clothing for each of her 16 dogs, each costing 100 points. In addition, there were defense systems for the base, radar systems, and the integrated reconnaissance and strike drone system. The radar system needed no elaboration, while the integrated reconnaissance and strike drone system was a comprehensive suite designed for both surveillance and assault capabilities. This system could simultaneously control multiple drones patrolling the territory, automatically alerting Han Qingxia upon detecting intruders. She could then confirm with a single button whether to engage. With an 8-hour patrol cycle, multiple drones would rotate throughout the day, ensuring continuous monitoring. It was an indispensable treasure for the base. However, this system was exorbitantly priced, costing a staggering 100,000 points. In the past 10 days, Han Qingxia had accumulated merely 30,000 points, leaving her to covet the system momentarily. Her next small goal was to acquire this integrated reconnaissance and strike drone system. As she gazed at the system, available for a limited 10-day purchase, she began to calculate. Currently, she could earn approximately 3,000 points per day by expanding territory and slaying zombies. However, expanding territory was less lucrative than eliminating zombies. Unfortunately, the zombies in her vicinity had all been eradicated, prompting her to devise a plan to venture into more populated areas for slaughter. Opening the electronic map, she scrutinized her surroundings for densely populated locations. Her gaze settled on a large grain processing factory in the suburban area of the city. The factory, Han Qingxia recalled, this was the largest grain processing facility in City A, employing tens of thousands of workers. Each zombie core was worth 100 points. If among the thousands of workers, there were 1,000 cores, she would have more than enough. Yangzi, today we're heading to the factory, Han Qingxia announced as she exited the air raid shelter and addressed Su Xiaoyang. All right, Su Xiaoyang replied without hesitation, putting aside his work to accompany Han Qingxia. His obedience to her was absolute, exemplifying diligence and dedication. As per usual, Han Qingxia left Xia Tian and several dogs at the base, taking 8 dogs with her aboard the armored vehicle en route to the grain factory. The journey was lengthy, but fortunately, it traversed her territory, allowing for an unobstructed passage. They arrived near the factory in just an hour and a half. Situated on the city's outskirts, the factory was surrounded by farmland for miles, and the population was sparse. Consequently, the workers lived in a fully enclosed environment, eating and residing within the factory premises. During their breaks, they would typically bike or take public transport to the city for leisure. At this moment, the area surrounding the factory was eerily quiet, with numerous abandoned vehicles strewn along the straight roads. A bus lay embedded in the farmland, its doors ajar, revealing dried, dark bloodstains within, yet no sign of life. It was easy to surmise that during the incident, Misfortune had befallen this vehicle. Someone had mutated on board, causing the driver to plunge into the road. Frantically pressing the door release button, those inside would have fled in chaos, resulting in utter disorder in this vicinity. However, the factory's gates were tightly shut. As Han Qingxia's vehicle approached the factory, it was silent within. Even the security booth stood deserted. Could it be that they're on holiday? She pondered. Unlikely. Even if the factory were on holiday, there should still be a considerable number of people inside. Moreover, it is a fully enclosed facility with dormitories. Workers take turns resting. So there should be plenty of individuals present. This place was undoubtedly a hotspot for zombies.
Qingxia instructed Su Shaoyang to accelerate.
The armored vehicle violently crashing through the main gate, entering the expansive factory area. Before them stood a massive row of buildings comprising dormitories, a dining area, manufacturing facilities, and administrative offices. Han Qingxia parked the vehicle in front of the dormitory building. Let us go. It's time to slay some zombies.
All right.
The vehicle doors swung open, and Han Qingxia, Su Shaoyang, and the 8 dogs stood resolutely before the factory dormitory. Let us clear out the map first. Chapter 48. The Zombie Factory. Congratulations and prosperity. Guard the entrance. Notify immediately of any abnormalities. Red team and whiteboard 2, follow me. The rest follow Yangzi. Woof, woof, woof. The dogs swiftly divided into 3 teams. 2 figures gathered outside the dormitory building, leaving Han Qingxia and Su Shaoyang, each accompanied by 3 dogs. Before Han Qingxia stood the wide-open entrance of the dormitory, flanked by a row of turnstiles, which required card access for entry. At that moment, the turnstiles were devoid of power, and even if they had been operational, Han Qingxia lacked a card. They would have to leap over. Cautiously, she and Su Shaoyang positioned themselves on either side, surveying their surroundings before vaulting into the turnstile area. The corridor behind the turnstiles lay silent, with all the doors on the first floor firmly shut. Han Qingxia tossed a heavy object forward. Thud, thud, thud. The sound reverberated through the still dormitory, instantly stirring the occupants behind the closed doors, yet the corridor remained eerily quiet. Howls echoed, a chorus of moans rising in response. Han Qingxia waited attentively for 3 minutes. Excellent. All were confined within their chambers. There were no wandering zombies outside. Having assessed the surroundings, she and Su Shaoyang proceeded to breach the first room, commencing their hunt. This approach would prevent them from becoming encircled by any suddenly appearing zombies.
Bang!
The door to the room was forcefully kicked open by Han Qingxia, unleashing a wave of putrid stench that assaulted her senses. 4 or 5 female zombies lunged toward the newly opened door, driven by a desperate hunger for the scent of fresh flesh. They had not encountered food in far too long. The eyes of the zombies gleamed with bloodlust, their pale orbs hauntingly eerie, as their decaying mouths emitted guttural growls, yearning to shred and devour any living being outside. Swish! A sharp tang dao sliced through the air, met with chilling precision as the zombies were greeted by its glistening edge. 3 heads were severed cleanly, while the remaining 2 were pierced by powerful jets of water. As the 5 zombies crumpled to the ground, the dogs surged forward, their claws digging into the zombie skulls, yielding 2 tiny crystal cores for Han Qingxia. Well done, she praised as she affectionately patted the dogs' heads, surveying the interior of the dormitory. The room contained a separate restroom and 4 sets of bunk beds, each adorned with bedding. From this, she swiftly deduced the following. The ordinary staff dormitory was likely designed for 8 occupants, complete with a restroom, and there were 5 zombies inside, suggesting that roughly half of the residents were on night shifts. Moreover, this was a female dormitory. After clearing another room to confirm her suspicions and familiarize herself with the layout, Han Qingxia and Su Shaoyang split their efforts, launching simultaneous assaults on either side.
Bang!
With the door shattered, the cold glimmer of the tang dao illuminated the dormitory's interior. Su Shaoyang's sharpened blade sliced through the zombies as effortlessly as one would chop a watermelon, with her strength and speed augmented to human limits by the system. Han Qingxia wielded the sharp weapon with both swiftness and ferocity. The zombies could not even brush against her clothing before they were decapitated. The 3 dogs assisted, delivering a finishing blow before extracting the zombie crystal cores. In just 3 minutes, they cleared 1 dormitory. Within half an hour, she and Su Shaoyang had purged the entirety of the first floor. They replicated their method to clear the 5 floors above. By midday, they had successfully eradicated an entire dormitory building. Not a single living soul remained, only zombies. Together, they had dispatched over 1,000 zombies, collecting more than 300 crystal cores. With 2 more dormitory buildings remaining, Han Qingxia continued her methodical approach. She and Su Xiaoyang worked side by side, taking brief respites after clearing each building, during which they briefly rested in the armored vehicle, enjoying a heated meal of rice balls for sustenance. By evening, they had successfully cleared all 3 dormitory buildings within the factory, having exterminated over 3,500 zombies and secured 1,000 zombie crystal cores. As Han Qingxia observed the encroaching darkness, she knew that in this apocalyptic world, the night was 100-fold more perilous than the day. During daylight, zombies were subdued, their movements sluggish, but at night, all their faculties were heightened 100-fold. Even a seasoned survivor like Han Qingxia refrained from undertaking risky endeavors after dusk. Moreover, she had amassed enough crystal cores to return and exchange them for a combined reconnaissance and assault system. Let us return. We shall come back tomorrow. With that, Han Qingxia, Su Xiaoyang, and the dogs departed in their vehicle. At that moment, a shout caught their attention. Help! Help! On the rooftop of the factory's main building, a group of 20 to 30 individuals desperately called out to Han Qingxia and her companions. A large banner, pieced together from scraps of clothing, hung before them.
Su Shuang.
Upon spotting the survivors, immediately turned to Han Qingxia.
Boss.
There are survivors. Should we rescue them? Chapter 49, A Chance for Retribution. Han Qingxia cast a glance at the crowd on the rooftop. 20 to 30 young adults, both male and female, aged roughly between 20 and 40. With no elderly or children among them, the demographic was promising. A ready supply of strong labor. As she began to develop her territory, Han Qingxia viewed the issue of population from the perspective of a ruler. To her, there was no distinction between good and evil among people, only a hierarchy of labor potential. Every individual served as the cornerstone of production and development. Each person could contribute to the base's growth. Before her stood a prime selection of capable young laborers. However, she decided against a rescue. Not today, Han Qingxia resolutely stated. It's getting late. Even if I wanted to enlist this batch of young laborers, it would have to wait until tomorrow. We must retreat and return. As her words fell, Su Xiaoyang pressed the accelerator, driving away. He was an unyielding executor of her commands, adhering to her every directive without question. At that moment, the individuals on the rooftop, witnessing the vehicle's departure, instantly panicked. Don't go. Don't leave us. You can't abandon us. Their frantic cries attracted the zombies lurking below in the factory. The heavy iron doors behind them reverberated with ominous pounding. These individuals had been trapped on the rooftop for quite some time, fortunate to have found refuge in a grain factory where supplies were abundant. They had brought ample provisions when they fled to the rooftop, allowing them to survive thus far. But now, behind the massive iron door lay hundreds of ravenous zombies, their hunger heightened after being cooped up for over a month, clawing and howling in desperation. The once quiet crowd had remained silent, cowering in the corners of the rooftop to minimize their presence. Yet, upon discovering that someone had entered the factory, their eyes lit up. Upon seeing Han Qingxia's party prepare to leave, they immediately called for help. Yet, they never anticipated that they would be forsaken. Captain Ding, what do we do? The woman who had just cried for help turned to a stout man beside her. The man, Ding Yi, had originally been a lowly security team leader in the factory. When the apocalypse struck, he and a group of survivors had taken refuge on the rooftop. Utilizing his physical prowess and experience as a guard, he quickly ascended to become the de facto leader of the group, especially after awakening his own abilities, which made him even more domineering among them. Everyone felt compelled to submit to him, obeying his every command. Ding Yi had originally been reluctant to leave, had it not been for their dwindling supplies. He would not have sought help from Han Qingxia. However, after they had called for assistance, these two individuals had the audacity to refuse to rescue him and the others. He was determined that they would not escape. He retrieved a button from his pocket, a tiny object resembling a mung bean, which emitted a green glow from its minuscule eye. He pressed the activation key with great force. Captain Ding, you mustn't press it. If you unleash the zombies, we will be utterly trapped. A frail man attempted to intervene. With a resounding slap, Dingy sent him flying, seizing his collar and lifting him into the air. If I cannot survive, none of you shall either. Do you not agree? The others immediately echoed in affirmation. Yes. They deserve to die for abandoning us. Let us annihilate them. If we cannot live, they must perish as well. Satisfied, Dingy tossed the man aside, the sole dissenting voice among them, and pressed the button, causing the factory's doors to swing open. In an instant, howls and growls erupted as the man who had been discarded found himself engulfed by the horde of zombies pouring forth. Starved for far too long, the zombies saw him only as sustenance, and before he could transform into one of their kind, he was reduced to a pile of bones beneath the relentless onslaught. Starved.
Famished.
They yearned for flesh. The piercing screams were swiftly silenced. The onlookers on the rooftop gaped in horror, their hearts gripped with fear, yet they could only think, well done.
Just like that.
After releasing the zombies, Dingy turned his gaze to Han Qingxia's vehicle. He crouched down, grasping the rooftop with both hands, his tiny eyes fixated on the direction her vehicle was heading. With a sudden surge of energy, he resolved, "You wish to flee? That is utterly impossible." With a thunderous boom, Han Qingxia's armored vehicle lurched violently, lifting from the ground. Beep, beep, the alarm blared, indicating that her vehicle had been obstructed by a small mound of earth. Earth-based abilities. Although of low tier, this power had formed a modest hill that perfectly trapped their vehicle. Soon, within Han Qingxia's line of sight, countless zombies surged from every corner of the vast factory. They emerged from the cafeteria, from various functional buildings, and even from the office tower. Most of these zombies were clad in factory uniforms, still resembling their former selves as they clambered forth in a chaotic yet eerily lively manner, reminiscent of a pre-apocalyptic factory scene. Of course, one must disregard their grotesque, decomposed faces swarming with flies. This factory had irrevocably transformed into a zombie factory. Ha ha ha. You ignorant fools likely have no idea that I am an ability user. Dingy cackled as he observed the armored vehicle encircled by the horde of zombies, his laughter uncontainable. This is what you get for not rescuing them and trying to escape alone. Let them all perish. Indeed, let them forsake us. They deserve to die. The others shared his malicious sentiments, their eyes gleaming with venom. They eagerly awaited the moment when the zombies would devour the two individuals, fragmenting their vehicle. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion echoed through the air. The armored vehicle, surrounded by the horde, revealed a cannon atop its roof. With a deafening roar, flames erupted from the cannon, instantly incinerating the zombies that had clambered on top. As a multitude of zombies attempted to scale the vehicle again, sharp spikes burst forth from the armored exterior. The vehicle roared back to life as the system activated, raising its base, rendering the small mound inconsequential. Han Qingxia pressed the accelerator, and the armored vehicle surged forth from the horde. This time, rather than fleeing the factory, Han Qingxia directed her course toward the factory building itself. To the higher-ups, people were devoid of moral distinctions. In their eyes, humanity was inconsequential. Should Han Qingxia choose to save them, it would not be out of any sense of martyrdom. Should she choose to kill them, she would bear no guilt. If they awaited her rescue obediently, she would welcome them as compliant residents in her base. However, those who dared to plot against her, those with such cunning intentions, were better off dead. With a resounding crash, Han Qingxia propelled the armored vehicle to the base of the factory building. She retracted the cannon, allowing the zombies to swarm her vehicle while a staircase emerged from the top of the armor. The onlookers on the rooftop, witnessing the armored vehicle still engulfed by zombies, could no longer find amusement. Moments ago, they had reveled in the sight of the two being besieged. They had thought, let them perish. Yet now, the very zombies they had unleashed began to crawl up toward them along the staircase Han Qingxia had constructed. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped them, as if they had provoked a demon. Han Qingxia was known for her grudges. She would exact vengeance, without hesitation. Today, they would reap what they had sown. Before long, the zombies ascended the staircase Han Qingxia had built, the first one lunging at them. They attempted to push the first zombie away, but a veritable tide of undead followed. Panic-stricken, they scrambled for escape, but there was nowhere to flee. Behind them lay the iron gates filled with zombies, and before them, an abyss, with no means of retreat. The rooftop was soon overrun. Ding Yi, witnessing the relentless horde, quickly pulled a few individuals to serve as a shield. He dashed to the edge of the rooftop, channeling his abilities to elevate the ground beneath him. Although his powers were limited, in dire circumstances, he managed to conjure a small earthen slope. He felt he could leap. At that moment, Qingxia coldly observed his actions through the monitor, and as he leaped, she lazily uttered, Yangzi. In an instant, a powerful water column, magnitude stronger than his ability, obliterated the makeshift slope he had created. Ding Yi, already airborne.
Qingxia manøvret her armored vehicle.
Extricating herself from the horde of zombies. As the sun began to set, the zombies' aggression would intensify. She withdrew from the factory, only to catch a glimpse of another group of survivors atop an adjacent building. Chapter 50. Redeeming a reconnaissance drone. This group of survivors had also been observing them for quite some time. They huddled together on the rooftop like frightened lambs, trembling as they witnessed the unfolding chaos. Qingxia averted her gaze, waving her hand to signal Su Xiaoyang to leave the factory. Once they departed, the group on the rooftop surged toward the edge. They have left. They have all departed. Leading them was a middle-aged man, who, having recovered from his earlier shock, realized that they too possessed abilities, ones far superior to Ding Yi's. They were immensely powerful. The others, upon hearing his words, felt a pang of resonance within. They are not merely a group of rescue teams bound by a duty to save. Upon discovering them, they would risk their lives to provide assistance. Nor are they entities to be recklessly provoked or trampled upon. They are extraordinarily powerful, equipped with professional gear, and even more formidable superhumans. They can dominate in a factory rife with zombies. They are the very existence that all others can only look up to. Fortunately, they refrain from calling for help forcefully, unlike Ding Yi and his gang, who, after failing to seek aid, resorted to destruction, ultimately meeting their demise here. Presently, they observed the horde of zombies that Ding Yi had unleashed to hinder Qingxia beneath them. As the sun sets, the factory becomes a haven for wandering zombies. With the descent of night, the movements of these zombies quicken. They sense the presence of living beings within their building and all howl towards the factory beneath them. They stretch out their arms, pressing against the walls in a desperate attempt to climb upwards. Soon, the building below is surrounded by zombies, throngs upon throngs, rendering escape impossible. Li Gang notices that several zombies are noticeably faster than their counterparts, exhibiting heightened agility. They tread upon their fellow undead, scrambling to the highest point, frantically attempting to ascend to the rooftop where they are. Thankfully, their building stands over 10 meters tall, its exterior smooth, unlike Ding Yi's reckless provocation that attracted the zombies. For the moment, they appear relatively safe on the rooftop. These zombies are not adept at climbing. At this juncture, his wife, Wang Fong, nudges him. "Dear, look over there." Her voice trembles, following her gaze. Li Gang sees a zombie, its abdomen hollowed and much of its face devoured, staggering to its feet from the very spot where Ding Yi had fallen to his death. After plummeting from the rooftop, Ding Yi did not die instantly. Instead, he was swiftly surrounded and devoured by famished zombies. Thanks to his robust physique, he transformed into a zombie before they could completely dismember him. Roaring with a piercing cry, the transformed Ding Yi surveys his surroundings. His gaze fixed on the survivors atop the adjacent building. He dashes toward them, racing down to the factory floor, where he confronts a mass of corpses and the incessantly climbing zombies. With a mighty roar, he pushes through the horde, and a mound of earth rises abruptly beneath him, towering over 3 meters. Upon witnessing this, the zombies go wild, scrambling up the mound he has created. With a solid foothold now, they finally have a chance to ascend. The survivors on the rooftop are left in shock. What do we do? Meanwhile, Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang successfully return to their base with their dogs. As they exit the factory, a number of zombies pursue their vehicle, but they quickly fall behind after a few hundred meters. Qingxia maintains her speed, ignoring the corpses crushed beneath her wheels, for time is of the essence. The factory is an hour and a half's drive from their base, and upon their return, night has fully descended. She cannot afford to let her guard down, at least not until they enter their territory. At 7:30 in the evening, they arrive back at the base. As per routine, the two first take a shower. After which, Su Xiaoyang heads to the kitchen while Han Qingxia counts the spoils in her shelter.
Today,
They have acquired a total of 1,148 zombie cores, all of the first level. Zombie cores are categorized by rank. The first level represents the most common type, with approximately 1 in 3 zombies possessing a core in their brains. The combat strength of a first-level zombie is not particularly formidable, though superior to that of the most ordinary zombies. They can still be dispatched by an average person with some combat skills. However, the disparity becomes significant at the second level, where the strength and speed of a second-level zombie vastly exceed that of a robust adult, often requiring multiple ordinary individuals to collaborate in order to defeat it. The size of the cores is roughly equivalent to that of a quail egg. At the third level, zombies are beyond the capability of ordinary humans to defeat. They are the domain of superhumans. The cores at this level can reach the size of a goose egg. The emergence of second and third level zombies is contingent upon certain factors, one being the consumption of their kind. For instance, the second-level zombie that Han Qingxia previously vanquished on the highway likely gained its rank by devouring others. At that time, the entire highway, save for the gas station, was nearly devoid of zombies. It is highly probable that the third-level zombie lured others there to feast. The second factor is the evolution of superpowers. Zombies can indeed evolve and develop abilities. Once they manifest powers, their rank escalates sharply. Han Qingxia had once heard of the most formidable zombie king in the entire eastern region, an 8th-level zombie with multiple abilities, rumored to possess more than 3 powers. It resides at the intersection of cities A, B, and C. Of course, she has only heard of it. She has never witnessed it herself. She does not deem herself worthy. In her previous life, as an ordinary person, Han Qingxia felt unqualified to tread such high battlegrounds. She meticulously executed only those tasks she was confident in completing. She shunned missions with greater risk. This was also the reason why, despite the strength of other superhumans, they ultimately could not surpass Han Qingxia. She remained as steadfast as a veteran, never gambling with her life. Returning to the topic at hand, the zombies at this time predominantly consist of first-level specimens. High-ranking zombies are rare. The third-level zombie Han Qingxia defeated previously is an exceedingly scarce occurrence. She gazes at her collection of over 1,000 zombie cores, exchanging 1,000 for points while retaining 100 to extract evolution liquid. Each first-level core is worth 100 points, and the total number of cores is calculated.
ding.
Congratulations, you have earned 100,000 and 4,000 points. Adding this to her previous 30,000 points, she nearly amasses 140,000. Han Qingxia rubs her excited little hands together. She has enough funds. She promptly navigates to the time-limited window for the all-in-one reconnaissance drone system. Exchange.
Ding.
Congratulations, you have acquired the all-in-one reconnaissance drone system. Before Han Qingxia, an incredibly advanced piece of military technology materializes. Subsequently, her base begins to undergo transformations. Chapter 51. His boss is all-powerful. At this moment, the area of the tower on the second floor of Han Qingxia's base expands once more, extending into the mountainside, doubling the size of the shelter. Above is a large skylight that can be opened and closed. A massive control device stands at the center of the second-floor tower, behind Han Qingxia's crossbow. 24 small military drones are neatly stationed in the open space. These drones are petite, slightly larger than those available on the market, but their capabilities are far beyond those of toy drones. They are standard military reconnaissance drones, with extraordinary ground control capabilities, capable of obliterating main battle tanks. In an invasion scenario, deploying several waves of drone strikes would undoubtedly leave the opposing side's air defenses in disarray. Furthermore, due to their diminutive size, monitoring them is exceedingly difficult and costly. To bring them down, one would need to employ expensive anti-aircraft missiles. Even utilizing relatively inexpensive shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles would be a futile endeavor. The cost of a single artillery shell amounts to several $100,000. Expended merely to strike down a drone, it is nothing short of financial folly. The prerequisite is that one must achieve a direct hit. Moreover, employing large-caliber anti-aircraft artillery means that even with a slight clustering of drones, the ground-based air defense firepower may be incapable of intercepting them all. Similarly, using a sledgehammer to crack a nut does not guarantee success. The most effective countermeasure is electronic interference, compelling the drones to land or divert from their intended trajectory. Yet, this is a reconnaissance strike integrated drone provided by the system. The existing levels of electronic disruption are utterly ineffective against Han Qingxia's drone. When deployed within her territory, her reconnaissance strike drone system transforms into an impenetrable and formidable protective net. With 24 drones boasting an 8-hour endurance, organized into 3 shifts, stationed in the 4 cardinal directions, 2 drones per direction, she achieves flawless surveillance around the clock. Han Qingxia gazes with immense satisfaction upon her base's exceptional defense system, thinking that today's hunt for zombies has proven to be exceptionally worthwhile. At this moment, she notices a glimmering notification in the system awaiting her collection. Having vanquished over 1,000 zombies today, she has accrued more than 1,000 crystal nuclei. Additionally, there's a grand gift package available for exchange. The previous reminder indicated that the second package could be redeemed for just 100 crystal nuclei. Han Qingxia calls her dog, Fa over, playfully ruffling his fur, prompting a bewildered expression from Fa and a fit of jealous barking from Xia Tian. Embracing both dogs, Han Qingxia opens the Crystal Nucleus Grand Gift Package.
Ding.
Congratulations. You have received Yunnan Bai Yao 1.
Ding.
Reward. First Aid Pill 1.
Ding.
Congratulations. You have obtained 1,000 pounds of fresh beef.
Ding.
Congratulations. You have received 100 solar panels.
Qingxia.
Not bad, not bad. A standard yet practical grand package, with medicine, supplies, and energy panels. The consumption of fresh meat in her base has indeed been considerable. Although the food section in the system's marketplace offers fresh meat, Han Qingxia finds it overpriced, recalling that it costs 10 points per pound, far too extravagant. The reward of 1,000 pounds of fresh beef seems to cover the value of the crystal nuclei she redeemed. After claiming this package, there's even more to come. The crystal nucleus exchange area indicates that every subsequent 1,000 crystal nuclei unlocks a new package. Having redeemed over 1,000 a day in one go, Han Qingxia triggers the next grand gift package. Without hesitation, she claims it.
Ding.
Reward. Psychic ability.
Qingxia.
Hearing this reward leaves Han Qingxia utterly astonished. The third grand package of crystal nuclei contains but a singular reward, yet it is an ability. Even someone as composed and seasoned as Han Qingxia is once again taken aback by the system's extraordinary reward. A psychic ability. In her previous life, she had merely heard of psychic ability users, who are the absolute elite among ability wielders. Out of 10,000 ability users, perhaps only one possesses psychic powers. Psychic ability users can perceive the powers of other ability wielders. Their attacks are executed through mental strength. And a powerful psychic can eliminate an ordinary person with just a glance. They are the pinnacle of existence among ability users.
Ding.
Psychic ability detected. Would you like the host to utilize it? Use. Naturally, she would use it herself. Who else could she give it to? Instantly, Han Qingxia's mind feels as if struck by a colossal force. Unlike the previously acquired wood and water abilities, the psychic ability inflicts substantial pain. Her entire head is blank. As she gradually regains her senses, she discovers a novel alteration in her mental perception. Gazing at her dogs, she perceives a faint red hue emanating from them, with Xia Tian exhibiting the most intense shade. The deeper the color, the greater the danger. It seems she can sense their combat prowess. Turning her gaze inward, she detects a blue and green light swirling within herself. Blue and green signify abilities. So this is the color of abilities. Han Qingxia finally possesses her very first unique ability. She then surveys the substantial rewards she has received today. The reconnaissance strike drone, Yunnan Bai Yao first aid pill, 1,000 pounds of beef, and 100 solar panels. With steadfast determination to fortify her base, the future is indeed promising. Onward, Han Qingxia exits the air defense shelter. Outside, Su Xiaoyang has prepared a meal. Boss, today's dish is Beijing-style shredded pork and fried eggs. Han Qingxia nods, waving at him. Yangzi, come here for a moment. What's up? It's time to tell you some things you ought to know. Su Shuang. Han Qingxia produces her phone, pressing a control button directed at the air defense shelter behind her. To Su Xiaoyang's astonishment, he witnesses a massive skylight opening atop the shelter. from which a swarm of drones emerges. These are the drones of our base, a little gadget I've crafted. Su Shuang. He gazes in disbelief at the military drones soaring above, exclaiming, could this possibly be the reconnaissance strike drones?
Damn.
This is the little gadget Han Qingxia concocted. After recovering from his shock, Su Xiaoyang finds it hard to disbelieve. Such high-caliber drones are simply unattainable in the external market. Moreover, this model is one he has never encountered before. It is inconceivable that it could have been created by anyone other than Han Qingxia. He then recalls the other military-grade defensive installations at her base, each one unparalleled and unattainable elsewhere. Take her armored vehicle, for instance. It is undoubtedly the most formidable armored vehicle Su Xiaoyang has ever seen. Without exception. Contemplating this, he gazes at Han Qingxia with sheer astonishment. Just who is this remarkable leader of his? She seems to be capable of anything. His admiration for Han Qingxia has reached unprecedented heights. Chapter 52. Are they gods? The following day, the fiery sun rises on the horizon. Bright, warm light bathes the world once brimming with human civilization, which once wrought countless miracles. Alas, the current human realm lies in tatters. The bustling breakfast shops that once opened at dawn, the morning joggers, the diligent street cleaners, and the early risers hustling for their livelihoods are now nowhere to be found. The city is overrun with countless zombies, accompanied by intermittent, piercing shrieks. Within a sprawling factory complex on the outskirts of the city, from the rooftop of a 4-story factory building, a piercing scream reverberates. With a thunderous crash, a stainless steel pipe comes crashing down upon a zombie, sending it sprawling to the ground. Yet at this point, the defenses can no longer hold. Roar. A multitude of zombies climbs in layers up a rising mound of earth. After a night of stacking and trampling over their comrades' bodies, they finally reach the rooftop of the factory. The first zombie to emerge is swiftly struck down, yet behind it lies a throng of grasping claws reaching for the rooftop's edge. With dry, sharp claws grasping at the brink, bloodied, grotesque zombie heads emerge one by one. They have been starved for far too long, their pale, murky eyes now ablaze with ravenous crimson. They hunger. They crave flesh. So insatiably hungry. Roar. 2 zombies leapt into the air simultaneously. Thud. Thud. 8 or 9 men stood resolutely at the forefront, swinging their steel pipes with all their might, tirelessly repelling the advancing undead. Behind them, a dozen women armed themselves with makeshift weapons, desperately attempting to strike down the ghastly hands of the zombies clawing at the edge of the rooftop. They had no avenue of retreat. This was the rooftop. The fire escape behind them had long been obstructed, teeming with an overwhelming horde of zombies. There was no escape. As time passed, the stamina of those on the rooftop began to wane, while the number of zombies continued to swell, climbing higher and higher. They were a group of individuals, long deprived of sufficient nourishment, their bodies fragile. Yet below, a relentless tide of zombies surged forth, as if powered by an inexhaustible engine. A piercing female scream shattered the air as a male zombie broke through their defenses. One of its feet was clad in the latest AJ sneakers, while the other was bare, bereft of its beloved shoe, leaving a foot marred and gnawed at the front. The grotesque sight limped forward, yet its speed surpassed that of the other zombies. Upon reaching the elevated platform, it lunged towards the nearest woman, knocking her down in an instant. Just as its toothless maw prepared to bite down, a steel pipe soared through the air, delivering a crushing blow that obliterated its skull. Wife. Li Gang yanked the woman back into his embrace. Husband. Wang Fong trembled, shivering in his arms. At that moment, more and more zombies began to ascend. Their rooftop had utterly fallen. Stop fighting. Climb to the top of the generator.
Li Gang excellent.
Cradling his wife as they made their way to the highest point atop the massive generator. Seeing this, everyone immediately abandoned the fight and scrambled upward. By the time they reached the generator's peak, the rooftop had succumbed entirely. A multitude of zombies surged forth from below, encircling their last refuge from all directions. As an unending stream of the undead poured in through the breach of resistance, the generator, a mere 2 meters high and narrow in expanse, left them huddled together like a flock of helpless sheep, surrounded by an impenetrable wall of zombies, with no escape in sight. The generator beneath them was being jostled perilously by the relentless tide of the undead. It was over. They were truly doomed. Just as despair enveloped them, a deafening roar echoed through the silence of the factory. A formidable armored vehicle reappeared before their eyes. At that moment, all gazes were fixed upon it. The furious machine barreled through the scattered zombies, heading straight for their factory.
Boom.
The armored vehicle crashed into the horde, sending zombies and a makeshift earthen mound flying. Instantly, the staircase of zombies was scattered, and those still climbing were sent tumbling like rain from the sky. Following this, a powerful jet of water erupted from a turret atop the armored vehicle. A man stood at the targeting port, his palms channeling a colossal high-pressure water stream towards the remaining zombies. Wherever the water surged, a wide swath of zombies was swept away. Those grasping their companions in midair were also eradicated.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
A torrent of flames erupted from the vehicle's roof, launching a dual onslaught of fire and water, augmented by the armored vehicle's relentless trampling below. In mere minutes, thousands of zombies were flattened and dispersed. Qingxia, behind the wheel, felt that this was how one truly exterminated zombies, efficiently. Once the bulk of the zombies had been cleared, the armored vehicle nestled against the factory's edge, its doors swinging open to unleash a pack of specially trained dogs. Clad in protective combat gear, the dogs charged ferociously into the throng of zombies, dispatching them one by one, pursuing the remaining undead to deliver the final blows. As the hatch of the armored vehicle fully opened, an elevated platform extended outward. To the astonishment of Li Gang and Wang Feng, two figures, a man and a woman, leapt from below, ascending to their rooftop. They were there to save them. The man wielded a continuous jet of water, while the woman brandished a dao. With a swift flick of her wrist, the woman dispatched zombies with precision, severing heads and limbs as Qingxia's water jet ensured her safety by obliterating any zombies that ventured too close. The pair executed their deadly dance with seamless coordination, advancing toward the generator. In just 10 minutes, the zombies surrounding Li Gang and his group had been eradicated. They gazed at Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang as if witnessing divine beings. This was the legendary savior, was it not? Will you follow me? Qingxia asked, her gaze fixed on the survivors after vanquishing the zombies on the rooftop. Upon hearing her words, the crowd erupted in excitement. I have established a base. Those who wish to join me will become residents of my sanctuary. From this moment forth, I shall ensure your safety within the bounds of my territory. You will be the safest among us. Qingxia spoke, her words deliberate and unwavering. Li Gang was the first to respond. What do you require of us? Submit to me, Qingxia commanded, her blade poised before them. I cannot restore your lives to what they were before the apocalypse, but in your submission, I will grant you the happiness of being residents of the safest base. Su Xiaoyang stood resolutely behind her, exuding an aura of unyielding strength that drew the attention of all present. The presence of a true powerhouse held an innate allure and authority, compelling everyone to gravitate toward her. You saved us. My wife and I are willing, Li Gang declared, grasping Wang Feng's hand as they descended from the generator. They had no justification to refuse Qingxia. The world was rife with zombies, leaving them nowhere to go, no home to return to. With no food, no work, and constantly facing the threat of the undead, they had no choice but to seek refuge in a safe place. If it weren't for Qingxia's intervention, they would not have survived. Her strength was undeniable, and they were more than willing to follow her. Once Li Gang and Wang Feng descended, the remaining dozen individuals eagerly followed suit. We are willing.
I am willing.
I will follow you, as long as you guarantee our safety and provide us sustenance. Almost everyone present expressed their willingness, save for a pair of young girls. We want to go home, one of them said to Qingxia. Qingxia lazily cast her gaze upon her. Is there no zombie outside your home? At her words, the two girls hesitated. No, we still want to go home, the girl insisted. Upon hearing this, Qingxia made no further attempts to persuade them, her tone cold as she replied, if you wish to leave, then go. The two girls, upon hearing this, felt as if a great pardon had been bestowed upon them. They glanced at Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang before hastily making their way towards the ladder against the wall. The others, witnessing this scene, contemplated intervening but ultimately refrained, opting instead to watch them depart. Thus, from the original group of 18, only 16 remained. As they pledged their loyalty to Han Qingxia, a notification echoed in her mind. Ding. 16 residents detected, awarding 1,600 points.
Ding.
Detected 2 strength-type gifted individuals, awarding special attributes.
Ding.
Detected 1 speed-type gifted individual, awarding special attributes. Among the 16 she accepted, 3 possessed supernatural abilities. By embracing them, their unique attributes would be replicated within Han Qingxia. She immediately felt a transformation coursing through her body, a boundless energy surging throughout her being. To her delight, the system confirmed that the powers of those with similar abilities would stack, enhancing her strength exponentially rather than merely counting as one. Han Qingxia had gained a new cohort of residents, along with 1,600 points and 3 distinct abilities. She surveyed her newly acquired residents with immense satisfaction. Following the system's confirmation of their identities, a newfound admiration and affection flickered in their gazes towards Han Qingxia. From now on, you may refer to me as your lord. Yes, my lord. They all affectionately called out to her. Han Qingxia scanned the area, commanding everyone, clear the zombies' brains and extract what lies within. With a casual motion, she pierced a zombie's skull, deftly extracting a kernel the size of a grain of rice. The sight sparked excitement among the onlookers. The more one collected, the greater the rewards. Han Qingxia encouraged them further, leading to a fervent scramble for collection. After delegating the task of gathering the kernels, she turned to Su Xiaoyang, instructing him to clear the factory of zombies. Understood. He accompanied her to the entrance of the rooftop passage. The heavy iron door, secured with thick chains, could not contain the horde of zombies crammed inside, who howled with fervor through a gap the size of a fist. Upon their arrival, the zombies grew increasingly agitated. With a swift slice of her Tang Dao, Han Qingxia severed the chains, unleashing the zombies like a flood. However, they were met with an immense jet of high-pressure water. As the water struck the zombies, it rapidly dispersed into spherical projectiles, powerful enough to rival bullets. A series of water projectiles struck, eliminating every zombie in their path. Should other gifted individuals witness this, they would be rendered speechless in shock. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Most gifted individuals could only conjure small water spheres, fireballs, or earthen mounds. Even the earth-type ability of Ding Yi, who had previously obstructed Han Qingxia, was considered formidable. Yet, Su Xiaoyang effortlessly commanded a powerful high-pressure water jet, showcasing control over water forms that indicated he had reached the 3rd tier of abilities. This was a direct result of the evolution liquid Han Qingxia had provided him daily, with no adverse effects. By the time other bases began promoting the evolution liquid, their combat prowess would have already surpassed that of their peers. More importantly, their evolution liquid came with numerous side effects, rendering any comparison of strength moot. As the primary force, Su Xiaoyang dispatched zombies with precision, swiftly clearing the ones in the safe passage. Han Qingxia lazily wielded her blade nearby, dispatching any stragglers. In no time, the safe passage was cleared. She reminded Li Gang and the others to remember to collect the kernels, then led Su Xiaoyang deeper into the safe passage. She was determined to cleanse the factory of all zombies, intending to mark this territory as her own. This expansive factory, filled with machinery, would greatly facilitate her food processing endeavors in the future. As they descended to the 3rd floor, Han Qingxia's mental faculties jolted. Within her mind, she sensed an energy 10 times stronger than that of a typical zombie.
Stop,
she commanded, prompting Su Xiaoyang to halt. With a resounding crash, a safety door was burst open, revealing a zombie with a gaping wound in its abdomen. This zombie was distinct, its grayish-white eyes betraying a flicker of intelligence. Another 3rd-tier zombie. Chapter 54. A Day of Admiration for Han Qingxia. This creature, after missing its attack, raised its vicious head, howling at Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. This was a fresh zombie, with crimson pus oozing from its mouth, its face half-eaten, presenting a grotesque visage as if it had been brutally smashed. White brain matter and dark red fluids dripped from its contorted features. Its cavernous mouth gaped open, the entirety of its head appearing on the verge of disintegration, a horrifying sight accentuated by its hollowed abdomen. Han Qingxia felt a wave of nausea at the sight of this abomination. What kind of inhumane treatment had it endured in life to end up like this? Upon closer inspection, she realized, oh, good heavens. Isn't this the Earth-type ability user who had attempted to attack them yesterday, only to be countered? Boss, it's that Earth-type ability user from yesterday now turned into a zombie.
Sushuang the mat?
The zombie Ding glared at Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang, an ember of hatred flickering in its grayish-white, vacant eyes. As if remnants of its former self lingered within, it lunged at them. With a roar, a high-pressure water jet surged toward its head. To Su Xiaoyang's surprise, the wall beside him collapsed with a thunderous crash, obstructing Ding's advance. His high-pressure water jet collided with the wall instead. In an instant, a shadow lunged at him. Su Xiaoyang evaded, retaliating with a powerful kick that sent the assailant tumbling down the staircase. His elite soldier instincts allowed him to react faster than his thoughts, even against the zombified Ding. Yet, just then, the staircase beneath him began to crumble. Debris fell away, and Su Xiaoyang found himself teetering on the edge, about to plunge down. Fortunately, Han Qingxia seized his shoulder, pulling him back with great force. However, the situation was far from resolved. The staircase continued to collapse, and Han Qingxia had no time to set Su Xiaoyang down, instead carrying him as they dashed upward. With each step they took, the staircase crumbled further behind them. The thunderous crash of massive concrete blocks echoed as they tumbled down, causing the stairwell to collapse layer by layer before Su Xiaoyang's eyes. Amidst the crevices of the debris, he glimpsed a solitary figure at the very bottom.
Boss.
That Earth-based ability user has retained their powers even after becoming a zombie. And they've been enhanced.
Inor, han Qingxia replied.
Striding purposefully towards the rooftop, while carrying Su Xiaoyang. At that moment, the last step before her crumbled completely, and she found herself precariously stepping into the void. Simultaneously, she propelled herself against the wall, her burdened Su Xiaoyang clinging to the doorway of the third-floor passage. Now, it was Su Xiaoyang who grasped tightly onto Han Qingxia. With one hand clutching the securely locked entrance of the safety passage and his legs wrapped around her waist, they were propelled upward as the staircase beneath them collapsed. In a deft maneuver, they landed on a narrow gap at the third-floor door. With a swift leap, Su Xiaoyang secured himself in the crevice. The entire safety passage crumbled, leaving only exposed and broken steel rebar and pockmarked walls. Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang stood precariously at the entrance of the safety passage, with a slender gap barely wide enough for a sideways foot. Below them lay a gaping chasm of over 10 meters. Any slight movement could send them plummeting into the abyss. To complicate matters, zombies lurked behind the locked safety passage, their senses peaked as they collided against the door. The grotesque visage of a bloodied zombie pressed against the glass, mere inches from Han Qingxia's face. The thrill was palpable.
Boss.
That ability zombie has gone into hiding. Su Xiaoyang concentrated, trying to sense the zombie's location, yet it was an Earth-based ability user. Once it concealed itself amidst the rubble, it became nearly impossible to track. At that moment, he felt utterly powerless. His water-based abilities were of no use in this battleground where the enemy had the upper hand. They were in dire peril, facing the abyss in front and the zombies behind. It seemed there was no escape. Then, Han Qingxia closed her eyes. Upon shutting them, her mind swiftly constructed vivid images of the land surrounding her. Her formidable mental power radiated outward like a radar, scanning the vicinity. Within her mental realm, she perceived the people around her as deep blue, while behind her, a cluster of 17 or 18 grayish-white entities loomed. The blue signified Su Xiaoyang, and the grayish-white represented the zombies. She continued to extend her mental influence downward, expanding her perception. Instantly, a much larger image unfolded before her. Beneath them were still 15 or 16 zombies, with 7 or 8 meandering on the lowest level. A distinct yellowish zombie emerged prominently in her mind's eye. Yangzi, at 12 o'clock, prepare yourself. Su Xiaoyang suddenly heard Han Qingxia's command. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful water jet towards the location she indicated. The force of the water crashed through the pillar, triggering a cascade of debris as the ceiling collapsed, striking the mutated Earth-based zombie with tremendous force. Aim for the center.
Han Qingxia instructed coldly.
Su Xiaoyang redirected the high-pressure water column, surging toward the center once more. The torrent of water cleared away rubble, striking the zombies squarely in the head. Within Han Qingxia's mental domain, the yellowish hue vanished entirely, replaced by a small, radiant yellow crystal fragment. An advanced crystal core emerged. Enough, Han Qingxia opened her eyes. She observed the thoroughly vanquished zombie Ding Yi and began her descent from the third floor, agilely scaling the surrounding walls like a nimble lizard. Once on the ground, she darted towards Ding Yi's position to pry the crystal core from him. Su Xiaoyang followed suit, navigating the staircase-less corridor, and he couldn't help but admire his boss's remarkable skill in pinpointing the zombie's location. How is she capable of such precision? Moreover, his boss was undeniably cool, swift and accurate in her actions, never faltering. How could there be anyone as impressive as her in this world? Working alongside her was an absolute pleasure. Today added yet another layer to his admiration for Han Qingxia. She was truly exceptional. Chapter 55, A Bountiful Harvest. After defeating the advanced ability zombie, Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang proceeded to eliminate the remaining scattered zombies throughout the factory. Li Gang and the others collected the zombie crystal cores, and Han Qingxia harbored no fears of them hoarding any, first because they were unaware of their value, and second, more importantly, because she possessed psychic abilities. She could sense the colors of the crystal cores. A mere glance would reveal if anyone was hiding cores. Lord, these are the items you requested. Li Gang presented the gathered crystal cores to Han Qingxia. She scanned the 16 individuals present, confirming that none concealed any cores. Satisfied, she nodded. This time, they had amassed a total of 208 crystal cores, along with one advanced crystal core. Please tally the cores collected by everyone and reward them with points accordingly. Points? Yes, come with me to my base and I will explain how the points work. Upon hearing this, Li Gang and the others were elated. Yes. Han Qingxia discovered a plethora of operational vehicles within the factory. The number of cars was abundant, mostly intact and functional, albeit lacking keys. However, this posed no challenge for Han Qingxia. After a bit of tinkering, she managed to start several vehicles for everyone to use. Before departing, she scoured the factory. Under Li Gang's guidance, she swiftly located all the production workshops within the facility. This was the largest grain factory in City A, producing a vast array of food-related products, including wuchang rice, rice oil, flour, noodles, white sugar, and wide noodles, an extensive assortment of foodstuffs. In total, the quantity exceeded 100,000 tons. Han Qingxia instructed Su Xiaoyang to repair the factory's entrance, erecting a sign bearing her name and hanging a banner with her insignia, claiming the factory as her territory. Meanwhile, she hastily collected all the food from the warehouse. All the pre-packaged food items were gathered into her space. By the time she had emptied the factory of its products, her space was 3/4 full, equivalent to a 10-story building, every nook brimming with supplies, nearly overflowing. The quantity of food was such that not only could she sustain herself, but it could also feed 7,000 to 8,000 people for a lifetime. Han Qingxia was extremely pleased with her haul. As for the machinery and production lines, she chose to leave them untouched for now. Once her base's productivity improved, she would return with others to process food, as these resources would prove invaluable. Today was a day of remarkable bounty, yielding a massive food factory. Over 10 tons of grain, 16 new inhabitants, and more than 1,000 crystal cores. She emerged from the grand warehouse, where the crowd had already diligently repaired the entrance. With a decisive command, Han Qingxia instructed everyone to board the vehicles, leading them towards her designated safe haven. Along the journey, a long-forgotten sense of security enveloped them, as if they were cocooned in protection. However, as their convoy transitioned from the factory road to the main thoroughfare, a chilling scream pierced the air. On the roadside, a cluster of scattered zombies had encircled a woman, ravenously feasting upon her flesh. Another woman was desperately sprinting toward them, her eyes wide with terror as she pleaded for salvation. Help! Help! Yet, barely having taken a few strides, she was overwhelmed by the zombies lurking on either side of the road, one sinking its teeth into her artery. Wang Fong recognized the victim's cries. It was Lu Ling and Su Wenwen. All eyes within the vehicle were glued to the horrifying scene of the two women being devoured by the undead, drawing closer to the windows, yet too fearful to gaze. These were the very individuals who had hesitated when Han Qingxia had invited them to join her, insisting instead on returning home. Despite her warnings about the lurking zombies, they had chosen to ignore her counsel. It was evident they had made a futile trip back to their homes, only to discover the threat of zombies and hastily attempt to flee. But how could they possibly evade the relentless horde? As soon as they appeared, they became targets for the famished zombies, with no avenue for escape. Before their horrified eyes, the two women were consumed, and soon after, their bodies began to convulse and mutate. The entire group stood in stunned silence, witnessing the grotesque transformation. Suddenly, the leading armored vehicle accelerated, mercilessly crushing the zombies in its path, clearing a route for their escape. With renewed vigor, they followed the path Han Qingxia had forged, and as they safely distanced themselves from the gruesome scene, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over them. They were grateful for their decisive choice to follow Han Qingxia. Unlike those two foolish women who had attempted to return home, the outside world was indeed teeming with zombies, leaving no sanctuary in sight. There could be no room for complacency. Under Han Qingxia's guidance, she assured them that as long as they remained within her territory, they would live in safety. Their convoy swiftly made its way to a cluster of villas on the outskirts. Upon Han Qingxia's arrival, the residents of Villa Number 9 rushed out, exclaiming, "My lord, you have returned." Han Qingxia acknowledged Wang Yumin and his family with a nod. She gestured for the occupants of the 5 or 6 vehicles behind her to disembark. "From now on, you will all reside here," she declared. Turning to Wang Yumin, she instructed, "You will lead them in cultivating food and managing production. Production is the cornerstone of our existence, and stable food output is fundamental to consider expanding into other areas. We must progress step by step." Wang Yumin readily agreed. "Understood. Everyone, gather around. I will explain the rules of the base." Chapter 56, The Midsummer Base. All residents joining my base will operate under a point system. Points can be exchanged for food, water, daily necessities, and various tools. Han Qingxia produced the list she had previously given to Wang Yumin, instructing him to post it on the community bulletin board of the villa area. It contained detailed information regarding the food-to-points exchange ratio: 1 point for a pound of rice, 1 point for a packet of salt, 1 point for an egg, 10 points for a pound of pork, and 50 points for a live chicken. Additionally, there are ways to earn points. The redemption ratio remains consistent. Any crops you harvest can be exchanged for points, and slaying zombies will also yield rewards. Han Qingxia displayed a crystal core to the assembly. "Li Gang, I just asked you to record the cores they unearthed. You will receive basic points for each core collected." She continued, "In the future, you can earn 10 points for each core you find." The realization dawned on everyone. In Han Qingxia's base, points would serve as currency, and each individual had collected between 50 to 80 cores. This meant they could potentially exchange them for 500 to 600 pounds of food. Furthermore, every resident is required to pay 10 points daily as a resident tax. This tax is for the use of all land and housing within my territory. Any delay will incur a 10% late fee, and after 10 days of delinquency, residency rights will be revoked and all property confiscated. Everyone grew anxious, but correspondingly, all residents within my territory will be under my protection. I will provide you with the safest environment. Within my domain, you can freely produce, akin to the security of the world before the apocalypse. Additionally, we will periodically distribute welfare benefits. Historically, governing the populace has relied on 5 strategies: to fool, weaken, exhaust, humiliate, and impoverish them. Fooling the populace involves unifying their thoughts, ensuring all recognize a singular authority. Han Qingxia sought to align their minds with her vision, compelling those who lived within her territory to share her ideals and collaboratively develop the base. This constituted the first strategy. Weakening the populace entails strengthening the base while diminishing individual power, preventing any organization from challenging the authority of the base. For instance, Han Qingxia had encountered a group led by Ding Yi, who banded together with divergent motives. She had no interest in incorporating such rebellious elements into her ranks. Weakening the populace meant dismantling their collective strength and ensuring that they functioned independently while still forming part of her territory. The individuals Han Qingxia had gathered were all disparate individuals, temporarily united without a genuine leader. Even Li Gang, the most vocal among them, lacked significant influence. Upon her arrival, they were more inclined to trust her. This type of collective could be molded. Weakening the residents' power was crucial to maintaining control without jeopardizing the base. This was the second strategy. The third strategy, exhausting the populace, involved ensuring residents had tasks to occupy their days, providing them with a common goal to strive toward. For instance, the point system mandated that each individual contribute 10 points daily as part of their living expenses. Failure to meet this requirement would incur interest, and persistent failure could lead to expulsion. This would ensure everyone was engaged in production, with points serving as their guiding principle. The fourth strategy, humiliating the populace, was embodied in the reporting and oversight system, fostering mutual surveillance among residents. This would enhance the enforcement of her penalties, compelling everyone to adhere diligently to labor and regulations. The final strategy revolves around impoverishing the populace. The impoverished populace is rendered destitute, stripped of any surplus beyond their basic means of subsistence, reminiscent of a pre-apocalyptic society filled with countless individuals living paycheck to paycheck. Most labor tirelessly throughout their lives, only to find their earnings barely sufficient to sustain their existence, with little opportunity to earn more. Such is the plight of the impoverished, doomed to a perpetual struggle, oblivious to other pursuits. Of course, in the case of Han Qingxia's nascent settlement, everyone is exceedingly impoverished, rendering the concept of poverty almost moot. What is truly needed now is development, a vigorous advancement, and the establishment of the base. The daily quota of 10 points she designated is ample to ensure that everyone can contribute labor, and with a bit of diligence, accumulating personal wealth will not be a daunting task. Naturally, as the lord of the base, she must guarantee the safety of all residents and provide unwavering support and a measure of welfare under any circumstances. Under her stewardship, as long as these residents labor diligently, she can offer them the finest treatment available in all bases. In the initial phase, I shall provide you with seeds, tools, and everything you require at no cost. I will have Wang Yuman's family lead you in commencing agriculture and animal husbandry, and for the time being, I will waive the base taxes for a month. After this month, all of you will be required to pay me in points. Han Qingxia addressed everyone present. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at her with a mix of trepidation and gratitude. She was granting them safety and territory, guiding them back to a stable and orderly life, while also allowing them a month's grace. Within a month, harvesting early maturing vegetables is indeed achievable, sufficient for them to transition back to a normal productive existence. Moreover, they currently possess a basic foundation of several points, which is ample for a comfortable living during this period. Additionally, due to Han Qingxia's incentivizing system, everyone is imbued with a strong sense of motivation. It is well known that if a mighty dragon can only bring favorable weather and good fortune to humanity, it would not be revered but rather reduced to a mere beast of burden. However, if the dragon possesses the power of thunderous wrath and the capability to obliterate everything, humanity would elevate it to the status of a deity. The art of ruling the populace lies in the dual application of grace and authority. To these people, Han Qingxia is indeed a divine figure. By the way, my lord, we should name our base. What shall we call it? Wang Yumin inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Han Qingxia announced to everyone, let's name it the summer base. From henceforth, all of you shall be residents of the summer base. Upon hearing this name, everyone felt a surge of spirit, and their gazes toward Han Qingxia transformed into one of profound reverence. At that moment, she heard a voice from the system within her mind.
Ding.
Super Lord system activated. Base name successfully registered.
Ding.
Prosperity level activated. Current prosperity level, 60. Reward, resident loyalty increased by 10. Chapter 57, the best leader. Base yield increased by 10.
Han Qingxia.
2 consecutive rewards, both practical and substantial. The system is remarkable. Han Qingxia observed the newly unlocked attributes, with the base's prosperity level displayed after her point and crystal core counts. Opening the prosperity interface revealed detailed attributes. Current residents, 19. Base guards, 1. Base war dogs, 16. Area coverage, approximately 41 square kilometers. Cultivated area, 30 acres. Current prosperity value, 60. Rural village. Han Qingxia. Isn't the title of rural village rather disparaging? The prosperity level is constituted by various metrics. Upgrading the title will unlock a grand reward. Han Qingxia glanced at her next level. Prosperity level 500. Urban rural fringe. Excellent. We must strive for the urban-rural fringe. Yes. Everything for the glory of the summer base. Onward to the urban-rural fringe. Han Qingxia departed from the residential area. She instructed all residents to find their own housing within her territory, as any dwelling therein would suffice. Given the current technological limitations, Han Qingxia opted for a registration system to account for everyone's points, maintaining 2 copies for record-keeping. Should they wish to exchange resources, they need only inform Wang Yumin, who would send Wang Yunduo the following day to collect them. Due to limited conditions and the exploratory phase of many resources, as well as insufficient manpower, this was the best she could do for now. To this end, she provided Wang Yumin's family with 100 points as a subsidy, and in the future, their rent would be deducted at a rate of 10 points, eliminating the need for daily produce delivery. Once everyone was settled, she distributed a batch of seeds for Wang Yumin to begin planting, and then Han Qingxia took her leave. On the way, Su Xiaoyang kept glancing at her. What are you looking at?
Han Qingxia inquired.
Driving steadily, Su Xiaoyang replied earnestly, I believe you are an exceptional leader. Han Qingxia. Such unexpected flattery. Surely, you don't expect a raise? She regarded Su Xiaoyang thoughtfully for 3 seconds, then, gritting her teeth, conceded, fine. Since you work with me the most, I'll grant you a monthly stipend of 100 points. If you need anything, just let me know for an exchange. Su Xiaoyang. He chuckled lightly. Isn't that a bit meager? 100 points is quite generous. That's enough for 100 pounds of food. Han Qingxia immediately began calculating with her fingers. Don't forget, you're essentially in my service. I provide your meals and lodging, and I take care of your needs. Should I enumerate the benefits you receive? Be content. All right, we'll leave it at that for now. Once the base flourishes, I may consider a bonus for you. I'm fatigued. I'll take a nap.
Han Qingxia yavnade.
Feigning sleep, as if you'd get a raise.
I emre zelut.
Su Xiaoyang observed her feigning slumber, gripping the steering wheel with a steady hand. A gentle smile graced his otherwise cold visage. It wasn't a raise he sought. He genuinely believed Han Qingxia was remarkable. The longer he spent with her, the more he felt this way. She appeared fierce, tough, and formidable to outsiders, yet within her circle, she was incredibly kind. Once she deemed someone part of her inner circle, she would go to great lengths to protect them and provide them with the best life possible. Han Qingxia's excellence stemmed not from her appearance, but from her intrinsic strength. Following someone like her would undoubtedly lead to a prosperous life. Their base would surely grow strong. Su Xiaoyang drove quietly, steadily returning to the base. Once Han Qingxia arrived at her shelter, she began counting the treasures she had acquired that day. As per usual, she first exchanged a level 1 crystal core for 1,000 points. After the exchange, along with her territorial expansion, having captured a factory, her points soared to 150,000, complemented by a crystal core gift pack. She decided to hold off on opening the crystal core package for now. Excitedly rubbing her hands together, she exchanged for a radar system valued at 100,000 points. With a whoosh, she expanded the area behind her second-floor tower, and several radar stations emerged atop her shelter. A complete radar system was installed on her second floor. The radar system produced by the system would automatically extend its detection range as Han Qingxia's territory expanded. All anomalies within her domain would be comprehensively monitored and reported to Han Qingxia. It was far more precise than her current network. Furthermore, it integrated seamlessly with Han Qingxia's drone system. Upon detecting anomalies, she could directly relay the coordinates to the drones for reconnaissance and engagement, eliminating the need for her to traverse the territory herself. The security forces of Han Qingxia's territory have once again been fortified. Moreover, while browsing through the displayed merchandise, she was pleasantly surprised to discover a set of electronic statistical systems, akin to the cafeteria meal card systems or water card systems. This particular product was designated as an essential item for her territory and was available for the modest price of merely 100 points. However, each member card required 1 point each. Without hesitation, Han Qingxia placed her order, spending 100 points to acquire 100 member cards. This was precisely what she needed. From now on, each member of her base would possess an identity point card, making the deduction and accumulation of points exceedingly convenient. There would be no need for her to maintain manual records, as the system would automatically log everything. The Lord system, indeed, excels at cultivating exemplary leaders and demonstrates a keen understanding of Han Qingxia's requirements. In no time, this entire set of items appeared before her. Each card was adorned with the characters for Midsummer. In truth, such devices were not overly complex to create. Before the apocalypse, many programmers could easily write such code, incorporate a sensor, and utilize chip cards to assemble a complete system. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, where could she find programmers to develop such software, let alone procure the necessary equipment and chips? The system provided was simply impeccable. The identity cards were aesthetically pleasing, the system operated swiftly, and it was devoid of bugs, truly magnificent. Upon receiving this point system, Han Qingxia promptly entered the information of her existing 19 members into the database, alongside their respective points, instructing Wang Yunduo to distribute them the following day. Thus, the rudimentary framework of her midsummer base was genuinely established. After finalizing the residence points, Han Qingxia utilized a machine to extract evolution liquid from the third-level crystal cores. She consumed the evolution liquid derived from the third-level core and prepared a vial of first-level zombie crystal core evolution liquid for Su Xiaoyang. Observing this vial of evolution liquid, she mused, "Is there another benevolent boss like me in the world?" As for any requests for a salary increase, those were out of the question. Here you go. After preparing the meal, Su Xiaoyang noticed Han Qingxia extending a cup of water and a card toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted the offering and drank it. The taste was as sweet as ever. Water from his boss was simply exceptional. "What is this?" Su Xiaoyang inquired, eyeing the card after finishing the water. "It's your identity card. From now on, you are an official resident of the Midsummer Base, and it contains 100 points. Chapter 58. Not even the donkeys of the production team could match his abilities. Su Xiaoyang received his identity card, which bore the number 002, marking him as the second citizen of the Midsummer Base. As he grasped this card and gazed at the number, warmth flooded his heart. 002. This signified his standing in Han Qingxia's eyes, second only to 001, which belonged to Han Qingxia herself. The sentiment was profoundly subtle. Han Qingxia regarded him as one of her closest confidants. Thus, in this world ravaged by chaos, the two truly depended on one another, offering mutual support. Han Qingxia had placed him in such a prominent position, and consequently, she too would become his most cherished person. At that moment, Han Qingxia called out to the dog, "Xiatian, come here. Time to distribute the identity tags." Woof, woof, woof. Xiatian dropped the bone and dashed over. Han Qingxia produced an identity card, complete with a strap, placing it into the card slot of Xiatian's combat uniform, securing it with a knot. Clearly emblazoned on it was 001. Su Xiaoyang remarked, "Xiatian is 001? What else could it be? Then what about you, boss?"
EM000.
Su Xiaoyang's disbelief was palpable. "Their SA000? I must have underestimated you." Furthermore, Han Qingxia arranged identity documents for her dogs as well, numbering from 003 to 017, each with a customized dog tag adorned with the emblem of the Midsummer Base, fitted into their combat uniforms card slots. To Han Qingxia, her dogs were no different from people. They were her comrades in arms, and far more trustworthy allies. They had to possess the identity cards of the Midsummer Base. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Han Qingxia had been tirelessly occupied with the construction of the base. Building and managing a base is an immensely intricate and troublesome endeavor, particularly in its initial phases. She needed to address the residents' needs for water sources, power supply, and basic necessities. Previously, with only Wang Yuman's family present, their demands were modest. They could endure shortages. Now that the population had grown, forming a village, fundamental living conditions had to be established. Han Qingxia installed the 100 solar panels she had won from a previous lottery into the villa area, providing residents with a stable power source. The power output for this area was resolved. In the future, should any issues arise, residents could call the air raid shelter, eliminating the need for Wang Yunduo to make daily trips back and forth. As for the water source, this area was still connected to the water supply company. But Wang Yunduo's family had been reliant on rainwater collection, which was now insufficient due to the increased population.
Han Qingxia organized everyone to their wills.
Tapping into the water system connected to her air raid shelter, Her water system had been reinforced by the system, ensuring its safety. The water supply issue was swiftly resolved. With the enhancement of these two crucial resources, the loyalty of Han Qingxia's resident soared, and their sense of belonging grew stronger. Under Han Qingxia's stewardship, life flourished. Then came the matter of resource exchange. Han Qingxia found herself severely lacking in manpower, constantly running back and forth for exchanges wasted labor resources. She established a market in the base, and aside from the most essential supplies, she would organize a collective market on the 1st and 15th of each month, allowing everyone to trade their living goods, enabling a day of vigorous buying. For scarce resources, they could contact Wang Yunduo, who would facilitate exchanges at her air raid shelter. Her territory remained off-limits to outsiders. To aid the young girl, Han Qingxia even provided her with a small bicycle. In these extraordinary times, everyone needed to engage in productive work, and children were vital human resources. Moreover, Han Qingxia exempted Wang Yunduo from taxes, considering it her salary. This was not an act of bullying against a child. In an era of resource scarcity, everyone must be useful. In her previous life, in the small base where Han Qingxia resided, children were treated as adults while adults were relegated to servitude. There was no concept of protecting the young or the elderly. If one lacked the ability to work, they were simply cast aside by the base. Bases had no need for those who could only be burdens. Children, too, had to contribute. However, if those from other bases were to witness the industriousness of the residents within the Midsummer base, they would undoubtedly clamor to join. Other bases were rife with chaos, inundated by waves of refugees. With food shortages and resources stretched thin, countless individuals struggled merely to secure a morsel to survive. Here, the children had work to do and points to earn, truly a paradise, a sanctuary on earth. Under her management, the land surrounding the villa area was cultivated, with high-yield, fast-growing crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes planted. Everyone genuinely began to engage in productive labor, and her base was finally on the right track. The prosperity index of Han Qingxia's base surged by 30. The rural village was taking shape. Once the crops were harvested and resources accumulated, the prosperity of the base would continue to rise. After 2 days of managing and building, Han Qingxia finally felt a moment of respite. Yet she also recognized a significant need: additional manpower. Her manpower was severely lacking, with only Su Xiaoyang being utterly insufficient. He was already overwhelmed managing the air raid shelter, and now he had to rise an hour earlier each day to tidy up both the interior and exterior of the shelter. The vegetable garden was yielding a bountiful harvest, with many fruit trees also beginning to bear fruit. Su Xiaoyang had to cook, clean, and attend to the needs of the shelter, all while being summoned by Han Qingxia to the residential area from time to time. Even the donkeys in the production team could not match his industriousness. This was still with the assistance of the radar and drone systems that Han Qingxia had in place. Any wandering zombies within their territory were dealt with by drones. Otherwise, the two of them would truly be overwhelmed. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Han Qingxia's mind. Beep, the Superlord system has been activated. Occupy the joint pharmaceutical research facility in the western district of City A. Reward the host with an electronic butler.
Han Qingxia.
What a stroke of luck. The strongest ally is indeed the system. The system rarely issues tasks, but when it does, it always provides a powerful assist. Yangzi, let's go. Yes.
Su Shuang,
who was washing dishes, immediately rinsed the bowl, rose without hesitation, grabbed his gear, and headed out. Han Qingxia's words were commands. Execution was all that was required. Han Qingxia uploaded the map into her armored vehicle, as usual bringing along 8 dogs, leaving Xia Tian and the other 7 to guard the air raid shelter. Their destination was the joint pharmaceutical research facility located at the border between City A and Cities B and C. After 2.5 hours of driving, they arrived at the facility around noon. This pharmaceutical factory was quite isolated, with only a solitary 6-story building within several kilometers. Its exterior was pure white, and the security measures at the entrance were remarkably advanced. However, it was completely deserted. Upon arriving, Han Qingxia suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with this place. The Joint Pharmaceutical Research Facility. She felt as though she had heard of it before. Boss, is this the place? Su Xiaoyang halted the vehicle in front of the entrance of the research facility, and, curiously, the main gate was wide open, as if someone had entered. Han Qingxia furrowed her delicate brows, trying to recall where she had heard of this place. She was certain of one thing. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never been here. The Joint Pharmaceutical Research Facility. Well, let's go inside. Su Xiaoyang's vehicle slowly passed through the gates of the facility. Han Qingxia remained vigilant. Once inside, she instructed Su Xiaoyang to drive around the exterior of the building to familiarize themselves with the layout and identify how many entrances and exits there were, as well as potential escape routes in case of danger. She would not recklessly charge in. Even with her formidable strength, one should never underestimate risks. After circling the building, she gathered the following information. There was only one entrance, the main gate. From the outside, it appeared to be 6 stories tall. But Han Qingxia noticed a sign indicating the entrance to an underground parking garage. It was highly likely that there was a parking area below. As a seasoned survivor of the apocalypse, Han Qingxia would not venture into the parking garage. Firstly, the underground environment was confined and poorly lit, posing a high level of danger. Secondly, reconnaissance should always progress from simple to complex. She needed to secure areas that were easy to conquer before advancing towards more perilous locales. Otherwise, recklessly entering the underground garage could lead to danger, only to find that what seemed to be a safe area outside had become hazardous. That would be digging a pit for herself. After circling twice, she parked the armored vehicle at the main entrance. She had confirmed that there were no zombies outside and decided to check the interior for potential threats before descending to the underground. Thoroughly inspecting both inside and out would allow her to plant her flag in this research facility. Let's go. Yes. Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang cautiously stepped inside, leaving 2 dogs to guard the entrance while the remaining 6 accompanied them, each with 3 by their side. As they delved deeper, Han Qingxia was astonished to discover that all the doors in the pharmaceutical research facility were wide open. The security doors were numerous, each requiring a specialized identity card to unlock, akin to bank-level security. Under normal circumstances, encountering such a place would be quite challenging. But as the chosen one, their path was clear. Not only was it unobstructed, but this entire 6-story building was devoid of any zombies. Han Qingxia felt as though she had stumbled upon a windfall. Was the system truly providing her with benefits? Throughout their exploration, Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang traversed the safety corridors, checking every room from the 1st to the 6th floor. Confirming their findings, there was indeed not a single person or zombie in sight. All the doors and passages were open, and every room was covered in a layer of dust, indicating a lack of use. Boss, there are no signs of any people or zombies. It seems like this place was evacuated in advance. Su Xiaoyang, a former Special Forces operative, quickly relayed the information he had gathered to Han Qingxia. She nodded. Could it really be this simple? She entered an office on the top floor, which appeared to be an administrative area. The lower floors were primarily laboratories filled with specialized equipment. In this office, Han Qingxia discovered an electric kettle that was still plugged in, heating water. This kettle was temperature sensitive, automatically warming the water when it cooled, and the transparent glass kettle showed the water level repeatedly heating until it reached the minimum level to prevent dry boiling. Han Qingxia touched the kettle. The glass was still warm to the touch. Beside it was an unsealed bucket of instant noodles, seasoned with various condiments and containing a marinated egg sausage. It seemed the occupants had intended to wait for the water to boil to prepare the noodles. However, now, the noodles had spoiled, and even the high-preservative marinated egg sausage had grown moldy, ruining an entire box of noodles. The person who intended to enjoy the noodles never even had a chance to take a bite. Han Qingxia found this situation quite peculiar, as if the people here had suddenly evaporated en masse. She glanced around, spotting a computer, and attempted to find some information, but unlike the open doors, the computers were all password protected with the highest level of security. She found no useful information, but in this office, she did manage to gather a bounty of supplies: instant noodles, ham, and marinated eggs. One should never be empty-handed. Han Qingxia, displaying her frugal and eco-friendly virtues, packed all the edible items into her bag, casually storing them in her space, merely pretending to allow Su Xiaoyang to assist her. Su Xiaoyang wanted to come over to help but was directed to collect supplies from the adjacent room. Before long, they had gathered all the consumables from this administrative floor. Su Xiaoyang, with bags in both hands and a bulging backpack, even carried 2 boxes of cola, diligently securing their provisions. Han Qingxia observed the obedient, large fellow and said, "Let's head down to store the supplies." Yes. This time, Han Qingxia decided against using the stairs. The building boasted its own independent power system, and the elevator was operational. Han Qingxia pressed the button for the downward journey on the top floor, and soon enough, the elevator arrived. She exchanged a glance with Su Xiaoyang, and they positioned themselves on either side. Having thoroughly inspected the ground level, it was only natural that they check the elevator as well.
Ding.
The elevator halted at their floor. The moment the door swung open, it revealed an empty space. At that moment, Han Qingxia was unequivocally certain that there was not a single soul nor a zombie on the ground floor of this pharmaceutical research facility. Once she and Su Xiaoyang confirmed their safety, they ushered their dogs into the elevator. There were 7 buttons within the elevator. As Han Qingxia had envisioned, it included 6 floors above ground and 1 basement level designated for parking. She had previously surveyed the layout. Her intention was to first reach the first floor to deposit their supplies, then descend to the subterranean level. After conducting a thorough inspection of the basement, they would have effectively secured the research facility. As Han Qingxia extended her hand to press the button for the first floor, her motion suddenly halted. Wait a moment. An alarming thought struck her. The location of this joint pharmaceutical research facility was in the western part of City A. While the name of the pharmaceutical company was unremarkable, its geographical position was situated at the intersection of cities A, B, and C. Could it be the fabled lair of the zombie king from her past life? At that moment, without any button pressed for multiple floors, the elevator began its rapid descent. The display before Han Qingxia illuminated with the designation of the basement level. A chilling sensation coursed through the elevator, for they had not summoned the elevator to descend to the basement. Rather, someone on the basement level had summoned the elevator to ascend. Chapter 60. Encountering Team Lu Qian again. The elevator hurtled swiftly toward the underground level. Inside, Han Qingxia pressed all the floor buttons, yet the elevator did not stop anywhere, as if it prioritized the requests from below. The elevator, carrying all its occupants, sped toward the bottom. Han Qingxia's mind raced. She fixated on this seemingly cursed elevator, mentally calculating countless possibilities. First and foremost, it was impossible for it to be a ghost. Even in a world wrought with apocalypse and zombies roaming freely, supernatural entities could not exist. Furthermore, even if, hypothetically, ghosts were real, how pathetic would a ghost be to use an elevator to frighten people? If they possessed such abilities, wouldn't they rather orchestrate a catastrophic elevator malfunction to eliminate everyone in one fell swoop or play some psychological games? To be candid, as long as it did not inflict physical harm upon her, everything else was trivial. Ghosts were never a consideration in Han Qingxia's mindset. As a person of unequivocal malice, her fears were of fire, bullets, and cannon fire, but not of ghosts. Ghosts were not as frightening as she was. Thus, eliminating the possibility of an elevator malfunction, it must have been a physical entity that summoned it. The first assumption was a person, the second was a zombie. Would a zombie press the elevator button? Assuming there was no accidental touch, it certainly would not. However, Han Qingxia was uncertain whether this place was indeed the domain of the zombie king. If it were indeed the rumored lair of the ultimate zombie king from her past life, it was conceivable that such a being could operate an elevator. Yet, she could not be certain, as she had never traversed such a place or confronted the zombie king. Moreover, at this early stage of the apocalypse, even if this location could spawn super zombies, they should not be overly formidable yet. Hence, the likelihood of a human presence was greater. She turned to Su Xiaoyang. A silent exchange of glances confirmed their mutual understanding. Whether human or zombie, anyone lurking outside today was doomed.
Ding.
The elevator continued its descent, layer by layer. When it finally reached the last level, the doors opened with a whoosh. The solitary light emitted from the elevator illuminated the surrounding darkness, revealing a singular source of light. As the elevator doors parted, the people outside were momentarily startled. For, astonishingly, there were 6 dogs inside the elevator. The dogs leapt at the awaiting crowd outside. There were only 2 individuals present. 3 dogs lunged at one person, swift and precise, catching them completely off guard. The speed was too rapid. The incident was unforeseen. No one anticipated the presence of dogs in this desolate building. However, it was evident that these 2 individuals were no ordinary foes. Once they were knocked down, They swiftly reacted, some engaged in combat, while others drew firearms to retaliate. At that moment, two figures shot out from the elevator with incredible speed. One went left, the other right, their movements dazzlingly swift as they seized the initiative. In mere seconds, the two individuals outside, previously overwhelmed by the dogs, found their weapons confiscated.
Click.
Han Qingxia aimed her dark firearm at one of the individuals, pinning it against their forehead. Once they had secured the situation outside, she finally had a moment to scrutinize the faces before her. Lowering her gaze, she was met with the youthful visage of a soldier, slightly naive in appearance. The young soldier, upon seeing Han Qingxia, was clearly taken aback. After a moment of astonishment, he exclaimed with excitement, "Big sister?" Han Qingxia. This was none other than Tang Jian, the young man who had often been brought to tears by her antics. Xiaoyang, my queen, Qi Mingtang, pinned down by the dogs, also recognized Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. Both of them gazed in shock at the unexpected arrival of their comrades. At that moment, a voice emerged from the shadows ahead, urgent and frantic. Has the elevator arrived? We're nearly at our limit. Pingzi, quick, look who's here. Tang Jian immediately responded. As he Zhongping, fully armed and with a grave expression, rushed toward them, he caught sight of Han Qingxia. Sister, what are you doing here? The elevator hasn't arrived yet. Just then, a bright female voice called out, a woman clad in military attire sprinting toward them. Upon reaching the scene and noticing the unfamiliar group of people and dogs, her expression darkened.
Who are you?
Captain Wang, they are our friends. He Zhongping quickly interjected. Friends? The woman's face contorted with skepticism, particularly upon witnessing Han Qingxia's dogs subduing her team members, with a firearm still trained on one of their elite soldiers. This hardly resembled a friendly encounter. However, there was no time for inquiries, as a spine-chilling scream erupted from the darkness behind them. It sounded human yet beastly, a guttural cry that tore through the air, impossible to fathom what creature could emit such a sound.
Boom!
The resounding roar of gunfire erupted, illuminating the darkness before Han Qingxia's eyes. In that instant, her scalp prickled with dread as countless zombies poured forth from the corridor's end. Some clad in white protective suits, others in hospital garb, all resembling ghastly apparitions emerging from the depths of hell, clawing their way towards the soldiers standing in their path. A torrent of relentless gunfire, devoid of any financial consideration, was unleashed upon them, yet the results remained woefully inadequate. The bullets inflicted minimal damage upon the undead. Only a direct hit to their heads might render them docile. However, these zombies possessed an offensive capability far superior to that of their external counterparts. With one swift claw, they could pierce through the armor of a fully equipped soldier and with a brutal yank, extract his still beating heart, devouring his flesh with ravenous delight. They could not hold the line. These individuals were faltering.
Flee.
In that very instant, Han Qingxia, with the speed of light, ushered her loyal companions into the elevator. Hurry into the elevator. Retreat. Simultaneously, a familiar male voice echoed from the front. This voice issued commands in tandem with Han Qingxia, prompting Tang Jian and others to swiftly follow her into the elevator, while providing fire support for their comrades behind. Within mere seconds, Han Qingxia recognized several familiar faces, Wang Heng, Li Lin, and Lu Qian. It was indeed Lu Qian's squad. Among them were 4 or 5 soldiers unfamiliar to Han Qingxia. Upon their entrance into the elevator, the presence of Han Qingxia startled them, yet there was no time for inquiries. Everyone was racing against the clock to withdraw. Behind them lurked a horde of mutated zombies.
Charge.
Retreat. Just as they all stepped into the elevator and had not yet exhaled a sigh of relief, the elevator's alarm blared. Beep, beep, beep. Overload. Chapter 61, Overload. This was a spacious elevator with a capacity of 20 individuals and a maximum weight limit of 16 tons. With Han Qingxia's 6 dogs, 2 people, and her well-fed companions, each weighing around 70 to 80 pounds, combined with Lu Qian's 12 team members, they were teetering on the brink of exceeding the limit. Overload. Upon hearing the alarm, Wang Mengwei immediately ordered Han Qingxia, who was at the back, to hasten and push her dogs out. Upon hearing this, a murderous glint ignited in Han Qingxia's eyes. Overload. Indeed. Inside the cramped elevator, she delivered a swift kick to Wang Mengwei. Get the hell out.
Ah,
Wang Mengwei was propelled out of the elevator, but fortunately, a group of soldiers still firing snipers at the elevator's edge quickly seized her and pulled her back inside. Meanwhile, at the far edge of the elevator, Lu Qian, shouldering a single-man missile, resolutely declared, "Throw away your weapons." The horde of zombies was now less than 10 meters away. His words were accompanied by the launch of a missile, which he hurled into the path of the zombies, momentarily halting their advance. Witnessing this, the other soldiers, though reluctant, followed suit and discarded their weapons. The zombies at the front, struck by the discarded arms, let out a ghastly wail, only to be swiftly trampled by the advancing horde behind them. It was akin to a piece of wood tossed into a torrent of rats. The briefest delay was all it afforded, for soon the rats scurried over the wood, resuming their relentless assault, let alone a horde of zombies. Fortunately, Lu Qian's decision proved astute. By resolutely discarding their weapons, the elevator no longer exceeded its weight limit. The elevator doors began to close as Wang Mengwei frantically pressed the close button. Just as the doors were about to shut, a female zombie clad in a white lab coat lunged at them in a dramatic manner. Han Qingxia, positioned at the back, felt a chill in her gaze and prepared to unleash her abilities, only to be preempted by a flash of lightning.
zap.
Following the lightning, a barrage of fireballs, metallic knives, wooden vines, and water orbs erupted forth. Almost everyone in the elevator retaliated. Though the intensity of their abilities was low, nearly everyone possessed one. In an instant, the leading female zombie was bombarded from all sides, succumbing to the onslaught. What astonished Han Qingxia was not merely that nearly everyone in the elevator wielded powers, but that the individual who first unleashed the lightning ability was none other than Lu Qian. His prowess was evidently superior to that of the others, a rarity indeed. With a final clang, the elevator doors closed. In that moment, a palpable sense of relief washed over everyone inside the elevator. The harrowing ordeal had left them breathless, and it was only natural to feel a sense of triumph in their escape. At this juncture, Wang Mengwei also regained her composure. She turned to glare at Han Qingxia, demanding, "What did you just do to me?" Her voice sent shivers down the spines of everyone present, particularly Tang Jian and the others, who felt an immediate tightening of their nerves. No, please don't provoke Han Qingxia. She is the Demon Queen. She is not to be trifled with. They reflected on how it was Wang Mengwei who first insisted on forcing Han Qingxia's dogs out. As they observed Han Qingxia, whose eyes sparkled with a dangerous glint upon hearing Wang Mengwei's accusation, a smile crept onto her lips. Tang Jian and the others felt a wave of dread wash over them. They knew that Wang Mengwei had truly crossed the line. "Please, don't court disaster. Just don't." At that moment, a low, cold male voice interjected, "Captain Wang." Lu Qian, sensing the tense atmosphere within the cramped elevator, bore an icy expression. His tone markedly colder than before, in stark contrast to his usual politeness. "Captain Lu." Wang Mengwei, upon hearing him speak, immediately turned to him, attempting to reason. "You saw what she did. She kicked me out. She intends to kill me and jeopardize us all. Get us up. Swipe the card." Lu Qian rapped the elevator panel. They were still stuck on the B1 floor, and the elevator required a card to operate. Han Qingxia then realized why her earlier attempt to descend had been futile. After selecting the floor, a card needed to be swiped.
No.
"To B2, Wang Mengwei shouted. Lu Qian furrowed his brow with increasing irritation. "Captain Wang, we have suffered heavy losses today, and our preparations were insufficient. We must leave and return another time." Exhaustion etched across Lu Qian's face. Several comrades had perished today. Not in his squad, but still weighing heavily on his conscience. Their operation had been reckless, and now they had lost their weapons. He was unwilling to take further risks, especially with Han Qingxia and her companions still in the elevator. He needed to ensure their safety first.
No.
"We must go to B2, Wang Mengwei insisted, pushing her way to the control panel, swiping her card to illuminate the buttons. "The items are definitely there, and it must be safe. We simply misjudged the floor," Wang Mengwei insisted, then turned to Han Qingxia before locking eyes with Lu Qian. "We have to take the items. If we don't secure them now, we may face unknown dangers later. Captain Lu, hurry up and swipe the card." Lu Qian pressed his lips together tightly, his gaze icy as he locked eyes with her. After 2 seconds of consideration, he finally retrieved another card from his pocket.
Beep.
2 cards were swiped simultaneously. In front of Han Qingxia, the elevator panel revealed a button. B2. Han Qingxia's brows furrowed slightly. There was indeed another floor? This pharmaceutical research facility harbored secrets. It required 2 administrator cards to access the concealed elevator. Her gaze deepened. She sensed that this place was anything but ordinary. Perhaps it was indeed a significant discovery. At that moment, she met a pair of eyes. Standing by the elevator button, Lu Qian glanced at her. "Once we complete our task, we shall escort you upstairs," he declared. Han Qingxia held his gaze but retorted, "What if something happens to you? How will we ascend? You will accompany us to your demise." Wang Mengwei chuckled, observing her. "Who permitted you to enter here?" At that moment, Han Qingxia was no longer inclined to endure. She contemplated sending this woman to meet her maker, right then and there. Just then, a slender finger reached past the crowd, offering her a card. "My access card for you." Chapter 62, The Vanguard. "If we do not return, you must ascend on your own," Lu Qian stated. Han Qingxia promptly accepted it, without a hint of hesitation. Wang Mengwei, witnessing this, became anxious. "How could you?" Her words were abruptly cut off by Lu Qian's icy interruption. "Captain Wang, your only duty is to fulfill your responsibilities." At that moment, the elevator chimed. Having reached the designated floor, Wang Mengwei had no choice but to relent, feeling as though she had swallowed a fly, casting a furious glare at Han Qingxia. There stood Han Qingxia, brandishing the access card granted by Lu Qian, which could very well incite Wang Mengwei's fury to explode. Her father was the current head of the K1 base. Throughout her life, no one had dared to treat her in such a manner. This detestable woman had just kicked her down the elevator. Once her mission concluded, she would ensure that Han Qingxia paid dearly.
Ding.
The elevator doors slid open slowly. Everyone inside immediately assumed a defensive stance. Those at the outer edge, including Lu Qian, swiftly prepared for confrontation, their palms gathering abilities. Should anything awry occur, they would spring into action instantly.
Ding.
The elevator doors fully opened. Silence reigned. An eerie stillness enveloped the space. Additionally, this level was well lit. The bright lights illuminated the underground second floor as if it were daylight. The sight before them was a pristine white. Gleaming white ceramic tiles stretched from the elevator's entrance, revealing an expansive area ahead, with a massive glass security door at the corridor's end, through which numerous empty offices could be glimpsed. Desolate and vacant. "This is it," Wang Mengwei exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon seeing the hall. Lu Qian exchanged glances with his teammates, cautiously stepping out of the elevator. The professional special forces team operated with remarkable precision. After thoroughly inspecting the elevator's exterior for any threats, they permitted those inside to disembark. Han Qingxia exited the elevator, instructing her 2 dogs to remain near it, accompanying Su Xiaoyang and another individual leisurely as they followed Lu Qian's team. Upon noticing them trailing behind, Lu Qian immediately inquired, "What brings you here?" "Just taking a stroll, casually looking around." The others exchanged incredulous looks. Are they really accompanying us on a top priority mission, merely to meander about? Is this appropriate? It was, in fact, too appropriate. Han Qingxia had come to seize control of the research facility, and now she found herself with a group of vanguard cannon fodder to scout the way. Why not take advantage of their knowledge to uncover the intricacies of the facility? Clearly, this group was more familiar with the establishment, and their presence would undoubtedly ease Han Qingxia's endeavors. "You need not worry about us. We shall not interfere with your tasks. Proceed with what you must," Han Qingxia remarked politely to the vanguard leader, Lu Qian. After all, if any trouble arose, she could swiftly withdraw, abandoning the mission. This was her usual pragmatic and amiable nature. "Who authorized your presence with us?" Wang Mengwei interjected, incensed. "Take your dogs and leave. No one is permitted here, ugh." Wang Mengwei's words abruptly ceased as a swift figure cut through the throng, materializing before her, and in an instant, she found herself lifted by the throat. A sudden wave of breathlessness engulfed her. Under the immense force, she struggled weakly, like a chicken awaiting slaughter, her eyes wide with terror as they met Han Qingxia's. Han Qingxia was a woman of reason, though she primarily communicated with her fists, especially in a post-apocalyptic world where excessive words were unnecessary. Meanwhile, the special forces, half a beat slow to react, drew their weapons, unleashing their abilities.
I'll aim the ton, Qingxia.
Su Xiaoyang and the dogs swiftly moved to shield her. Tension crackled in the air as the two factions faced off. Tang Jian and the others stood frozen, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, unsure of whom to support. "Lower your weapons," Lu Qian commanded, his gaze fixed on Han Qingxia, then shifting to the now weakly struggling Wang Mengwei. "Release her. I permit you to accompany us." Han Qingxia contemplated for a second.
Bang!
Wang Mengwei was hurled to the ground. "Captain Wang."
Wang.
Her team rushed to her side. Gasping for air, Wang Mengwei coughed violently, her vision still clouded. Her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat, while she felt the rush of blood coursing through her body. Yet, she trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat coating her skin. A distinct five-fingered imprint marred her pale neck. After resting for nearly half a minute, she regained her senses and awareness, her body quaking involuntarily. She had truly come perilously close to death. That woman had genuinely intended to kill her. "Are you alright?" Wang Mengwei heard Lu Qian's voice. Rage ignited within her, and she contemplated ordering him to eliminate Han Qingxia, but upon seeing the beautiful woman before her, smiling serenely, she trembled uncontrollably, fear radiating from her core. Her voice faltered as she stammered, "I am fine." No one could remain unscathed after nearly being strangled to death. She promptly adopted a more docile demeanor. "If all is well, we shall proceed," Lu Qian stated coldly, devoid of any semblance of sympathy or intent to seek justice for her. Wang Mengwei lingered on the ground for a moment longer, before quietly falling in line beside Lu Qian, no longer issuing commands. Tang Jian and the others, recognizing the subdued Wang Mengwei, exchanged glances of understanding, collectively sighing. "Look, yet another victim of the formidable Han Qingxia," they mused. "It is evident that provoking her is unwise. She is no mere soft target. She is a lawless and formidable force." Observing the compliant Wang Mengwei, who still retained her life, Han Qingxia felt quite content. "Almost good enough for now. If they misbehave, I shall discipline them." Han Qingxia has always maintained a delicate balance, expertly controlling the situation at hand. She intends for this group to serve as cannon fodder. But she cannot afford to go too far. Killing their captain before their eyes would not be something she believes Lu Qian would easily forgive, despite their acquaintance. Moreover, such an act could jeopardize their subsequent maneuvers and hinder her own plans. Nonetheless, one thing is certain. Han Qingxia will not tolerate even the slightest affront. This bothersome woman must be dealt with. Disobedience will be met with correction until compliance is achieved. Han Qingxia has never been known for her patience. At this moment, she locked eyes with Lu Qian, who beckoned her to follow. Chapter 63. Who can afford eggs these days? Excellent. Han Qingxia felt quite pleased. She led her companions and their dogs, trailing behind the others.
Beep.
Wang Mengwei swiped her card, and the previously sealed door swung open. Han Qingxia finally beheld the interior. To her astonishment, the underground level was far more expansive than she had anticipated. Directly ahead lay a vast hall, flanked by office areas on either side. Each section housed a series of orderly glass-walled offices. The entire subterranean level appeared to contain at least 100 offices, significantly larger than any single floor above ground. This seemed to be the true nucleus of the pharmaceutical research facility. Han Qingxia reaffirmed her prior judgment. She must align herself with Lu Qian and his team. "Left or right?" Lu Qian inquired, casting a glance at Wang Mengwei. Her pallid complexion, still affected by Han Qingxia's earlier intimidation, revealed a diminished bravado as she replied, "I don't know. The information only indicates this area. Let us search each office." Lu Qian thought to himself that he was accompanied by a rather incompetent ally. With such a lack of preparation, how could they venture in so carelessly? He then cast a sidelong glance at Han Qingxia, who was observing the surroundings with keen interest. Had she been in charge, such recklessness would never have occurred. "Form pairs. Split up. Begin the search on the left." "Understood." The others promptly organized themselves into pairs, efficiently splitting into 6 groups of 2, with Wang Mengwei paired with him. Lu Qian watched to see if Han Qingxia would join them, only to observe her gravitate towards Tang Jian and He Zongping's group. "Captain Lu, let's proceed," Wang Mengwei said, feeling her tension ease slightly as Han Qingxia did not follow. Lu Qian withdrew his gaze and began the search in the first row. Hey, Yangzi. Tang Jian and He Zhongping, noticing the duo, brightened considerably. How are you faring? Su Xiaoyang asked. Not too shabby. What about you? Su Xiaoyang glanced sideways at Han Qingxia. Very well. Upon hearing his tone, Tang Jian and He Zhongping understood his association with Han Qingxia was indeed advantageous. A twinge of envy stirred within them. Being under Han Qingxia's wing was quite beneficial. What brings you here? Han Qingxia queried, trailing behind the two as they navigated the last row of offices, flanked by tightly locked doors. Through the glass walls, a multitude of precision instruments was discernible. Apologies, but the mission is classified, Tang Jian replied. Han Qingxia responded with an amused arch of her brow. Commendable professionalism. At that moment, Tang Jian leaned closer and whispered, But sister, let me quietly advise you to stay close during our retreat. Do not linger here. It is perilous. And the destruction protocol may be activated. Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow in disbelief. She turned to see Tang Jian adopting his usual stoic demeanor once more. Unable to suppress a chuckle, she playfully ruffled his helmet-clad head. Understood. I'll remember. Tang Jian grimaced inwardly. How could she mess with his hair? Didn't she know boys' heads are off-limits for such treatment? He momentarily slowed his pace but quickly caught up with Han Qingxia. After approximately an hour of searching, they had thoroughly examined the left side, yet returned empty-handed. The sole piece of good news was that there were no zombies on the second underground level. Lu Qian glanced at his watch. Everyone, let us take a half-hour break. Yes. They had embarked on their mission from the base at 3 a.m. and had suffered significant losses underground. A brief respite was necessary to regain their strength. Upon Lu Qian's command, the team swiftly gathered in 2 groups to rest. Han Qingxia, accompanied by Tang Jian, was soon joined by Wang Heng, Li Lin, and Qi Mingtang. Sister.
Queen.
Your Highness. They greeted her enthusiastically. How did your return go? Did you fare poorly without me? Han Qingxia grinned at them. Their faces betrayed a hint of embarrassment. She had spoken the truth. After their perilous return to the base, they were met not with accolades, but with sweeping reforms. They had once prided themselves on being soldiers serving the nation, but upon their return, they discovered the K1 base had undergone drastic restructuring, scattering the military hierarchy and converting it into a paramilitary force, no longer comprising regular soldiers. Had it not been for their captain, Lu Qian, they too would have been reassigned to various locations. Han Qingxia had forewarned them that the future lay within the base's civilization, and the era of their past glory had faded. She was not mistaken. If not for Lu Qian, they would have been left wondering whom they now served. Moreover, the living standards within the base had plummeted, nowhere near the quality of food at Han Qingxia's residence. Come and grab some food. They heard Lu Qian call from over yonder. He stood alongside Wang Mengwei, who had brought nothing with her. With a gesture of her palm, a plethora of supplies materialized. Han Qingxia then realized that Wang Mengwei possessed spatial abilities. After she distributed the provisions, she provocatively glanced at Han Qingxia. The latter met her gaze and offered a subtle smile, causing the once proud Wang Mengwei to turn away, cowed and no longer daring to provoke her. Before long, Tang Jian and the others returned with their share of supplies, 5 steaming boxes of meals, evidently prepared for them by the K1 base before their departure. Sister, we used to eat your food. Today, you shall partake of ours. Let us all share. Indeed, let us enjoy together. Tang Jian and his group placed the 5 boxes in the center, lifting the lids to reveal a steaming dish of oily cabbage stew accompanied by 2 coarse buns, with a few pitiful slices of pork discernible within. They presented this modest meal to Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. At that moment, another voice called from above. I'm not hungry. You can have my portion. Lu Qian had approached unnoticed, offering his own meal, which included an extra egg. In such a moment, this display of kindness was truly heartwarming. How could Lu Qian possibly not feel hunger? It wasn't that he wished to deprive his subordinates. It was merely that the 5 of them had to share the meager rations meant for 7, which was hardly sufficient. And let us not forget that he had even produced eggs. Eggs. In this day and age, who can afford such a luxury? All eyes were fixed upon this spectacle. eagerly anticipating whether Han Qingxia, who had been surreptitiously dining off their provisions, would be dazzled by the eggs and voraciously snatch them up. In a languid manner, the woman turned to Su Xiaoyang behind her and said, "Yangzi, bring out our food." "Yes." Su Xiaoyang promptly set down his backpack. He first extracted a portable military pot that utilized alcohol for heating. Following that, he revealed 1 box, 2 boxes, 3 substantial metal containers. The first box was brimming with marinated cold-cut beef. The second box contained ribs that had been fried to a golden crisp and enrobed in rich cheese. While the third box, the largest of them all, weighed a staggering 10 pounds. Upon opening it, they were greeted with an overflowing bounty of fresh raw bone meat.
Nearby.
Wang Mengwei and the others were utterly flabbergasted.
Holy cow. Meat.
All of it is meat. Premium beef and ribs. They had even forsaken the inclusion of a single vegetable leaf. So destitute were they that they could only afford to eat meat. In that moment, a sudden wave of embarrassment washed over everyone as they recalled their earlier assumptions, believing that Han Qingxia and her companions would be rendered speechless by the sight of the eggs. Yet, the reality was starkly different. What were they consuming? And what were the others feasting upon? Before they could fully process their humiliation, their jaws dropped in disbelief as they witnessed the raw bone meat being offered to the dogs. "Go ahead, you pups, eat first. When you're done, call them over for a shift." Han Qingxia pushed the raw bone meat toward the dogs, who immediately began devouring it with fervor. Beneath this ample mound lay dog food, topped generously with raw bone meat, a perfectly balanced meal, ample enough to satisfy their needs. Wang Mengwei and her companions were left completely stunned. What the heck? Feeding dogs? Is this for real? How many people can even afford a meal nowadays, let alone meat? Han Qingxia is giving away so much quality raw bone meat to the dogs. All of them stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Tang Jian and the others, observing Han Qingxia's lavish standards of dining, felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before her. Their big sister was indeed formidable. "Yangzi, bring down more instant noodles collected from upstairs, and let us share a bowl with them," Han Qingxia generously suggested. Su Xiaoyang sprang into action, eager to comply. They had conveniently scavenged a stash of food from upstairs, consisting primarily of instant noodles, ham, and marinated eggs, which would pair perfectly with the military hot pot. As Su Xiaoyang hastily opened 10 packets of instant noodles and added another 10 marinated eggs, the self-heating pot began to bubble enticingly. Tang Jian and the others were practically salivating at the sight. "Captain Lu, do sit down. Allow me to serve you a bowl," Han Qingxia offered. "Indeed. Captain, please take a seat." Tang Jian and the others had no qualms about their circumstances. As soon as Han Qingxia extended her invitation, they eagerly pulled their captain over to partake in the meal. How could they pass up the chance to enjoy the bountiful feast from Han Qingxia's kitchen? Lu Qian regarded the steaming military pot and his subordinates, and with a measured resolve, he stated, "No, you all enjoy yourselves." He retrieved his own bland meal, for he was, after all, a high-ranking officer at the K-1 base and had to consider the needs of others back there. He urged everyone to follow Han Qingxia's lead and return to his side. Han Qingxia made no further attempts to persuade him. If he wished to eat or not was his own concern. She instructed Su Xiaoyang to lift the lid of the pot, and in an instant, the aroma from the military pot wafted throughout the space. The melted cheese from the ribs coated the golden strands of instant noodles, complemented by perfectly marinated cold-cut beef and ham eggs, an olfactory delight that was simply irresistible.
What?
It smells heavenly. Each person was served a generous bowl of steaming beef and rib noodles. Delicious. Delicious. Tang Jian was moved to tears as he savored the meal. Indeed, following Han Qingxia meant there was always meat to eat. On the other side, the soldiers near Wang Mengwei caught wind of the enticing aroma and the sounds of slurping from their neighbors. They glanced down at their meager grain buns and the bland cabbage stew and felt a pang of jealousy as their appetites waned. How could those on the other side be so extravagant? They longed to join in and taste even a morsel. Wang Mengwei, however, wore a distinctly pained expression as she glared at Han Qingxia's side, her teeth clenched in frustration. "This is utterly unfair. How could it be that I have never eaten this well, while that wretch enjoys such feasting? What gives her the right?" Her gaze shifted to Lu Qian, and an idea struck her. "Captain Lu, Since your men are refusing to eat our base's provisions, take the food back. We cannot waste supplies meant for the base. Lu Qian shot her a frigid glance. Wang, the rations are allocated per person. Whether they choose to eat is their own decision. If your men abstain, that is their prerogative. Wang Mengwei's anger flared further. This insufferable Lu Qian, always siding with outsiders. If it weren't for his grandfather being a grand marshal in the former northern military region, standing against my father's influence, I would have certainly put him in his place. She took a hefty bite of her coarse bun but found herself unable to continue after just a few mouthfuls. Even dismissing the chunks of meat she had covertly added to her box lunch. After all, in the face of Han Qingxia's grand feast next door, could her own meal even be considered fit for human consumption? Enough. Who was that woman? Over at Han Qingxia's table, she continued to eat while observing the unfolding drama. Inquiring of those around her, Tang Jian and the others, engrossed in their meal, gathered around her. Her name is Wang Mengwei. Before the apocalypse, her father was a high-ranking official, and now she manages the K1 base. Is she a space-type ability user? Han Qingxia pressed further. Everyone nodded in affirmation. This was no longer a secret, especially since Wang Mengwei had always taken pride in being the sole space-type ability user at the K1 base, something everyone within the base was well aware of. Her father had firmly secured his position as the base's administrator due to her unique talent. Then, why didn't you have her collect items when you were overloaded earlier? She has a very limited space. He Zhangping replied, only enough to store 1 cubic meter of supplies. Han Qingxia understood now. Space-type ability users were indeed rare and notoriously difficult to upgrade. However, they were exceptionally useful, serving as mobile storage, an invaluable asset wherever one might be. Thus, they had brought along Wang Mengwei, who appeared to be of little use but was, in fact, a portable space. Are you all here to find something? Han Qingxia asked with a smile, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. How did you know? Tang Jian blurted out, only to realize he had let slip too much information. Han Qingxia was no ordinary clever woman. She had successfully pried the truth out of him. With a beaming smile that revealed her joy, she reached out and playfully ruffled Tang Jian's hair. Be a good boy and tell your sister what you're looking for, and I'll give you some meat. Tang Jian, isn't this just the wolf enticing the little sheep? He fervently shook his head. At this moment, the others remained tight-lipped. As soldiers, they had their principles. Even if they were enjoying Han Qingxia's hospitality, they could not divulge anything. Well, since you want to speak, I shall find out in due time, Han Qingxia said, deciding to let the matter rest for now. The fact that these individuals steadfastly refrain from divulging anything endears them to Han Qingxia. If their reluctance to share internal matters stems merely from having consumed a few of her morsels, then in her eyes, these individuals possess no trustworthiness. She remains unperturbed by their silence. Meanwhile, Tang Jian and his companions, savoring Han Qingxia's hospitality, are increasingly touched and feel indebted to her. Despite enjoying her generous offerings without revealing any secrets, she harbors no resentment. They are resolute in repaying Han Qingxia in the future, for she is undoubtedly a person worthy of gratitude. Their admiration for her escalates dramatically, reminiscent of Guan Yu's sentiments towards Cao Cao. In less than half an hour, they have thoroughly consumed Han Qingxia's hot pot, leaving not a trace behind. At that moment, Lu Qian issues a command. Chapter 65. Return, I consent. The break is over. Everyone assemble. The group swiftly tidies up their belongings. Although they possess no box meals of their own, Tang Jian and the others contemplate offering theirs to Han Qingxia, only to reconsider, knowing she dines lavishly each day and might not appreciate such fare. They decide to save it for their captain instead, as food is scarce at the base, and he would certainly not turn it down. They continue to form pairs and search the right side. Lu Qian glances at his watch. It is now 1 o'clock in the afternoon. They should be able to finish and depart before 5 o'clock. As he finishes speaking, the group disperses to commence their tasks. Han Qingxia, as usual, follows closely behind Tang Jian and He Zhangping. She surmises the purpose of Lu Qian's expedition. The pharmaceutical research facility likely harbors crucial supplies, prompting the deployment of Lu Qian and Wang Mengwei, the spatial ability user. However, what significant items could possibly be found here? Furthermore, could the zombie king from her previous life have originated from this very location? Suddenly, a noise erupts beside Han Qingxia. A zombie clad in a green hospital gown lunges forward, colliding forcefully with the glass wall of the office adjacent to her right hand. Instantly, a blood mark appears on the glass before her. The creature opens its gaping maw, its crimson lips gnashing against the glass as it ravenously attempts to devour it. Its nose, mouth, and cheekbones pressed against the surface, distorting in its frenzied hunger. The pristine glass wall quickly becomes splattered with streaks of blood.
Crack. Crack.
In an instant, everyone around Han Qingxia assumes a defensive posture. Tang Jian and He Zhongping draw their handguns without hesitation. Their heavier weapons have been discarded, leaving only light arms at their disposal. The commotion draws the attention of several nearby teams. What is happening? Captain, there's a zombie here.
Tang Jian Edgar Lim.
Immediately, Lu Qian and the others rush over. Wang Mengwei, observing the line of zombies emerging from the offices, asserts, "It's here." "Are you certain? This is a laboratory. It must be in this row. I can't specify which room. Just search here," Wang Mengwei instructs. Lu Qian feels exasperated by her lack of clarity. He gestures for everyone to begin their search throughout the row of offices. Han Qingxia follows closely behind, noting that this corridor differs starkly from the one on the left. Instead of various sophisticated instruments, the rooms resemble hospital wards, each containing a bed. As Han Qingxia walks through, the sounds of zombies slamming against the walls echo from the left and right. Each room houses at least one zombie, with some containing 4 or 5. They sense the presence of the living and surge forward, clawing at the glass in a desperate attempt to reach them. The sensation is peculiar. With merely a pane of glass separating them, they find themselves encircled by these ravenous creatures. Should even one piece of glass shatter, the scenario would become rather chaotic. As she walks behind the vanguard, Han Qingxia observes intently, her mind racing. She notes that the zombies within appear whole, devoid of any bite marks, indicating that they have not transformed due to being bitten, but have undergone self-induced mutations. However, why are there so many mutated zombies confined here? Could it be that research on these creatures commenced prior to the outbreak of the zombie virus? Han Qingxia does not believe that the source of the virus emerged from this modest research facility, as she knows that the zombie virus erupted globally all at once. If it had originated from a small lab, the outbreak would have spread in a more localized manner, beginning in City A before expanding outward, rather than the simultaneous global eruption currently witnessed. Nevertheless, this does not discount the possibility that the government had detected and studied the virus prior to its outbreak. After all, there was a prolonged period of influenza before the emergence of the zombie virus, and even a decade later, its origins remain untraced. One thing is certain: this pharmaceutical research facility is anything but ordinary. Lu Qian hails from the once mighty K1 base, renowned for its evolutionary serum, and they have returned here in search of something. There seems to be a connection between the two. As Han Qingxia continues to analyze her surroundings, a voice suddenly breaks through her thoughts. "Found it. This is the one." Wang Mengwei confidently strides to the front, revealing a fully sealed room with a metallic door reminiscent of a nuclear radiation chamber from her past life. She produces her card, and a keypad appears before her. Under the protection of her team, she inputs the code, only for it to display that an administrator card is also required.
Beep.
"Please swipe the number 2 administrator identity card." At this moment, all eyes turn to Han Qingxia. "Miss Han, could you please pass me my card?" Lu Qian requests. Han Qingxia saunters over, amusement dancing in her eyes. "Is this a plea for my assistance?" Wang Mengwei, incensed by the implication, retorts, "What do you mean, please? That card belongs to us." Just as she is about to voice her frustration, she is met with Han Qingxia's serene smile, prompting her to reconsider her words. With a sore neck, she glares at Lu Qian, leaving the mess for him to handle. Lu Qian, equally at a loss, pleads, "Miss Han, please cooperate." "If you wish for my cooperation, I have a condition," Han Qingxia responds leisurely, holding the access card. "I want to accompany you inside." "Absolutely not," Lu Qian protests. "If not, I shall take my leave." "Xiaoyang, let us go." Han Qingxia turns on her heel, embodying the very essence of a rogue. Completely unfazed by the fact that the card belongs to someone else, she strides away with decisiveness. Lu Qian watches her retreating figure, utterly impressed, muttering to himself, "Come back. I consent." Chapter 66. They are all dead. Beep.
Click.
The terms of the transaction settled, Han Qingxia returns, swiping the card. And the heavy door slowly creaks open before her. She stands confidently behind Lu Qian, her full attention focused on the room that unfolds before them. Inside, darkness reigns. Devoid of light, the illumination from the corridor casts a faint glow upon a small waiting area, entirely constructed of steel. In the center of the waiting room stood an enormous glass partition, shrouded in insufficient light, rendering the interior a shadowy abyss, hinting at an expansive area concealed within. Silence enveloped the space, yet Han Qingxia felt an inexplicable sense of oppression in this darkened chamber, as if some unknown creature lay in wait. A psychic adept. She possessed a unique ability. Her mental prowess allowed her to perceive the presence of surrounding zombies and other psychics only when she was intensely focused, while also granting her a strong premonition of impending danger. As she descended to the basement level, even traversing corridors previously teeming with the undead failed to stir her instincts. However, upon the opening of the door before her, her heart suddenly raced. A potent wave of pressure washed over her. Attempting to probe with her mental energy, she soon discovered that penetrating the radiation-proof isolation chamber was a formidable challenge. Her current level of psychic force was insufficient to infiltrate its defenses. The only sensation she could glean was an overwhelming sense of threat, danger.
Danger. Danger.
Halting at the threshold, she refrained from entering. Wang Mengwei, noticing her reluctance, taunted. "Weren't you eager to come in? A gentleman does not stand upon a perilous wall," Han Qingxia retorted, her resolve wavering. Wang Mengwei scoffed. "A gentleman, you say? More like a coward." "Fine then, Captain Lu, let us go." With that, she strode confidently inside. Yet Lu Qian paused, directing his gaze toward Han Qingxia. "Do you sense danger within?" he inquired. Han Qingxia met his eyes with a cryptic smile, extending her hand. 100 crystal cores could offer you a crucial hint. Lu Qian contemplated her for 10 seconds, then, feeling somewhat deranged, retrieved a pouch of crystal cores from his pocket. "I only have 78. Han Qingxia seized the pouch. "Very well, I shall grant you a discount, lest you perish inside and render them useless." "Thank you," he replied, curious. "What awaits inside?" "I do not know. But it is undoubtedly perilous," she warned. "So, my 78 crystal cores were for naught?" Lu Qian pondered. Just then, Wang Mengwei's voice rang out from within, urging him to hurry. "Captain Lu, what are you hesitating for? There can't possibly be danger anymore. Come in and assist me." Lu Qian ceased further discussion, brandishing his weapon as he stepped inside. As they brushed past one another, Han Qingxia, clutching his pouch of crystal cores, earnestly cautioned, "Remember, it is exceedingly dangerous in there." He cast her a profound glance before entering, leaving behind any companions. This was the core area of the mission. No one else was permitted entry. Once inside, Han Qingxia swiftly retrieved her access card, instructing Yangzi, "First, get the dogs and supplies loaded onto the vehicle. Park it at the entrance." "Understood." Su Xiaoyang glanced anxiously at the interior before leading the dogs upstairs. As he departed, Tang Jian and the others gathered around Han Qingxia, inquiring, "Sister, is there truly danger inside? What lies within?" At that moment, the lights in the isolation chamber flickered on, revealing a shocking sight through the observation glass. Instantly, they were rendered speechless, for behind the glass lay a chaotic mass of dismembered bodies. Limbs were reduced to mere bones, abdomens hollowed out, and skulls gnawed nearly to the bone. The chamber was stained with darkened blood, a scene reminiscent of a horror film's crime scene. Yet, what astonished them most was the sight of a child within. "Look over there," Tang Jian exclaimed, pointing to a corner where a small child clung to a female corpse. The child appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old, nuzzling against the corpse as if it were her mother, seeking affection. However, when the child turned her face towards them, all breath hitched in their throats. This was not the visage of an innocent child. It bore the countenance of a horror film's ghastly specter, ashen and hollow-eyed, a stark contrast to the innocence typically associated with youth. Her blood-stained dress clung to her, and clutching a doll, she tilted her head towards the glass, sensing the presence of the living outside. With a gaping maw, dark blood oozed from her lips, and a rotted piece of flesh tumbled from her mouth. She had been feasting on the dead. Before Tang Jian and the others could recover from the shock of witnessing a zombified child, a spine-chilling sight emerged. From the piles of corpses crawled a dozen or more small zombies, all fixated on them with unblinking eyes. Han Qingxia's gaze deepened as she recognized the stark reality. Juvenile zombies were far more formidable than their adult counterparts. The agility and suppleness retained by these transformed children made them exceptionally dangerous, their mutated forms often enhanced in strength and speed. Thud, thud, thud. The small zombies, sensing the presence of the living, excitedly hurled themselves against the glass wall, each impact leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the surprisingly resilient barrier. Just then, piercing screams erupted from within the isolation chamber. Wang Mingwei's shrill cry pierced the air. The small zombies, drawn by the sound, surged towards the chamber's interior. Following closely, gunfire erupted. Tang Jian and the others, witnessing the chaos, recklessly charged forward. At that moment, Han Qingxia's mind snapped into focus as a memory surfaced. In her previous life, she had found Su Xiaoyang around this same time at the outskirts of City A. He had been a pitiful sight, collapsed by the roadside, devoid of life. Had she not intervened, he would not have survived the night. After taking him in, he had remained silent until a life-or-death mission compelled him to act in her defense. Afterward, Su Xiaoyang revealed his background as a soldier from the military district, yet he shared little else. Occasionally, he spoke of past comrades, but she had never seen him seek them out. Could it be that this was the final mission of his previous life? And that all those around him perished during this endeavor? Chapter 67. The zombies are released. Just then, Han Qingxia saw the entire group retreat in unison. They wielded their remaining weapons and small psychic orbs, escorting Lu Qian and Wang Mengwei back to safety. Amidst the throng, Lu Qian emerged, radiant as he cast a grateful glance toward Han Qingxia, silently expressing his appreciation for her warning.
They had all made it out alive.
Lu Qian owed her a debt of gratitude. Without her, his life might not have been spared that day. He had undertaken the highest-level SSS operation at K1 base, seeking data reports and instruments from the pharmaceutical research facility predating the outbreak of the zombie virus. Amidst the chaos, there lies the potential to unravel the enigma of energy extraction from the zombie crystal cores. Prior to the outbreak of the zombie virus, the government had already identified this novel latent virus in various locations. Initially dismissed as merely a strain of influenza, researchers, through experiments on laboratory mice, discovered that it was a wholly unprecedented virus in the annals of human history. To their astonishment, they found that this virus possessed the capability to displace cells from their normal ecological state, transforming them into a form of immortal energy. Should they succeed in deciphering it, it would mark a pivotal advancement in human history. Alas, before they could make significant progress, calamity struck. This virulent strain conferred upon humanity a monstrous transformation: zombies. Even with prior preparations, the nation could not withstand the overwhelming assault of the zombie virus that transcended all dimensions of humanity. In a mere instant, the world succumbed to despair. Fortunately, the Research Institute, designated as a central hub for viral studies by Wang Mingwei's father, had accumulated a wealth of data. Armed with this information, he was appointed as the administrator of the K1 base under military jurisdiction. This time, K1 base required Lu Qian to escort Wang Mengwei personally for the retrieval of materials and equipment. However, little did they anticipate that Wang Mengwei would prove to be a considerable liability. The information she possessed was entirely erroneous. She claimed that all personnel within the research facility had been evacuated and that there were no zombies present, but in reality, the first basement was teeming with infected staff. As they descended to the second basement, Wang Mengwei remained unwaveringly confident that it was devoid of zombies and utterly safe. Consequently, she led everyone into a perilous situation, endangering them all. Even Lu Qian struggled to manage this incompetent teammate. Fortuitously, he encountered Han Qingxia today. Had she not provided him with a crucial warning before entering, he would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences in the isolation chamber. He had exercised utmost caution, meticulously guiding Wang Mengwei in locating the necessary items, only for this inept partner to switch on the lights, inadvertently revealing the zombies, and then scream in terror. She nearly forgot to utilize her spatial abilities. Thankfully, Lu Qian, being the consummate professional and bolstered by Han Qingxia's timely advice, maintained an exceptional level of tactical prowess, swiftly eliminating several zombies and buying time for Wang Mengwei to gather the supplies and escape. The moment he stepped out of the isolation chamber, he realized that this fortunate outcome was entirely due to Han Qingxia. He pondered how she had foreseen the overwhelming presence of zombies inside. Without her, he could very well have perished today. His gaze towards Han Qingxia transformed entirely. "We must retreat," Lu Qian urged. Han Qingxia, observing the others who had just escaped, exhaled a breath she had been holding. "Damn it, we made it out."
Bang, 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 boom.
Behind them, their comrades fired at the child zombies, while Wang Mengwei turned towards the isolation chamber's entrance. "Close the door. Initiate the destruction protocol." She darted to the control panel at the entrance, frantically pressing the button to shut the door before everyone could exit. At that moment, Han Qingxia could no longer tolerate this fool. She kicked Wang Mengwei aside, exclaiming, "Damn it, you idiot!" 3 seconds. Standing at the door, she controlled its closure and speed, addressing everyone inside. 3. A horde of small zombies surged from within the chamber. Many were relentlessly hurling themselves against the glass barrier.
2. Crash.
Spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across the glass as the small zombies battered their heads against it, each collision resulting in further deformation of their already grotesque faces. 1. Shattering glass cascaded to the ground. Just then, the last member of the Special Forces burst forth.
Boom.
The isolation chamber door slammed shut.
"Thank you."
Lu Qian gasped, gazing at the woman who had sealed the door for them. A hint of softness broke through his usually stoic demeanor. The others looked at Han Qingxia with palpable excitement. "Sister, we owe you our lives. What was that destruction protocol you mentioned?"
Han Qingxia inquired.
"The pharmaceutical research facility has a self-destruction mechanism. After our departure, it will be activated," Lu Qian replied, only to hear the ominous sound of the door ahead clicking open. Suddenly, the lights flickered off on the second basement level, plunging them into darkness. Save for the illumination from the elevator shaft ahead, a woman, clutching her abdomen, cast a triumphant glance at Han Qingxia and the others. "My father said that if possible, he would prefer for all of you to perish. How fortuitous. You're here too, you wretched girl. You shall accompany them to the grave."
Ha ha ha.
Perhaps some individuals possess the trait of being a liability intentionally. Otherwise, how could she repeatedly allow Han Qingxia to follow her? She forcefully swiped her card against the door, triggering an alarm throughout the second basement. "Warning! Self-destruction protocol will initiate in 30 seconds. In that instant, all doors on the second basement level swung open. The previously secured rooms housing zombies were now wide open. Wang Mengwei cackled maliciously at the sight of them all, proceeded to shut the door to the second basement, and rushed towards the elevator. As she turned for a final taunt, she defiantly raised her middle finger at Han Qingxia, challenging her. "Let her dare to provoke me. May she meet her demise." With overwhelming pride, she reveled in the sight of the crowd surrounded by zombies as she made her way to the elevator. However, just before her, a figure appeared in the elevator. "Yangzi, eliminate her."
Han Qingxia commanded coldly. "Ah."
At that moment, within the depths of the second basement, an alarm blared, and a countdown illuminated the area in a red glow. Below the crimson light, zombies, liberated from their confinement, clawed and shrieked, resembling a maelstrom of chaos as they lunged toward the last group of living prey. The zombies were unleashed. Chapter 68. Life or Death Speed. Countdown. 29 seconds.
Ha ha ha.
Beneath the red alert, the nearest zombie, clad in a blue hospital gown, lunged forward with its gaping maw wide open.
Bang.
In the split second before the zombie could pounce, a bullet pierced its forehead, leaving a charred entry wound the size of a peanut, while a gaping hole erupted at the back of its skull. Blackish-red blood, mixed with white brain matter, erupted from the gory cavity, splattering with the force of a violent explosion. In an instant, a gaping, bloodied hole appeared at the back of the zombie's head, its brain matter and shattered skull fragments entangled in a gruesome mess. One shot, one head explosion. The zombie collapsed lifelessly, felled by Lu Qian's precise shot. "Charge out," he bellowed. With his command, all special forces surged forward, racing towards freedom.
Bang, Bang! 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 Bang!
The relentless barrage of gunfire erupted as bullets flew with reckless abandon, the fierce firepower carving out a safe zone amidst the throng of encroaching zombies. Han Qingxia was spontaneously shielded by these individuals, placed at the very center. Tang Jian and He Zhongping flanked her on either side, while the others who had partaken of Han Qingxia's hospitality surrounded her, acting out of gratitude to protect her. They stood as barriers against the zombies, forging a path for Han Qingxia to escape. In that moment, none of them recalled her formidable prowess. They only recognized her as the sole civilian among them, devoid of weaponry and without having demonstrated her extraordinary abilities before them, relegating her in their minds to the status of a protected civilian. Protecting civilians is the sacred duty of soldiers. Even as times change, the spirit of a soldier is not easily extinguished. Moreover, this individual had once provided them with sustenance. Without a second thought, they instinctively enclosed Han Qingxia, ensuring her safety as they surged forward. This, however, left Han Qingxia, who had intended to draw her AK and charge through the throng, at a loss. Being shielded left her unable to advance. Yet at that moment her little desert eagle could still be of use.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Tang Jian and He Zhongping forcefully cleared the zombies on either side, but the sheer number of the undead was overwhelming. Han Qingxia remained calm amidst them. In her line of sight, the individuals safeguarding her formed a protective wall, and any zombies that breached their defenses were swiftly dispatched by her gunfire. All of them, under the immense pressure of the zombie tide and their concentrated firepower, raced toward the exit. But soon, countdown, 21 seconds. Countdown, 20 seconds. In just 10 seconds, their ammunition would be entirely depleted. They had already lost a significant portion of their firepower on the lower floor, and it was far from sufficient. Moreover, they still faced a distance of over 100 meters. Time dwindled to a mere 20 seconds. Zombies. Swarming. In the fleeting moment of their dwindling firepower, a Special Forces soldier who had been at Wang Mengwei's side was suddenly overwhelmed by two zombies, struck down by a piece of debris that had hit his leg, leaving him struggling. One zombie latched onto his helmet, sinking its teeth into it. Just then, a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the scene before everyone's eyes. A bolt of lightning struck down among the zombies surrounding the soldier, and the bewildered team member was forcefully rescued by Lu Qian, who had a distinct bite mark clearly visible on his sturdy helmet. Lu Qian hoisted him onto his back and pressed on. "Captain Lu, I am not your soldier. Let me down. You all should escape." Lu Qian coldly retorted, "Those who follow me are my people." At that moment, Han Qingxia understood why Tang Jian and the others were reluctant to part from Lu Qian. This man, though frosty, possessed a profound sense of humanity. The air crackled with electricity as lightning cascaded down, prompting the other team members to abandon their weapons and activate their abilities.
Bang! 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 Bang!
Water orbs the size of eggs, fireballs, and metal blades whirled through the air. Their abilities were not particularly strong, but in this dire moment, they utilized whatever they could muster. Those without elemental abilities were primarily speed and strength mutants. They wielded military-grade tridents, employing their enhanced physical prowess to engage in close combat. Blood-soaked battles ensued as they charged forth. Countdown, 15 seconds. 70 meters to go. Countdown, 12 seconds. 50 meters remaining. Countdown, 10 seconds. 40 meters left. As they neared the zombie horde, the Special Forces soldiers at the forefront suddenly faltered. The orbs of their abilities diminished, and when they attempted to unleash them, they found themselves unable to coalesce. Their abilities had run dry. Their powers were too weak to withstand such intense consumption. Suddenly, their pace slowed, shifting from offense to defense, requiring mutual support. They were weak, and the zombies were strong. Humans tire, but zombies do not. Roar. On Han Qingxia's side, Tang Jian's fireball dissipated midair, and a zombie seized the opportunity to lunge at them with a roar. There was no way to evade.
Bang!
Han Qingxia pulled Tang Jian aside and kicked the zombie away. Yet before the pallid-faced Tang Jian could express gratitude, He Zhongping was likewise ensnared by 3 or 4 zombies. Wang Heng attempted to pull him free, but was himself overwhelmed by another zombie. The individuals surrounding Han Qingxia gradually exhausted their stamina, collapsing one after another. "Sister, You must flee. Tang Jian forcefully pushed Han Qingxia away, turning back to plunge into the fray to rescue his comrades. We can only escort you this far.
Run.
They could advance no further. Those who could escape must. Tang Jian remained to cover her retreat. At that moment, several bolts of lightning descended ferociously, striking down the zombies surrounding Tang Jian and the others. A man stood resolutely, his eyes transformed into a silvery hue.
Lu Qian gazed intently at Han Qingxia.
Currents of electricity surging throughout his body. Han Qingxia, take as many as you can, I will hold the rear. To Han Qingxia's astonishment, she witnessed a powerful radiance erupt from Lu Qian. Alongside his lightning abilities, he unleashed mutated ice and light powers. Han Qingxia's mind suddenly sparked with realization.
Could it be that?
Everyone run! Lu Qian bellowed, and in an instant, all the zombies were drawn towards him.
Captain! Captain!
As the horde surged toward Lu Qian, despair gripped the others, but then a water wall, exponentially stronger than their combined efforts, appeared before them. Why are you not fleeing yet? A languid female voice echoed in their ears, like a thunderclap. All present gaped in astonishment at Han Qingxia, who had just unleashed a formidable water ability from her palm. Han Qingxia, too, was an ability user, and so powerful, even Su Xiaoyang, who was anxiously trapped outside, was left dumbfounded. No way, is our leader also an ability user? How many hidden identities does she have?
Bang!
Splash!
In an instant, the water wall burst apart, and in the blink of an eye, all the surrounding zombies were swept away by the high-pressure water blasts. Countdown, 7 seconds. Hurry and run. Tang Jian and the others snapped out of their astonishment. There was no time to be shocked. They supported each other in pairs, racing forward in the final seconds of the countdown. Countdown, 5 seconds. Countdown, 4 seconds. Countdown, 3 seconds. Han Qingxia, already faster than them, wielded her ability, blocking the zombies as she dashed toward the entrance. Swipe card. This door required 2 cards to enter, but only 1 to exit. Countdown, 2 seconds.
Beep.
Countdown, 1 second. The door before Han Qingxia opened at the last moment, and everyone tumbled through, utterly exhausted, just as the countdown expired.
Beep.
The countdown concluded. Self-destruct sequence initiated. The door behind Han Qingxia slammed shut once more. This time, even with a card, it would not open.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The pursuing zombies crashed against the glass door. They had just been struck by the wall of water, their bodies drenched as they pounded relentlessly against the glass door in front of Han Qingxia, appearing terrifyingly grotesque. At that moment, a thick mist erupted above their heads. We must retreat immediately, Lu Qian gasped, having barely escaped with his life. The entire underground levels 1 and 2 are about to self-destruct. Hearing his words, everyone summoned their remaining strength, their limbs trembling yet resolutely making their way out. It was then that they noticed a woman lying in the corner. Her neck was grotesquely twisted at an unnatural angle, her body lying stiffly on the ground. Surrounding her were numerous supplies that had erupted forth. Upon seeing Wang Mengwei's corpse, Lu Qian's eyes darkened. Is she truly dead? Captain Lu, it was I who killed her, Su Xiaoyang declared. Han Qingxia's gaze turned icy. You wouldn't be reckoning this with us now, would you? Lu Qian turned to meet Han Qingxia's eyes, his lips curling in a cold gratitude. Thank you. Yet, at that moment, Han Qingxia noticed a change in his demeanor. He seemed altered. Lu Qian shifted his gaze towards the supplies that had spilled out beside Wang Mengwei. In addition to 2 machines, there was an abundance of food and a pile of gold bars, hundreds of them, each weighing 500 grams. Most conspicuous were the bags of rice and flour. Just the 100-pound bags of rice numbered over 100, alongside a jumble of other seemingly valuable items. The volume of these supplies must have exceeded 2 to 3 cubic meters. Wang Mengwei had claimed to possess only 1 cubic meter. She had clearly deceived them, hiding her family's most valuable possessions and food, then reporting a fraction of it. The more Lu Qian observed, the more his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. The Wang family truly deserved to be punished severely. Everyone, let's load these up and retreat, he commanded coldly. Yes. Lu Qian ignored the rice, instructing the others to lift the machines. They promptly ascended to carry the machines. After placing the machines in the elevator, everyone gradually entered. At this moment, Han Qingxia exhibited an unusual humility, allowing them to enter first. Once the elevator was packed, she decided, never mind, I'll wait for the next elevator to prevent overloading. Yangzi, please help them with the supplies. Yes. Upon hearing her words, Lu Qian regarded her with a steady gaze, as Han Qingxia smiled while swiping her card, waving goodbye to them as the elevator doors closed. Her demeanor radiated friendliness, presenting her as a kind-hearted comrade. Watching the elevator doors close and ascend, Han Qingxia's expression brightened further. Today was destined to be a fruitful day. Time to collect supplies. While others lacked space, she had plenty. Observing the gold bars and food that had erupted from Wang Mengwei's inventory, Han Qingxia waved her hand, confiscating everything. Some individuals, while alive, had proven useless, but in death, they contributed significantly. Looking at the lifeless Wang Mengwei beside her, Han Qingxia pulled out her AK and fired 2 shots, ensuring she was beyond dead. At last, she felt a sense of retribution. Offending anyone was a grave mistake, especially Han Qingxia. Otherwise, even in death, one would face the wrath of her vengeance. Han Qingxia was never one to be magnanimous. She believed in settling scores, repaying them 100-fold. After ensuring her vengeance was complete, she leisurely walked to the elevator entrance and pressed the button for the downward elevator, which soon opened. To her surprise, Lu Qian was also inside, descending alongside her. Why are you still here? I'm not at ease. The 2 underground levels are about to be destroyed. We must leave quickly.
Oh.
Han Qingxia swiped her card, closing the elevator door. What do you mean by destruction? Can it eliminate all the zombies? Lu Qian nodded, explaining that once the destruction mechanism was activated, both underground levels would collapse and seal off. Han Qingxia fell into contemplation, particularly as she regarded Lu Qian before her. She couldn't shake the feeling that he possessed 3 types of abilities. Indeed, Lu Qian admitted candidly. As Han Qingxia gazed at the man before her, she mused, could it be that I have inadvertently rescued the zombie king from my past life? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, it was during this very time frame that she had encountered Su Xiaoyang, who had lost all of his companions. If Lu Qian were still alive, he would undoubtedly seek them out, knowing where they came from. Furthermore, Lu Qian, being a 3-type ability holder, mirrored the zombie king from her previous life, who also possessed 3 types of abilities. Thank you, I owe you 2 favors, Lu Qian remarked. In response, Han Qingxia's face brightened. Just remember to repay me. Especially with crystal cores, I'm still owed 22. Regardless of the circumstances, she would demand this favor. Absolutely. Lu Qian noted her radiant smile, and for a fleeting moment, his cold eyes flickered before he averted his gaze. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, he caught sight of Wang Mengwei's corpse and the empty space surrounding it. Where did Wang Mengwei's supplies go?
Ding.
The elevator ascended to the 1st floor. Just after they arrived, a resounding crash reverberated from outside, signaling the onset of collapse. At that moment, Han Qingxia heard a notification sound in her mind.
Ding.
Congratulations on completing the task of seizing the Joint Pharmaceutical Research Facility. Reward, Lordship, Super Electronic Butler.
Han Qingxia.
Some individuals appeared to sail smoothly on the surface, yet behind the scenes, they were exceptionally fortunate. Chapter 70. Electronic Butler Xiaoxia.
Sister.
Sister.
Queen.
As soon as Han Qingxia emerged, Tang Jian and the others surrounded her, their eyes gleaming with fervent admiration. Today, Han Qingxia had showcased her prowess, revealing her water-based abilities, utterly astonishing everyone. They could hardly fathom that Han Qingxia was also an ability holder, and even more so, that her abilities were so formidable. While others struggled to condense small fireballs or water balls, she effortlessly conjured an entire wall of water with a mere wave of her hand. How could she be so powerful? Exceedingly so. After today's events, they were left with a profound realization. Sister is indeed a sister. Han is truly a formidable figure. They all felt like her younger brothers. Are you all alright?
Han Qingxia inquired languidly.
We're all fine. Although they appeared disheveled and their battle gear was tattered, miraculously, not a single person had been bitten by a zombie. Considering that they had lost several comrades on the 1st underground level, the fact that no one perished in the perilous 2nd level was a stroke of luck. This realization filled everyone with overwhelming joy. With this in mind, their gazes towards Han Qingxia became even more fervent. Even the members of Wang Mengwei's original group looked to her with newfound respect. They regarded her with profound reverence, contemplating. No wonder the special forces are so familiar with her and hold her in such high esteem. She is truly impressive. Not just an ordinary person. By the way, sister, what brings you here? Tang Jian asked. Yes, can we assist you? No need, Han Qingxia replied, scanning the crowd for Su Xiaoyang. Yangzi, we can put up our sign now. Yes. Su Xiaoyang retrieved a sign from the vehicle and replaced the original sign at the entrance. Everyone watched as he performed that familiar action. No way. Traversing mountains and rivers, undeterred by peril, they arrived here with the singular intent of expanding their territory. They gazed in astonishment at the land that Han Qingxia had once again claimed, their minds overwhelmed with disbelief. Indeed, she had come to stake her claim. Could this be real? They truly could not fathom the world of the powerful. It appeared that Han Qingxia harbored an inexplicable obsession with territorial expansion. They simply could not comprehend the purpose of seizing so much unclaimed and seemingly useless land. Moreover, with zombies rampant everywhere, all locations had devolved into unclaimed zones, devoid of human presence. Her desire to occupy would encounter no opposition. At least, they had no intention of claiming anything themselves. Not only they, but other factions and individuals shared this oblivion. However, they remained unaware that the land she had seized would eventually yield immense economic benefits and forge a formidable base kingdom. Regardless of the circumstances, land remains the cornerstone of all development, especially during the latter stages of base development, as internal resources dwindle and the need for expansion arises. They would come to realize that all the territories available for occupation had already been claimed by Han Qingxia. Farewell, dear sister. Until we meet again. Goodbye, Queen. After taking over this research facility, the sun gradually began to set. Han Qingxia and her squad, led by Lu Qian, parted ways, each returning to their respective bases. Just before departing, Lu Qian paused the vehicle and inquired of Han Qingxia, "Do you possess a satellite phone?"
No.
"What about a radio?"
Yes.
The entire city was plunged into darkness. All terrestrial signal towers had ceased functioning. The only communication signals remaining were those from satellites high above. Yet, satellite signals could not be sustained for long without personnel maintenance. Many had fallen into disrepair over the years. In her previous life, Han Qingxia had never utilized a satellite phone, but she had employed a more rudimentary form of radio signal. That is to say, the radio. Devices such as radios and fax machines that could transmit and receive low-frequency signals represented the most basic form of communication technology. In the later stages of base civilization, every base boasted its own radio station. Upon hearing Lu Qian's words, Han Qingxia understood perfectly what he meant. Of course, she had a radio. Her home was brimming with electronic devices capable of functioning as a radio. It was merely that she had no one to contact. "Provide me with your radio frequency." Set it for 6:30 in the evening. As dusk fell, Han Qingxia successfully returned. Upon arriving at her base, she headed straight for the air raid shelter. The chores of cooking and tending to the dogs and chickens were once again delegated to Su Xiaoyang. She had a significant matter to attend to. Rubbing her hands in excitement, Han Qingxia approached to claim her extraordinary reward for the day.
Beep.
Detecting the main base. "Would you like to unlock the electronic steward?" "Yes." "It must be unlocked." As Han Qingxia's voice faded, a holographic supercomputer materialized in the air raid shelter's second floor. She stepped forward and pressed the power button, and a burst of light illuminated the space, revealing a miniature holographic version of herself. The electronic steward's form grew increasingly distinct, and after 3 seconds, it opened its eyes and gazed at her, saying, "Greetings, my esteemed master. Please grant me a name." Han Qingxia regarded the electronic robot before her with satisfaction. "You shall be called Xiaoxia." "Affirmative. I am at your service, my esteemed master." As Xiaoxia's cold, mechanical voice echoed, the entire array of equipment on the second floor of the air raid shelter emitted beeping sounds, as if interconnected. "Master, I have successfully linked to all electronic facilities within the base. I will oversee and manage all operations within the base at all times." Han Qingxia felt immense satisfaction upon hearing this. Although Xiaoxia appeared to be merely a disembodied electronic manager, Its true potential lay in being the cornerstone of management for Han Qingxia's base. All the cameras within the base became its eyes. The all-encompassing radar served as its sensory appendage throughout the base, and the reconnaissance drones patrolling outside acted as its weaponry. Every device within the base became an extension of it. Henceforth, Han Qingxia would no longer need to personally handle every trivial matter. For instance, should the radar system detect an intruder, Xiaoxia would promptly dispatch the reconnaissance drones to the scene, without the need for repeated reports to Han Qingxia. Xiaoxia would autonomously drive away the intruder and, if unsuccessful, would initiate an attack. Furthermore, should danger arise, the drones would skillfully retreat, ensuring they would not be destroyed simply due to a lack of instructions from Han Qingxia. In short, the entire offense and defense within Han Qingxia's base would be governed by a singular brain. This provided her with peace of mind, knowing that her base would be safeguarded in her absence. Xiaoxia would serve as her vigilant overseer. Moreover, the mundane affairs of the residents within the territory could be entrusted to it. For instance, the tedious tasks of tallying points, item exchanges, and production management that had previously consumed Han Qingxia's time could now be resolved simply by installing a computer in the residential area, allowing Xiaoxia to handle them directly. There would be no need for Wang Yunduo, that little girl, to run back and forth delivering messages and items every day. Additionally, while humans require rest, machines do not. While Han Qingxia rested, Xiaoxia would continue to manage the base around the clock. In essence, she had acquired an exceptionally comprehensive and sophisticated steward for her base, one that would never betray her. Excellent, Xiaoxia. From this moment forth, you shall oversee all matters within the base. Constantly monitor the Qingxia base. Affirmative. My esteemed master. Xiaoxia twirled before Han Qingxia and vanished into the holographic screen. Han Qingxia then began contemplating the expansion of Xiaoxia's responsibilities. The following day, Han Qingxia, accompanied by Su Xiaoyang, transported a truckload of supplies to the residential area. The residents, engaged in their labors, greeted her with enthusiastic shouts. My lord, you have arrived. Chapter 71, Establishing a Direct Supermarket for the Base. Han Qingxia exchanged pleasantries with her 19 residents and chose an unoccupied villa to park the vehicle. At that moment, Wang Yunduo bounded over. My lord, you are here. I was just about to come find you. What do you need me for? To exchange for supplies? My lord, there is so much. Wang Yunduo cheerfully presented a densely packed list of items. By the way, my lord, when will you hold another market? The last one was so much fun. I can hardly wait to attend your market again and buy delicious food.
Han Qingxia smiled.
Playfully tugging at the little girl's pigtails. In the future, whenever you wish to purchase something, you may do so at any time. With a wave of her hand, Su Xiaoyang descended from the delivery truck, which Han Qingxia had previously commandeered from the road. As he began unloading the supplies, the surrounding residents promptly rushed over to assist. My lord, what is this? What is this? This is our Qingxia base's direct store. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Half an hour later, a supermarket reminiscent of those common before the apocalypse stood before everyone's eyes. They beheld an array of products, feeling as though they had stepped into a bygone era. They could actually shop as they had before the world fell into chaos. At the center of the store was an enormous electronic screen displaying prices for all items, alongside a virtual image of Han Qingxia. This is our direct supermarket at the summer base. She is the base steward, Xiaoxia. From now on, everyone wishing to purchase items may enter here. There is no need for card swiping, as Xiaoxia will recognize your accounts through facial recognition. The items you take will be automatically deducted from your balance. Of course, if you have items to exchange, simply place them on the shelf to the right. An electronic scale is available here, and once you weigh your items, Xiaoxia will automatically calculate your remaining balance. If you have any concerns, there is a card reader at the entrance, allowing you to check your balance before you leave.
Wow.
I want to give it a try, exclaimed Wang Yunduo excitedly. Go ahead, Han Qingxia replied with a knowing glance. Wang Yunduo immediately dashed to the snack shelf and picked up a lollipop. She unwrapped it right there in the store and happily began to eat. Seeing this, Wang Yumin and his wife took out Wang Yunduo's card to check the balance. With a beep, it displayed a string of numbers. 995 points. Wang Yunduo had previously possessed 100 points, a subsidy provided for her family's collective work and for hiring her. The lollipop automatically deducted 0.5 points, leaving her with 995 points. Wang Yumin and his wife felt a mix of joy and concern. They were delighted to see their daughter enjoying a snack that had once been commonplace before the apocalypse. In this world, where the outside is filled with zombies and many struggle to find enough food, the fact that they could enjoy lollipops in their base was a testament to their substantial resource reserves and security. Yet, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. Points were hard to come by. 1 point could be exchanged for a pound of rice. Their daughter had spent half a point on a mere lollipop. It was rather expensive. They realized they would need to monitor her spending to ensure she didn't deplete her account entirely. Lord, I would like to exchange some supplies. Li Gang interjected. I have bean sprouts that I could trade. Is that allowed?
Sätta Li, han Qingxia nodded.
Li Gang immediately ran back to retrieve the 5 pounds of bean sprouts he had harvested. After weighing them, the store emitted a notification sound. Beep. 5 pounds of bean sprouts detected. You may exchange for 25 points. Do you wish to proceed? Exchange. The price of vegetables is half that of grains. After completing the transaction for the bean sprouts, Li Gang promptly checked his account and, indeed, found an additional 25 points. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with excitement and eagerness. They flooded into the store, buying goods, exchanging points, or simply meandering about. The shelves were stocked with essential supplies: rice, flour, oil, salt, sugar, everyday necessities, tissues, and sanitary pads, along with a few nostalgic snacks that whisked them back to the world before the apocalypse, such as lollipops, cola, and small breads. Instantly, a profound sense of satisfaction arose in everyone's hearts, evoking memories of a time long past. They all felt a singular sentiment. Their summer base was improving day by day, visibly growing stronger. Han Qingxia's promise of a better life was indeed becoming a reality. The sense of belonging to the summer base surged among them. At that moment, Han Qingxia heard a notification in her mind. Beep. Prosperity within the base has increased by 100. Current base prosperity, 180. Han Qingxia was taken aback that by establishing such a modest direct store, the base's prosperity had risen so significantly. However, upon reflection, it became clear. Resource trading is a fundamental necessity for residents, even in the scarcity of her previous life. There were ample markets bustling with exchanges at all times. A direct store within the base is indeed essential. Observing the throngs in the bustling market, Han Qingxia contemplated that once land production stabilizes, she could establish agricultural and livestock farming, as well as various processing plants. Her base would develop robustly step by step. Having successfully set up the base's direct store, Han Qingxia returned to her air raid shelter. The restocking and delivery for the base's direct store were entirely automated by Xia, alleviating Han Qingxia of any concerns. Xia would dispatch drones to deliver supplies based on real-time inventory. The drones would automatically fly to Han Qingxia's warehouse to collect and adjust items, achieving complete automation. When the supply reserves or consumption reached a certain threshold, Xia would also notify Han Qingxia to see if she wished to adjust the inventory list. She was an impeccable assistant, resolving the significant issue of manpower shortages for Han Qingxia. The management of the base no longer required her attention, allowing her to finally unleash her potential. Yangzi, come with me to a certain place. Chapter 72. Seizing the Opportunity. This was a global outbreak of a zombie virus, reducing the world's population by 99.9, devastating human society. Those in poorly situated, densely populated areas were decimated en masse. Zombies isolated the world into one island after another, with a few fortunate survivors banding together to establish one base after another. However, even in unity, they faced numerous challenges: food shortages, resource scarcity, relentless zombie attacks, and occasional human incursions. In her past life, Han Qingxia had struggled for 10 years in a small base, facing 8 waves of zombie tides during that time. Several times, they nearly faced annihilation, and in the final wave of the super zombie tide, her base was completely obliterated. The most desperate feeling was not death, but the complete lack of escape. Her base was annihilated, and other small bases fared no better in the entire eastern region. Only the strongest K1 base barely held on, but even it could not last much longer. The densely packed zombies left humanity with only the question of how long they could survive, rather than how long they could endure to see a brighter future. This was a genocide, a catastrophic obliteration of civilization, an inescapable despair. After reflecting on yesterday's events, Han Qingxia suddenly realized something. Destiny can be altered. She had saved the Lu Qian team, thereby eliminating a significant future threat of a zombie king here. Thus, she could certainly do more in the early stages of the apocalypse, especially now, when the threats were relatively weak and her strength was formidable.
Now,
Han Qingxia aimed to eliminate potential hazards while quietly and swiftly developing the base. A virtuous cycle of stable food production, a robust defense system, and a balanced population structure would equip her with the strength to withstand any future calamities. At the very least, her summer base must endure the impending destruction a decade from now. Capitalizing on the current early phase of the apocalypse, while the situation was relatively calm, she resolved to strengthen her capabilities and develop the base. Each day's improvement of the base would enhance her ability to confront disasters. With a clear objective, Han Qingxia set out with Su Xiaoyang to hunt zombies. First, they would eliminate all the most threatening areas surrounding her territory. Han Qingxia drove to a farming area in the western suburbs. She recalled that this place had experienced an animal plague 6 months into the apocalypse. The zombie virus does not infect animals, but without humans to tend to them, the chickens, ducks, and sheep would starve or fall ill, leading to widespread animal diseases from the decaying corpses. In her previous life, she had accompanied others from the base to collect supplies here, where they were met with a grim sight, a landscape strewn with the carcasses of rotting animals. The incessant buzzing of flies coalesced into a veritable sea, swarming around the putrid carcasses of pigs, cattle, and sheep, feasting upon their decayed flesh. White maggots writhed within the remains, as putrefied meat oozed pus, adhering to everything in its vicinity. The sight of those small, furry creatures was particularly horrifying, their fur, decaying at a sluggish pace, stood erect while their bodies had already rotted into the ground, resembling clusters of moldy hair sprouting from the earth. The scene defied description, evoking a visceral response that could raise goosebumps across one's skin for half a year. To make matters worse, these decomposing bodies harbored a plethora of animal-borne bacteria and viruses. Upon returning from the farm, Han Qingxia and her companions found themselves amidst a sudden outbreak of animal plague that swept through the base, further exacerbating the already precarious situation. It seemed that many smaller bases were also affected, leading to the demise of several of them. Han Qingxia's first step in showcasing her prowess was to draw upon her past experiences and take charge of the situation. Guided by her memories, she arrived at the location, only to be met with the unexpected sound of gunfire.
bang!
A volley of bullets was unleashed towards the breeding facility directly in front of her, as a small team of 7 or 8 individuals launched an assault at its entrance. Someone had arrived here before her. Yet, this group appeared rather inept, armed with only 2 handguns, their aim woefully inaccurate. It seemed they had fired several shots without hitting a single target. Han Qingxia focused her mind, utilizing her psychic abilities to assess the situation. There were 5 men and 2 women in total, among whom only one possessed fire-related powers, alongside 2 strength-based abilities. The handguns were wielded by the strength-based individuals, while the rest were ordinary people, clutching sticks or machetes, trailing nervously behind the 3 powered individuals. However, Han Qingxia noticed the last man in their ranks, wearing a cap. He emitted no signs of supernatural abilities, yet she sensed an energy within him that was distinct from that of an ordinary person. As the group fired a few more shots and seemingly recognized the difficulty of breaching the facility, they noticed the approach of Han Qingxia's armored vehicle. "Brother Feng, look over there. A vehicle is coming. An armored car. There must be people." The leader of the group fixated on Han Qingxia's vehicle and instructed his subordinates to hold their position, declaring he would approach her. He strode toward her vehicle, and to convey his intentions, he waved at her from 10 meters away, removing the magazine from his gun in a show of goodwill. Han Qingxia signaled Su Xiaoyang to flash the headlights twice, prompting the man to advance towards them. In this post-apocalyptic world, unspoken rules prevailed, even at such close proximity. One could never be too cautious, as every stranger posed a potential threat. "Zhang Feng, standing opposite, initiated a friendly gesture toward Han Qingxia. He tapped on her window. Han Qingxia opened the armored vehicle a quarter of the way. Its height towered above the man, providing her with a significant defensive advantage. Should he harbor malicious intentions, his actions would be severely hindered, while she would have the upper hand. She could hear him speak clearly. "Friend, you have come to gather supplies as well, haven't you?" Zhang Feng inquired. "Indeed."
Perfect.
"Why don't we join forces? We've been here for 3 days and know the area well. Once we secure it, we can split the supplies evenly." Zhang Feng pulled out a cigarette pack, treasuring each stick as a rare commodity in these dire times. With food scarce, smoking was a luxury. "We'll take one," he offered, extending a cigarette toward the interior of the vehicle. But the response came swiftly. "No, you may proceed first. We will follow after you." Zhang Feng's smile froze at her words. "So, you want to accept my cigarette? Friend, danger lurks everywhere. Having an extra person means added protection. Wouldn't you agree?" "May our spirits be united, and may God bless you," Zhang Feng responded. Chapter 73. Half-Zombie. Throughout the apocalypse, Zhang Feng had encountered all manner of individuals. In amicable circumstances, one would not refuse to collaborate unless they had accepted something. Yet Han Qingxia, with her unwavering stance, declined any offer outright. Today felt like a sharp knife at his rear, a stark revelation. Zhang Feng gazed enviously at the formidable armored vehicle. Faced with such overwhelming power, he clenched his teeth. "Proposing, if you help us enter, we will take only 30% of the supplies, leaving 70% for you. How does that sound?" A soft chuckle echoed from within the armored vehicle, causing Zhang Feng to feel uncertain. "We will settle for 20%. You can have 80%. Silence was his only response. "Surely, even 1% is acceptable? We will assist you. Just allow us entry. You cannot carry away every item inside." A puff of smoke wafted from the vehicle's roof as Han Qingxia, from her elevated position, regarded him coolly. "As I stated, you shall enter first. We will wait until you have finished before proceeding." Han Qingxia had no intention of sharing supplies with anyone. Even 1% was unacceptable. Zhang Feng, hearing her domineering words, found himself utterly powerless. He had no leverage to negotiate. The disparity in strength was evident. He stared at the armored vehicle for a long moment before reluctantly returning to his team. Upon his return, his companions quickly surrounded him. "Brother Feng, what is the verdict?
Who are they?"
Did you invite them to collaborate with us?" Zhang Feng glanced back at the imposing armored vehicle and waved his hand dismissively. "They refuse to cooperate. What shall we do now?" Zhang Feng pondered the breeding facility before him, deciding to make one last attempt. 5 minutes later, Han Qingxia observed the group abandoning their pursuit of the facility, leaving with evident reluctance. "Drive," she commanded. With a thunderous roar, her armored vehicle surged forth, akin to an arrow released from a bow, charging into the breeding grounds. In the face of overwhelming power, brute force sufficed. The onlookers, 200 meters away, beheld the might of the vehicle as it breached the stronghold they had long struggled to penetrate, their eyes filled with admiration. The strong have always been figures of reverence. Zhang Feng felt a pang of bitterness. They truly did not require his cooperation. They possessed strength, while they were unworthy. At that moment, from within the shattered gates, scattered remnants of the undead surged forth, drawn by the scent of the living, lunging towards them with outstretched claws.
"Run."
"Retreat," Zhang Feng and his companions cried, for they lacked Han Qingxia's formidable strength. Facing more than 3 zombies necessitated a strategy of evasion. They hastily withdrew. Once Han Qingxia's vehicle forcefully entered the breeding grounds, it commenced the task of clearing the remaining undead workers. Stepping out of the vehicle, she stumbled upon a book titled Postpartum Care for Sows. Han Qingxia crouched down to pick it up. A valuable read. This must be kept. This establishment was a small-scale black pig breeding facility, more accurately described as a franchise of a pig farming enterprise. Several years prior, the pig farming industry in Han Qingxia City underwent a transformation, prohibiting farmers from free-range pig breeding, resulting in all pigs being raised by qualified farms under regulated conditions, subsequently sent to slaughterhouses for processing. The breeding facility where Han Qingxia works does not even require breeding. It suffices to merely raise the pigs. This modest farm has contracted with their parent company to rear pigs, which provides piglets, technical guidance, and records the weight upon entry, as well as the agreed weight for market at the time of sale, along with the price for the purchased meat. Their earnings derive solely from the raising aspect, calculated based on the weight at the time of sale. Their responsibilities are exclusively focused on nurturing the piglets. Furthermore, they are prohibited from selling any pigs privately. Each piglet is documented upon entry, and verification is required on the agreed sale date. Even in the unfortunate event of a piglet's demise, the parent company retrieves it, ensuring that pork does not circulate clandestinely. This protocol significantly guarantees the safety of the meat supply, maintaining a comprehensive and traceable process. As Han Qingxia gazed at the book she picked up, she pondered whether the pig farm intended to secretly cultivate some piglets. She tucked the book away and, accompanied by Su Xiaoyang, proceeded toward the pigsty. The facility's workforce was sparse, all congregated near the entrance, having just driven in, resulting in several fatalities among the pigs and a few escaping, while those that were caught were swiftly dispatched by the dogs.
Now,
The once vast breeding grounds seemed devoid of any zombies. Upon entering the pigsty area, Han Qingxia was met with an overwhelming stench. Fortunately, she arrived just in time. The pigs inside were nearly emaciated, yet about 70% still drew breath. Yangzi, keep watch outside. Yes. Su Xiaoyang replied without hesitation, turning to exit. Han Qingxia surveyed the expansive pig pen, systematically capturing the surviving pigs and transporting them into her space. The stench was unbearable. Truly, rearing livestock is not a task for the faint-hearted. As she approached the third pen, she sensed a gaze directed at her from behind. Her formidable mental prowess instantly honed in on the source, and in tandem, a high-pressure water projectile was unleashed. Thud! In the far corner of the pigsty, a man donning a baseball cap nimbly evaded the attack, rolling and scrambling out. Once outside, he grinned at Han Qingxia, exclaiming, "So, you're a space abilities user." Han Qingxia scrutinized the man in the baseball cap, her brow furrowing further. She recognized him as Zhang Feng's subordinate. What struck her most was that he bore an aura that was neither entirely human nor fully an ability user. "Who exactly are you?" The man raised his hands, declaring, "I mean no harm. I merely wish to ally with you." "Ally with me?" "Indeed. I find you formidable and wish to join your ranks. You are the only ones worthy of my allegiance. What can you offer that would persuade me to accept you?" Upon hearing her question, the man removed his baseball cap, revealing an eye concealed by an eye patch. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up at the sight. Subsequently, he removed the eye patch, unveiling a grayish-white zombie eye.
Tinkeski.
"How do you know my name?" Qingke raised an eyebrow upon hearing Han Qingxia utter his name. At that moment, waves of emotion surged within Han Qingxia. Having survived in this post-apocalyptic world for a decade, she was well aware of several prominent figures. Over the course of 10 years, the Eastern region had produced 10 such notable personalities, each a powerhouse in their respective bases. Among them was the half-zombie Qingke. He was the only human infected by the zombie virus who had not succumbed to full transformation. This individual had thrived in the chaotic world of the apocalypse, utilizing his unique immunity to zombies to roam freely among them. Chapter 74. A Perpetual Trickster. However, what made Qingke most remarkable was not his peculiar ability, but rather his penchant for deceitful schemes. He was cunning, greedy, and capricious, relishing in betrayal. Leveraging his unique talent, he traversed various spaces, never staying long. Once he gauged the situation, he would either sell information to the stronger factions or return to inform the weaker ones of impending attacks. It had been noted that alongside the threat of zombies, human incursions posed a significant danger in this era. This troublemaker, Qingke, had single-handedly dismantled several small settlements and a medium-sized base, claiming half of their resources for himself before moving on to the next. One might wonder why he did not indulge in the abundance of resources found in cities teeming with zombies. The answer lay in his complete detachment from high-minded pursuits. While others eschewed vice, he embraced it, squandering his ill-gotten gains on gambling and women, revealing his insatiable greed and restlessness. He could never endure a solitary existence. Han Qingxia's base had once been targeted by him. However, its remote location, far from neighboring settlements, prevented him from exploiting them. At the time of his visit, Han Qingxia had little memory of him, only to later learn of his notorious reputation through the base's broadcast station. It was then that everyone finally grasped the true nature of this man. Subsequently, from time to time, she heard tales of his reckless escapades in her base's tavern. However, his fate was not a fortunate one. In the 8th year of the apocalypse, while attempting to incite conflict between a significant base and K1, he was captured by the latter. Rumor had it that he was taken to their laboratory for dissection in hopes of unraveling the mysteries of the serum. After that, Han Qingxia had not heard any further news of him. She could hardly believe that fate had led her to encounter this legendary trickster in person. Miss, allow me to share this. I was infected by the zombie virus, yet I did not mutate. I can traverse through hordes of zombies without fear of attack. So, what do you say? Can I join your ranks? Qingxia's half-human, half-zombie black eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint as he regarded Han Qingxia, his expression sincere and earnest. Were it not for her 10 years of experience in her past life, she might have been swayed by his apparent honesty and capability. Such talent could not be disregarded. However, Han Qingxia was acutely aware of the man he truly was. As she contemplated the prospect of accepting Qingxia's allegiance, her gaze wavered between the options of sparing or eliminating him. This individual was undoubtedly treacherous and a potential ticking time bomb, a liability she could not afford. Yet, his innate talent, every individual she accepted would have their unique attributes mirrored, was something she desperately needed. Very well, I agree to your joining.
Wait. Qingxia interjected. Miss.
I haven't finished. If I join you, what will my compensation be? Han Qingxia smiled thinly. Rest assured, the best treatment awaits you. Follow me, and you'll have meat for every meal. Does your base have women? Oh no, I meant, how many people are there in your base?
Han Qingxia replied.
This guy is indeed just as the rumors suggest. It's just me and Su Xiaoyang, and that person outside. Just the two of you? Qingke, upon hearing this, stroked his chin thoughtfully. The one-eyed human with ebony eyes flickered with an unusual glint before breaking into a smile. He is not your boyfriend, is he?
Han Qingxia replied. No.
Very well, then I shall join you, Qingke declared. Instantly, a voice echoed in Han Qingxia's mind.
Ding.
Detected base guard, pseudo 1. Reward points, 100. Base new guard loyalty insufficient at 60, unable to unlock special attributes. Han Qingxia was taken aback, staring at the unexpected pseudo notification. She opened his attribute panel in her mind. A line of white numbers prominently displayed: loyalty, 59. Initial loyalty, 19. System added 40 loyalty. Han Qingxia exclaimed, "What the hell? The initial loyalty is just 19. Even with the system adding 40, it still doesn't meet the 60 standard. Damn it, this is a veritable pitfall." Her neighbor, Su Xiaoyang, had a loyalty rating of 100, all purple. When Su Xiaoyang first joined Han Qingxia, he started at 70, and with the system's addition of 40, his loyalty soared past 100. Beyond 100, loyalty is categorized into 3 color grades: red, purple, and gold. Red signifies fiery loyalty, purple indicates unwavering allegiance, and gold represents eternal uniqueness. Yet this individual before her possesses merely 59. Not even enough to unlock his special attributes. Han Qingxia was so exasperated that she contemplated eliminating this inherently rebellious individual who seemed to join merely to betray her. Who would dare to keep someone like this? However, she was tantalized by the close margin of loyalty. No, she absolutely needed his semi-zombie physique. Qingke, what do you like? If you join us as your captain, I must bestow something upon you. She thought to hastily boost his loyalty. I don't have particular preferences, Qingke replied with a grin, gazing at the beautiful captain before him. But if you truly wish to gift me something, why not offer your heart? From the moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten, sincerely.
Bam.
Han Qingxia could no longer tolerate his audacity and kicked him away. Get to work. Get those live pigs out, or else I'll dig out your heart to feed them. Qingke, sprawled on the ground, watched as Han Qingxia entered the next pig pen to gather live pigs. His half-zombie, half-human eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief, a smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. Half an hour later, all the live pigs had been collected into space by Han Qingxia. The remaining dead pigs were dragged by Qingke to a pit. His semi-zombie physique seemed to enhance his strength and speed, enabling him to work swiftly. The dead pigs were buried together, doused in gasoline, and set ablaze. These deceased pigs had been dead for some time, their bodies rotting and unfit for consumption, posing a risk of breeding bacteria and viruses. To avert a potential plague, they were incinerated in advance. Throughout the process, Qingxia said little, his one eye gleefully fixated on Han Qingxia. Chapter 75, as cunning as a fox. Sensing the fire within, Su Xiaoyang and the dogs waiting outside began to bark. Woof woof.
Boss.
How are you in there? All is well. Han Qingxia emptied the pig pen and pushed the door open, revealing a worried Su Xiaoyang. Boss, is something wrong? Nothing's amiss. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the man trailing behind Han Qingxia, wearing a baseball cap and an eye patch.
Who are you?
Xiaoyang, this is my new subordinate, Qingke. Han Qingxia introduced. Hey there, brother. I'm Qingke, pleased to meet you. Qingke grinned and extended his hand in greeting. Su Xiaoyang felt an immediate dislike for the man before him. He revealed only one eye, whose seemingly fervent gaze was laced with cunning, making one exceedingly uncomfortable. Seeing Han Qingxia recruit such a person, he furrowed his brow. Ignoring the outstretched hand, he turned to Han Qingxia. Boss, what about the pigs inside? Do you need me to handle that? Before Han Qingxia could respond, Qingke interjected, no need. I'm a space ability user. I've already collected the pigs. Su Xiaoyang's eyes widened in astonishment. You're a space ability user? Qingke crossed his arms. Indeed. With me on the team, we need not worry about resources. He glanced at Han Qingxia, his smile revealing sharp teeth. Seizing a moment when Su Xiaoyang wasn't looking, he leaned closer to Han Qingxia, cheerfully whispering, beautiful captain. This will be our little secret. Han Qingxia observed this exceptionally astute man, a sly smile curling at her lips.
All right.
Were it not for her prior knowledge of the man's true nature, she might have been genuinely touched by his cleverness. Just from one detail, she discerned that by previously dismissing Su Xiaoyang, he had sought to conceal her space ability, seamlessly covering for her. This cunning individual. No wonder he had caused unrest among various small bases in his past life. Truly, he was a fox of extreme cunning. Let us go. Sure thing, my beautiful captain. Qingke crossed his arms, trailing behind Han Qingxia, his eye glimmering with excitement. Having cleared out the pig farm, Han Qingxia found the nearby chicken farm unviable, as all the chicks had perished. Fortunately, she had previously stockpiled chickens and ducks, so there was no need for more. She instructed Qingke and Su Xiaoyang to deal with the chicken farm, setting it ablaze to eliminate all remnants. This extensive breeding area as hazards had been thoroughly eradicated. The potential animal plague that could sweep across major bases was preemptively extinguished by Han Qingxia. On the return journey, Qingke sat in the armored vehicle, exhilarated as he admired Han Qingxia's vehicle and its interior. Beautiful captain, where did you acquire this treasure? Ask what you must, but do not inquire into matters that do not concern you, Han Qingxia replied coldly. The colder she became, the more fervent Qingke grew. Beautiful captain. Are we truly the only three in our base? Su Xiaoyang, who was driving, turned to Han Qingxia, who replied decisively, indeed. Then where is our base? In the grain factory.
Su Shuang.
Yangzi, drive back to the base. Yes. Su Xiaoyang dared not question further, nor voice any concerns. Arriving at the enormous zombie factory they had previously conquered, Qingke's eyes lit up at the sight. To see such a vast factory truly demonstrated remarkable strength. The last time they left, they had ensured all zombie cores were extracted and the zombie bodies disposed of, all incinerated. Han Qingxia's area was relatively clean. She instructed Su Xiaoyang to park the vehicle by the dormitory building. Feel free to choose your floor. If you encounter zombies, you need not fear them. All right, beautiful captain. I'll pick one myself. After Qingke departed, Su Xiaoyang scrutinized the man, increasingly uneasy. Boss, that man harbors ill intentions. As a former soldier, Su Xiaoyang could immediately sense the erratic aura emanating from Qingke. He was far from a good individual. I am aware, Han Qingxia replied as she followed him out. That's why I brought him here. Qingke was no saint, and Han Qingxia certainly was not either. She could never bring such a volatile individual into her base. Instead, she intended to keep him outside, elevating his loyalty. The loyalty of a person who seeks refuge with her, only to betray, is utterly unacceptable.
Su Shuang not that Tao Gu Fun.
agreeing with Han Qingxia's astute observation. What will happen to the base if we don't return? He pondered aloud. With Xia, that's sufficient. She can manage the base meticulously, even feeding the dogs with drones. She can stay outside for a few days and return later without any issues. With no further doubts, Su Xiaoyang followed Han Qingxia into the dormitory building, selecting a clean room for themselves, treating it as their established territory. The 6 dogs accompanied Su Xiaoyang, settling into his room. As they entered, they heard Qingxia's voice from outside. Captain Beauty, what's going on? Is it time to eat? Indeed, we can eat now. Han Qingxia replied to Su Xiaoyang, instructing him to bring out some of the supplies from the vehicle. Upon seeing the meager amount of resources, Qingxia exclaimed, "Is this all we have? What do you think?" Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow. "As long as it's enough to eat," Qingxia chuckled. "But I know of a place nearby that has plenty of supplies." "Where?" "There's a 3-story supermarket 5 miles east." Han Qingxia nodded. "All right, we'll go there tomorrow." Gathering supplies is an ongoing endeavor. Now that we're here, let us clear the map of this area.
Qingxia, observing Han Qingxia's responsiveness,
Broke into a wider smile, initiating conversations with her and Su Xiaoyang in an attempt to draw closer and glean more information. "By the way, brother, where are you from? You seem like you were a soldier. How do you know Captain Beauty?" Unfortunately, Su Xiaoyang was a taciturn individual, responding only to Han Qingxia while remaining unyieldingly cold otherwise. By the end of the meal, Qingxia had gleaned no information from either of them, leaving only the dogs to respond to him occasionally. He remained unfazed, continuing to banter with Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang as if recounting tales. After their meal, he suddenly turned to Han Qingxia. "Captain Beauty, didn't you say you would give me something today?" Chapter 76. Not a normal person. "What do you want?" Han Qingxia finally replied. And upon meeting his gleaming single eye, she turned away and delivered a punch. "Stop looking at me while you speak," Qingxia protested, covering his eye. "Captain Beauty, could you be a little kinder to me? I grew up without parents, raised by my gambling grandmother, who would hit and scold me at the slightest displeasure. I've never had a friend, and now, amidst this apocalypse, I genuinely wish to be with you, to become comrades facing life and death together. Can you accept someone like me? Speak plainly. I want some supplies. Without them, I feel insecure." Su Xiaoyang was taken aback, staring at the shameless individual in disbelief. Han Qingxia, already aware of his antics, smiled slightly. "Fine. Take some supplies from the vehicle now, and tomorrow, I'll give you 1/3 of what we collect. Captain Beauty, you are truly an angel from the heavens. Beautiful inside and out. I will definitely work hard for you from now on." Had it not been for his unwavering loyalty, Han Qingxia would have been deceived by his remarkable acting skills. This fellow was indeed quite challenging. Without offering tangible benefits, it would be impossible to entice him. Satisfied with her response, Qingxia happily went to the vehicle to gather supplies. After he departed, Su Xiaoyang remarked, "Boss, give him whatever he wants."
Han Qingxia és sagàs d'arcanat.
The following day, at the break of dawn, Han Qingxia and her companions were already organized. Having given all the supplies from the vehicle to Qingxia the previous day, they had no breakfast. Han Qingxia secretly provided Su Xiaoyang with some food, ensuring he and the dogs had something to eat. "No one should go hungry, especially not my people." When Qingxia came down, she feigned ignorance of having eaten, saying, "Qingxia, I've given you everything, I didn't even have breakfast. We need to find more supplies." Qingxia immediately opened his backpack and pulled out a bag of bread. It was Han Qingxia's bread, which she had stored in her armored vehicle as emergency rations, all of which had been taken by Qingxia yesterday. "Captain Beauty, how can you go hungry? Please eat mine first." Han Qingxia accepted, without hesitation, as it was originally hers. "Let us go. If we don't find something soon, we'll be starving." She lingered a moment longer on the not-so-full backpack of Qingxia before casually stuffing the bread into her own bag and turning to get in the vehicle. Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang followed suit. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the Eastern Development District supermarket. This area was already on the outskirts of City A. Over the past few years, City A had developed well. The outskirts, once home to only a few small villa areas, had now seen several new large residential complexes spring up, although most were largely unoccupied. The population was limited and the occupancy rate was low. Some developments had even been abandoned, causing quite a stir. With the onset of the apocalypse, the atmosphere turned grim, and within these empty complexes, the occasional ghostly zombie would emerge. Sensing the presence of the living, they would howl within the hollow steel and concrete structures, while the wandering zombies on the streets would chase after them. Han Qingxia's vehicle didn't stop.
Bang, 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 bang.
It crushed through the scattered zombies, making its way to their destination, the development district supermarket. A throng of zombies surrounded the entrance, most clad in residential attire, with many heavily armored. Clearly, these were residents from the area who had once occupied this place after the apocalypse erupted, but the outcome had been devastating. For every 10 who emerged, only one would be fortunate enough to return. Upon the vehicle's arrival, the surrounding zombies quickly converged.
Han Qingxia gestured to Su Xiaoyang,
who pressed a button, causing the turret atop the armored vehicle to rise and unleash a brutal, yet effective barrage upon the approaching horde. Inside the vehicle, Qingxia watched as the zombies outside were incinerated in an instant.
Wow.
Captain Beauty, your vehicle is so cool. Where did you get it? Don't ask. Just get out and scout ahead, Han Qingxia instructed. With most of the zombies cleared, she added, go on. Qingxia raised an eyebrow but complied, getting out unarmed to survey the surroundings. The few remaining zombies ignored him as he briskly walked to the supermarket entrance, waving back at Han Qingxia to signal that everything was clear inside. Su Xiaoyang, witnessing this, asked, Boss, who exactly is he? He possesses a unique constitution that makes zombies not attack him. Su Xiaoyang's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he looked at Qingxia with newfound respect. No wonder his boss wanted to recruit him. He was indeed a talent. However, this individual seemed to harbor ulterior motives, clearly not a virtuous character. Let us go.
All right.
Su Xiaoyang picked up his weapon and led the dogs out of the vehicle. The dogs, in small clusters, swiftly dispatched the remaining scattered zombies, while Su Xiaoyang took care of the rest. Han Qingxia walked through the now cleared area, each step echoing in the desolate expanse, until she reached the entrance of the supermarket. Standing by the door, she peered inside, where darkness enveloped the interior. What do you think, beautiful captain? The door is locked, but...
Qingxia grinned,
producing a blank white card. I have a way to open it. He crouched down, fiddling with the lock for a moment, and to Han Qingxia's astonishment, the once closed door clicked open. Am I not quite useful? Qingxia beamed at Han Qingxia, reveling in his own accomplishment. Well done. Go in and scout ahead, she commanded, giving him a firm push through the doorway. She noted a peculiar trait about him. His loyalty seemed impervious to change, no matter how roughly she treated him. It remained dismally low, yet unyielding. In fact, he appeared to relish her fiery temperament. If she spoke kindly to him, he would become insufferably arrogant. But when she resorted to physical reprimands, he treated her commands with utmost reverence. Han Qingxia found it utterly incomprehensible. He was anything but normal. Yet, upon reflection, if he were more conventional, he might not have engaged in such appalling acts in his past life. I'm on it, Qingxia said, eagerly entering the supermarket.
Han Qingxia,
as usual, left 2 dogs at the entrance while she and the remaining dogs, along with Su Xiaoyang, leisurely surveyed the expansive first floor of the supermarket. This space consisted of 3 levels, featuring not only the supermarket but also a clothing store and snack stalls. Before Han Qingxia lay an open area designated for clothing sales.
Chapter 77, Model Citizen Han Qingxia.
At this moment, the supermarket was shrouded in darkness. Despite the radiant morning sun outside, the interior remained dim, illuminated only by the faint green emergency lights in the aisles. Rows of shelves stood before her, displaying winter coats on a seasonal sale. Oversized promotional signs proclaimed discounts of 99 yuan. Alas, no customers would ever benefit from such offers again. Dust coated the ground thickly, and a few clothing racks leaned precariously, with dismembered mannequin limbs and heads scattered about. As Su Xiaoyang and the dogs approached, they soon realized these were merely mannequins. Boss, they're models, no corpses, no blood, he reported. Indeed, she replied. They did not wait long before Qingxia returned. Beautiful captain, I've checked. There are no zombies on the first floor. It's safe. And just ahead is the supermarket entrance, filled with supplies. Han Qingxia fixed her gaze on him, nodding slightly. Thank you for your efforts. Turning to Su Xiaoyang, she instructed, "Brother Su, the two of us will go into the supermarket to gather supplies. Please gather everything outside, and once we finish inside, we will come back to collect those." Qingxia issued orders, having publicly claimed that Han Qingxia's spatial abilities were his own. Su Xiaoyang glanced at Han Qingxia, who nodded in affirmation, murmuring, "Yangzi. Gather the supplies and send a batch to the car. Her vehicle could store about a ton of supplies." Understood. With her directive, Su Xiaoyang promptly set to work. Qingxia looked at Han Qingxia. "Beautiful captain, shall we proceed? There's plenty inside the supermarket." "All right," Han Qingxia replied, not trusting Qingxia entirely. She took along 2 dogs, leaving the rest with Su Xiaoyang. Dealing with him, she believed, was most perilous not when in his company, but rather when apart. If he were to betray her, it would be from the shadows. By keeping most dogs with Su Xiaoyang, she ensured a relatively safe environment, mitigating any potential mischief on Qingxia's part. She was wary of him. "Beautiful captain, it seems you don't trust me much," he remarked as they walked through the central area of the mall. "If you feel that way, perhaps you should consider whether you trust yourself," Han Qingxia retorted coldly. Qingxia chuckled at her response, and they soon arrived at the supermarket section. Before them, the roll-up door of the supermarket was closed. Without needing further instruction, Qingxia retrieved another tool from his person and, with a flourish, unlocked the door with a sharp click. At that moment, Han Qingxia was certain of one thing. This fellow was quite adept at lockpicking. "Impressive. Have you done this sort of thing before?"
Impossible.
"I am a law-abiding citizen," Qingxia boasted, concealing the tool. "But you, beautiful captain, you seem rather extraordinary, decisive and ruthless. You weren't involved in the underworld, were you?"
Huh?
"I am the very model of a virtuous citizen. Good citizen Qingxia, model citizen Han Qingxia. No faults found there." With that, Han Qingxia followed Qingxia into the supermarket. The interior was even darker than the outside. Without lights, visibility was nearly non-existent. Han Qingxia produced 2 powerful flashlights, and together with Qingxia, they ventured further inside. The silence was profound, the space eerily vacant. Dust blanketed the cash registers. Han Qingxia expanded her mental perception, covering approximately 20 meters, encompassing about a quarter of the vast supermarket. Indeed, there were no signs of life or zombies. As they advanced, Han Qingxia, Qingxia, and the 2 dogs began to clear the items from several cash registers. "By the way, beautiful captain, it seems you've only brought 1 subordinate. What about your family?" "They're all gone," Han Qingxia replied casually. Her family had long ceased to be her family. Had they somehow escaped the hospital, they wouldn't have lasted long without her. They would never encounter another like Han Qingxia, who could provide them protection. "What about your family?"
Han Qingxia inquired.
"They're all dead too," Qingxia replied with a wry smile, a hint of bitterness lacing his laughter. At that moment, while collecting gum and candy from the cash registers, Han Qingxia made a startling discovery. The boxes of chocolate and high-calorie candy were all empty. Just then, the dog barked loudly at the darkened depths of the store.
Wang. Wang. Wang.
With the flashlight in hand, Han Qingxia immediately turned towards the source of the sound. She caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow. Even if her mental perception couldn't reach that far, she could ascertain it was a person, not a zombie, for the figure was clearly hiding from them. A zombie would have lunged at them without hesitation. "There's someone here," Qingxia declared. Han Qingxia swiftly drew her AK from her spatial storage. Aware of her abilities, Qingxia did not hide his anticipation. She aimed the weapon, leading him and the dog towards the source of the movement. As they proceeded, she noted that the food shelves within were nearly stripped bare. Clearly, someone had been living here. Upon reaching the rear of the supermarket, her expanded mental perception revealed the situation in the employee area. 7 individuals were present, both men and women, young and old, but none possessed abilities. As her observation concluded, a group of 7 emerged from the employee area. "Are you here to rescue us?" Among them were 2 13- or 14-year-old twin boys, 3 elderly individuals with graying hair, a young pregnant woman with a prominent belly, and the only apparent laborer, a middle-aged man. The man did not seem to be the one in charge. He stood there like an honest man behind the frail and elderly. Han Qingxia found the sight rather peculiar. In a post-apocalyptic world, where the old and the young coexisted, such a combination surviving was indeed a rarity.
Why have you only just arrived?
Hurry, take us out of here, commanded the eldest woman, glaring at Han Qingxia, mistaking her for a soldier. The tone was quite irksome, as if they were her masters. Before Han Qingxia could express her annoyance, another voice rang out. Grandma, look who's beside her. That bastard born from a mistress, shouted a boy of 13 or 14. It's him, no doubt. How is he still alive? What is he doing here? Another child's voice chimed in. Grandma, hurry and chase him away. I can't stand the sight of him. Just his presence sullies my eyes. In an instant, all eyes turned to the figure of Qingxia, shrouded in darkness behind Han Qingxia. Wearing a cap, Qingxia felt an unsettling familiarity and smiled slightly. Lowering his head. Captain Beauty, why don't you head to the second floor to gather supplies? I know some people here, and I'd like to handle this. Chapter 78. Qingxia's past Han Qingxia met the gaze of Qingxia's solitary eye and consented with a nod. However, as she turned to leave, the previously speaking elderly woman immediately blocked her path. Where do you think you're going? You can't leave. Is this person your teammate? What kind of people do you recruit? Associating with such scum? Get rid of him immediately. Let me tell you, the largest real estate in Province A belongs to the Qin family, and my younger son is the vice governor of B City. If you take us out and locate them, there will be ample rewards for you.
Grandma,
I want to go out. I want to eat fried chicken. I don't want to be in a place like this. One grandson cried. Me too. I want to play games. I haven't logged on in ages. Make her charge my phone first. The elderly woman attempted to soothe her two precious grandchildren, then turned back to Han Qingxia. Did you hear that? Hurry up and arrange for us to leave. Don't let my grandson suffer. But first, get rid of this vile scum. Our Qin family does not associate with such disgusting individuals. Hearing the comments from those around him, Qingxia lowered his cap further. Yet the cruel smile on his lips grew. At that moment, he heard the unmistakable sound of a gun being cocked. In the dim light, Qingxia gazed in disbelief as the woman before him raised a dark gun barrel, pressing it against the elderly woman's mouth. A cold, languid female voice emerged. Who are you calling scum?
Huh?
My people are not to be insulted. Han Qingxia, embodying the demeanor of a bandit, indeed, she was such a person, was defiant of the law, rebellious, selfish, and ruthless, yet fiercely protective of her own. The ones she deemed worthy of her protection would be safeguarded to the end. Even though she remained wary of Qingxia, not fully accepting him as her subordinate, she would not allow anyone to slander him. No way. With the cold gun barrel blocking the old woman's mouth, Han Qingxia stood resolutely. Qingxia, witnessing the scene, felt a spark of excitement in his exposed eye. Meanwhile, the onlookers were frozen in shock. The pregnant woman cowered behind the only male figure. They quickly distanced themselves from this group, while the two boys continued to shout defiantly. We weren't wrong. His mother is a shameless mistress. They live like beggars, leeching off us for money, and he has been to prison, having entered at 13 for all sorts of crimes. We don't have such scum in our family. If you dare to harm us today, I'll have my uncle kill you. You're just as vile.
Bang!
The boisterous boy was sent flying by a kick from Qingxia. After delivering the blow, Qingxia turned to Han Qingxia with a smirk. Captain Beauty, this is my domain now. You don't need to concern yourself. Han Qingxia said nothing, merely cocked her gun and turned to leave. As she reached the second floor to gather daily necessities, she heard piercing screams erupting from downstairs.
Ah!
Grandma! He's a zombie. That bastard is a zombie.
Kill him. Ah! Don't bite me.
Bite someone else.
Ah!
Grandma, you've been bitten.
Don't come near me.
My grandma is turning into a zombie. We must kill her. Hearing the commotion filtering through the floors, Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow. Qingxia, being devoid of zombie venom, was a half-zombie, possessing antibodies within him. He was not infectious. Thus, he was intentionally terrifying them. More fearsome than outright murder was the psychological torment. Laughing maniacally, Qingxia watched as the seemingly loving family turned on one another. This world deserves to be destroyed. Let it all be obliterated. Han Qingxia thought that this fellow must have stirred chaos among the various bases in his past life. Laughing all the while, he was undeniably anti-human. Having collected supplies from the second and third floors, which consisted of daily necessities and clothing, Han Qingxia noted that these items were of no use to those on the first floor, who appeared terrified to venture upstairs, huddling only in the food area. As such, they remained largely untouched. Currently, Han Qingxia had a pressing need for daily hygiene products while food was gradually becoming less critical since her base was beginning to yield more. The demand for items like shampoo, toilet paper, sanitary pads, clothing, shoes, and even children's books was rising sharply. With a decisive wave, she gathered all the items that were unwanted outside. What others neglected was precisely what she required. No one dared to compete with her. Han Qingxia efficiently cleared out the supplies from both floors. After finishing, she did not rush to descend but quietly waited by the window on the second floor. From her vantage point, she saw a heavily pregnant woman and the only capable man hurriedly escape through a side door. "They are the maid and driver from my grandmother's house." A voice emerged from behind Han Qingxia. Turning her head, she saw a blood-soaked man in a cap step into the light, gradually approaching. He stood beside her, gazing at the only two individuals who had managed to flee, a predatory smile curving his lips. "My mother knows them." Han Qingxia observed the man beside her. Blood splattered across his face, grinning wickedly, and stood silently beside him. A broad swath of pale sunlight streamed through the glass window, illuminating only the space they occupied. Everywhere else lay cloaked in darkness. With a soft click, a small flame flickered from a lighter as Qingke leaned against the glass wall, sitting on the supermarket floor, igniting a cigarette for Han Qingxia. She could smoke but had no addiction. In this high-pressure post-apocalyptic environment, sometimes a single cigarette could ease frayed nerves. "My mother is a mistress, an unscrupulous one at that, willing to go to any lengths for wealth and comfort. She used to be a gold digger, always clinging to wealthy men. One day, she fortuitously encountered my father, realizing his affluence, and latched onto him like a leech. She was quite skilled and managed to ensnare my father a few times, resulting in my birth. Once I arrived, her confidence soared. She believed she could take the position of Mrs. Qin. Little did she know that was utterly impossible. My father is no fool, just a fleeting dalliance. The cunning members of the Qin family would never allow her through the door. Had it not been for my existence, they would have kicked her to the curb long ago." She discovered that her dream of being Mrs. Qin had been shattered, prompting her to focus solely on accumulating wealth. A gambling addict, she squandered all her earnings, often bringing men back to the apartment rented by my father. At that time, I was merely 3 years old, hungry enough to rise and prepare instant noodles for myself, and on occasion, even making a bowl for the men my mother brought home. Ha ha ha. Have you ever done something like that? As Qingke recounted his past, laughter bubbled up within him. Chapter 79. And you said you weren't wary of me. Han Qingxia remained silent, calmly regarding him, offering a nod of approval. "You have it worse." Ha ha ha. Qingke chuckled until he was interrupted by a coughing fit. "What is this worse? At least I had food. I'll let you in on a secret. I was quite the crybaby in my youth, and my tears were remarkably effective. Every time I cried, my father would give me money. Unfortunately, I didn't cry for long before my father passed away. He died in a car accident, instantly, and thereafter, no one provided for my mother. She would take me to the Qin family, every day to weep, but when they refused to help, they abandoned me there. At that time, the legitimate wife of the Qin family was undergoing in vitro fertilization, expecting twins, 2 sons. How could my foolish mother think I would be of any use? Once she realized I was worthless, she cast me aside. I was merely 10 years old then." Qingke took a deep drag from a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke, directing his gaze toward a woman rushing outside. "I stood alone at the entrance of the Qin family, starving, having gone a long time without food. When I cried from hunger, they offered me a bowl of dog food. The Qin family had a dog, and they gave me the leftovers to eat." Ha ha ha. Han Qingxia said nothing, watching the middle-aged couple, their bellies round, disappear around a corner, as if she could hear screams and wails, though they were distant and indistinct. As she observed Qingke recounting his past, she lowered her head and took a deep breath. It was all in the past, and now a new era had dawned. Ha ha ha. Qingke chuckled softly, slowly raising his head. "Indeed, I was nearly driven mad with joy when I realized the apocalypse was upon us. Wouldn't it be splendid if everyone perished?" Han Qingxia finally understood why this rascal had behaved so recklessly in his previous life. Damn it. He truly wished for everyone's demise. After much contemplation, she could only conjure a piece of motivational wisdom. Young people, after the storm comes the rainbow. Life is still filled with hope. For instance, if you stick with me, I will be your family, your warm family. Qingxia, Han Qingxia believed her words were so moving that they would surely increase his loyalty. She gazed earnestly into his eyes, only to see Qingxia bow his head, chuckling softly. Then let me ask you something. If you truly regard me as family, why do you always keep your guard up around me? Who says I'm wary of you? Qingxia suddenly leaned closer to Han Qingxia, nearly instantaneously. With a loud thud, he was sent flying by a swift kick. Clutching his abdomen from 3 meters away, he complained, "And you say you're not wary of me?" Han Qingxia replied, "How could I not be cautious? It's imperative to be vigilant." "Well, that doesn't count. You should speak properly. I treat everyone this way." Han Qingxia tried to smooth things over. Qingxia stood, still holding his stomach, his gaze darkening momentarily before he quickly donned a cheerful facade. "Beautiful captain. No need for explanations. I was deeply touched by your words today. Let us head back."
All right.
"Can you wait here for a moment? I need to handle the situation on the first floor. After all, they're okay." As Qingxia descended the stairs, he turned back at the second floor. "You must promise me not to leave. You must wait here for me, all right?"
Sure. Han Qingxia assented.
And a broad smile spread across Qingxia's face as he hurried downstairs. Watching him gradually fade into the shadows, her brow furrowed slightly.
Today.
She had gleaned the secrets of this past-life troublemaker, shared heartfelt moments, yet his loyalty had not budged an inch. A steadfast 59. At that moment, she heard Su Xiaoyang's voice from below.
Boss. Boss.
"Yangzi, I'm here." Upon hearing Su Xiaoyang rush in, Han Qingxia's mind snapped like a frayed string. "Oh no, it can't be." Like a gust of wind, she dashed downstairs, finding Su Xiaoyang anxiously entering the supermarket lobby. "Boss, thank goodness you're okay." "Where's Qingxia? He said you were in danger and sent me to support you."
Han Qingxia exclaimed.
She immediately sprinted toward the entrance, only to see a convertible sports car speed past them. The man inside waved enthusiastically at Han Qingxia, who was chasing after him. "Beautiful captain, I'm leaving. Thank you for the supplies. You're so adorable. Next time, I'll definitely sleep with you."
Han Qingxia.
In that moment, she surveyed the empty lobby on the first floor, realizing something significant. Damn it, Qingxia is indeed a spatial ability user. He truly possesses spatial abilities. Han Qingxia felt utterly deceived by this scoundrel. Fuming, she thought, "I'll get you for this. Next time we meet, I will absolutely break your legs. You're finished." Han Qingxia was so incensed that her heart and liver ached. Having walked along the riverbank so often, how could she not get her shoes wet? She had always been the one to pull pranks on others, but this was her first time being duped. How foolish of her to believe his tragic tale. Damn it. This rascal had been lying to her from the start. He joined her merely to scavenge supplies. Scoundrel. Scoundrel. Yangzi, remember this. From now on, Qingxia is our greatest enemy at the Qingxia base. Don't trust a single word he says. If you encounter him, capture him immediately. Break his legs. I want to make him suffer.
Så deeply understå.
Furiously, Han Qingxia began to tally their supplies. The only silver lining was that Qingxia had only taken the food supplies from the first-floor supermarket. He hadn't even glanced at the daily necessities on the second and third floors. Therefore, Su Xiaoyang had gathered a pile of clothing, which he had taken. Though Han Qingxia felt frustrated, she was grateful for her caution. 2 guard dogs had stayed at the entrance, watching over the car, ensuring her vehicle remained untouched. Moreover, she had initially instructed Su Xiaoyang to load a batch of supplies into the car. Thus, in total, she had only lost the food supplies from the first-floor supermarket. Much of that had already been consumed by Qingxia's family, and considering some had gone bad, the actual supplies he took were less than a quarter of the total.
Han Qingxia attempted to console herself,
telling herself to consider it as the 1/3 she mentioned yesterday that she'd given him. But still, she was incredibly irate. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Upon returning, she drafted a notice for the Qingxia base, instructing Xiao Xia to have it loop continuously on all electronic screens for 24 hours. She included a hand-drawn sketch of Qingxia image. The number one enemy of the Qingxia base is none other than Qingxia, a bounty of 100 points for his capture. This enmity shall remain unavenged, for Han Qingxia swore not to be deemed human. Chapter 80. The Urban-Rural Fringe. After being deceived by Qingxia, Han Qingxia returned to the base, consumed by a prolonged melancholy. So disheartened was she that she lacked the motivation to venture forth and expand her territory. Day after day, she occupied herself with the trifles of base management, nurturing its development while also spending time with her loyal dogs, who would never betray or harm her. The warmth they provided was a comfort. Time flew, and over 3 months had passed since the onset of the apocalypse. At last, Han Qingxia's base achieved stable production. Initially, her residents cultivated quick-harvesting crops such as bean sprouts, cabbage, and leafy greens, but they had now progressed to mid-growth crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes, which yielded substantial harvests. The tilled fields were now adorned with a mosaic of corn, wheat, sorghum, and an abundance of vegetables including tomatoes, cucumbers, cabbage, spinach, as well as a few delicate fruits like strawberries and blueberries. Han Qingxia had generously provided seeds to her residents, facilitating their cultivation. Wang Yumin, a wood-type ability user, was responsible for the early nurturing of the crops, while Li Gang and several others, endowed with strength and speed abilities, took charge of expanding the arable land. The remaining residents collaborated in the planting efforts. Moreover, as Han Qingxia's territory had been enhanced by the system, the yield of all crops surpassed the norm, and their maturation period was significantly accelerated. At long last, Han Qingxia witnessed genuine production within her dominion. This signified that her summer base had weathered the most arduous initial phase. Previously, she had sustained all the inhabitants with resources. Now, they began to reciprocate, providing for her welfare. The vast quantities of goods produced flowed into Han Qingxia's warehouse through a system of point redemption. She compensated them with points, while also offering a portion of daily necessities in exchange for their points. Despite their efforts to redeem, it was impossible for them to exhaust their accumulated points. The points remaining in their accounts represented a wealth of savings. In this era of scarcity, the populace could only produce food. Han Qingxia adeptly managed the disparity between agricultural and industrial goods, allowing her to judiciously control the points in their possession. This disparity illustrated a considerable divide between the prices of industrial and agricultural products. For instance, Han Qingxia purchased their grain at 1 point per pound, but offered an article of new clothing at a price of 100 points. This implied that the garment was equivalent to 100 pounds of grain. In reality, the true value of a piece of clothing was far less than 100 pounds of grain. Nonetheless, this was her pricing strategy. By inflating the prices of crafts while reducing the base grain prices, the disparity greatly facilitated the reclamation of wealth accumulated by the residents, thereby normalizing their labor output. Residents could solely produce food. All other necessities had to be procured from Han Qingxia. Thus, even if a garment was costly, they would still be inclined to spend once their points reached a sufficient level. Undoubtedly, the residents of the summer base reaped immense benefits from this process. While others from different bases fretted over their next meal and pondered how to ensure their safety, the inhabitants of the summer base could enjoy their fill and exchange surplus goods for clothing, shampoo, snacks, and beverages. Such a reality was almost unfathomable. Of course, as the base continued to flourish, the ongoing production and wealth generation would inevitably lead to a degree of inflation, which Han Qingxia would meticulously calculate and manage. She would constantly adjust prices based on the resource situation within her territory, ensuring that residents remained in a relatively affluent environment. Additionally, Han Qingxia had initiated pig farming. After the harvest of sweet potatoes, she distributed a batch of pigs for the residents to raise. Aware of her current labor shortage, she deemed it a waste of resources to establish a commercial pig farm requiring hired help, and such a direct operation would not fully engage the residents' commitment to raising the animals, nor would it eliminate the need for her to provide feed. Therefore, she allocated pigs to the residents based on the population of the summer base. Each piglet was weighed upon adoption and again at market, with residents compensated at 10 points per pound of pork, plus a tenth of the pork produced at market. This strategy significantly ignited the residents' enthusiasm for pig farming. They became increasingly motivated, enhancing their output and producing more grain, utilizing leftover food to feed the pigs, and diligently monitoring the pigs' health, fearing any mismanagement could lead to loss. By granting the residents a stake in the enterprise, the risks were equally shared between them and the base, fostering a stronger sense of belonging. Here lay their land, their cultivated livestock. They would not abandon their home. With stable production in place and an expansion into livestock farming, the prosperity of Han Qingxia's base soared dramatically. The prosperity level increased daily, and on this occasion, it surpassed the 500 mark, successfully earning the title of Urban Rural Fringe. The next milestone was 1,000, which would bestow upon her the title of a small county. Han Qingxia had previously regarded such trivial titles with indifference, even neglecting the accolades bestowed upon her by the system. Yet, on the day she attained the Urban Rural Fringe title, she was astonished to discover a remarkable fact. The points contributed by residents had doubled. Every resident in her territory, aside from their initial contribution of 100 points upon joining, would now contribute 1 system point daily based on headcount. With 19 residents, that amounted to 19 points each day. Even without venturing out to combat zombies or expand her territory, these points reliably accumulated. Once her prosperity reached the urban-rural fringe level, all residents contributed 2 points daily. For 19 residents, that translated to 38 points. Do not underestimate this accumulation of points, for it indicated that, should Han Qingxia's level rise sufficiently, and with an increase in residents, she could amass significant points effortlessly each day. As her base developed, the contributions from her residents would only grow more substantial. The elusive goal of acquiring a zombie virus suppressant no longer seemed like a distant dream. Upon realizing that the daily contributions of points by her residents would evolve alongside the prosperity of her territory, Han Qingxia felt a renewed sense of determination. Development. However, she was acutely aware that her base remained a tender sapling, susceptible to the slightest tempest. She must diligently safeguard her haven. She resolved to conceal her base while nurturing its growth, ensuring it became robust before emerging into the world. After conducting a thorough inspection of her base that day, and in light of the recent upgrade in prosperity, Han Qingxia distributed a pound of meat to each resident as a benefit, which uplifted their spirits. Amidst the cheers and support of her community, she retreated to her bomb shelter. Lord, you are truly benevolent. We are fortunate to be part of the summer base.
Today,
we have meat to eat. Long live our Lord. Let's work hard. Our Lord says we are doing well, and future benefits are assured. Chapter 81. Journey to K1 Base. Han Qingxia returned to her bomb shelter, content and fulfilled. Upon her arrival, she heard a voice from the second floor. My dear master, you have returned. What is it?
Xia?
You have a new message. Would you like to read it? Someone is looking for me.
How did they find me?
Han Qingxia approached the main computer of Xiao, and with a flicker, a miniature electronic version of Han Qingxia appeared before her. The signal was broadcasted through a radio transmission from K1 base. In an instant, Han Qingxia thought of Lu Qian. He had inquired about her radio frequency the last time they spoke. He truly came to find her. My dear master, Xiao has just automatically answered your call. Would you like to read the message?
Read.
With a snap of her fingers, Xiao activated the computer's speakers. And Han Qingxia soon heard a conversation with an artificial intelligence. Is this Han Qingxia? If so, please respond on this frequency. I am Lu Qian. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. You've reached the channel of the most magnificent, beautiful, and amazing Han Qingxia. What can I assist you with? Are you Han Qingxia? No, I am Xiao, the Xia from Han Qingxia. And who is Xiao? I am my master's little secretary. Feel free to speak your mind without hesitation. Very well, Xiao. Please inform your master that our K1 base has detected a massive cold wave approaching by the end of the month. I am uncertain if your supplies are sufficient. If not, I would like to invite your master to collaborate on a mission to seize the eastern region's grain reserves. Is she interested? Certainly, I will convey your message. Dear Mr. Lu Qian. Alright, goodbye, Xiao. Do not forget to say goodbye to dear Xiao.
Goodbye.
If you forget, Xiao may not assist in relaying messages next time. The radio's final reply was delayed, exceedingly languid. Goodbye, dear Xiao. My beloved master. That is the content of the conversation. Are you satisfied with Xiao's reception? Thank you.
My dear Xiao.
You're most welcome, my esteemed master. Xiao twirled on the screen, her eyes sparkling with affection as she gazed at Han Qingxia. It is an honor to serve you. Would you like me to respond? Please reply, asking what supplies they have, how resources are allocated, and the level of danger there. Understood. Please hold on. Xiao Xiao transmitted a series of radio waves back to K1 base. Shortly thereafter, Lu Qian's voice came through.
Han Qingxia.
The Eastern Grain Reserve has over 10,000 tons of supplies, including rice, corn, and wheat, as well as a substantial oil depot. The danger level is low. There are very few staff inside the reserve, and the area is sparsely populated. However, this operation is not solely for you and me. It is hoped that our base and K1 base will collaborate, allowing a few smaller bases to join.
I would like to take you along.
Han Qingxia understood.
Lu Qian was offering her a pure benefit. He had a substantial reward, and in return for a favor, he was intentionally including her. Although the distribution of resources among multiple bases would not yield much for Han Qingxia, why not seize such a pure opportunity? After all, she had no knowledge of the national-level grain reserves locations. Dear Xiao Xiao, tell dear Lu Qian that I will go. Xiao Xiao blinked and relayed the message to the radio. Before long, a male voice responded. All right, I will send someone to pick you up shortly, dear Xiao Xiao and Ms. Han Qingxia. How did you reply to Lu Qian? I did not reply. I am a phonetic translator here, and they can hear everything directly. Xiao Xiao's electronic eyes gleamed with pride. Not long after, Xiao Xiao informed her again that a military pickup truck had arrived in her territory. Han Qingxia recognized the familiar license plate in the drone's monitoring video. Lu Qian's team was quite prompt. 10 minutes later, the military pickup stopped outside Han Qingxia's air defense shelter. The driver was none other than Tang Jian. Big sister. I'm here. Woof woof woof. Congratulations on your prosperity, Tiange. Long time no see. Tang Jian cheerfully greeted the pack of dogs that rushed out to meet him. Su Xiaoyang, who was busy harvesting supplies in the fields, heard the commotion and came out. Xiaoyang.
Tang Jian.
What brings you here? I'm here to pick you up. Tang Jian exclaimed excitedly. We can work together again. Su Xiaoyang was puzzled, but at that moment, Han Qingxia emerged from inside. Yangzi. Tidy up and get ready to go with them. Half an hour later, they were all set to depart. Han Qingxia did not bring her dogs this time. All the dogs stayed home to guard the house. Given the long distance of this trip and the need to follow several small teams, Han Qingxia was unsure if she could attend to her dog's needs. Bringing too many supplies on the vehicle would also be too conspicuous, so she left them in Xiao Xiao's care. Moreover, this trip for Han Qingxia was still somewhat incidental, meaning she would not need to take a leading role. She could simply float along, gather some supplies, and not have to worry about her dogs. Even the vehicle she was using was borrowed from Lu Qian. She was grateful to her good neighbor Lu Qian for the ride and fuel. Of course, she still needed to bring some food. Han Qingxia packed a box of instant noodles and a box of prepared meals, along with some ready-to-eat items like marinated eggs and bread, placing them in Tang Jian's car trunk before departing with him. Big sister, we'll set off tomorrow. The captain asked me to bring you two to K1 base early, so you can spend the night with us. Sounds good. It's also a chance for you to show us what your base is like. Tang Jian said with a hint of pride. Although our base may not be as complete as yours, it is bustling with people. You two must feel quite lonely sometimes, just the two of you. It's better to be in a crowd. Han Qingxia smiled but said nothing. Up to this point, none of them were aware that Han Qingxia's base already housed 19 people. Alright, I'm curious to see what your K1 base is like and how lively it is. Tang Jian drove them towards K1 base. Chapter 82. Entering K1 base. The base served as a gathering place for survivors, where they banded together to endure the overwhelming hordes of zombies encircling them, forming various bases of different sizes. In Han Qingxia's past memories, there were around 20 to 30 bases in the entire eastern region. Of course, many of these were small bases that could hardly withstand any storms, and over the 10 years of the apocalypse, they gradually disappeared. By the time of the final zombie tide, only 3 major bases remained in the eastern region: K1 base, Hope base, and the more distant Flame base near the central region. K1 base was notably famous in Han Qingxia's previous life due to its origins from military strength, which attracted a large number of survivors initially. However, this was also a severe disadvantage, as K1 base could not sustain such a large population, especially compared to the neighboring 2 major bases. Hope Base only accepted capable survivors and quickly gathered a significant number of scientific talents, allowing it to thrive in the apocalypse due to its small but high-quality populace. Meanwhile, the neighboring Flame Base was critically short on supplies, but unfortunately, its leader was a ruthless character, reigning at the top of the list of the 10 most ruthless individuals. He ruthlessly exterminates zombies on the outside, while within, he eliminates his own people. In times of severe resource scarcity, he directly purges the population within the base, ensuring that the population of the Fireseed base remains at a consistent level. Such callousness, though cruel, has rendered the Fireseed base remarkably resilient, never once experiencing upheaval or internal strife. In this apocalyptic era, humans often pose a greater threat than the zombies, particularly under conditions of dire resource shortages, where they are driven to revert to their most primal instincts. The K1 base has witnessed countless internal conflicts. Had it not been for its initial strength stemming from the military, it would have been incapable of quelling the ensuing riots. Moreover, the leadership at K1 base has consistently been problematic, neglecting the issues posed by the mob, seemingly preferring to use these insurrections to maintain a balance of power with the military, thereby ensuring their leadership remains unshaken. What became of your captain? Qingxia inquired from her seat in the vehicle, addressing Tang Jian. The mission was successfully accomplished. Tang Jian replied, a hint of joy illuminating her face. But that Wang fellow has died. Wasn't her father a leader of the base? Qingxia expressed her curiosity. At that moment, their vehicle approached a major thoroughfare, ahead of which lay a vast tunnel, its entrance fortified with countless barriers and guarded by numerous sentinels. A multitude of vehicles stood in orderly rows at the tunnel's mouth, with the throngs of newcomers clustered in makeshift tents outside the mountainside, patiently awaiting their turn. Qingxia understood the purpose of this setup. It was a screening process to determine if any among the crowd had been bitten by zombies. Should anyone mutate during the wait, they would be shot on sight. All survivors must be quarantined for a full 24 hours before they could enter the K1 base, armed solely with their registration numbers. Upon their arrival at K1 base, Tang Jian's vehicle honked at the gate. The stern guards, upon recognizing Tang Jian's vehicle, promptly withdrew the isolation barriers. One of the guards approached and greeted Tang Jian politely, using an infrared scanning device to scan everyone inside the vehicle before granting them immediate passage. No waiting required. As they drove past the envious gazes of the survivors waiting outside, they entered the tunnel. With a proud glance back at Qingxia, Tang Jian proclaimed, our leader is now the deputy administrator of the base. Qingxia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let me tell you a secret, she whispered. Our captain's grandfather is a high-ranking officer in the military district. After our last return, the general met with our captain and, following a half-hour meeting, he appointed our captain as the deputy administrator. He now oversees the base's production and daily life, while everything else falls under our captain's jurisdiction. Upon hearing this, Qingxia paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. That's impressive, she exclaimed. She never anticipated that her unintentional intervention would so profoundly alter the dynamics of K1 base. In her previous life, it was undoubtedly Lu Qian and his companions who fell victim to Wang Mengwei, leading to a severance of the military support. Coupled with the machinery brought back by Wang Mengwei, K1 base's management had been firmly under the control of Wang Mengwei's father, leaving the military powerless to intervene. In this life, however, Wang Mengwei had perished and Lu Qian had returned with the machinery, settling old scores and new grievances, rendering Wang Mengwei's father utterly incapable of opposing them and effectively sidelined. It was a loss of both daughter and power for him. At this rate, he could not possibly maintain his nominal role as administrator. Lu Qian and his companions would emerge as the true rulers of K1 base. Qingxia was acutely aware that she had unwittingly dealt a devastating blow to the Wang family, suppressing a mischievous grin just as their vehicle emerged from the tunnel. Before them lay a bright light, with the words K1 base emblazoned on a large iron gate, and the sounds of a bustling crowd resonated from beyond. Sister, we must undergo another security check here. Let us step out, Tang Jian advised.
Alright, Qingxia replied.
As she and Su Xiaoyang each grabbed a backpack and exited the vehicle. Once outside, the guards approached to disinfect their vehicle, while they were required to pass through a fully dark X-ray body scanner, ensuring that all entering the base were safe and healthy, as well as subject to a resource inspection. Every individual entering K1 base was required to surrender half of their supplies, which had to be declared upon entry. Failure to register would result in confiscation upon inspection. Please open your backpacks. Surrender half of your supplies voluntarily. Any attempts to conceal resources will result in complete confiscation. A guard demanded. These two are guests of Captain Liu, not residents, Tang Jian interjected, presenting a note. Upon seeing the note, the staff immediately saluted Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang, permitting them to carry their bags directly into the X-ray inspection room. After confirming that neither bore any unusual wounds, Han Qingxia officially entered the interior of K1 base. Before her lay rows of hastily constructed shanties, densely packed together with no doors, only curtains separating one from another. It was mealtime, and the residents of K1 base, much like the early indigenous people, sat on the ground in familial or temporary groupings, cautiously nibbling on steamed buns while keeping a wary eye on those around them. In the western expanse, a group of laborers, either finished with their meals or having gone without, toiled vigorously to erect new shelters and barriers. The streets were alive with bustling crowds. The air filled with raucous chatter and the sounds of brawls, with skirmishes occasionally erupting in the corners of the shanties, while the onlookers remained apathetic, as if they couldn't hear the chaos. Sister, let us move further inside. It's chaotic here, Tang Jian suggested. Agreed, Han Qingxia responded, reboarding the vehicle as it navigated the bustling thoroughfare of the base. The people on the road instinctively stepped aside, wary of provoking the vehicle, their gazes filled with envy and longing directed toward the vehicle and its occupants. Han Qingxia had grown accustomed to such looks. Don't mistake their gazes for friendliness. Had I been in an ordinary vehicle belonging to a new resident entering the base, their expressions would turn greedy, as if they wished to pounce and devour us whole. Only through immense strength can one command respect. The weak are destined to be oppressed. This era epitomizes the survival of the fittest, especially within such colossal bases. Sister, these are the newly received survivors. The order is rather chaotic. It would be better to venture deeper, Tang Jian remarked as he drove.
Han Qingxia nodded.
Observing as the shanty district gradually gave way to modest residential buildings, where the earliest arrivals at the base were afforded such accommodations, enjoying a significantly enhanced sense of well-being compared to those still in shanties. As Tang Jian steered the vehicle toward a branching path, the scenery transformed dramatically. Rows of uniform buildings lined the streets, all impeccably clean, with not a single idle survivor in sight, while patrolling guards occasionally made their presence known. The residences on either side glowed with light, creating an atmosphere of tranquility reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse. The pickup truck wound through the streets before stopping in front of a two-story villa, complete with a small garden. Boss, this is our captain's home, Su Xiaoyang explained to Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia nodded and stepped out of the vehicle, just as a man dressed in casual attire emerged from the house. Without his combat uniform, Lu Qian appeared considerably more refined. Miss Han, he greeted warmly. Captain Liu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Your base is impressive, so populous and lively. Witnessing it today is quite a revelation. It's evident that your leadership is exemplary.
Han Qingxia responded,
offering a courteous exchange of pleasantries. Lu Qian felt a moment of embarrassment upon hearing her flattery for the first time, then seriously remarked, Miss Han, if you are interested, you might consider joining our K1 base. I would offer you a commendable position. Our base is in need of talents like you. Han Qingxia waved her hand dismissively, replying, I was merely being polite. Please do not take it to heart. Lu Qian, thank her then. Upon reflection, anyone who had seen Han Qingxia's self-sufficient and fortified little castle would hardly think she was foolish enough to join another's base. Was she dissatisfied with her current life? Have you eaten? No, has your family started the meal? We arrived with empty stomachs. Surely, you have something good to offer. This was quintessentially Han Qingxia, utterly unreserved. Lu Qian offered, I will take you to the cafeteria. On the way, he provided a brief introduction to their K1 base. The K1 base is situated in a core area surrounded by rolling hills, with the main access being a tunnel, which ensures high security. However, it also lacks sufficient arable land for cultivation, and as the number of personnel increases, food supplies have become exceedingly scarce. They now implement a unified food management system. allowing everyone to receive 2 buns and a bowl of vegetable soup daily in the central cafeteria. Should individuals wish for something different, the base welcomes them to seek out supplies themselves, with only half of what they bring back required to be surrendered to the base. Naturally, there are numerous job opportunities available for residents, and participation in base construction earns additional points, which can be exchanged for food at the cafeteria. A grown man working for a day can earn 1 point, enough to trade for a bun. Under such constrained material conditions, the K1 base faces daily hardships. Han Qingxia followed Lu Qian to their K1 base's second cafeteria. The first cafeteria caters to the general populace, while the second is exclusively for military personnel and administrators of the base. Beep, beep, beep. Lu Qian's identity card was scanned 3 times at the cafeteria machine. The first scan was free, but the subsequent 2 deducted points, 3 points each. Soon, 3 buns and a bowl of hot vegetable soup were prepared. The buns were made from mixed grains, and the soup contained cabbage leaves and hot pot meatballs. Clearly, even this humble fare was superior to that served in the first cafeteria. Miss Han, our conditions are somewhat lacking. I hope you can make do. Han Qingxia gazed at the simplicity of the meal. Did you not receive a promotion? Why do you eat the same as everyone else? Indeed, Lu Qian replied, offering her his portion with extra meatballs as a gesture of hospitality. Han Qingxia took a deep breath and suggested, how about you and your team join my base instead? The conditions here are so harsh that even my dog would shake its head in disapproval. Lu Qian. Han Qingxia, still gracious, nibbled on half a bun, considering it a meal courtesy of him, while the bowl of tasteless soup and inferior meatballs remained untouched. With her elevated living standards, she simply could not bring herself to eat it, leaving it all for Su Xiaoyang. After all, for Han Qingxia, good things must always be prioritized for her own. Even when benefiting from Lu Qian's provisions, her admirable virtue must be upheld. Su Xiaoyang was not picky at all. He simply ate what was provided. After finishing their meal, Lu Qian noticed that Han Qingxia had scarcely eaten and proposed, shall I take you to explore our market afterward? Sure. Han Qingxia was eager to learn more about the rumored K1 base. Upon exiting the cafeteria, they walked together, and Han Qingxia inquired, how many teams are there tomorrow? There should be 7 teams. Are the tasks truly devoid of danger? The grain storage areas and their surroundings are vast and sparsely populated, but the main thoroughfares are teeming with zombies, necessitating collective efforts. You will accompany us, and the danger should be minimal. Han Qingxia nodded in understanding. They soon arrived at the K1 base's market, a vibrant street spontaneously established by residents to trade goods. People sat on the ground, displaying their wares, which mostly included clothing, jewelry, precious metals, and even currency. Stacks of money were laid out for sale, evidently remnants of some wealthy individual who fled during the apocalypse, only to discover that money had become the most useless commodity. Han Qingxia strolled down the expansive street, intrigued by the array of items, when suddenly, she heard a familiar voice.
Food. Food.
You think you can get something for nothing? Come quickly. A middle-aged man's voice echoed ahead. Han Qingxia spotted a burly man emerging from a small shack, trousers in hand, only to be swiftly embraced by a limping middle-aged man and a disheveled old woman waiting outside. Shortly after, a weary-looking woman in her 40s followed, and the trio began shouting simultaneously, someone has taken something for free. Come quickly. Someone has stolen from us. How dare you accuse me of theft? You claimed your wife was young and beautiful, more radiant than a young girl, and yet this old hag is what you present to me. Was I not selective enough for you? You should have chosen your 78-year-old mother instead. The middle-aged man clung tightly to the other's leg, declaring that he would not let him leave without compensation. Yes, you must provide something. My feelings are irrelevant. You came here, so you owe me, the old woman shouted, drawing the attention of the entire street. The burly man, spotting several individuals garbed as soldiers from the base approaching, expressed his frustration and tossed a pack of instant noodles to the ground. What a stroke of bad luck. He stomped on the noodles and marched away. The 3 individuals immediately pounced on the crushed noodles like wild dogs, scrambling to collect the remnants. Get away. This is my hard-earned money. No stealing. Honey, you can still earn more. Just share with me and Mom. We haven't eaten all day and are starving. Yes, dear daughter-in-law, you are the best. Grandma hasn't eaten all day.
Get lost.
At that moment, a younger male voice emerged from the shack. A man in his 20s or 30s, scruffy and haggard, yet in better condition than the others, walked out and snatched the instant noodles from their hands.
Qingxia, stop stealing.
Haven't you eaten already today? You finished off Dad and Grandma's share too. The limping middle-aged man protested. Good grandson, give some to Grandma. I'm starving. Get lost, you bunch of useless people. You think you deserve to eat? The young man kicked them aside. Mom, you shouldn't stay with these two useless beings. They are nothing but a burden. One is a worthless old fool, and the other can't even complete base missions. Why do you stick with them?
Yes.
You're right, son. The middle-aged woman found his words profoundly reasonable, eagerly eyeing the pack of noodles in the young man's grasp. We are the ones who will always be a family.
Mom.
Let's live separately from now on. No need to associate with these two useless people.
You are absolutely right.
Now that you are doing well, let us cast these two aside. The middle-aged woman followed Han Ying away. Meanwhile, the limping middle-aged man, in a fit of rage, lunged toward the young man, exclaiming, Son, I am your father. How can you abandon me? Have you forgotten that it was I who carried you out and cared for you until you recovered? You cannot simply abandon your father when times are good. Indeed, Inger, I am your grandmother. I have cherished you since your infancy. How could you forsake me?
Take me with you.
I will continue to love you. Get lost, you worthless trash. You two are utterly useless. May you both perish. Han Ying delivered a vicious kick to the two individuals. This group comprised Han Ying's family. Han Ying's fortune was indeed remarkable. After being duped by Han Qingxia into a hospital stay, where his phone and ID were confiscated, he was fortunate enough to be found by his loving parents. When they located him, a zombie virus outbreak was underway. Han Ying's father, sensing impending danger, carried the unconscious Han Ying and, along with his wife and hospitalized mother, sought refuge. Their family's luck was unparalleled as they managed to escape into the hospital's traditional medicine room, locking the door behind them, resolutely refusing to open it for anyone seeking help. They miraculously survived the initial phase of the apocalypse. Oddly enough, due to their daily consumption of traditional medicine as sustenance, they managed to restore Han Ying, who had been on the brink of becoming a vegetable. Although they missed the first wave of rescue, they encountered a survivor team searching for supplies. Their family clung to these individuals, eventually making their way to the K1 base. Fortune continued to smile upon them. However, in their lives devoid of Han Qingxia's protection and guidance, they suffered immensely. In the early days, they had no food, surviving solely on dry herbal concoctions, and collected rainwater from an open window for hydration. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had not experienced a proper meal. On their journey, they had no one to protect them. Everyone bore wounds and was in dire straits. Han Ying's father even suffered a broken leg, rendering him incapacitated. Upon arriving at the base, lacking any prior advantages, they could only reside in the slum area. Han Ying's father and grandmother were devoid of any means to work, while Han Ying idly lounged at home, consuming excessively, inevitably competing for food with the two elderly individuals. The sole breadwinner left was Han Ying's mother.
Now,
as Han Ying's health gradually improved, he resolutely declared his intention to take his mother away, decisively severing ties with his father and grandmother, whom he deemed worthless. Qingxia, you cannot treat us this way. Have you not seen how we have cared for you? Your father toiled in the city, enduring humiliation to provide you with a better life. Have you forgotten? We are your family. You cannot abandon us. Family, my foot. Han Ying forcefully kicked his grandmother and father, exclaiming, If it weren't for your incompetence, would I be forced to endure such hardship? Before the apocalypse, you couldn't even secure a proper home. You caused my wife to have an abortion and leave me, forcing me to live in misery. Unable to even have a decent meal. You such worthless trash are my family?
Goody.
Han Ying mercilessly kicked at their heads. His grandmother, after a few blows, curled up in pain, her long-standing malnutrition and various ailments causing her to cough up blood. Han Ying's father immediately cried out, Mom.
Mom. Han Ying.
You've killed your grandmother. Han Ying felt no ounce of pity. Instead, he relished the thought, declaring, She deserves to die. A useless creature, like her, should perish. At that moment, Han Ying's father felt a chilling despair as he growled, You beast, I will fight you. You are the true beast, how tiresome you are. Han stomped heavily on his father's head, each step causing blood to splatter and teeth to shatter. Just as Han Ying's father was on the verge of losing consciousness, someone shouted, "Commander Liu is here." Upon hearing this, Han Ying, filled with annoyance, delivered a final kick to his father, sending him flying, before taking his mother, who still held some value, and leaving. Han Ying's father and grandmother lay on the ground, bloodied and helpless, crying out in despair.
Beast.
I am your father. I am your father. At that moment, Han Ying's father was consumed with regret. How did he end up with such a wretched child as Han Ying? He had given everything to Han Ying, escaping the city while carrying him, only for that wretch to abandon him once he regained his health. What an abominable creature. Suddenly,
it remembered on Qingxia.
If only his daughter were here, if only Han Qingxia were present. Though rebellious, he knew she was deeply emotional. He was a phoenix man from a remote village, having ingratiated himself into Han Qingxia's mother's family to establish roots in the city. Before marrying her mother, he had already held a wedding banquet back home and had a son. He rarely returned home during Han Qingxia's childhood, and although her mother never complained, Han Qingxia would often shout at him. Later, when he brought his mother from their hometown, she bullied Han Qingxia's mother, prompting little Han Qingxia to fiercely defend her mother, biting her grandmother until blood flowed, without letting go. Growing up without a father, Han Qingxia felt the need to protect her family. Han Ying's father was well aware of Han Qingxia's character. Once she had marked someone in her heart, she would never allow anyone to harm them. Had his daughter been here, they would not have ended up in such a dire situation. She would have gone to any lengths to protect him. At that moment, Han Ying's father was filled with immense regret. Just then, in his fading consciousness, he spotted a familiar figure among the crowd. A young girl, surrounded by base guards, donned a sharp combat uniform and sported a high ponytail, accompanied by the newly appointed base administrator, Lu Qian. She stood tall in her high combat boots, looking down from her elevated position, existing in a world completely foreign to him. Han Ying struggled to look up, but was swiftly lifted and taken back to his dwelling. Lu Qian coldly commanded, and he was soon carried away with his mother in the opposite direction. He strained to catch a glimpse of the girl near Lu Qian, but all he could see was her retreating figure, moving with purpose, enveloped by the crowd. She was an unattainable moon. The overwhelming sense of social hierarchy made him question. Could that truly be his daughter, Han Qingxia? The girl they had always seen as a mere blood bag, utterly disregarded and deemed useless? Yet, in response, he received nothing but indifference. She treated him as if he were air, as if he were an ant, moving forward without a care, completely unperturbed by the commotion. At that moment, Han Ying's father could no longer contain himself. He cried out, "Wah!" towards her direction. Lu Qian noticed the commotion and turned to Han Qingxia, asking, "Do you know them?" Han Qingxia, unfazed, replied, "I do not." Upon hearing this, Lu Qian waved his hand, instructing them to be taken away. Han Ying's father was stripped of any opportunity to even touch her as he was dragged away. At that moment, he was filled with certainty. That was undoubtedly Han Qingxia. It was her. She had become so formidable.
But
she did not recognize him. He deserved this. In that instant, Han Ying's father regretted deeply, wishing he could slap himself for not treating Han Qingxia better, for not choosing her. Had he done so, he would not have found himself in this predicament. He had truly lost a treasure. He was unceremoniously carried away. "Captain Liu, how does your base handle matters like this?"
Han Qingxia inquired.
"The internal management of the base does not fall under my jurisdiction, but if a life is lost, the perpetrator shall face death." Upon hearing this, Han Qingxia smiled. Who would have thought? What a twist of fate. In this apocalypse, where everything is in short supply, especially medical resources, it is evident that her father Han Ying and grandmother, already burdened with numerous ailments, would not survive this brutal assault. It was unexpected that their final fate would be such. They were actually killed and abandoned by the very son they cherished throughout their lives. This family was tightly bound together, truly a testament to the cycle of causality and retribution. Naturally, someone as benevolent as Han Qingxia could not abide such injustice. She proclaimed, "Captain Liu, shouldn't you hurry to apprehend those culprits? Those two from earlier. Tut, how pitiful." They surely have but a few days left. You should detain them now. Keep them together. In case of unforeseen circumstances, we must provide the victims with some semblance of justice. We cannot wait until it's too late, only to find we cannot capture them, leaving the victims to die unjustly. Lu Qian found her argument quite persuasive. He resolved to bring the assailants to the victims' quarters. For once the victims perish, the assailants would face immediate execution. Yes, Han Qingxia, in her quest for justice for the victims, felt truly virtuous. Surely, no one could be more compassionate than herself. While others might turn a blind eye or even revel in the misfortune of others, she was there to advocate for righteousness. How remarkably kind-hearted she was, moved by her own goodness. Han Qingxia vowed that anyone who dared to claim she was not a good person would be met with her vehement disagreement. After their stroll through the marketplace, she had gained a profound understanding of the K1 base. If I were to encapsulate it in a single word, it would be abysmal. Were it not for the military's oversight, the management system would have collapsed long ago. The indiscriminate influx of refugees without adequate resources had left many idle and the available jobs scarce. If not for the soldiers tirelessly scouring for supplies, this place would have crumbled under the weight of its deficiencies. It was no wonder she felt an urgent need to venture far to find provisions.
Miss Hen.
We shall set off early tomorrow morning. Please rest well, Lu Qian instructed. Understood, she replied. He had assigned her to an empty room in his villa, with Su Xiaoyang residing next door. Just as he was about to close the door, he called out to her, "By the way, I noticed you didn't eat much for dinner. There are some snacks and cookies in the drawer of your room. Feel free to have them if you get hungry." Okay, Han Qingxia responded, shutting the door behind her. Following his advice, she indeed found a box of exquisite cookies in the drawer. Such hospitality from her host was quite commendable, surpassing her own expectations. Perhaps she could treat them better next time. The following day, after a night at Lu Qian's, Han Qingxia rose early. She descended to find the convoy already assembled outside. In addition to several pickups, there were dozens of massive trucks.
Miss Hen.
You and Xiaoyang can drive the vehicle you arrived in. This truck will be loaded with supplies for you, Lu Qian informed her. All right, she agreed, climbing into the vehicle with Su Xiaoyang, following behind Lu Qian's convoy as they set out towards the distant B city. This journey would be a long trek, ideally taking 3 days for a round trip. They planned to regroup and rest for the night on the highway just outside B city. Chapter 86. Convoy Assembly. They departed at 7:30 a.m., and it was not until around 3 p.m. that Han Qingxia's convoy reached the assembly point. Along the way, they had to clear the roads, carefully selecting the most navigable routes. Highways, with their congested entrances and exits, proved troublesome, causing the convoy to make slow progress over nearly 7 hours before finally arriving at their destination. At this moment, a large stretch of road lay clear ahead, with dozens of vehicles converging. These vehicles were not as specialized as those from K1 base. Most were large cargo trucks, seemingly gathered from the roadside. As K1 base's convoy approached, a throng of people immediately surrounded them. The K1 base has arrived. It's the K1 base. No wonder they are so formidable. Just look at their vehicles. The K1 base is integrated with the military. They must be powerful. Lu Qian stepped out of the vehicle, and the crowd eagerly approached him to greet him. Hello. I'm Li Yuan from the future base. Our base is located at the chemical plant in the western suburbs of B City. We have over 300 members. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello. I'm Du Fong from the Qingxia base. Our base is situated in the southern development zone of B City. We have over 400 members. Hello. I'm Su Mao from the Baixing base. Our base is at the peninsula bordering City C, with over 500 members. Hello. I'm Ji Zhe from the Xingho base. Our base is located in Dang Village, behind B City, with around 200 members. Greetings, I am Lu Qian, representing the K1 base. He greeted them courteously. I have long heard of the K1 base's renown. It's just too far away, otherwise we would have sought refuge with you. The managers of these smaller bases smiled at Lu Qian. At this point, Han Qingxia approached, and Lu Qian introduced her. This is Han Qingxia, from the Qingxia base. The Qingxia base? Upon hearing this, everyone displayed looks of confusion. They had never heard of it before. Our base tends to be more discreet, Lu Qian explained. This remark was interpreted differently by the listeners. Discreet suggested a rather small base.
Captain Han.
How many members does your Qingxia base have? About a dozen, she replied. The others exchanged glances, surprised. Just a dozen? How minuscule could such a base be? However, since they were accompanying Lu Qian, they refrained from making further comments, redirecting their inquiries toward him regarding resource availability. Captain Lu, do you have enough food at your base? Captain Lu, do you have any surplus meat? Captain Lu, how are your vegetables? Captain Lu, we would like to trade for some weapons. Do you have any extras? The true magnate was entirely overlooked by these individuals. None acknowledged Han Qingxia's presence. She found no desire to engage with the managers of these smaller bases when a girl with a short, boyish haircut approached her. Did you really establish a base? Han Qingxia looked up to meet the gaze of a girl whose sun-kissed skin obscured her feminine features. And you are?
Am Yuruo.
And my brother Jize and I are from the Xingho base. Our base is located in Dang Village to the north of B City. Dang Village to the north of B City? That is not far from us, Su Xiaoyang remarked. Han Qingxia noted that the westernmost edge of her territory was indeed adjacent to Dang Village. Surprised, Ji Yuro exclaimed, You truly have your own base? What is so hard to believe? Even if the membership is small, it's still a base. Ji Yuro furrowed her brows. No. This is the first time I've seen a woman establish a base. She looked earnestly at Han Qingxia, extending her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am a fire element ability user. Han Qingxia regarded the outstretched hand, replying, I'm Han Qingxia, a water element user. She shook her hand, feeling the warmth of her fiery grip. Just then, the rumble of another convoy approached from behind. Another fleet of vehicles had arrived. Chapter 87, Hope Base. The convoy from Hope Base was entirely white, resembling that of a professional corporate team. In truth, there is not a hint of error. As one of the three major bases, Hope Base initially attracted a substantial number of researchers, all of whom hailed from a colossal monopolistic technology research firm, the Dawn Group. The Dawn Group is a vast semi-state-owned enterprise, boasting over 20 research institutes that span a multitude of fields, including but not limited to pharmaceuticals, medical hardware, life engineering, and even a portion of military defense research. Before the apocalypse, the Dawn Group held the title of the largest corporation in City B. Their headquarters, located at the confluence of cities B and C, occupies an extensive area and possesses a fully developed ecological system. Prior to the outbreak of the zombie virus, the workforce alone numbered over 100,000 employees, all of whom held at least a master's degree. It was truly a gathering place for the elite. As the apocalypse began, after enduring the initial crisis brought on by the zombies, chaos, and fear, these high-caliber human survivors utilized the resources within the park to eradicate the undead, reconstruct the settlement, and establish a large-scale base. The Dawn Group was subsequently renamed Hope Base. Their number of survivors reached an impressive 1,000. Naturally, the criteria for joining were exceedingly stringent. They sought not ordinary individuals. Only the most exceptional personnel were accepted. In the eyes of these individuals, admitting common folk was seen as a waste of resources, in a world where resources were scarce. Both an ordinary person and an exceptional individual consumed equal amounts of supplies. Why would they wish to include a group that could only become a burden, contributing little? In Han Qingxia's memory, the most profound impression of Hope Base in later times was its extreme rigor and coldness. Especially their base administrator, Qi Sang, who ranked among the top 10 ruthless figures, known as the robot with a heartbeat. This individual had a famous saying, "Every life has its price." In his perspective, every person was akin to an object, their worth calculable based on age, physical condition, abilities, consumption, and output, determining the wealth they could generate throughout their lives. This constituted the value of their existence. To such a cold-hearted individual, a person whose worth fell below his standards was deemed a mere piece of refuse. Among these top-tier talents, all decisions could be derived from precise numerical calculations, every choice aimed at maximizing benefits. This included the current joint operation. A convoy of white vehicles came to a halt before them, comprising 5 cars, from which emerged 7 individuals clad in white uniforms, 5 men and 2 women. At the forefront stood a young man in his 20s, with the other 6 closely trailing behind him. Hope Base had arrived. Surely, their administrator Qi Sang was among them. That must be Qi Sang. The four small base leaders who had just clustered around Lu Qian immediately approached Qisang, eager to greet him. My brother is such a bore, came Ji Yuru's voice in Han Qingxia's ear. She looked up at her. Ji Yuru lifted her chin disdainfully, saying, instead of currying favor with others, we should be out there slaying zombies and gathering more resources.
Han Qingxia chuckled softly, waving her hand to beckon to Yu to sit beside her.
Ji Yuru glanced over and followed Han Qingxia to perch atop the highway guardrail. How many people are in your base? Han Qingxia retrieved a handful of sunflower seeds from her all-purpose pocket. Ji Yuru hesitated for a moment at the offered seeds before declining. No thanks. Our base has over 200 people. They are all villagers from our village and nearby ones. She refrained from cracking seeds, while Han Qingxia indulged herself. What's the demographic breakdown? Ji Yuru furrowed her brow. Our village has a lot of elderly folks. And, you know the rural situation, most of those who remain in the countryside are seniors. Young people like my brother and me number fewer than 50. Han Qingxia found this incredibly amusing, spitting out a seed shell. Then your brother should hurry to find a powerful ally. If he waits too long, he might end up with nothing. Yuru? After a moment of sulking, she shook her head vigorously. No, in my opinion, we can rely on no one but ourselves in this apocalypse. While cracking seeds, Han Qingxia laughed heartily, extending her hand once more to offer some to Ji Yuru. Let us share. I enjoy listening to your words. Ji Yuru replied, but I don't have much to say. No one in my family has ever liked listening to me. I like it. Keep talking, consider it my treat for the seeds. Ji Yuru glanced at the caramelized seeds, hesitating for a second before accepting. All right then, since the apocalypse began, I haven't spoken to anyone. I like you too. Did you really establish a base? Yes. Why did they choose you, a woman, to be the base administrator? Can they really follow you? They are all people I saved, so of course they listen to me. Ji Yuru's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? If you don't believe me, ask my little brother. He asked one of those I rescued. Han Qingxia gestured with her chin. Ji Yuru turned to look at Su Xiaoyang, who had been standing still like a background character, vigilantly watching over Han Qingxia. Su Xiaoyang glanced at her, giving a cool nod. Everyone in our base was saved by the boss. At this revelation, Ji Yuru inhaled sharply, feeling a surge of admiration for Han Qingxia. To think she's single-handedly rescued them all. She appeared truly formidable. It is worth noting that Han Qingxia was a woman, and after the onset of the apocalypse, Ji Yuru could sense how low women's status had become. Even though she herself was a fire element ability user, her combat prowess rivaled that of her brother. Yet in terms of base management, she had no voice. People naturally overlooked her, and some even asserted that women should stay home to bear children. Having abilities was no match for men. Men were the authority over women. They were to be unconditionally obedient to them. Ji Yuru felt an overwhelming urge to tear those people apart. Even in their Starfire base, where she was treated relatively well, her brother was a base administrator. And she had powers. Other women without any advantages faced even lower status. Hearing that Han Qingxia had rescued everyone and built her own base filled her with immense respect. Regardless of the base's size, Han Qingxia was undoubtedly a leader. This made Ji Yuru envious. However, when she later saw the scale of Han Qingxia's so-called small base, her jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. All right, as long as everyone is acquainted, we can proceed. At that moment, a cold voice emerged from the crowd. The young man in the white uniform dismissing everyone else and focusing intently on Lu Qian across from him. Captain Lu, was it not stated that 7 small teams would arrive today? There's also the summer base, which came along with me. Lu Qian glanced towards Han Qingxia's direction. That individual is the administrator of the summer base, Han Qingxia. The group turned to look, only to see the 2 individuals sitting cross-legged on the roadside, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds and chatting with Ji Yuru. Everyone. The scene was undeniably incongruous. While they were all cautiously tense about this multi-base meeting, those 2 were casually enjoying their seeds. Lu Qian was aware of who Han Qingxia was. Let us go greet her. No need, Qisang replied, casting a cold glance towards Han Qingxia before swiftly retracting his gaze. He turned to address everyone present. Please proceed to register, filling out the information for all your members. Based on your contributions during the journey, we will allocate food accordingly. Certainly, Captain Lu, there is no need for that. We shall adhere to the terms we agreed upon earlier. Lu Qian nodded in acknowledgement. Once Qi Sang finished speaking, the individuals trailing behind him began distributing a stack of forms, handing them out one by one. Lu Qian also received a copy, though it was not intended for him. Rather, it was for the Qingxia base he represented. The location of the Eastern Grain Reserve was known only to those within the Hope base. However, they lacked confidence in their ability to safely procure the supplies, as they were all highly educated individuals with minimal military prowess. Consequently, they sought Lu Qian's assistance in sourcing food, while at the same time, the Hope base remained wary of Lu Qian, fearing that these armed individuals might eliminate them upon reaching their destination and monopolize the grain reserve. Thus, the Hope base orchestrated a large-scale collaborative effort among multiple bases to locate food supplies. Even if it meant relinquishing a portion of the food, it was essential to enhance their security. The aim was to engage more bases to contain the K1 base. Upon receiving the forms, each small base returned to fill them out with utmost reverence. They were merely small players and needed to exercise caution. Euro. Ji Zhe called out loudly, addressing his sister, who was munching on sunflower seeds. Hearing her brother's call, Ji Euro returned the seeds to Han Qingxia, saying, I'll head back first. Let us go, she urged. Han Qingxia remained seated. At that moment, a hand settled before her. She looked up to see Lu Qian approaching, and after locking eyes with him, she decided to share half of her sunflower seeds. You need to fill out this form, Lu Qian said, extending another hand that held a form. Han Qingxia accepted it, glancing over the detailed personal information it required: name, age, place of origin, and even their pre-apocalyptic occupations, alongside covert details regarding their abilities, base size, and structural composition. Who requested this? She inquired.
The Hope base, he replied.
Han Qingxia spat out a seed shell and completed the form. Now, Han Qingxia, I need you to get up and move. This time, the Hope base provides the map, while you provide the muscle, correct? Indeed, she affirmed, beckoning Lu Qian closer. With their backs turned to the others, she whispered, shall we pull off something grand? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qian responded, don't be ridiculous. Then tell me, how shall the supplies be divided? 40% for the Hope base, 40% for me, and the remaining 20% distributed among the other bases according to their contributions. To mitigate any further incitement from Han Qingxia, Lu Qian preemptively stated, I don't require you to engage in combat. Just accompany me to secure a fair distribution of supplies and refrain from causing a ruckus. Upon hearing this, Han Qingxia gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, sighing that Lu Qian truly was a man of integrity. However, without such an honest individual by her side, she would hardly benefit from such opportunities. No more playing coy, she conceded. All right, you promise I won't have to fight? Yes, he affirmed. Han Qingxia handed the blank form back to Lu Qian and turned to join Su Xiaoyang in returning to her vehicle. The other small teams gradually submitted their completed forms. As the last of the forms were handed in, night deepened, and all base teams set up tents around their vehicles to rest. Naturally, the Hope Base's tent was situated at the center of all the vehicle clusters, protected by everyone, while the rest of the team sent individuals to patrol, allowing the Hope Base personnel to focus solely on resting. Han Qingxia chose to rest inside her vehicle, reclining in the back seat while Su Xiaoyang set up a tent outside to keep watch. Just as she closed her eyes, preparing to drift into slumber, a rustling sound broke the silence. Rustle, rustle. Something was dragging along the grass. As a mental ability user, Han Qingxia possessed sharper hearing than the average person. Sensing unfamiliar sounds from outside, she sat up in her seat and peered through the car window into the impenetrable darkness. The sky was shrouded in heavy clouds, obscuring the moon and leaving no trace of light. To avoid attracting zombies, they kept their lights off. The rustling grew louder in her ears, and she amplified her perception, extending her mental reach to 20 meters. Yet, in the vast expanse of the wilderness, 20 meters hardly constituted a significant distance. At that moment, the thick clouds began to part, revealing an enormous blood-red moon in Han Qingxia's line of sight. The deep crimson orb loomed ominously against the dark sky, casting a faint glow on the ground below. Han Qingxia finally discerned the suburban landscape outside the highway. A vast expanse of grassland illuminated by pairs of grayish-white eyes began to emerge. Countless eyes appeared from all directions, fixated on Han Qingxia's convoy, converging towards them with a sense of excitement, greed, longing, and hunger. Almost simultaneously, her mental perception detected multiple gray energy points at the periphery. A throng of zombies was swarming towards them from all sides, reminiscent of ants returning to their nest. This is madness. Yangzi, wake up. Han Qingxia urgently pulled open the car door, calling out to the tent. Su Xiaoyang, having heard her voice, emerged from the tent within 3 seconds, only to be yanked into the vehicle by Han Qingxia the moment he stepped out. As they settled inside, the first scream erupted from outside.
Ah, zombies.
The zombies are attacking. The shrill cries roused everyone from their slumber, and as they scrambled to arm themselves for battle, the tide of zombies surged towards their convoy. Thud! A zombie lunged at Su Xiaoyang's tent, but upon realizing it had missed, it let out a howl and crashed against Han Qingxia's vehicle. A pale, emaciated, and distorted zombie face pressed against the glass, mouth agape, attempting to bite its way inside. Chapter 89. My sister is stronger than my brother.
Hee hee hee.
This was a diminutive elderly zombie, its blood-stained clothing faintly resembling a standard outfit worn by an old man in the park, a linen tang suit. The old zombie's bald head revealed a receding hairline that had retreated to the back of its skull.
Yet,
it was evident that this old man had once been a respectable individual. The scant remaining hair had been styled to resemble a round bush atop his head, and he boasted a gleaming gold tooth embedded in his prominent front teeth. Screech! The gold tooth scraped against the glass window in front of Han Qingxia, producing a chilling sound akin to metal scraping against glass, sending shivers down her spine. A thick smear of dark, viscous blood splattered across the window as the elderly zombie frantically clawed and banged against the glass, slamming into their vehicle. On the third impact, a gunshot rang out. A bullet struck the old zombie in the right temple, and the immense force caused its head to twist violently before collapsing, neck bent at an unnatural angle.
following this,
Footsteps echoed outside as a group of Lu Qian's soldiers rushed over. Upon glancing into the vehicle, they signaled and swiftly dispersed to eliminate other zombies. Su Xiaoyang, witnessing this, wasted no time in exiting the vehicle to assist. At this moment, he was halted with a command, "Don't go." Han Qingxia firmly restrained Su Xiaoyang as she leisurely sought a favorable vantage point within the vehicle, retrieving a bag of sunflower seeds to continue her snacking, confident in their capabilities. Outside, a relentless tide of zombies surged towards them, with their convoy clustered together. Except for Han Qingxia and those from the Hope Base who remained inside their vehicles, everyone else had disembarked to partake in this nocturnal defense battle. The scene outside was a chaotic blend of flames and blood. Han Qingxia observed that among the 4 small bases, only 2 possessed firearms, and their quantities were exceedingly limited. The control of firearms in Huaxia was notoriously stringent. Even in the apocalypse, the available weapons remained scarce. Consequently, they had to rely heavily on K1 base for firepower support, where Lu Qian and his team were equipped with heavy weaponry, charging ahead with their guns blaring. The other 4 small bases lacked such formidable firepower, but exerted their utmost strength nonetheless. Elemental ability users unleashed their powers, with fireballs, water orbs, and metallic spheres soaring through the air, while strength-type ability users wielded various melee weapons, transforming into berserk warriors engaging in close combat. Even those devoid of any abilities did their best to provide support within the defensive lines, brandishing whatever weapon they could find. The battle raged with fervor. Han Qingxia spotted the young girl named Ji Yuru from earlier. She stood behind her brother, a strength-type mutant wielding a rake with remarkable vigor, sending several zombies flying with each swing. After brutally dispatching the zombies, 2 fireballs erupted in the air behind him, crashing down upon the foes. Ji Yuru's short hair glimmered with a faint red light, her countenance darkened with intensity as she grasped at the air, her expression grave, continuously summoning fireballs in sync with her brother's offensive. As time passed, however, her powers began to wane. Being merely a level 1 ability user, she could only conjure 2 fireballs at most, and with each use, her strength diminished, her once dark face turning pallid. Yet, the zombies seemed inexhaustible, pouring forth in unrelenting waves. "Brother, why are there so many zombies? We didn't see this many during the day." "The zombies must have been hiding during the daylight," he replied. The combat prowess of zombies at night was several times greater than during the day, with their sensory abilities heightened exponentially. This was the only route leading to the grain storage, a primary artery of V-City. Even if they had cleared the area by day, they could not eradicate all the hidden zombies lurking nearby. Their congregation had attracted the hordes from dozens of miles around. Lu Qian sensed that the zombie horde was more formidable than he had anticipated and decisively commanded, "Everyone, hold your position for 5 minutes." As his words echoed, he led everyone from K1 base through a gap at the back. The members of the other 4 small bases tensed at this development. 5 minutes. Would K1 base abandon them? Yet, they dared not flee, gritting their teeth to maintain their positions. 5 minutes. They had to hold out for at least that long. The zombie tide surged in relentless waves as all 4 bases fought valiantly, while the Hope base remained steadfast, with no one exiting their vehicles. By the 3-minute mark, the ability users from the 4 bases were nearing their limits. Their abilities were depleted, and they struggled to continue, resorting to melee weapons to persist.
Clang, clang, clang.
Shovels, hammers, wooden sticks, and knives, various weapons were employed. Everyone exerted their utmost to slay the zombies, yet their encirclement gradually shrank inward.
Hold on.
Grit your teeth and endure. At 4.5 minutes, their defensive circle had contracted to the front of their vehicles. There was no room to retreat. Any further retreat would mean flight. Ji-Yuru was currently being shielded by her brother, slowly backing towards their vehicle. "Yuru, get in the car now."
No.
"You've exhausted your abilities. What good are you to me now?" Ji-Zhe shouted at his sister. At that moment, as Ji-Yuru concentrated on summoning her final fireball, her energy suddenly faltered. Just then, a long-haired zombie lunged at her from nowhere, its mouth gaping wide to bite down. The event transpired too swiftly for Ji-Yuru to react. The grotesque face of the zombie, riddled with sores and rotting flesh, loomed before her. Its cavernous maw, half a tongue infested with foul maggots, opened wide. In that instant, Ji-Yuru forgot to counterattack, even feeling as though she could close her eyes in resignation. Yet, just as despair enveloped her, the zombie, poised to strike, inexplicably froze, as if held in place by an unseen force, unable to bite down.
Bang!
The zombie before Ji-Yuru was struck down by a rake, its head pierced and sent flying. "Yuru!" Ji-Zhe looked on in panic and horror. At that moment, Ji-Yuru caught sight of a pair of eyes behind her brother. A beautiful girl sat calmly in a vehicle, watching them and smiling. Her eyes sparkled with an intensity that seemed to captivate the soul, radiating an indescribable power. Then bang! A fireball whizzed past Ji-Zhe's head. He watched as his sister conjured another fireball in her palm, the heat quickening his heartbeat, while behind them, a zombie was incinerated by the searing projectile, dark blood splattering across his face. Just then, they heard a whoosh, and flames erupted around them.
Moment latte.
The rhythmic sound of gunfire returned. The K1 base members had come back. They poured gasoline around the perimeter to create a fiery barrier, successfully halting the advancing zombies. They regrouped with the convoy, their powerful firearms swiftly clearing the remaining undead. "Brother, let us continue. Keep going." Ji-Zhe and Ji-Yuru felt a surge of hope and rallied themselves to assist in clearing the safety zone of zombies. 10 minutes later, everyone was utterly exhausted. Within the safety zone, all zombies had been eradicated. Everyone collapsed to the ground, celebrating their narrow escape. Ji-Yuru turned to her brother. "Am I still of any use now?" Ji-Zhe smiled, ruffling her short hair that was barely long enough to prick his fingers. "Of course. My sister is stronger than her brother.